Hello guys, like this video and subscribe this channel now for more updates.
Chapter 1. Ding. Congratulations on binding the host to the sign-in system. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully signing in and getting lion fruit. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting the barrier fruit. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting the fortified city fruit. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting Conqueror's Haki. Ding. Congratulations to host for receiving the Invincible Swordsmanship, Advanced, Experience package. When Xia Luo heard the voice coming from her ears, she became excited. 5 years. Xia Luo has traveled to the world of One Piece for 5 years. He knows he has a system, but he doesn't know how to activate it. In order to activate the system, he made various attempts, but he never expected that it would happen today. Marine came to enforce the law, and at the critical moment, he activated his sign-in system. And the system just gave him a chance to reward him with so many treasures. With various fruits and sword skills at his side, Xia Luo's confidence instantly increased. Xia Luo pulled Nami back and stood up. Nami, it's useless to reason with this group of people, let me do it. Jijiji, who are you? Do you want to disobey Marine's orders? Anyone who obstructs Marine's law enforcement will be treated as pirates and will be taken back. Haha. Who am I? I am the one who takes your lives. Xia Luo had had enough of Colonel Mouse's sinister laughter, and before the sailors could surround him, Xia Luo had already taken the lead in taking action. Slash wave. Even without armament Haki, the intensity of slash wave can easily tear these people apart. Wow. Before the Marines could react, everyone in front was cut in half, including the corpse of Colonel Mouse. The sailors who had surrounded Xia Luo behind him were so shocked that they could not speak. They wanted to escape from this demon-like man. But my feet were trembling as if they didn't obey me, and I couldn't take a step at all. Xia Luo didn't give them a chance to beg for mercy and killed all the sailors in an instant. In less than 3 seconds, all the marine troops brought by Colonel Mouse were wiped out. Xia Luo. Nami ran forward and swallowed hard looking at the corpses on the ground. Don't worry, since they are already here, there is no escaping this matter. Xia Luo took back her sword and said to the women behind her. Marine was probably here to collect his military exploits. He probably didn't report it back to the higher UPS. Now that he's been killed here by you, there are only 2 options left. After Karina analyzed the current situation, she stretched out 2 fingers towards Xia Luo. Tell me the story. Oh, the first one is that we run away immediately, and we will probably be wanted by Marine later. It looks very bad. Why was he wanted so quickly? Where's the other one? Karina took a long breath and said the second method with a complicated expression. The second way is to invade Branch 16 and kill all the Marines inside, so no one knows we were the ones who killed them. Xia Luo lowered his head and thought for a moment. The second method was undoubtedly the best choice, but he didn't want to kill anyone. Even in Marine, there are not all bad people, so Xia Luo still wants to take a look. How's it going? Have you thought about it? Karina stepped forward and asked. No, let's go to Branch 16 and have a look before deciding. Marine base should have the information I want. Xia Luo shook his head. He still had no answer for how to make a decision. Okay, I'll go with you. Well, Karina and Nami come with me. Kaya, you guys wait for me here. Xia Luo turned to Kaya and Nyokijo and said, then picked up the 2 women's waists and took off towards Marine base. Kaya looked worried, and Noki stepped forward, hugged Kaya and comforted her. Don't worry, they will take care of everything. With Xia Luo flying at full speed, it didn't take long to arrive at the 16th Marine branch. After carefully avoiding the insistent sailors, he walked all the way to the colonel's office. After getting rid of the Navy soldiers guarding the door, Xia Luo and the other 3 began to rummage in the office. It didn't take long to find numerous evidence of Colonel Rat's crimes. It turns out that this Marine base is not without righteous people. When the nearby civilians asked for help, they reported it to Colonel Mouse. However, they were all suppressed by Colonel Mouse. This part of Marine who still had a conscience finally couldn't bear it after being suppressed once and chose to report to his superiors, Naval Headquarters. Unexpectedly, the undercover agent deployed by Colonel Mouse learned of this move. After knowing that this group of people wanted to spare him and reported the matter to the headquarters, he put them all into the deserter list and then expelled them from Marine. Sailors expelled from Marine in this way can no longer join Marine, and their words are not trusted by Marine people. So the entire Marine base is filled with sailors who are colluding with Colonel Mouse. It's really disgusting. It's like a nest of snakes and rats. There is no good person here. Nami and Karina were indignant after reading the information. Well, keeping this Marine base will also harm the surrounding civilians. In this case, there is no need for them to exist. Xia Luo made up her mind with cold eyes, no longer hiding her figure, and walked out of Colonel Marine's office openly. "Who are you? There is an intruder breaking in." Not long after, they encountered several sailors who pointed muskets at Xia Luo, but before they could fire, Xia Luo disappeared from their eyes. Sharp slashes took away their lives, and Xia Luo used the storage space to pack all the bodies. What follows is the massacre at Marine Base. In less than half an hour, Xia Luo cleared the base of corrupted Marines. There was no life or breath of life under his own perception, so all Xia Luo's corpses were thrown into the sea. The sea beast who smelled the blood came over to eat the corpses. Why are these Marines thrown into the sea? Nami felt a little strange about Xia Luo's behavior. "I want to take away this Marine base. That Colonel Mouse is a person who knows how to enjoy himself. He has built a lot of luxurious equipment here. It would be a waste not to use it. I don't want to leave these things for the next Marine who comes here to enjoy." Xia Luo explained clearly, but Nami was still a little confused. "Take it away? Where can you take it? Hey, just watch." He didn't explain it to Nami, but let the other party see it with his own eyes. I saw Xia Luo reaching out and pressing the ground, activating Lion Fruit's ability with all her strength. Boom boom boom. Suddenly the entire Marine base began to shake, and then Nami and Karina felt as if their perspective was being lifted upwards. The next scene directly shattered their worldview, and the two of them looked at Xia Luo dumbfounded. "Fly, it's flying. The whole Marine base is flying." Nami stammered to finish. Fierce sea water poured into the place where the Marine base had just risen. At this time, the Marine base had already completely lifted off the sea. Luckily I have enough strength. If I hadn't absorbed a lot of energy to maintain my strength, I probably wouldn't have been able to float the entire Marine base easily. Chapter 2. Xia Luo took a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Floating across the entire island using the fruit's ability is still very energy consuming, let alone one that hasn't yet awakened. But fortunately, after the ability is successfully activated, there is no need to use physical strength to maintain it. "How did you do it? This is a whole island." Karina stepped forward to ask. She also had demon fruit power, but she never imagined that a person with fruit power could do such a thing. The main fruit ability is strong enough, and you can do it with enough physical strength. It is like your strongest defense. If your fruit ability is developed to the limit, there will be no attack in the world that can break it. Xia Luo explained to Karina with a smile. "I plan to raise this island to an altitude of 10,000 meters, and use this place as our secret base from now on." Xia Luo looked at the Marine base with satisfaction, but the Marine flag was a bit annoying. "No, I have to find time to decorate this place and make it my own base camp. Let's go back to Conqueror village first. After a few days rest, we'll set out for Logue Town," Xia Luo suggested. The two women, who were in a daze, did not pay attention to what Xia Luo said. They just said yes and then lifted the island into the sky. Then he called Nami and Karina to search for the treasure house of this Marine base. Colonel Rat can be said to have drained the blood of nearby villages, and a large amount of military expenditures are allocated here every year. He enjoyed it all, which can be seen from the luxurious facilities here. But now they are all cheaper. Xia Luo. After coming out of Marine's treasure house, Xia Luo realized how rich the mouse colonel really was. Bailey alone had a total of 3 billion, and he even collected several famous swords. The money made Nami laugh so hard for the next few days that she couldn't sleep from ear to ear. She murmured, "A lot of money, it's all mine," in her dreams. After returning to Kakozia village, Nokijeo and Kaya were relieved to see that none of the three people were injured. 3 days passed peacefully like this. "Hey, Nokijeo, you don't want Nami to be alone in the future. He, if you know what's going on, just come on the boat with me." Xia Luo showed an evil smile and was about to reach out and grab Nokijeo. "You idiot captain. What did you do to my sister again? Get on the ship and set off." Nami kicked Xia Luo away with a flying kick. "Isn't this an effort to keep you two sisters from being separated?" Xia Luo looked like her little daughter-in-law was being bullied, covered her face where Nami kicked her, and looked at her aggrievedly. In fact, there is no way to break the defense this time. Nokijeo laughed out loud when he saw the warm daily interactions between Xia Luo and Nami, and then said softly with a gentle smile. "Sure. Agree." Nokijeo, who expected to remain silent as usual, responded abnormally this time. Xia Luo thought she heard wrongly. Nami was also surprised. She thought her sister would stay in the orange grove, but she didn't expect that Xia Luo actually convinced her to agree to go to sea together. Even I can't always refuse such a sincere invitation. Besides, I also want to go overseas and see it. Nyakia winked at Nami. This naughty and cute look was completely different from the gentle and kind-hearted big sister she used to be. Woohoo, that's great. Xia Luo picked up Nami and Nyaki and spun them around. This caused the two women to scream in surprise, but Xia Luo, who looked like a child, also chuckled. Sail. Target, the stars, and the sea. Xia Luo shouted the slogan of the second grade and flew out with the two girls in her arms. On the edge of the cliff, Aegean looked at the sailing ship going away and smiled slightly. Belmir, your daughter has found a good partner. Starting today, they will go to sea. If you are still here, you will be very happy to see this. Chapter 3. It has been 2 days since Xia Luo left Kokozia village. Inside the meeting room of the naval headquarters building, Marshal Sengoku is sitting in the main seat in the conference room, followed in order by Admiral Aokiji, Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Akainu, and the senior staff officer. Next are several familiar marine mainstays, Ghost Spider, Huashinshan, Mole, and Doberman. What do you think about the disappearance of Marine Branch 16 and all its members? Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows and said to the people below. 2 days ago, a quick report was delivered to Sengoku. Marine Branch 16 disappeared out of thin air. The life and death of all members are unknown. The East Blue Dragon pirates were attacked by a double-sword swordsman named Xia Luo. There is also a picture of Xia Luo killing the dragon pirates. The dual-sword swordsman Xia Luo is suspected of using the unknown devil fruit to control the power of soil. Later, it was revealed that the pirates killed by Xia Luo's bounty plan, more than a dozen pirates worth millions or even tens of millions of bellies, all died at his hands. This news was released by World Economic News President Morgan Guns. After receiving Newsbird's photo of Xia Luo killing the East Blue Overlord Dragon, Morgan Guns immediately sent his men to investigate Xia Luo's deeds. It would have been better not to check, but once they did, they found out that Xia Luo had killed almost all the famous pirates in East Blue, and the rest had not been encountered. Morgan Gans immediately smelled the big news and announced all Xia Luo's actions and achievements. Now Xia Luo has become East Blue Supernova Bounty Hunter. Sengoku immediately informed Garp, who was still in East Blue, to go to the 16th branch. The 3 admirals who happened to be away on missions all returned, and Sengoku held an emergency meeting to discuss the East Blue incident. What happened in Branch 16 seems to be the work of this double-sword swordsman, right? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? This kind of evil person should be strangled and Marine should be sent to clean it up immediately. Akainu snorted coldly, becoming suspicious of Xia Luo's appearance in Kokozia village near the 16th branch. But we don't have actual evidence to prove that he did what happened in Branch 16, right? Crane Vice Admiral said softly with a calm expression. It is not a wise move to rashly push a powerful bounty hunter into confrontation. Aokiji also expressed his opinions. Today's young people are really scary. Even the dragon pirates were easily. It's solved. Not only the swordsmanship, but also Devil Fruit's ability seems to be very powerful. Kizaru drank tea with a leisurely expression while talking about how scary it was, completely forgetting that he had easily defeated and arrested the dragon pirates before. On the other side, Garp rushed to the 16th Marine Branch base, but when he arrived at the location, he found that it was completely empty. Not to mention Marine base, there wasn't even an island. The navigators on Garp's ship were so frightened that they thought they had gone to the wrong place. After repeated confirmation, they found that the branch had really disappeared out of thin air. Having no choice but to find no clues, Garp could only head towards the nearby village of Kokozia. When I first arrived on the island, I could clearly feel the cheerful atmosphere. The civilians here are full of cheerful smiles. But with Marine's intervention, the crowd's expressions became gloomy, and they closed the doors and windows from house to house. Garp was a little confused about the situation, when a voice came from behind them. Excuse me, Master Marine, what do you want to do when you come to Kokozia village? Jian asked with a calm expression. Oh, I finally have someone to talk to. I am the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. I came here to investigate the disappearance of Marine Branch 16, do you have any clues here? Seeing that someone finally struck up a conversation, Garp smiled broadly. However, Jian, who was opposite him, frowned, and then returned to his calm tone. Marine Branch 16? Not sure, but a masked man here gave me a letter a few days ago, saying that if a Marine comes over, I can give it to you. Aegean took out a letter from his arms, which was exactly the various criminal evidence of Colonel Mouse that Xia Luo left for him. Garp took it and started to read it, but the more he looked at it, the more ugly his face became. Veins popped up on his head, and the hand holding the letter was trembling slightly. These damn bastards, I didn't expect that East Blue has become so corrupt since I haven't been back for so long. Garp's furious voice came out from his mouth. At this time, he was already a dynamite barrel that was about to be ignited, and his anger had nowhere to vent. We are the ones who have failed the common people of Kokozia village. We are very sorry. Garp bowed deeply to Jian with a very remorseful expression. Jian was stunned on the spot. Marine, who used to be so aloof, would actually bow his head to a commoner like him. No, Vice Admiral, you are speaking harshly. Aegean helps Garp up so that he doesn't have to blame himself. Well. Garp sighed helplessly. There was nothing he could do about this happening, and he only regretted why he was not there in the first place. There's one more thing I want to ask, about the double swordsman Xia Luo. Did you see him during the time when Marine Base 16 disappeared? Was there anything unusual about him? Are you here? Aegean's expression remained unchanged, but when Garp talked about Xia Luo, he immediately smiled and said in a tone of admiration. Xia Luo, he is the great benefactor of our village. It was he who defeated the dragon pirates that freed us and the surrounding villages. After we liberated the village, we held banquets to celebrate for 5 days in a row. It was nothing unusual for Xia Luo to stay with us all the time. Until 2 days ago, Xia Luo said that she had a new journey and planned to continue traveling around the world and set sail again. Mr. Marine, do you have any questions? Aegean said with a smile on his face, and Garp looked at him thoughtfully. No, we roughly know the situation. Next we will send new Marines to guard here and investigate the reason why the 16th branch disappeared. I promise it will never happen again. Garp swore solemnly, then led his men back to the ship, and then took out a telephone bug and made a call. Blue brew brew. Garp, do you have any news there? During the meeting, Sengoku answered the phone and amplified the sound so that everyone present could hear. Then Garp started talking about the 16th branch, and how Xia Luo had been staying with the villagers for 5 days without leaving until 2 days ago. Bang. These guys are really rebelling. Do they think of themselves as the local emperors of East Blue? There is such a scumbag in Marine. Sengoku banged the table angrily. Unexpectedly, the Marine base that worked so hard in previous years turned out to be an extremely corrupt place. It even defrauded a large amount of military expenses on the pretext that too many wounded soldiers needed pensions. Immediately notify the people in the branch and ask them to cancel the deserter records of those people, and then send someone over to apologize. If they are still willing to join Marine, send them back to the headquarters for further training. Sengoku said to the recorder beside him. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. The recorder immediately ran out of the door and ordered the soldiers waiting outside. Well. Crane Vice Admiral sighed helplessly. There was silence. If those guys are still alive, they must all be sent to military courts and sentenced to death. Akainu was the first to shout in an extremely angry voice. It's useless to talk about it now. The entire base is gone. They are probably all killed. Let's talk about this Xia Luo and how to deal with him. Aokiji's cold voice sounded. What Garp had just said made him feel angry. He was in a very bad mood at this time. Inform Marine below. Whenever you meet Xia Luo, you will invite him and grant him the position of Commodore in the headquarters. As of now, there is no evidence that Xia Luo did this. Instead of establishing an enemy for Marine, it is better to drag him to our camp. Crane Vice Admiral spoke calmly. She had a lot of experience and analyzed the situation calmly. Then let's decide. I will draft the manuscript myself and give it to 5 elders. There was no objection at the scene. Sengoku immediately took action and asked his subordinates to notify the people below to observe in real time. If he met Xia Luo, he would be invited to join Marine. The meeting was dissolved and everyone left the meeting room one after another. Akiu. Xia Luo, who was sailing on the sea at this time, didn't know that Marine had held a meeting for him because of the matter of Branch 16. It's strange. What are you thinking about me? I've sneezed a few times today. Could it be that I'm catching a cold? It's impossible. How can someone with a steel balloon's constitution catch a cold? Forget it, I'd better ask Nami to post it. Xia Luo ran to Nami's side with a happy face. Since the death of the evil dragon, Nami has an incomparable sense of dependence and security on Xia Luo. Coupled with Xia Luo's habit of always posting these days, I finally no longer resented Xia Luo's posting. Chapter 4. Since the cool-down time for this check-in was relatively long, Xia Luo did not go directly to Logue Town to wait, but wandered around East Blue. Every time you visit a city or village, eat a special meal at a local restaurant and buy the recipe from the boss. For this reason, Xia Luo even made a special trip to Barity, a restaurant on the sea. There, they spent 50 million belly to feast on their food and replenish all their body energy. This made Nami and Karina burst into tears. After Xia Luo digested these delicacies, her body underwent further changes. Host Xia Luo. Strength, A. Agility, B+. Spirit, B-. Skills, Kendo B-. Armament Haki C+, Observation Haki C+, Conqueror's Haki C, Marine 6 Styles Shaving C+, Moonwalk C+. Fruit Ability, Lion Fruit B. Talent, Steel Balloon. Equipment, Deadwood, Sakura 10. Comprehensive Evaluation, Marine Elite Vice Admiral Level Combat Power. You can now gain a foothold in the Grand Line. Now Xia Luo feels that as she eats more food, her body becomes stronger, and the energy seems to be slowly changing Xia Luo's physique. The most intuitive thing is that the 3 items of strength, agility, and spirit have improved by a small stage, and the swordsmanship has also been gradually improved to B-. Coupled with other attributes, he can stand in the sea, but it is still impossible to fight against those huge forces. Now Xia Luo desperately wants to improve Conqueror's Haki, but this skill cannot be improved through practice. It can only grow with his own courage. The stronger the courage, the stronger Conqueror's Haki will be. You still need to continue working on other skills to improve. Nami, are the chefs in Baradi willing to sell the cooking methods here? Xia Luo looked at Nami, who was returning from an outing in boredom, hugged her from behind and put her head on Nami's shoulder. That perverted chef is easy to handle. I just said that I wanted to learn such cooking skills and he gave me all his cooking skills. Nami winked at Xia Luo with this okay gesture. Xia Luo grinned and gave her a thumbs up. Good guy, as expected of you, Nami, you prst'd yourself for nothing. These days, the women on the boat are not only practicing but also cooking the most diligently, because they are not yet in good enough shape to practice shaving and moonwalking. Currently, the training for Nami and the others is only physical, but they also need to maintain a good amount of training. He didn't want Nami, Karina, and Nyochi's tall girls to suddenly grow into muscles by then. Nyoki-jeo was quite interested in Xia Luo's swordsmanship. Xia Luo asked Nyochi to train her physical fitness while also taking some time to practice swordsmanship. But he didn't expect Nyoki-jeo to actually use the swordsmanship he learned to cook, which left Xia Luo speechless. Oh, I really can't stand you two. Calculating the time, it's almost time to go to Logue Town, otherwise I won't be able to catch up with your plan. Karina walked out of the cabin and saw that Nami had returned. After receiving the cooking experience from Nami, I started researching it. The women on the ship, including Xia Luo, have all studied advanced cooking books in the training room, and their cooking skills have all improved to the intermediate level. Nyoki-jeo's talent was slightly better, and she already had a basic foundation. After learning and practicing for a period of time, her cooking level was directly improved to an advanced level. He has become the best cook on the ship and is now the ship's chef. Position. I have gained experience in cooking at Baradi restaurant, and it's really time to set off. Where are Nuko and Kaya? Xia Luo nuzzled Nami, who was in her arms, but was punched by the latter, who blushed. Obviously, the psychological quality in the original work is not yet there. If Nami was bold in the original work, she probably wouldn't care so much. Nakajeo is still researching new dishes in the kitchen. You know this is her hobby now. As for Kaya, she is taking notes in the room and studying medicine. Karina shrugged, a little bit unable to stand the relationship between the two of them. Xia Luo usually wants her to stick to her, but sometimes Karina uses a barrier to block her. As a result, Xia Luo can only look at her with resentful eyes. If we fly at full speed, I estimate that we can reach Logue Town in 2 days. Xia Luo let go of Nami in her arms and said to the two women. You guys go back to the cabin first. I'll control the sailboat. Remember to ask Nakajeo to leave me a newly researched dish. I want to try it too. 2 days later, we arrived at Logue Town without any danger. During this period, we also encountered a violent storm. Fortunately, Nami's weather perception prevented the sailboat from plunging into the heavy rain. Xia Luo also escaped the storm after raising the sailboat to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Ding, the sign-in system has detected the target Logue Town. Do you want to sign in to the target? Sign in. Ding, get the armament Haki experience pack. Ding, get 1 ton of vibranium metal. Ding, get the arc reactor technology. Wakeo, this sign-in reward is a bit beyond expectations. If I remember correctly, vibranium and the arc reactor are products of the American comic book worldview. Xia Luo didn't expect that it could actually develop technologies and materials from other worlds. He thought it was some magic modification. For example, the Wuji Beifeng pills that Xia Luo obtained before, as well as storage space. An idea flashed through my mind. Xia Luo has already thought of a way to enhance the combat power of Nami and Nyoki-jeo. The remaining experience package of armament Haki is just enough to improve Xia Luo to the level of B-. There will be a big wave of improvement at every step between intensities. Xia Luo feels that the attack power and defense power obtained by the color entanglement of one's own weapon have become stronger. Even if you don't learn how to use these moves from Nagli, you will probably master these techniques automatically after you improve your proficiency. What are you doing there? Karina shouted at Xia Luo, who was stunned at the port. Oh, here it comes. After regaining consciousness, Xia Luo quickly kept up with the pace of the women. Nojijeo and Kaya are going to buy food. Where are you going? Nami asked. Maybe go take a look at One Piece's execution platform and then look around. Where are you and Karina? Where do you plan to go? Xia Luo lowered his head and thought for a while, then answered after realizing that he had nowhere to go. Nami and I are going to a clothing store. Since you have nothing else to do, we can only help you carry our things. When Xia Luo replied that she had nothing to do, Karina showed a successful smile and immediately hugged Xia Luo's arm and said seductively. Unable to withstand the temptation, Xia Luo immediately agreed. But then Xia Luo will have to pay the price for his choice. That's almost it? Xia Luo was like an eggplant beaten by frost, her whole body was languid. Huh? What are you talking about? This is just the beginning. Karina glanced back at Xia Luo in confusion, then covered her mouth and laughed after noticing the other person's state. Okay, I'll give you a reward after you persist for a while and wait until you get back. It'll be fine in a little while. Karina winked at Xia Luo with a seductive smile and comforted her. We also need to change to a larger sailboat. Let's go to the shipyard to have a look later. Speaking of rewards, Xia Luo was no longer sleepy, and her energy immediately returned to normal. But he really didn't want to experience going shopping with a woman again. Chapter 5. After going shopping with the two girls, Xia Luo also went to the execution platform of One Piece, but it looked really ordinary. I don't have the kind of resonance shown in the animation. In reality, I can only feel a little bit of the spirit that exists here. Then he took the two of them to Logue Town to look for the record pointer of the Grand Line. Their hard work paid off and they finally bought some record pointers and eternal pointers at a map store. Came to the shipyard, where Xia Luo chose a dhow similar in size to the Golden Mary. It cost 20 million belly, but luckily it was worth a few meals. Now Xia Luo is a man with 3.7 billion baileys. Colonel Mouse's contribution means that he does not need to spend too much energy to make money in the future. While Xia Luo was carrying supplies on the small sailboat, a team of Marines came to him. The visitor is an old acquaintance, the White Hunter Smoker, a Marine who truly has a righteous heart. The main reason why he is an old acquaintance is that this White Hunter often appeared in the online articles that Xia Luo read in his previous life, and he would always come back exhausted. Even in the animation, it ended in failure, and in the later period, there was no success at all. Following Smoker was a girl with short hair and red-rimmed glasses. Tashiji was a truly righteous girl in the later stage, but now she looks like a girl in the early stage. Well, the visual difference is quite big. Tashiji suddenly felt a little chilly, tightened his tight clothes and followed Smoker to Xia Luo. Your Excellency, you must be Xia Luo, the double-sword swordsman who has recently become famous. Smoker puffed out smoke and spoke the question in a sure tone. That's right, what's the matter? Xia Luo felt a little baffled. He had also read the Morgan Guns newspaper a few days ago. He thought Marine would be suspicious of him and put a bounty on him. But after such a long time, I haven't seen any news from Marine. I simply thought that Marine didn't pay much attention to a little guy with no reputation like him. I am Marine Colonel Smoker stationed in Logue Town. I am here mainly to extend an invitation to you in the name of Naval Headquarters. As long as you join the Marine Corps, you can go to the Naval Headquarters to be awarded the rank of Commodore and publicize your achievements in conquering pirates in the East Blue. With your strength, I believe it won't take long to be promoted to Rear Admiral. Smoker slowly blew out a smoke ring and looked at Xia Luo with sharp eyes. However, Xia Luo was a little confused at this time. Did she invite herself to join Marine? No wonder Marine had been silent before. It turned out to be this idea. No, I long for a free life. Rather than working 9 to 5 at Marine, it would be better to have some freedom outside. Xia Luo smiled and declined Smoker's invitation. But, shouldn't those with power need to uphold the justice of the sea? If a powerful bounty hunter like you, Mr. Xia Luo, joins Marine, you will definitely be taken seriously. Tashiji couldn't help but said. Tashiji. Yes. Smoker roared impatiently, and the latter immediately trembled in awe. There is no place for you to talk here. Smoker looked at Tashiji helplessly and said. Haha, this little girl, it is a good thing to have justice in your heart, but you can't use this to restrict my personal behavior. I yearn for freedom, want to explore the mysteries of the world, watch the beauty of the world, and then spend my whole life in obscurity with the crew. This is my pursuit, so forgive me for not being able to agree to your invitation. But I told you, there is no place for you to interrupt here. Tashiji wanted to say something, but Smoker stopped him and yelled again. Don't you really think about it? Smoker glanced at Xia Luo thoughtfully. Xia Luo shook her head and refused. Alas, we have no right to force civilians to join. Since Mr. Xia Luo is not willing, then we will not force it. The following are some personal questions of mine. Can I invite you to have a competition with me? Seeing that the other party had no intention, Smoker also gave up, and then issued an invitation with a solemn expression. Haha, I didn't expect that there would be people coming to ask for a beating. You are worthy of the title of King of Defiance. Now that Leto has come to the world of pirates, life will not be perfect if Smoker is not allowed to suffer. Xia Luo agreed immediately. The Marines retreated and dispersed, and began to disperse nearby civilians, leaving a large open space on the field where Smoker and Xia Luo faced off. Xia Luo drew out his swords and took a stance. Those are the famous swords Kusuke and Sakuraju, but the blades look a little poorly maintained. Tashiji shouted in surprise, then made a sound of pity and distress when he saw the condition of the sword. Aren't these two knives in the hands of the legendary pirate Golden Lion? Why are they here? Then Tashiji looked at Xia Luo doubtfully. Smoker's eyes became sharper after hearing Tashiji's words, and he asked in a slightly cold tone. Xia Luo, what is your relationship with the Golden Lion? Why do you have his double swords? Xia Luo did not feel the slightest panic about the origin of the exposed sword, but instead spoke in a relaxed tone. I took it from a corpse with a sword stuck in its legs. I drifted to a small island and lived there for 5 years. So I would often pick up some supplies on the shore, until one day an uncle with blonde hair drifted to the island. When I wanted to save him, I found that he was dead. In the end, I had to remove the 2 swords from his legs and bury him. Is there any problem with this? Looking at the other party's flawless expression, Smoker couldn't define him as a pirate just because of 2 swords without any evidence, so he stopped asking too much in the end. But I got some good news from Xia Luo's mouth, the big pirate Golden Lion. The son is dead. No, there's no problem, I'm just curious. Xia Luo waved her hand to indicate that Smoker could attack. Suddenly the smoke filled the air, and Smoker's body turned into white smoke and rushed up. White fist. The arms turned into smoke and got rid of the restraints of the body, flying out like bullets. Xia Luo dodged easily with a slight dodge. The dodged white fists began to circle around Xia Luo, and more white mist seemed to swallow up Xia Luo. Xia Luo smiled and didn't care. This move did not pose any threat to him, and he dodged directly behind Smoker. The twin swords covered armament Haki and the entanglement of Conquerors, and blasted out with a slashing wave of brute force. This move is clearly the Armstrong spin acceleration jet Armstrong spin slash used by Xia Luo before to capture the pirate Niji. However, this time it didn't take as long to accumulate power as the previous time, and the Haki that was blessed was only a small amount. So he named it Armstrong spin and chop. Xia Luo named his move silently in his heart. Because Smoker knew about the existence of Golden Lion, and the headquarters should also have information about Golden Lion, Xia Luo did not intend to use Golden Lion's sword skills to reveal his identity. Ugh. The hit Smoker turned into a black shadow and penetrated a house, falling heavily. Colonel Smoker. Tashiji shouted worriedly, how could it be? Colonel Smoker is a person with abilities who ate the Logia devil fruit. Normal attacks cannot touch his body, but how could this happen? Tashiji was still in shock over Smoker being knocked back. In the smoke-filled residential building, Smoker spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood and stood up with difficulty. That was armament Haki just now, wasn't it? I didn't expect that East Blue actually has a new person who masters the armor color. Smoker walked out of the residential building with difficulty, leaning against the wall, and said in a positive tone. That's right. Xia Luo responded with a smile, do you want to fight again? No, I am no match for you. If we continue to fight like this, I will still lose. Smoker was silent for a while and then said seriously. I hope you won't turn against Marine. Smoker glanced at Xia Luo fearfully, and then left with Marine. Xia Luo waved at him. Huh, not only the Conqueror's Haki, but also the armament Haki, have you mastered it? Seeing as he just dodged my attack, he should have achieved some success. Having mastered Conqueror's Haki, and having the same strength as the monster just now, he is really a very dangerous person. He must report to Marshal Sengoku immediately. Smoker touched the spot where Xia Luo hit him, and it was still painful. However, Smoker still managed to hold on in front of his men. On the other hand, after Xia Luo defeated Smoker, she also received a notification sound from the system. Ding, the next check-in location is Alabasta. Sign-in will be open in 40 days. Host, please go to the check-in location to sign in. Huh. In the past, the increase was 5 days at a time. Why did it take 40 days for the sign-in to open this time? Xia Luo was a little confused, but he just wanted to go somewhere during this time. Chapter 6. North Blue. Xia Luo stood on the deck holding a newspaper. The news reported today is quite explosive. The end of the great pirate. The legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki died on the small island of East Blue. Captain Ace of the Spades Pirates failed to challenge Whitebeard. Now he has joined the Whitebeard Pirates as the captain of the second team. Morgan Gans is so well informed, I'm afraid there are people inside Marine. Xia Luo has known about Ace joining Whitebeard for a long time. The last newspaper also saw reports that Ace was going to challenge Whitebeard. How is Xia Luo? Did you find anything? Nami walked out of the cabin and looked at Xia Luo, who was fishing, and asked. Xia Luo shook her head, no. It's really ridiculous to talk about a country in fairy tales. If I hadn't seen such things with you, I wouldn't have messed around with you. Nami looked helpless. 10 days ago, Xia Luo said that she would go to North Blue to find a kingdom called Germa. At first, Nami and others didn't know about the situation in North Blue, so they thought it would be a good idea to go to North Blue to see more. It wasn't until I went to the local area to inquire about the information about the kingdom of Germa that I learned that this was a country in a comic book, that is, a fairy tale. This shocked the girls. Xia Luo actually wanted to find a country that existed in fairy tales. It was impossible no matter how hard she thought. So they all asked about the situation in the Germa kingdom, and after Xia Luo's explanation, they learned that the Germa 66 were a well-known killer clan in the underground world. The so-called fairy tale is a comic strip produced by the Villains Force based on Germa 66. Then Xia Luo started to clean up the local gangs, and finally after cleaning up several islands, he found a gang who had just cooperated with Germa 66. It was only by following the information given by the other party that Xia Luo finally found this place. Hey, it seems we can only continue searching nearby. If those damn gangsters dare to lie to me, I will uproot all their families when I return. Xia Luo was so angry that her teeth itched. The address given by the gang was the place where the Germa kingdom stayed 2 days ago, but because the Germa kingdom is a movable country, it's really not easy to find them, but with such a large size, it's probably very slow to move. Xia Luo could only let go of the extension of observation Haki, and then kept looking down from high altitude, hoping to find Germa 66. It's up to you, I'm going back to have a beauty sleep. Nami shook his hand and turned around to return to the cabin. Come on, it's boring for me to watch alone here. Come and chat with me. Xia Luo smiled evilly and reached out to grab Nami's wrist, pulled hard and held her in her arms. It's you who wants to find Germa 66, not me. Nami rolled her eyes, already accustomed to Xia Luo's behavior. In this way, a short time passed, and finally Nami couldn't stand Xia Luo's hairy behavior and ran away in confusion. Oh, I'm still young and not open enough. Xia Luo sighed, but she was already satisfied. At least her relationship with Nami had taken a further step forward. It would be great if there was Nami 2 years later. Although Nami is very plump now, it is much worse than Nami later. Hey, that is. Bored, Xia Luo started to look into the distance and suddenly noticed something unusual. From Xia Luo's field of vision, there was a black spot on the side of the sea, moving slowly. Squinting his eyes and looking over, he saw that he was looking for the target, the kingdom of Germa. Great, I finally found it. Fortunately, those guys didn't lie to me. Then he turned around and immediately returned to the cabin to tell the girls the news. What? Really found it? Karina looked shocked. She had no hope for Xia Luo's action, but she didn't expect that this time a blind cat would run into a dead mouse and he would hit him. That's right, you just stay on the boat. It may be a little dangerous this time. In that case, why don't you bring me with you? My barrier fruit can also help you. Karina was a little unconvinced and felt that Xia Luo underestimated her. The strength of the girls now has improved a lot compared to the beginning. Especially the ability to shield fruits. Karina felt that she could also be counted in the combat force, but Xia Luo actually let her stay on the ship. This was not looking down on her. Hey, the enemy is different this time. The Germa 66 has the ability to fly and fight. I'm worried that they will come to take other people hostage. Just stay on the ship and protect the others. Xia Luo smiled and touched Karina's head, then turned and walked out of the cabin. There is only one reason for searching for the kingdom of Germa this time, and that is the arc reactor. There are many people in the world who can create this thing, but none of them are very difficult to find. It just so happens that the kingdom of Germa is the place that has the ability to build the arc reactor. Moreover, Xia Luo also plans to ask the Germa throne to make a set of combat uniforms for himself and the girls, and upgrade his sword at the same time. Although Deadwood Sakura Judo belongs to the ranks of powerful swords, the effect of vibranium is really good, and it has the property of absorbing shocks. If this energy is incorporated into one's own swords, one's strength will definitely increase greatly. If vibranium could be added to the suit, this impact-absorbing material would definitely be great. Dreaming about a bright future, Xia Luo moved forward faster. As soon as they arrived over the Germa kingdom, alarms started sounding below. Obviously they have already discovered it, but this is also Xia Luo's purpose. Instead of sneaking in and then having a heated conversation with the other person, it's better to have a fight first and then have a good conversation. Germa is not a good person. He will fight with the opponent without equal strength. Cooperation is a dead end. The first thing Xia Luo has to show is his own strength. Only when the other party understands how powerful he is he will not dare to make small moves behind his back. After a while, a large number of soldiers came out of the castle. Then 5 figures of different colors and wearing combat uniforms appeared. It was none other than the ruler of Germa, Vinsmoke Judge, and his 4 children. Intruder, what is your purpose here? When Judge saw the person he didn't recognize, but judging from his temperament, he was not a simple person, so he could only tentatively inquire about the situation first. I want the kingdom of Germa to help me build some combat uniforms, and then help me recast my sword. Oh, by the way, if possible, can the pink lady over there let me take her on board? I fell in love with her at first sight. Xia Luo said with a joking tone and a smile. Are you kidding? Do you think Germa is your servant? You actually dare to come and provoke me. I think you are impatient with life. After hearing what Xia Luo said, Judge was furious and made a tic-tac-toe on his forehead. Don't be angry. I'm here with sincerity. I have a research chart of the technology here. I can give this technology to you and also bring it to you. The suit is upgraded. Xia Luo spread her hands and expressed. No matter what skills you brought here, if you dare to provoke Germa, you will only die. Yes, I understand the process. Isn't it just a fight first? Come on. Xia Luo smiled helplessly. She never thought that the other party would agree directly at first, so she simply stated the request directly. Everything will be settled after the fight is over. Vinsmoke Judge is a very cowardly person. When facing danger, he will show his cowardly side, and it will be easier to negotiate terms at that time. The premise is that you are stronger than him. It just so happens that Xia Luo is very powerful now. Chapter 7. Reiju, Iji, let him see how powerful Germa is. Judge issued the order calmly, and Reiju and Iji immediately entered combat mode after receiving the order. In a flash, he arrived near Xia Luo and surrounded him from left to right. Why don't you come together? Xia Luo said to Judge. Are you looking down on us? Hearing Xia Luo's words about Judge, Iji felt that he had been underestimated, but he had no emotions as he was emotionless. If you don't come together, then you will lose the ability to resist. Xia Luo shook his head, his tone calm as if he was telling something that was sure to happen. Hey, you can leave now. Xia Luo used Xiao to get behind Iji and kicked him into the forest of the kingdom. This kick was merciless, including the weapon color and Conqueror's, coupled with Xia Luo's monster physique, it almost broke Iji's waist. So fast. Everyone present only had this idea, and they didn't dare to push it too far, so everyone entered a fighting state. But now they are still much worse than they were 4 years ago. The only one who can form a fighting force is probably Judge. But at this time, Judge's strength could only reach the level of Marine Vice Admiral. Technical deficiencies have allowed him to rely on technology to reach the level he will be in 4 years. Your strength is still too young now, so please exit first. As he spoke, he had already arrived next to Niji and Yuji. When the two of them were suddenly sweating profusely, but before they could move, their heads were grabbed. Then he pulled it in the middle like a nut, and the two of them fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Xia Luo's power is no joke. Although the blood factor modified people are all made of steel, these modified people couldn't withstand the intense Conqueror's Haki. Niji. Yuji. Reiju yelled worriedly. Don't worry, little sister over there, they are both fine, they just fainted. But I advise you to stay still. I don't want to take action against you. Xia Luo said to Reiju in a relaxed and comfortable tone with a smile on her face. Damn it, Reiju, please step back, this guy is different from others. The judge looked sternly and ordered Reiju to retreat. Reiju did not hesitate to execute the order after receiving the order. No one transformed by blood factors can resist judge's orders. You are different from others. No wonder you have the courage to break into the Germa kingdom. But if you think that Germa only has these powers, you are totally wrong. Clone troop, all come to me. Judge showed an evil smile. In his opinion, no matter how strong the opponent is, they still haven't reached the level of the 4 emperors, as long as they use people to pile up. The best time to attack is when he shows signs of fatigue. However, his calculations were wrong. He did not predict that Xia Luo would have a monster physique like Charlotte Linlin. Physical strength was the most indispensable thing for him. Human C tactic? It's all useless, but since it's a clone, I won't be merciful. Don't look for me in the future for wasted human resources. Xia Luo pulled out the 2 swords that he had never used. He didn't even use the swords in the battle just now. He defeated Iji, Niji, and Yangji with just strength and speed. The clone soldiers rushed forward desperately. They had no fear or emotion. Conqueror's Haki's shock had little effect on them. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Swish, swish, swish. A series of sharp sword energy that can cut through steel, like a violent wind and rain, traversed the group of replica soldiers at extremely high speed. The clone soldiers are like the fruits in Fruit Ninja, which can be chopped by Xia Luo's sword energy. That's it? Armament Haki? You have Haki's ability in a place like Shikai, And that's the move of Golden Lion, right? Who the hell are you? Judge looked shocked. He had only used Haki for a moment when Iji was kicked away, so he hadn't seen clearly yet, but after using both swords just now, you can clearly see the armament Haki covering the two swords, and the strength is not low, and he has mastered the aura of hardening, winding, and releasing. Me? Mr. Shiki is my master, maybe, even though we have only been with him for 2 years. Xia Luo looked lost in memories, recalling the scenes Shiki taught her in the past 2 years. I see, the successor of the Golden Lion. I remembered, you are the double swordsman who was reported in the news some time ago. Bounty hunter Xia Luo, right? The report of Golden Lion's death also came from you, right? Oh. I didn't expect you have heard of my reputation. I thought I had been hiding it well and no one paid attention to it. Indeed, no one would have thought that the famous bounty hunter would be the successor of the legendary pirate. It's really ironic. Even Marine was fooled by you. Judge became more and more wary of Xia Luo. This man had been hiding, but now he exposed the matter to himself. What did he want to do? Unconsciously, Judge's attitude softened, and he lost the arrogance and domineering attitude at the beginning. Have you calmed down? Then we can talk now. Seeing that Judge's attitude softened, Xia Luo also said with a smile. If you want to conquer Germa 66, I advise you not to think too much about it. Even if I try my best, I won't be able to agree to it. After much deliberation, Judge could only think that Xia Luo came here to subdue Germa 66. Otherwise, there was no need for a man who had been holding back for so long to expose himself just for the sake of a few suits. In Judge's eyes, Xia Luo has become a mastermind who knows how to hide herself. Ha 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 ha, I think you did something wrong. I'm not here to conquer Ja. The Malays are here to cooperate. You should take a look at this first. Xia Luo laughed loudly and then threw a schematic diagram of the arc reactor to Judge. Judge picked up the drawing and looked at it carefully, and after a while he looked shocked. Where did you get this? If this kind of energy design can be added to the suit, the power will be increased by at least 5 times. The drawing designs given by Xia Luo were really exquisite. He had been doing research for many years and he couldn't understand some of the designs, but it didn't stop him from understanding the function of this thing. If you want to know, talk somewhere else. This is not the place to talk. Xia Luo did not answer the question of value. Instead, she proposed to change places and talk slowly. Come with me, Reiju, come with you. After thinking calmly, Judge made a choice. After thinking about what Xia Luo just said, he spoke to Reiju again. Judge ordered the clone soldiers to carry Iji, Niji, and Yangji who fell to the ground for treatment, and then took Xia Luo towards the largest castle. Chapter 8. Tell me, what do you have to do to hand over this drawing? Arriving at a conference hall in the castle, Judge asked Xia Luo while sitting in the chair. Haha, didn't I just say that I am here to cooperate? It would be meaningless if King Judge is still talking about how he is not sincere. Xia Luo laughed, feeling amused that Judge wanted to obtain this blueprint in exchange. The value of this blueprint is obvious to all. Especially for a country like Germa 66 that needs to rely on technology to enhance its combat power, it is undoubtedly a sky-high price. Hey, I can leave Reiju to you, I can also make the suit for you, and I can also help you recast the sword you need. That's all. Judge exhaled a heavy breath and surrendered. Father. Reiju was a little shocked. Just now he was curious about why Judge called him to discuss this matter together. He didn't expect that he was just a bargaining chip. Xia Luo shook his head and said loudly. Not enough. What? Then what else do you want? Judge was a little angry. He obviously followed the other party's previous request, but I actually regretted it again, but I thought about the importance of this drawing and endured it. Haha, don't be angry, it's just a small request. I can cooperate with you on the arc reactor technology, but if I need new suits in the future, you have to help me make them, but don't worry, it won't be too much. Also, I heard that people transformed by blood factors cannot resist you, right? I need you to lift this order for Reiju. Xia Luo put her face with one hand and looked at Judge playfully, anticipating his reaction. Reiju was a little surprised. What Xia Luo said didn't seem like a joke. Could it be true that he said he fell in love at first sight from the beginning? Thinking of this, Reiju couldn't help but blush. She is the only reformer among the children of the Vinsmoke family who retains emotions. At the same time, she didn't like staying in the Germa kingdom. Since she couldn't resist her father's orders, she couldn't escape from the Germa kingdom. She yearned for the sea and freedom, so when she was young, she helped Sanji escape from the kingdom. Judge calmed down a little after hearing Xia Luo's words and thought about Xia Luo's words. If that's all I can promise you. After thinking deeply and calmly, Judge agreed to Xia Luo's request. Reiju, You don't have to listen to my orders from now on. You only need to follow Captain Xia Luo. Judge just issued an order, but this extremely contradictory order was like turning on a switch. Reiju felt that his body suddenly relaxed a lot, and the original thought that Judge could not resist also dissipated. All it took was one word from him to remove the inability of the modified person to resist Judge's order. Well, isn't that right? This is the complete design. Xia Luo took out the design drawing of the arc reactor and threw it to Judge. The latter held up this precious information and looked at it as if he was a treasure. How long does it take to make the arc reactor from the arc reactor to the production of the suit? Xia Luo asked. I don't know, it could be 1 month, it could be 2 months, it could be a year. Everything must be based on experiments. Judge did not look up at Xia Luo, but looked at the information carefully and casually Kaido. Then Xia Luo took out a small piece of vibranium and threw it over, which attracted Judge's attention. Xia Luo did not take out all the vibranium, but used the system to divide it into 4 pieces. What's this? Judge picked up the piece of metal doubtfully and looked at it carefully in the palm of his hand. This is a special alloy that is extremely hard. Is there any way you can integrate it into my sword and battle suit? Xia Luo did not explain clearly the effect of vibranium, but only mentioned the extremely hard effect of this alloy. Vibranium, also known as sound-absorbing steel, is one of the hardest materials in the Marvel Universe. Although it is not the hardest, it has the ability to absorb kinetic energy in terms of defense. But it is ranked number 1 in the Marvel world. No problem at all. I have the best equipment here to make equipment. No matter how hard the material is, it can melt it. Then how long will it take to make my sword? Leave the sword and I'll help you finish it within 3 days. And this is my phone bug. I'll let you know when it's finished. After hearing this, Xia Luo took out the 2 swords from his waist and threw them. Judge also threw a phone bug to Xia Luo. In that case, I'll just wait for you for 3 days and get the battle uniforms done as soon as possible. After saying that, Xia Luo hugged Reiju and walked towards the door of the conference room, stopping again when she was near the door. Oh, by the way, you should know that I am Lion Fruit's Esper, right? Xia Luo turned around and said thoughtfully, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He did not hide his whereabouts when he invaded here, so Judge should have seen him floating in the sky. Combined with his status as the heir of the Golden Lion, Judge can definitely guess that he has consumed the power of the lion fruit. What do you mean? Judge frowned and didn't understand what Xia Luo meant by saying this. Although I don't understand why Mr. Golden Lion rarely does this kind of thing, I still want to emphasize it. Lion Fruit can control the entire island to take off at any time, and can also control the island to fall down at the same time. So no matter where you hide, I will find you, even if you are in the territory of the 4 emperors or the naval headquarters, you will not be able to escape. You don't want me to drop these small gifts from the sky to you, right? So remember not to add other little tricks in the suit. I will find someone to check it later. If I find anything, don't blame me for not letting you go for Reiju's sake. After saying that, Xia Luo winked at Reiju. At this time, Judge did not know that this was a threat from Xia Luo, but he just snorted coldly. Humph, since I agreed to cooperate with you, I will definitely not cause any obstacles in it. You will know when the time comes when you build it yourself and give it a try. That's good. I'm very happy to have this happy cooperation. King Judge, I will be looking for you if there are new technologies in the future. Xia Luo waved and walked out with a smile on her face. She held Reiju's hand tightly and let him stick to her body. Then used Lion Fruit's ability to fly to the Tao in the sky. After Xia Luo left, Judge showed an expression of obsession and madness. Such a sophisticated energy technology is even more sophisticated than that guy from Vegapunk. This is no longer a technology that can be thought of today. It is simply an energy technology that was thought of 1,000 years ahead of the world. Judge, who was obsessed with the arc reactor design, couldn't help but murmured. On the other side, Xia Luo took Reiju back to the sailboat. As soon as they landed, several women came up to ask about Xia Luo's condition. Xia Luo, are you okay? Nami rushed forward immediately and kept touching Xia Luo to see if there was any injury. It's okay, don't worry. Didn't I say that my strength is worthy of anyone in the world or paradise? Xia Luo looked at Nami with a gentle expression. After spending this time together, N.A. Beauty was forced on board from the beginning, to trust and then to the intimacy now. Nami already regards Xia Luo as one of her valued family members. Huh? Who is she? Only then did Nami realize that Reiju was being held by Xia Luo. Just now, because she was worried about Xia Luo. So the first time he came up, he only looked at Xia Luo and didn't care about Reiju he was holding. Now after calming down, I found that Xia Luo was actually holding another woman in his arms. This made Nami a little angry. She glanced at Reiju with a hostile look, then grabbed Xia Luo's waist and told her with her eyes. Okay, You Xia Luo, I have been worrying about you here for so long, and you actually ran out to find other women. Hello, my name is Vinsmoke Reiju, and I will be Captain Xia Luo's man from now on. Reiju spoke in an intimate tone, with an ambiguous expression on his face, and rested his head lightly on Xia Luo's shoulder. What Xia Luo people, the crew is the crew, you are the youngest, get to the back of the queue. Reiju's words seemed to irritate Nami and she was instantly irritated. Chapter 9. Haha, Captain Xia Luo said that he fell in love with me at first sight when he saw me, and he even specifically asked me to be on his ship in terms of cooperation. Reiju held his chin with one hand, smiled shyly, and continued to provoke Nami without taking it too seriously. What? Xia Luo, you BDLSP, you eat from the bowl and look at the pot all day long, right? Don't come to me again. Nami was furious and was about to push Xia Luo away and walk to the cabin. How dare Xia Luo let her go? He immediately held her in his arms and comforted her. It's nothing. I felt the most sorry for you Nami that time. I didn't think there were many people around so I could find you some friends to relieve your boredom. Xia Luo smiled helplessly and comforted him with sweet words for a long time. In the end, the young Nami was still no match for LSP Xia Luo, and fled back to the cabin with a blush. In such a large audience, with her sister also present, Nami was still thin-skinned. Reiju, you too, this look doesn't suit you. Once you get along with Nami for some time, you will know that she is not a bad person either. Haha, what kind of person does Captain Xia Luo think is suitable for me? Reiju acted more charming. Just like it is in normal times, you can visit here first. I will take you back to our base later. After all, we have to stay here for 3 days. Xia Luo let go of Reiju. He was really afraid that he couldn't help but carry Reiju directly back to the captain's cabin. Yes, Captain Xia Luo. Reiju chuckled. Hello, Sister Reiju, I am Xia, the ship's doctor on this ship. Please take care of me in the future. Xia smiled, walked up and held Reiju's hand. You are Xia? Xia Luo just told me about you, saying that you are the little angel on his ship. He can come to you whenever he is sick. Reiju said with a gentle look on his face. Xia and Nakajao were not as hostile to Reiju as Nami was, and they quickly became familiar with each other. All I can say is that he is worthy of Reiju. He has a gentle personality, elegant manners, and is sociable. He has a straight face. Hey, you guys don't really have a crush on her, so you went all the way to North Blue to find her. Karina walked up to Xia Luo and bumped his stomach with her elbow, lowering her voice and asking curiously. Log in to earn coins. Hey, what are you talking about? I didn't catch you on the boat just because I fell in love with you. I knew you were really stubborn. You didn't do anything to the beautiful women on the ship, but you still went to find them outside. Karina said with a speechless expression. Hey, are you talking about you? Speaking of which, I remember someone promised me that she would give me a reward as long as she went shopping with her, but I don't know who forgot about it. Xia Luo smiled evilly, and Karina, who was almost named, retorted with a red face. Oh, isn't it just a reward? There's nothing to worry about. I'll just make it up to you later. No, I want it now. Ah. Well, the bathtub in the new bathroom of this ship is quite big, but it's been quite lonely for me to take a bath by myself. Why don't we take a bath together? Just think of it as a little reward for me. After all, just carry it. Hey, let's change the reward or something. It's still broad daylight. Let's wait until night to take a bath or something. Karina blushed and spoke in Xia Luo's ear with an extremely weak voice. Xia Luo ignored what Karina said and walked straight into the cabin. Nakajao on the side noticed the situation there, but just chuckled and watched away. An hour passed. Xia Luo opened the bathroom door, and the mist of hot water filled the room. The two walked out of the bathroom. Karina's face was blushing and a little shy. I didn't know you had learned all these weird things. Hee, if you weren't already tired, it wouldn't be a problem to wash for a few more hours. Karina rolled her eyes at him and turned back to her room. In fact, he has the physique of a steel balloon, plus the ability to absorb energy from food. In the case of equal strength, even fighting the 4 emperors or Marine Admiral for 10 days and 10 nights is nothing. It is estimated that Marine Admiral and others will die first from exhaustion in the end. Xia Luo went back to her room, changed her clothes and walked to the hall. At this time, there was laughter and laughter in the hall. Reiju, Nami, and Nyaki-Jajan didn't know what they were talking about, but everything was peaceful. Xia Luo looked at the scene in surprise. Nami, who was at odds with Reiju just now, was talking to Reiju with a smile on her face. What is going on? Xia Luo looked confused. Reiju on the opposite side noticed his arrival first and winked at him. Good guy, you are indeed a woman with a lot of sociability. A young man like Nami is still too young to fight with you. At this time, Others also discovered Xia Luo's arrival. Xia Luo, you're here. Where have you been? I can't find you, and neither can Karina. Nami saw it and moved forward happily. I just felt a little hot and took a shower. Karina is probably a little tired and went back to her room to rest. Is that so? Is the weather very hot? It feels good. Nami felt a little strange, but she didn't care and said happily. Speaking of which, why did your relationship with Raja suddenly become so good? Nami's face suddenly turned red after being questioned by Xia Luo, and she pushed him to go to Nyokijeo. It's nothing, you don't need to know about girls' topics. Xia Luo walked to sit down next to Raja with a puzzled look on her face, and then asked quietly. What did you say to Nami? How could you get it done so quickly? Raja smiled mysteriously and said something similar to Nami's. It's better that you don't get involved in girls' secrets. TCH if you don't tell me, don't tell me. Xia Luo turned her head and stopped asking. Brother Xia Luo, come and try my newly researched pudding. Kaya pushed a small dining cart and walked over with a plate of pudding. Looks like it tastes pretty good, thanks Kaya. Xia Luo took it, picked one up with a fork and threw it into his mouth, then showed a happy smile. Sister Nami, please come and try it too. Kaya picked up the pudding from the dining car and handed it to the other girls. Sister Kaya's craftsmanship has improved again, and the desserts are becoming more and more delicious. Nyokijeo praised directly. Indeed, this is the best dessert I have ever tasted. Raja praised it without hesitation after tasting it. No, it's still far behind Sister Nyokijeo's cooking skills. After all, Brother Xia Luo said that Sister Nyokijeo has reached an advanced level of cooking, and I'm still at the intermediate level. Kaya was a little shy after being praised. Speaking of which, I'm a little curious, were all of you chefs originally? Raja asked curiously. From what she said from Nami in the previous conversation, she learned that everyone has a hobby of cooking food, and was a little curious about Xia Luo's approach to finding so many chefs. I can only be regarded as a chef who became a monk on the way. That guy Xia Luo has a big appetite, so he has no choice but to learn cooking skills. Otherwise, Nyokijeo will be very tired cooking alone. Nami took a nice bite of pudding and replied. I see. Raja thought thoughtfully. Yoshi, get ready to make dinner. Let's go back to the island first. After finishing the pudding, Xia Luo stood up, stretched and walked out of the cabin. Huh? Are there other islands nearby? Do you want to return to the kingdom of Germa? Raja was a little curious and asked Nami next to him. You'll know soon, and it will definitely shock your jaw. Nami pretended to be mysterious and didn't answer, just put on a smile. As Xia Luo controlled the ship, it flew higher and higher, passing through the thick clouds and reaching the top of the clouds. Raja walked out of the cabin and was shocked by the scene in front of him. This is, Marine Base. Chapter 10. What appeared above the clouds was Marine Base Branch 16. Sure enough, that thing reported a few days ago was what you did. Raja said in a positive tone. If you're talking about the Marine Branch 16 in East Blue, that's right, we did it. Xia Luo responded with a slight smile. Why do you do this? Aren't you afraid of Marine's revenge? Raja asked doubtfully. In her opinion, as for islands, she only needs to find an uninhabited island. Why choose the eye-catching Marine base? It's a long story, but those Marine guys are also hypocritical. They clearly got the information but didn't publish it. Then Xia Luo told Raja the story of Nami and why she wanted to attack Marine. I see, it's for Nami-san. Captain Xia Luo is really a good captain who thinks about the crew. Is this the so-called anger for beauty? After hearing the explanation, Raja suddenly became enlightened and joked. That's right, as long as anyone dares to bully my crew, I will do whatever it takes. To get revenge on him, even if Marine comes, it will be useless. If he PD me off, I would just use a dozen giant islands to sink his naval headquarters. It would be useless for anyone to stop him. Faced with Raja's teasing, Xia Luo spat out extremely terrifying words unhurriedly. At this moment, Raja deeply felt the protection of the man in front of him. Haha, you are really a responsible captain. Please pay more attention to him in the future. Raja raised the corner of his mouth slightly and stretched out his palm. Xia Luo was stunned for a moment, then held Raja's hand and smiled. I thought it would be a while before you would actually get on the ship. Haha, actually I originally wanted to wait for a chance to escape secretly when we landed. Raja clasped his right hand to cover his mouth and chuckled, not caring what Xia Luo would think after hearing this. Then why are you confessing now? Xia Luo was a little surprised and didn't understand what she had done to make the girl in front of her admit herself. There is no reason. The atmosphere on the boat is very good. This atmosphere of freedom is the life I want. I can cook and chat with my companions every day, go to see the beautiful scenery around the world, and live a free life. Reja walked to the side of the boat and leaned on the guardrail, took a deep breath, and looked at the sea below through the clouds with a softer expression. And I don't have anywhere else to go. Instead of drifting in the sea, it wouldn't be a bad idea to stay with you. Xia Luo walked over and hugged Reja's waist, winked at her and gave her a thumbs up. Captain Xia Luo, do you usually treat the crew like this? Reja smiled and pointed to the palm he held around his waist. That's right. This is harassment. Reja smiled and took away Xia Luo's palm. What kind of harassment? This is my care for the crew. I treat every crew member equally. Xia Luo crossed her arms and spoke righteously. Well, I finally understand what Nami-chan said about you being annoying sometimes. Reja said with some distress. What? What did Nami-chan say about me? Xia Luo looked shocked, which made Reja chuckle at the side. Soon, the sailboat landed in the harbor. Welcome to our secret base. Lanju Island. Xia Luo opened her arms and said to Reju in a showy manner. Huh? When did you even have a name? Nami asked in surprise. Even she didn't know that the base had changed its name. Ha ha ha, just now, we can't keep calling this island the Marine Branch, so we just gave the island a name. Come on Reju, I'll show you around here. Nami and the others have to make dinner, so don't disturb them yet. Xia Luo laughed, then took Reju's hand and took her around the island. Actually, I also want to cook with Nami-chan and the others. It would be very interesting. Reju hesitated before speaking out his plan. Ahem, don't be in a hurry. There will be plenty of time in the future, so let me take you to get familiar with this island first. I will teach you how to cook when I have time later. Can Captain Xia Luo still cook? Reju was a little curious. You don't know this, right? In fact, Nami and Karina both. He's the chef I taught you. Xia Luo folded her arms with a proud look on her face and attributed the credit for the advanced cooking book to herself. I'm impressed by Captain Xia Luo. Reja clapped his hands and chuckled. The man in front of me is really easy to understand. He is a little narcissistic and likes to pretend. He is very decisive and neat when fighting, and he is extremely protective of his companions. We need to add another LSP attribute. But he is a really good captain. Reja thought this in his heart, and the smile on his face became brighter. Then Xia Luo took his hand and began to slowly explain the facilities on the island. However, when Xia Luo introduced the crew training room, he was still surprised. Is this the key to your becoming stronger? Reju asked in surprise. He stepped forward and touched the door, feeling a little weird. That's right, now Nami, Nakajeo, and Karina will all train here. In addition to learning medical skills every day, Kaya will also train here for a while. But starting from tomorrow, you will also be a member of this place, and I will do my best to teach you how to become stronger. After talking about it, Xia Luo's expression also became serious. He has always been very strict in teaching his crew to become stronger. That's really exciting. Ha ha ha, Reju, your physical fitness is much higher than that of Nami and others, so you can practice a lot. I will personally teach you the application of armament Haki, as well as observation Haki, as well as the methods of Marine Six Styles and Moonwalk. These are techniques that will be more commonly used in actual combat in the future. Xia Luo talked about the training plan for Reju. Oh, by the way, if you want to learn cooking, you can also learn here. After all, it has the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. Later Nami will give you an advanced cooking book to learn from. Suddenly, he remembered that Reju was also interested in cooking, and then gave him instructions. Do you get twice the result with half the effort? What a magical devil fruit ability. Reju whispered. We've almost finished introducing the facilities on this island. Now let's go back and try the feast they made. Xia Luo held Reju in her arms and flew towards the restaurant. The big table in the restaurant was already filled with all kinds of exquisite food. Xia Luo's eyes flashed and she rushed forward. Hey, you guy, wash your hands before eating. Karina grabbed Xia Luo's face. At this time, Xia Luo felt like he had eaten a rubber devil fruit. His face stretched but it did not affect his eating speed at all. Karina-chan, the food you made is so delicious, I can't help but give you a taste first. Xia Luo couldn't speak clearly as she ate, and there was still a piece of sea animal meat in her mouth that she hadn't swallowed. A hash mark appeared on Karina's head, and Xia Luo felt a chill go down her spine, and her perspective kept shaking like an ocean. You just want to steal some food. Wash your hands and wait for us to finish. Xia Luo was thrown directly in front of the sink. Facing Karina's roar, he swallowed the meat in his mouth, stood up, washed his hands, and sat quietly at the table. Reja chuckled lightly when he saw this, then washed his hands and sat next to Xia Luo. This kind of atmosphere is the life she has always longed for, but it can never be realized in the kingdom of Germa. Nami announced the start of dinner as the last dish was served. Xia Luo began to ravage the food on the table with a storm-inhaling posture. The girls also smiled when they saw that Xia Luo liked the food she cooked so much. After dinner, Xia Luo suggested swimming in the swimming pool, which was unanimously approved by others. Late at night, the door to Xia Luo's room opened quietly. A petite figure quietly walked in from behind the door. The figure walked to Xia Luo's bed and was eager to step forward several times, but was a little timid. Finally, he seemed to have thought of something, and finally bravely pounced on him. Chapter 11. Early morning. Xia Luo woke up from her sleep, and Nami was still sleeping beside her. Haha, Reiju, is this what you call a secret between girls? I have to say, well done. Xia Luo showed a gentle smile and stroked Nami's hair. Nami, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to feel something and murmured. No, Xia Luo, please find Karina and sister Nyakigao. I really can't do it anymore. Hee, you little brat, no matter how brave you are, now you know you are afraid. Xia Luo smiled proudly, then put on her clothes and walked out of the room. When I walked to the hall, the other women had woken up early and were cooking in the kitchen. Reiju, who was drinking coffee at the dining table, smiled brightly when he saw Xia Luo arriving. Xia Luo glared at her. Wake up, you and Nami both woke up so late today. Karina walked up to him with a plate of breakfast, put it down, and asked curiously. Who doesn't want to sleep in? Nami is probably sleeping in too. Xia Luo ate like it was none of her business, while Reiju just smiled and said nothing. Is that so? That's really rare. Karina scratched her head. It's time for you to start your cultivation to the next level. I will personally teach you how to practice after breakfast later. Xia Luo immediately changed the topic and focused it on Nami. By the way, are there any craftsmen in Reiju and Germa Kingdom? Xia Luo looked at Reiju as if thinking of something and asked. Yes, the kingdom of Germa has its own craftsman group. Why do you ask? Reiju was a little confused. Is Xia Luo trying to build something? Hee, don't we have to stay here for a few more days? It just so happens that this island needs craftsmen to renovate and dismantle some of Marine's equipment. Also remove the obstructive Marine logo. You may need to talk to your father about this, but I don't think he will refuse. No problem. I'll go right away. Xia Luo showed off all the food on the table in one breath, and then flew out quickly. Hey, there's still a lot of breakfast. Don't you plan to finish it? Let's eat when I get back. Xia Luo didn't look back, and her figure quickly swooped towards the Germa kingdom. Arriving at the castle gate, the clone soldiers also recognized Xia Luo. He immediately went in and informed Judge. After a while, Judge came out with red eyes. What's the matter again? You didn't stay up all night studying the arc reactor, did you? Xia Luo looked at Judge with a strange expression. Now Judge looked like a sloppy uncle. With red eyes and messy hair, he looked like he had just come out of a garbage dump. If you are just here to see this, then I will continue to study it. Judge looked unhappy and turned back to the laboratory. He has no time to pay attention to Xia Luo now. When he officially started researching it yesterday, the more he devoted himself to it, the more he could feel the charm of the arc reactor. Now he is fully devoted to the experiment. Hey, don't, I have something to ask you to help me with. Xia Luo immediately stopped in front of him and hugged Judge's shoulders with a smile. Acting like a good buddy. What's the matter? Judge said impatiently. I heard Reiju say that you have a craftsman group here, right? My island just needs to be renovated, so I want to borrow some people from you to renovate the architecture of my island. Just these little things. That's all. Judge sighed, and then ordered the clone soldiers to find the craftsman group. Don't bother me with my research if there's no big deal in the future. If you have anything to do, just ask Reiju to come down and arrange it. After Judge said a word, he turned around and left, continuing to devote himself to his experiments. Xia Luo shrugged. He was so straightforward. It seemed that the arc reactor was still very attractive to him. Well, since it's all up to Reiju, I won't be polite. Xia Luo used his sense of perception to sense the sea area and found no life forms before placing the island down. Since being photographed by Newsbird last time in Dragon Park, Xia Luo has been extremely careful about this kind of thing. If this was filmed, wouldn't it be a big deal? After the team of clone craftsmen were all on the island, Xia Luo lifted the island into the air again to avoid staying too long. After Xia Luo arranged the design, Nami was already up. After breakfast, returned to the sailboat to start today's training. But Nami's face was still a little blushing, and she was obviously a little shy about her bold move last night. However, Xia Luo ignored her shyness and continued to chat with Nami as usual. Arriving at the practice room, Xia Luo let go of Nami and his expression became serious. This was his usual style of teaching practice. Okay, now that it's all expired, I'll start talking. Seeing Xia Luo's face become serious, everyone also entered the state and began to listen attentively. First, let's talk about the training methods of Marine 6 styles and Moonwalk. Marine 6 styles can be said to be a very effective physical training for the subsequent practice of Haki. It is also closely related to Haki. It can be called an introductory tutorial for Haki. But unfortunately, I only know two of them, shaving and Moonwalk. Shaving is achieved through the rebound force generated by stepping on the ground in rapid succession to achieve rapid movement speed. Speaking of this, Xia Luo stopped and demonstrated to the girls. Call out. In an instant, Xia Luo's figure arrived at another place, leaving only an afterimage that disappeared. Although this principle is very simple, it requires very strong control over the posture and the speed and rhythm of the force. The next step is Moonwalk. Moonwalk can be said to be a variant of shaving, but its training requirements are much more difficult than shaving. Xia Luo once again demonstrated the use of Moonwalk. Moonwalk uses a high speed to step on the air during the jump, thereby changing the movement trajectory in the air. It can also be used to lift into the air for air combat. Generally speaking, once you have practiced shaving, you can basically use Moonwalk, but with Moonwalk you can master the direction of movement and rhythm of stepping in the air. I don't know the remaining 6 moves, but I can teach you the principles of the other 6 moves. The first is the Tempest Kick. The Tempest Kick uses high-speed kicking skills to create a vacuum around it, thus forming an air slash. It is roughly like blowing up with a straw, and the air shoots out from the other side. With that said, Xia Luo wanted to demonstrate the kicking technique again. Call out. Xia Luo's kick seemed to create a sonic boom, and huge air slashes flew out. Chapter 12. Forward. Even Xia Luo herself was confused. She turned around and looked at the girls, her eyes seeming to say, "Is this what you said?" Ahem, no, it's probably because my physical strength is enough, and shaving and Moonwalk are both training on the legs, so after learning the first two, it's not that difficult to learn Tempest Kick, but you also know, I am a swordsman, and I generally don't use my feet to cut out sword energy. Xia Luo coughed twice and demonstrated awkwardly. Just now she said she didn't know how to do it, but she tried it on the spot. It felt a bit like Versailles. The main reason is that Xia Luo's physique is too strong. After reaching the standard, he can easily learn it after knowing the principles. Finally, let's talk about the remaining items. Finger pistol condenses the whole body's blood on the fingers to make them extremely hard. It is as powerful as a pistol, but it is useless, so I recommend not learning it. Iron body is similar to finger pistol, but it speeds up the blood flow in the body, speeds up muscle movement, and makes the muscles harder. However, you cannot move when using this move. Using this move in the Grand Line is tantamount to seeking death. Who should use it? Who's dead move? Paper arts is more interesting. It is a way to release all the strength from the whole body, making the person float in the wind like paper. You need to feel the airflow of the opponent's attack to dodge. But paper arts has a key point in practicing observation haki. That is the perception of the flow of air around you. Learning observation haki also requires perception, and perception of anything. Seeing Xia Luo talking about haki, several people listened even more attentively, for fear of missing any details. Observation haki is also a magical power. It can sense the surrounding life forms and the enemy's attack position en route. Some special forms of knowledge can perceive human emotions, and those who have cultivated to the highest level can even predict the future. Predict future. The girls were all surprised when they heard what Xia Luo said about the profound observation haki ability. Yes, there are observation haki users in this world who have learned to predict the future. Xia Luo said calmly, while Reiju looked thoughtful. The powerful person you are talking about who can predict the future should be Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin, right? Yes, there are not many observation haki users who can predict the future. There is probably only one person among the 4 emperors who can use it. Xia Luo nodded and admitted. 4 emperors. The other girls except Reiju were a little curious about who the 4 emperors were. It deserves the attention of Xia Luo and Reiju. Reiju looked at Xia Luo with a puzzled look. In his opinion, Xia Luo knew about the 4 emperors and should have told a few girls about this. Unexpectedly, these women didn't even know about the famous 4 emperors of the Grand Line. Ahem, the 4 emperors are the 4 legendary great pirates, namely the pirate king Roger. After the death of Roger, the sea fell into chaos, and the Grand Line became the hardest hit area by pirates. Countless people wanted to go to sea to find the One Piece. In the end, the world government was unable to stop this violent era and drove the pirates into the second half of the Grand Line. That place is now also called the New World. Strong men are everywhere in the New World, but among them, there are the 4 most powerful pirate emperors. They are called the Four Emperors. Then Xia Luo told them about the origin of the Four Emperors, and the girls were like country bumpkins, and then they realized how vast the sea was. They knew Whitebeard. They had heard the name Whitebeard when they were young. Even this name was used by adults to scare children. Over time, people have become familiar with Whitebeard's name. Unexpectedly, he is one of the four emperors in the second half of the Grand Line, and is also known as the strongest man in the world. I didn't expect that the big pirate Whitebeard they talked about when I was young was actually the four emperors. Karina said with emotion, showing a knowledgeable look. Okay, that's not what you should be thinking about now. You should seize the time to improve your strength. When we get to the Grand Line, I will find a devil fruit for Nami that is very suitable for her. Xia Luo interrupted the women's sighs. Ah! Devil fruit? Let's forget it. I feel like practicing physical skills is quite good now. If you eat devil fruit, you will become a landlubber. Who will save you if you fall into the water in the future? Nami thought of the scene when Karina ate the devil fruit, a drop of cold sweat fell from her head and she said with a forced smile. It's different. My devil fruit ability has no side effects, and the fruit I chose for you is the strongest devil fruit among the three fruits. Xia Luo shook his head and explained. How is it possible? Demon fruit power is a human being cursed by the sea. No one can escape the curse of the sea. How did you make the fruit have no side effects? Rachel looked at Xia Luo in shock. The words the other party just said were too devastating to her cognition. Everyone knows that devil fruit is cursed by the sea, and any person with abilities will become weak in the sea. And you cannot eat two devil fruit at the same time, otherwise you will explode and die. This is a recognized fact in the sea. No one dares to try to eat two devil fruit to verify its authenticity. Hee, this is my secret. There will be no other person in the world who can use devil fruit's ability without side effects. Xia Luo smiled mysteriously and did not explain how her devil fruit ability without side effects came from. At this time, Karina couldn't stand it anymore. In this way, she was the only one in the group who was really influenced by High Mizukage. Karina ran to Xia Luo and hugged his arm. Captain Xia Luo, please tell me. I am the only demon fruit power in the group now. What will happen if I fall into the sea? Karina said seductively to Xia Luo in a cooing voice. This frightened Xia Luo so much that he trembled. He really couldn't stand Carly. Na's voice. Okay, I told you that you can't get rid of the side effects of devil fruit. This is all because of my physical constitution. My constitution has erased the curse of devil fruit. After getting the answer, Karina returned to her original place and sat down with a disappointed look on her face. She knew something about Xia Luo's physique. His monster-like strength and physical strength allowed him to fight without sleep for more than 10 days. She admits that she does not have this quality. But Reiju obviously didn't believe it, but he didn't ask too much. Then let's start practicing first. Reiju, I will teach you how to use Haki. The others will practice Sha and Moonwalk first. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. After saying that, Xia Luo took Reiju to another open space. Xia Luo asked, do you want to practice observation Haki or armament Haki? Reiju thought about it. Kaido, observation Haki. Observation Haki, it's very difficult. Observation Haki requires cultivation talent, but you can master it in the training room one day, ha ha ha. Xia Luo smiled, and also gave a little reminder to Reiju's choice of observation Haki, which was more difficult. Then he took out a white cloth from the space, walked behind Reiju and covered her personally. Captain Xia Luo, are you going to play something? Reiju tilted his head in confusion. Xia Luo was ashamed. What was this woman thinking about all day long? Ahem, this is the prerequisite for practicing observation Haki. Next, you have to sense my attack and dodge it. Xia Luo took out a small branch and circled it around Reiju. I see. Blindfold your eyes to predict the attack through your body's perception. Here we come. Xia Luo waved slowly with a small branch. The attack whip hit Reiju's body, and the latter gritted his teeth without making any sound. I practiced like this all day long. Clatter. The attack was empty. It seems that I have found some feelings. Looking at the somewhat panting Reiju, he said happily. Well, it's also thanks to the captain's teachings. Reiju took off the cloth from his eyes and smiled. Kaido. The two looked at each other and smiled. Let's go, Nami and the others have probably prepared dinner. I didn't expect you to last so long. It seems that the physique of Germa's modified people is indeed extraordinary. Well, there is always a price to pay for a strong acquired physique. After all, I don't have a monster physique like you, Captain Xia Luo, but now this price has been lifted by you. Haha, I took it as your compliment. As they walked, Xia Luo suddenly started to be dishonest again, hugged Reiju and lowered her head and asked intimately. It didn't hurt you just now, did it? Do you want to go to my room tonight and let me rub it for you? No need, Captain, you also know that the physique of my transformed human is made of steel and iron. This kind of attack will recover quickly for me. Reija smiled and refused. Why didn't you give in to Nami when you started to give in? Now you're scared alone. Xia Luo did not give up and instead used the aggressive method. Haha, I don't understand what Captain Xia Luo is talking about. Reija started to act stupid and turned away. Forget it, I won't bother with you this time. He returned to the restaurant. Sure enough, Nami and the others had prepared a sumptuous dinner. Captain Xia Luo, we have almost eaten the food we prepared before, and we need to replenish some. Nyokijo walked to Xia Luo and said sadly. No problem. I will hunt some Poseidon beasts later and then go to the Germa kingdom to replenish some supplies. Reiju, it's up to you to purchase some supplies. You are familiar with Germa. Xia Luo patted Reiju on the shoulder. Judge said, if you need anything, just let Reiju know. Then there's nothing wrong with buying some supplies for free without giving money. Chapter 13. Day 3 at North Blue. Clatter. Xia Luo swung but Reiju dodged it. You are still very quick at understanding what you see and hear, and you can already sense my attack now. Xia Luo smiled and looked at Reiju who continuously dodged his attacks. Haha, that's all. If the captain attacks with all his strength, I won't be able to keep up with my current knowledge and perception. That's not bad. Although with the blessing of the training room, Observation Haki has mastered the basics in 3 days and will gradually become stronger through continuous practice in the future. The first stage of training Reiju to see and hear the color has ended, and Xia Luo is also retracting the twig. Reiju, who sensed Xia Luo's movement, also took off the cloth. Is it time to start training in armed color now? Reiju's eyes revealed a confident smile. The past few days of practice have made her truly feel her improvement. This kind of improvement can directly increase the combat power of different suits. Instead, it began to become stronger than before. Well, the practice of seeing, hearing, and S**X can come to an end. After that, I can practice slowly. I can practice against Nami and the others. Xia Luo looked at Reiju with relief. Blue brew brew. A burst of phone calls interrupted the daily routine of practice. Hello. Kid, your sword has been forged, you can come down and get it. Judge's voice came from the phone, and there was clearly a hint of fatigue in his voice. Right away. The two looked at each other and then flew off the renovated Lonju Island. Arriving at the castle gate, Judge was already waiting here. When he saw Xia Luo coming, he swung the two swords and threw them over. Xia Luo took the dead tree and Sakura pulled it out to check. The cold light was sharp and the blade was like autumn frost. The appearance is still the same as before, and it doesn't feel unfamiliar when used. Thank you, it is indeed Germa's handiwork. Xia Luo praised it without hesitation. Sure enough, after hearing Xia Luo's praise, Judge's body stagnated and he said proudly. Germa's technology is one of the best in the world, and he can easily build swords. But the metal you gave me is strange. It has the ability to absorb energy. Ordinary flames really can't attack it? Xia Luo took out a piece of vibranium again and threw it over. This thing is not easy to get. It is an extraterrestrial product, a substance extracted from meteorites. Are this and the rest still enough to make the few suits I need? Judge picked up the vibranium, frowned and thought for a moment. That should be enough. By the way, I almost forgot to mention that one of the suits needs to be able to store electricity. The function of storing electricity is not that Judge has not designed it. Niji suit has the function of storing electricity and releasing it. But the design of storing electricity would be incompatible with the design of the arc reactor. Since we have the arc reactor, why do we need to add the design of storing energy through electricity? Niji is a little confused about Xia Luo's thoughts. Yes, but the arc reactor you gave has power supply. Energy charging function. I see, then let's maximize the power storage of this suit. This suit will be of great use to me. Do you want to use it? Judge asked curiously. No. Okay, got it. Since it wasn't used by Xia Luo, it must have been used by the women on his ship. It's nothing, so I'll do my own research. I guess it will take some time for the research results to come out. Judge turned and left without any regret. Has your father always been such a scientific lunatic? Xia Luo turned to look at Reiju next to her. Looking at Judge looking like this, he probably hasn't showered for 3 days and 3 nights, and his hair is already in such a mess. Coupled with the intense use of eyes, the eyes were full of bloodshot eyes. It's usually not like this. Maybe the thing you gave him is attractive enough to make him forget about food and sleep. Reiju shrugged. Well, after staying for 3 days, it's time to set sail again. We are finally heading to the Grand Line. Xia Luo took Reiju back to Lonju Island and informed the other girls that they were about to start sailing again. The target this time is the Grand Line. After hearing the news, the women were very excited and immediately packed up their things and came to the boat. With Xia Luo's order, the sailing ship set sail again. 5 days later, thanks to Nami's superb sailing skills, we finally arrived at Upside Down Mountain. Is this the entrance to the Great Route, Upside Down Mountain? It's so spectacular. Looking at the water flowing upstream, everyone couldn't help but sigh. The water flow here is very fast, and some of the water flows back after hitting the mountain wall, while the seawater flowing into the waterway literally reaches the sky. Xia Luo and Reiju, who had already known each other for a long time, did not change their expressions. The former had seen the animation, and the latter had already been here. Speaking of which, do you have any dreams of entering the Grand Line? Nami asked everyone with a smile. My dream is to draw a map of the world. Then I will become the best ship doctor in the world. Kaya folded her hands and smiled softly. Dream. Karina said thoughtfully, then her eyes turned into. Become the richest person in the world, and then live the most enjoyable life, he 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 he. What a cheesy dream. I want you to take care of it. Where are you, Xia Luo? Nami turned to look at Xia Luo and asked. Me? Didn't I tell you about my dream? Xia Luo scratched his head and asked doubtfully. I want to travel around the world, eat delicious food from all over the world, become the strongest man and challenge all the masters in the world, and then find pure gold that can make me immortal, and then spend a long and happy life with you. Xia Luo grinned and spoke of her grand dream. Ha! When the girls heard Xia Luo's dream, their mouths opened slightly, and they all uttered surprises. This dream of yours is quite difficult. Reiju covered his mouth and chuckled. But I will definitely make it happen. Xia Luo said with a confident smile. After hearing Xia Luo's confident words, everyone recovered from the shock. My dream, my purpose of going to sea is actually just to travel around. Now I guess I want to become the best cook on the ship, right? Nyoki Jo held her chin with one hand and looked thoughtful, then smiled and said. I want to live a free life, but now, I have achieved it. The next arrangements are all up to you, Captain Xia Luo. Reiju showed a gentle smile and talked about the dream that had been buried in his heart. But that is no longer a dream, it is already her reality. Haha, now that I have fulfilled a dream, I am looking for one. Nami, let's charge. Aim for the Grand Line. Xia Luo raised her arms and shouted, pointing in the direction of Upside Down Mountain, the entrance to the Great Route. Nami operated the boat towards Upside Down Mountain, and the rapid current made it impossible for them to turn back. But she has trust in Xia Luo. No matter what problem occurs, Xia Luo can solve it. The sailboat surged forward with the current. Hurry up and put the canvas away. The waterway is too narrow. If you continue like this, you may hit someone. Of the wall. Nami gave the order calmly. Xia Luo came under the mast, grabbed the rope and pulled hard, and the open canvas slowly folded up. The vessel then entered the waterway under Nami's control. Will the Great Route, here we come. Xia Luo stood on the bow of the boat, feeling the strong wind and shouting. The high-speed upward current drives the boats upstream together. At this time, Nami's navigation technology has improved much faster than in the original work. Coupled with the strong physique gained from training, operating the sailboat is still a piece of cake. Seeing that the ship was about to reach the highest peak, Nami immediately turned the rudder and waited for the ship to enter the road to the Grand Route when it rushed to the highest peak. Chapter 14. Blah blah blah. The sailboat rushed down through the wind and waves. Woo! Suddenly a deafening roar fell on everyone's ears. Xia Luo was stunned for a moment when she heard this cry, and then she remembered the whale Laboon in the original novel. Is that the sound of a whale just now? Nami asked with some confusion. Yes, that is West Blue's island whale. You will definitely find it interesting when you see it. Xia Luo showed a playful smile, looking forward to Nami's expressions later. As the ship sailed out of the fog, this magnificent sea emerged before everyone's eyes. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone smiled. Then Nami suddenly realized something was wrong. A huge black shadow appeared directly in front of the waterway, which frightened her and she quickly shouted. Xia Luo. Why is there such a big rock at the exit? You never told me. Ha ha ha, that's not a rock. Don't care if it's a rock or not. Use your power to float the ship. If this continues, it's going to hit you. Nami shouted in horror that she could not control the speed of the boat going downhill. If it hit her, she would die. Although she also believed in Xia Luo, this was because she was too nervous to react at once. Give it to me. Xia Luo controlled the boat and flew up, landing steadily in the sea in front of the lighthouse, and then took the girls to the coast to have a rest. Phew, saved. Nami wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking like he had been saved. Ha ha ha, don't be so nervous. Xia Luo stepped forward, hugged the girl and touched her head. What you just mentioned is not a rock, what is it? Nami asked curiously after taking a breath after looking at the huge object in front of him. Island whale. Island whale. After hearing Xia Luo's answer, the girls looked at the huge island-like whale and were frightened out of their wits. Of course, the only ones who were frightened were Nami and Karina. Kaya and Nakajao were still relatively normal, with their mouths slightly open. Squeak. Ha ha ha, island whales are only found in West Blue. This island whale was brought here by a certain pirate group. Then Xia Luo told several people the story of Laboon, the island whale. Until the squeaking sound broke Xia Luo's story. The small door of the lighthouse opened, and then an old Mediterranean man dressed like a native Indian walked out of it. Oh? Are you new pirates to the Grand Line? You actually know about Laboon. Crocus marveled at the men at the lighthouse and the ships below. I didn't expect that I could still control the ship at such a rapid speed without hitting Laboon. It's really an incredible skill to control the ship. Crocus sighed inwardly. But what he didn't know was that Xia Luo had just used lion fruit to fly over. Otherwise you would definitely recognize that the fruit ability used by Xia Luo is lion fruit. No, we are not pirates, we are just a passing adventure group. Crocus looked at Xia Luo and the others in surprise. Adventurers are really rare these days. Are there any adventurers who are not pirates? Since he stayed at Twin Capes for so many years, he has met all kinds of people, all of whom sailed towards the sea with dreams, greed, and desires. But what he saw in this young man's eyes was purity. Maybe he was really just an adventurer who went to sea for adventure. Crocus smiled at the thought. I see, the sea weather on the Grand Route is very changeable. You should be ready to record the pointer, right? Yep. Nami somehow pulled out a ball from his chest, which contained the special pointer used by the Grand Line. Then I wish you a safe journey. Crocus said with a smile. Wait, Mr. Clocus. Young man, do you have anything else to do? Crocus looked at Xia Luo doubtfully. There is indeed something going on. Xia Luo jumped from the boat and slowly drew out her sword. I want to experience your strength as a member of the Pirate King's crew. A trace of surprise flashed in Crocus's eyes, and Kaido looked indifferent. What's the crew of the Pirate King? I'm just a lonely old man guarding the entrance to the waterway. Young man, are you looking for the wrong person? Haha, it's useless to quibble. Mr. Shiki told me all about the identity of One Piece's crew. Xia Luo smiled slightly and said, the next moment. The long sword in his hand cut out a sword energy. Slash wave. The sharp sword energy rushed straight away. Crocus covered armament Haki with the sole of his foot and kicked away Xia Luo's slash wave. Golden Lion's moves? You are the inheritor of that guy from Golden Lion. Crocus shouted in surprise. Xia Luo, are you actually the inheritor of the great pirate Golden Lion? Before Xia Luo could reply, Nami and Karina were the first to speak out in surprise. Don't you know that you have been together for so long? Reiju looked at Xia Luo strangely, as if asking, didn't you tell your crew this information? Ha ha ha, didn't I tell you before that I once lived on an uninhabited island for 2 years, and then I met Mr. Shiki who drifted to the shore. After I rescued Mr. Shiki, I became his disciple and studied swordsmanship for 2 years. It wasn't until his death that I went to sea. Xia Luo responded with a smile. I haven't said it at all, okay. You only said the first half, but I haven't heard you mention the second half. The two women said with anger on their faces, they didn't expect that Xia Luo had hidden so much from herself after being together for so long. Ha ha ha, I'm not afraid of your disgust Nami-chan, so I won't mention it at all. Nami was moved when he heard that Xia Luo was doing it for him. He knew that he had always hated pirates before, so he did not reveal his identity to him. No matter who you are, don't try to get rid of me in the future, do you hear me? Nami said with a hint of anger and arrogance. Yes. Xia Luo laughed, then turned to look at Crocus. Didn't you expect that a guy like Golden Lion would die in obscurity? It's really sad. Crocus sighed, then saw Xia Luo's eager expression and said immediately. If you are here to fight with me, then you are disappointed. I am just a retired ship's doctor. There are many strong men in this Grand Line to compete with you. My strength is not as good as yours. Crocus shook his head and raised his hands in surrender. Alas, your attitude makes me lose the desire to fight. Xia Luo sighed and took back the sword. I thought I could test the strength of the former Pirate King's ship doctor to see if there were all strong men on the Pirate King's ship. I didn't expect the latter to admit defeat so simply. Ha ha ha, after all, I am just a ship's doctor and not good at fighting. The blow just now made my feet tremble. If I continue to fight, I will die. Crocus did not feel ashamed, but laughed. TCH, that's boring. Xia Luo turned around and jumped onto the boat, calling Nami and others to set sail. The women jumped back on the sailboat and set sail again. Haha, the sea is going to become more chaotic. I didn't expect that the successor of the Golden Lion would actually be born. With this guy's character, the Marines will probably have a lot of headaches in the future, ha 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 ha. Crocus stood on the shore and looked at the sailboat in the distance and couldn't help laughing. Chapter 15. After leaving Twin Capes, it didn't take long for the weather to get dark. What's going on? Why did the storm suddenly come? Nami shouted in surprise, even though he already knew about the weather changes in the Grand Route. It was unpredictable, but I didn't expect that the weather would be so bad before we even saw the first island. Haha, this is just an appetizer, just think of it as a welcome ceremony. Xia Luo grinned, looking at the dark clouds in front of her and feeling eager to try. From the many novels he read in his previous life, people often did unexpected things, and he really wanted to imitate them. Xia Luo walked straight to the bow of the ship and drew out his swords. Hey, Xia Luo, what are you going to do? Now is not the time to do this. Come over and help. Ha ha ha, Nami, don't be so panicked. Just leave the rest to me. Xia Luo laughed and comforted Nami. There is no fear in the face of natural disasters. Powerful energy surges out of the body, armament Haki fully covers the dead tree Sakura 10. Black blue aura and lightning envelope Xia Luo's body. Ha. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, the aura and lightning around him slowly merged into the swords, and the air seemed to be distorted. Ha 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 ha, let me see whether the natural disaster is invincible or whether I am stronger. Xia Luo laughed wildly, and his eyes flashed with something called crazy. If Xia Luo saw his data panel at this time, he would be surprised to find that his Conqueror's Haki changed from C to B, directly crossing two small stages. When he chose to face the natural disaster, the courage he had accumulated for a long time grew and began to truly show his strength. Weiguo. The two swords were swung out, and a powerful energy wave shot directly at the black cloud that looked like a natural disaster. The energy wave merged into the black clouds. Xia Luo retracted his swords and panted slightly. The move just now consumed a lot of his energy. Boom. The black clouds of lightning and thunder suddenly resembled ants scurrying away, and the powerful airflow generated by the energy wave directly blew away all the black clouds in front of Xia Luo. A powerful hurricane swept across the sea. Wow. The waves kept beating against the boat. BD Xia Luo, what are you doing? Nami was so frightened by the scene that she squatted on guard with her head in her hands, and continued to curse Xia Luo. What a powerful force, is it powerful? Raja said in disbelief as he stood on the deck. It was not until the hurricane slowly dissipated that the sea returned to calm. Ha 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 ha, it's been solved anyway. Charge. Head towards our great route. Xia Luo raised her arms and shouted. It was not until night that they reached the target island. Before we even got close to the island, a warm welcome sounded from the coast. This familiar scene, looking at the cactus shape behind this town, isn't it the route Luffy takes to Whiskey Mountain? Unexpectedly, by such a coincidence, this pointer is actually the pointer pointing to Whiskey Mountain. Welcome. Welcome to Whiskey Hill. Strange, why do people here warmly welcome a ship when they see it coming? Nami looked at the strange residents on the shore and asked her own questions. This island is called Whiskey Mountain. It is one of the strongholds of Baroque Studio. It is considered a bounty hunter's den. There are many bounty hunters living here. He would often welcome young and inexperienced pirates to come here to enjoy themselves, and then kill them in their sleep in exchange for bounties, and take away the treasure on the ship. Xia Luo explained. But there is no pirate icon on our flag. Why would they welcome us? Haha, this is the Grand Route. You can't use normal psychology to speculate on the people here. I guess they want to take advantage of the evil. No matter they are pirates or anyone else, the end of coming to the island here will not be good. Then do we still want to go ashore? It doesn't matter. The bounty hunters here are very weak and can't hurt us at all. Xia Luo spread her hands and smiled, not taking these bounty hunters seriously at all. These goods are meant to be used all over the world to catch small pirates. If it weren't for the protection of Baroque Studio, they wouldn't be able to make any trouble at all. It can only be deceived by inexperienced pirates. Luffy, who is just starting out, has the ability to massacre the town. Let's go up and see what tricks they will play. With Xia Luo's explanation, Nami also smiled evilly. Since they want to rob us, why can't we rob their money? Welcome, are you all pirates who have just arrived at the Grand Line? A strong man in a suit and leather shoes with egg-shaped hair greeted him with a smile. No, we are just bounty hunters passing by. Nami also greeted him with a smile, and for a moment the two of them were smiling. Bounty hunter, there should be some bounties for catching pirates, hee hee. A disguised bounty hunter in the crowd said to himself, but he didn't know that everything he said was heard by Xia Luo. This is Whiskey Mountain, known as the Welcome Town. I am the mayor of this town, Akaram. The bounty hunter has prepared a banquet for you. Please come with me. Akaram invited with a kind smile. The bounty hunter disguised as the townspeople behind him also welcomed him enthusiastically. Let's go, it's free if you don't want it. Xia Luo signaled, while Nami snickered from behind. How dare you invite Xia Luo to dinner? These guys don't know how much Xia Luo eats. I hope they won't regret it later. Karina also had a bad smile on her face, but she hid it deeply. When she turned around, she had changed into a gentle smile. In the pub at night, the bounty hunters opened their mouths wide and looked at the plate stacked several high next to them in surprise. Looking at Xia Luo, who still has something to say, the corners of her mouth can't help but twitch crazily. Akaram looked a little ugly and gestured to a blue-haired girl next to him. The latter immediately understood and approached Xia Luo with a large glass of beer and a warm smile. Master Bounty Hunter, don't just eat, come and have a drink too. The girl looked ambiguous, leaning next to Xia Luo and saying seductively. Xia Luo looked at the blue-haired girl and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. He would not refuse anyone like him who was leaning against her. He took the beer, then held the girl in his arms, his eyes became deep-set. Said affectionately. Beautiful lady, what's your name? Let's have a drink. The hugged Vivi's eyes flashed with panic, and she said with some reluctance. Sir, I am Vivi, the mayor's daughter. I'm not good at drinking, so I won't keep you company. Vivi wanted to break free from Xia Luo's restraints, but she couldn't break free due to the strength, so she could only look at Akaram helplessly. Since Miss Vivi has brought the wine, why don't you have a drink with me? If you're not good at drinking, just take a sip. The corners of Xia Luo's mouth curled up, as if she thought of something fun. Then he sucked the wine glass and bowed his head. Ugh. Vivi's eyes widened, looking like she was about to cry without tears. It's over, I just came here as an undercover agent not long ago, and I just made love like this. It's the first time. Captain Xia Luo seems to really like beautiful women. Rachel looked at the sweet-looking Vivi, with her slender branches and fruity appearance, and then looked at her own figure and nodded. He is the type that Captain Xia Luo likes. Akaram, who was not far away, started to look flustered, and subconsciously almost blurted out Princess Vivi. Well, sir, my little girl is not good at drinking. If you want someone to drink with you, I will drink with you. Akaram stepped forward in a panic, and it was obvious from the sweaty appearance that he was nervous at this time. Don't be so anxious. Let me collect some interest first. You should have drugged the food. It really affects the taste. Xia Luo raised her head to Kaido, and even smacked her lips. It tasted really good, princess-flavored beer. What? Sir, you are joking. How could we drug you? Ikaram forced a smile on his face and was still covering it up. I'm not a fledgling pirate, you can't fool me. Xia Luo smiled and directly exposed the tricks of Ikaram and others. Anyway, we've almost finished eating and the interest has been collected, so it doesn't matter if we break up now. There was silence at the banquet for a while, and the bounty hunters showed fierce looks. Akaram's attitude also changed, showing a ferocious smile and speaking in a cold tone. Chapter 16. Now that you've discovered it, there's nothing we can do about it. I originally wanted to kill you in your sleep. All of them. Control his crew members first and capture them all. Following Akaram's order, the bounty hunters began to move. Nami and the others didn't care at all, looking at them like clowns. Boom. A vast aura mixed with evil thoughts rushed out of Xia Luo's body. The bounty hunters stopped one after another, their eyes turned white and they all fell down with bubbles blowing from the corners of their mouths. What's going on? Akaram and Vivi looked at the bounty hunter who fell to the ground in horror, wondering what the boy had just done to knock everyone down in an instant. Xia Luo's Conqueror's Haki bypassed them, so he only felt the amazing momentum of the young man in front of him, but did not actually feel the impact of that momentum. You are the royal family of Alabasta, right? Are you Princess Vivi? Xia Luo looked down at Vivi, who was so shocked that she forgot to break free from her arms. How do you know our identities? Vivi's expression was ugly, and Xia Luo's words undoubtedly revealed their identities. And I don't even know who the other person is. You don't need to worry about what I know from there, but I actually know the information you want to check. Including who is the owner of Baroque Studio and what is its purpose. What is the identity of this man? Not only does he know himself so well, he also knows Baroque's information and what his purpose is. Vivi had a fearful look on her face, and for a moment she couldn't figure out what the other person wanted to do. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I have all the information you are looking for. I can also help you, but you need to agree to one request of mine. Xia Luo let go of Vivi and straightened her clothes a little. Any request? The vigilance of Vivi was let go, and she took 2 steps back, and asked hurriedly after hearing what Xia Luo said. Princess Vivi, we don't know this person's identity yet, is it really okay to rashly believe in him? Akaram reminded with a worried tone. Vivi did not look back, but looked at Xia Luo with firm eyes, and the latter showed a playful smile. At this time, Nami and the others came over and looked at the 2 people confronting each other curiously. Why, have you fallen in love with this little girl again this time? Karina curiously walked to Xia Luo and asked. Nami turned her head away from him. She would be angry about this before, but after being educated by Xia Luo frequently during this period, she ignored him. What, are you attracted to me? Vivi's face turned red, and when she saw Xia Luo looking at her with a playful look, she couldn't help but take a few steps back. But he soon calmed down again. The information uncovered since going undercover with the organization has led to more and more senior employees at Baroque Studios. What he comes into contact with is still at a relatively low level. If the strength of Cotters at a higher level is not known, how terrifying it would be. Therefore, she needs strength. And the man in front of her has extraordinary strength. After lowering her head and thinking for a while, Vivi decisively raised her head and looked at Xia Luo with firm eyes. If you can help my country, I'll say yes to you no matter what. She has already considered that she must save her country. So she had to bet on the man in front of her. Your Highness Princess Vivi, you can't risk yourself. No matter what, please believe us, the soldiers of the kingdom will definitely protect the king and your Highness the Princess. Akaram looked even more anxious. In his opinion, this was already a sign of Princess Vivi's distrust of them. No, Akaram, I've already thought about it. The more we investigate, the more we find that the members of this organization are very powerful. If the boss behind the scenes is really the person we guessed, then we will undoubtedly not have the power to protect Alabasta. The more Vivi spoke, the lower her tone became. Just a while ago, she went undercover at Baroque Studios. For some reason, someone suddenly transmitted some messages to her, mostly without her noticing. Facing this mysterious man who secretly sent her information, she watched the content with a dubious attitude. Finally, an incredible conclusion was reached. The boss behind the studio is probably Alabasta's hero in recent years, Crocodile. Due to the lack of information, she still needs to further improve her status in Baroque Studio to obtain information. But the situation has gotten worse recently, extending to a point she couldn't even imagine. News broke some time ago that there were a large number of dancing fans in Hong Kong Governor Nahana. This completely aroused the anger of the people, using his childhood sweetheart Kosha as a rebel army of leaders was formed, determined to overthrow King Cobra to stop his violent behavior. This makes Vivi eager to find out the truth and then announce it when she returns to the country. In other words, she didn't have much time anymore, so she wanted to take a gamble on Xia Luo. If you can save your country, you will not hesitate to sacrifice yourself. Vivi's serious and determined look was noticed by the women behind Xia Luo. Xia Luo, tell me what's going on. Nami stepped forward and asked Xia Luo in an indifferent tone. Nothing, it's just a plan to steal the country by the 7 warlords of the sea who don't know whether to live or die. Xia Luo said casually, not caring that Vivi heard it. Really? Vivi showed a true expression. Judging from the information they had obtained before, Sand Crocodile is the most likely person to do this. But what does the plan to steal the country mean? Moreover, using the words I don't know whether to live or die in front of the 7 warlords of the sea shows no respect for the 7 warlords of the sea. This young man seems to be very confident that he can defeat Crocodile. Otherwise, the young man in front of him is stupid and looks at Crocodile like a frog in a well. However, judging from his courage, the former is more likely, which makes Vivi feel hopeful. 7 warlords of the sea? Is that the one you mentioned before? The 7 great pirates on the sea who are recognized by the world government, will they get into trouble if they get involved in this matter? Karina frowned. Before, Xia Luo also told them about some situations on the sea, the 3 major forces of the Grand Line, Marine, 4 Emperors, and Shichibukai. Being classified as one of the 3 major forces must have considerable strength, so Karina had to consider it carefully. If it would involve some of Xia Luo's safety, she would refuse without hesitation and lead Xia Luo not to dwell in this muddy water. But this made Vivi a little anxious. She heard what Karina meant and immediately stepped forward and said, My lord, please help us defeat Crocodile. We can pay you 1 billion belly after we succeed. If it had been in the past, Nami and Karina would have agreed immediately upon hearing the news of 1 billion belly. But now there are more than 3 billion baileys in the base, and they can be considered people who have seen the world. Although it was very exciting, it still remained in a normal state. Well, I can help you defeat Crocodile. I don't have to take 1 billion baileys, but I want you to get on my ship. Xia Luo responded with a smile, and Vivi, who was very nervous inside, also breathed a sigh of relief. What? You BD captain, do you know what you just said? Nami and Karina couldn't sit still, and immediately jumped over and angrily pulled Xia Luo's collar and roared. It seems that if you don't give me an explanation, I won't be done with you. Okay, stop talking nonsense. You don't really think that the royal family of Alabasta has so much money to give us? Xia Luo took away the two hands holding the collar, then stretched out his arms to hug the two women and explained. The Alabasta region is very barren. It is almost all desert and rocks. There is nothing of value at all. Even if the kingdom's treasure house contains 1 billion belly, it is estimated that the country will be truly dead after it is taken out. Xia Luo stroked their hair to comfort them, which made them calm down, but then she turned her anger towards Vivi. So. You women are lying, right? You want to have S*X for free. Ahahaha. Vivi was a little embarrassed when she was mentioned, and scratched her head in embarrassment. She had wanted to do it for free before, so she made a verbal promise first and then made plans. Well, if you can defeat Crocodile and destroy his plans, I will come aboard your ship. Vivi bowed and begged Xia Luo with a solemn expression. At this time, she closed her eyes tightly, not knowing whether the other party would agree, and she was very nervous inside. Seeing that the matter had reached this point, Akaram had no choice but to kneel down and beg Xia Luo for help. Chapter 17. Okay, raise your head. Since you have agreed to be my crew member, I will help you solve these problems. Xia Luo walked up to Vivi and stretched out her hand. Yes. Vivi smiled happily and took Xia Luo's outstretched hand. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to hear such a shocking secret during this mission. Princess Vivi of Alabasta, it will definitely be a great achievement if I go back and report it to the boss. Suddenly, a devilish laughter came from a dark corner nearby. I didn't expect that our boss would be Crocodile, one of the legendary pirates 7 warlords of the sea. What an honor. Then a dull male voice sounded. A man and a woman walked out of the corner. The man looked like a rock singer and was wearing a thick coat with the number 5 printed on it. The woman was holding a parasol and wearing a short dress. She laughed just now. It was from her. Then, that is the senior coder of Baroque Studio, Mr. 5 Mr. 5, MS Valentine Makita, why do they appear here? Vivi looked panicked when she recognized the person's identity, but the hand held by Xia Luo seemed to give her courage and she calmed down again. Princess Vivi, don't make any unnecessary resistance next time, just follow us back obediently, if you don't want to get hurt. Mr. 5 stood up, his expression looked a little arrogant, and he didn't take Xia Luo seriously at all. Ignoring Xia Luo beside Vivi, she walked towards her and started picking her nose while talking. These two people, Xia Luo, had discovered it a long time ago, but they never said it, but looking at each other like this. Xia Luo's head is full of black lines. This guy's direction of developing fruits is really crooked. It's so dirty. Could you please get away from me? Xia Luo used Xiao directly in front of him and kicked him with a kick rich in armament Haki. Boom. Mishita felt a stream of air fly past her quickly. She turned her head stiffly and saw that Mr. 5 had been kicked hundreds of meters away at some point and was falling to the ground not knowing whether he was alive or dead. It would be too wasteful for you to develop this fruit like this. Xia Luo's figure had arrived in front of her at some point, rubbing her chin while sizing her up. 10,000 kilograms of weight. Mishita jumped up in fright, then pressed down on Xia Luo. Oh, the view is nice. Xia Luo put her hand in front of her forehead as if looking into the distance, and caught Makita with one hand with the other hand. The ground beneath his feet was cracked. This was not because Xia Luo's strength was not strong enough, but because the ground could not bear the gravity. He gently threw Mishita up and then caught it again, and sighed after going back and forth several times. It's a bit light. Your fruit development is too poor. After hearing Xia Luo's words, Makita, who had been stunned, came back to consciousness slightly and said with a trembling voice. Weird, monster. Ha ha ha, no need to praise, your fruit ability is pretty good. Come be my crew member from now on. You can't refuse, otherwise you will end up. Xia Luo grinned mischievously and had a threatening tone at the end. Yeah, sorry, I'll join you. Mishita, who was frightened by Xia Luo, immediately lifted the gravity and returned to the ground to kneel down and beg Xia Luo for forgiveness. At this time, she was frightened and tears kept coming to the corners of her eyes. Whether Mr. 5 can survive or not is no longer her concern, now she just wants to live by herself. Very good, you will be the lookout on our ship from now on. Woohoo, I finally don't need to watch the boat anymore. Xia Luo said with a happy smile, hands on hips. Haha, don't you want to see the boat? I think you are greedy for someone else's body. Nami saw that Xia Luo was not restrained and found another beautiful crew member. She came to him with a look of disdain and hit him in the abdomen with her fist. Well, the defense was still not broken, But Nami still needed to vent. Nothing, isn't it boring to watch the sea alone all the time? Find someone. The lookout can also be the first to know the situation on the sea and report to you. Xia Luo coaxed Nami. Ha 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 ha, it's already late at night, let's go back to the ship and rest. Xia Luo picked up Nami and put her on her shoulders, then grabbed Makita with her other hand like a chicken. Okay, it's time to come to your senses. Karina waved her hand in front of Vivi, signaling that it was time for her to come to her senses. Okay, so strong. I killed 2 senior cotters instantly with one move. It seemed like he had the upper hand. This man was really, really strong. Ikaram, please go back and report to your father. I will follow this man to see. I believe he will hit Crocodile. Vivi showed a determined expression and then followed Karina's pace. Princess Vivi. Ikaram knelt on the ground lonely. He now understands how powerful Xia Luo is, but he feels a little powerless about his own weakness, and he can't do anything to help. On the way back to the ship, Xia Luo glanced slightly at the highest building in Whiskey Mountain. What's wrong, Xia Luo? Nami, who was sitting on his shoulder, asked curiously. She also noticed Xia Luo's sudden stop. Nothing. Xia Luo shook his head. Forget it, now is not the time to invite her on board, let's wait until Crocodile is defeated. Back on the ship, Xia Luo threw Makita into the next room, and then carried Nami back to the room. What, did you just abandon me like this? Mishita rubbed her sore butt, and then her face turned red as she listened to the movement in the next room. He, you just left me here like this. Now is a good opportunity. You have to escape quickly. After listening to the noise for a while, it still didn't stop, but it seemed that everyone else had returned to their rooms, which was just the time for him to sneak away quietly. Ugh. A breath passed through her body, and Makita instantly rolled her eyes and fell down. Haha, this little girl actually wants to run away. She needs to be educated tomorrow. Xia Luo from next door grinned. Early morning. Xia Luo woke up from her sleep. He stretched and covered Nami with the quilt before walking out of the room. By the way, he picked up Mishita, who was still sleeping soundly next door. Really, you will catch a cold if you sleep on the ground. He completely forgot that he knocked her unconscious with Conqueror's Haki last night. Hey, wake up. Xia Luo shook the sleeping Mishita. Well, this is it. Mishita opened her eyes drowsily, looking a little confused. It wasn't until I saw Xia Luo's face that I recalled everything about last night. Don't eat me. Mishita hugged her hat and shrank in panic. Huh? Why should I eat you? Or do you want me to eat you? Xia Luo said playfully, lifting the other person's chin. No, don't eat me. Mishita was frightened into tears again. Ha 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 ha, I won't scare you anymore, it's morning now and it's time to have breakfast. Xia Luo laughed and felt that this girl was really interesting. She was worthy of being a character in the early stage of One Piece, and she had a special appearance. Huh. Makita breathed a sigh of relief and followed Xia Luo out. Chapter 18. Xia Luo brought Makita to the hall. Oh, today's breakfast looks very rich. Hey, you guy, didn't you wake up Nami? Karina sighed slightly as she watched Xia Luo appear with only Mishita. After getting along with each other for so many days, several people already knew the situation of Xia Luo and Nami. Ha 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 ha, Nami probably wasn't early. She was too tired last night. Then you guys, please show some restraint. Karina punched Xia Luo on the head. Please help Nami next time. Xia Luo shook her head and came to the dining table and started eating. Oh, is this a newly researched dish from Nyochi Gao today? Nyaki leaned high on the bar with one hand on her chin and looked at the man in front of her with a smile. Well, I've recently made a new attempt. Haha, I've made a lot, so there's no need to eat in such a hurry. Nokijo wiped Xia Luo's sauce-covered face with a handkerchief. Come and have some, too. Kaya held a dinner plate and handed it to Mishita beside her, indicating that the other party could sit down. Oh, thank you. Haha, there's no need to be restrained. I'll be a crew member on the same ship from now on. Kaya showed a gentle smile, which instantly made Mishita feel like she saw an angel coming. Tears began to flow out again, and he lowered his head and began to eat wildly. Wow, it's delicious. I've never tasted such delicious food. Kaya looked at the scene in front of her with a smile, and suddenly remembered what happened along the way. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that all the girls except herself and sister Nyakajeo were forcibly tied onto the ship by Xia Luo. As the first crew member to board the ship, she has been doing what she should do in obscurity, trying to help Xia Luo. The crew members at the back all have their own skills, like Nami, who is good at navigation, Karina, who is like a consultant and always thinks of ways to solve some problems, and Nakajeo, who is very good at cooking. Reijo is a grandmaster in the use of poisons, and also helps him research medicine. His combat power is the highest after Xia Luo. The position of Mishita in front of her is that of a lookout, so Xia Luo will definitely train her. Squeak. The door of the restaurant opened again, and Vivi walked out. Seeing everyone still eating breakfast, she walked to Xia Luo worriedly. Thanks. Taking the breakfast delivered by Nyaki Gao, Vivi thanked her. Captain Xia Luo, when will we leave for Alabasta? There was a delicious taste in her mouth that she had never tasted before, but she couldn't be happy now. Now she only thinks about her country and if Crocodile's plan can be carried out. Her father could be in danger at any time. She didn't want to see the citizens of her country killing each other, so she always felt unhappy. Let's set off today, first go to Drum Island, and then head to Alabasta. Xia Luo finished the food in front of her, took Nyokijo's handkerchief, wiped her mouth and said. Drum Island? Where are you going and what are you going to do? Karina asked curiously. There is a very powerful doctor there. I want to pay a visit and get some medical books for Kaya. Kaya was stunned after hearing Xia Luo's words, and then smiled. Unexpectedly, brother Xia Luo always remembered what he said to me. Do we have the eternal pointer of Drum Island? Hey, I've already prepared it. I bought a lot of pointers when I was in Logue Town. Xia Luo took out a lot of pointers from the space and placed them on the table. The location recorded by each pointer was thoughtfully marked on it. What a reliable captain. Reijo picked up the pointer marked Drum Island, turned around and walked out of the cabin. On the deck, Xia Luo unfurled the sails and Reijo took the helm. The sailboat slowly sailed out of Whiskey Mountain and headed in a new direction. Whiskey Mountain is less than half a day away from Little Garden. In the original novel, it only took less than 3 days for Nami to leave Whiskey Mountain at night, contract a germ in Little Garden, and then go to Drum Island to seek medical treatment. It is inferred that it only takes 2.5 days to travel to Seiko Island. Xia Luo took Mishita out after finishing her meal and asked her to go to the watchtower of the mast to pay attention to the weather and conditions on the sea surface. Then he sat on a lounge chair and basked in the sun leisurely. After Reijo fixed the sailing direction of the sailboat, Liu Liu also walked over to him and sat down. Captain Xia Luo, is it really okay to get involved in this incident? Xia Luo pushed up her sunglasses and said without thinking. It doesn't matter, it's just a Shichibukai, no threat to us. You know, that's not what I'm talking about. Reijo looked serious at Kaido. As a powerful country among the world government member countries, the Kingdom of Germa has the right to hold the World Summit in Marijoy every 4 years. At the World Summit, the world government's attitude towards the Alabasta country was completely different from other countries, and it seemed that there was something hidden in it. Coupled with Xia Luo's previous evaluation of Crocodile, Reijo knew that Xia Luo must be hiding something. The royal family of Alabasta is actually one of the 20 royal families rumored to form the world government. It's just that in the end, the royal family of Alabasta, the Nefertari family, refused to move into the Holy Land Marijoy. Xia Luo said something that could shock the world in a calm tone. In other words, it's actually one of the Vivi celestial dragons. Even Reijo had to be shocked by the information Xia Luo told. No, since their ancestors did not choose to move to the Holy Land Marijoy, they have lost the right to become celestial dragons. The Nefertari family has always guarded a secret, which is related to the secrets of the celestial dragons and the D family. The D clan. Gold Roger, is there any special secret inside? I don't know either, but world government will never let the secrets of the Nefertari family be exposed. If Crocodile really crosses the line, those 5 old guys from world government will definitely send CP0 to intervene in this matter. Reijo was a little curious. Since the world government would intervene, it shouldn't get involved. Then why do you want to get involved in this matter again, just because of that little girl? That's not entirely true. Crocodile has a talent I want. She can translate historical texts, and I happen to be very interested in historical texts. Reijo glanced at him. Female. Hey. Xia Luo touched her head in embarrassment. She couldn't help but let the person she wanted. The talents are all female, it's all the system's fault. Now I'm starting to wonder if what you said to me was also said to every girl who got on the boat. Rolling his eyes at Xia Luo, Reijo now has a clear understanding of his virtue, and he would rather be astringent than die. That's not true. Like Nami and Karina, I tied them onto the boat directly, and everyone else followed suit. Reijo glanced at Makita who was sitting alone on the watchtower and did not refute Xia Luo's words. Then I have to thank you for not tying me onto the ship directly, but as a condition of negotiation with father. Ha, the main thing is that Ms. Reijo is in line with my aesthetics in every aspect, otherwise I would not be able to hand over the arc reactor technology to judge for research based on those conditions. Reijo smiled and did not answer. But with her here, Xia Luo was not bored on the deck, and they kept chatting and sunbathing until the afternoon. Chapter 19. There's something wrong. There seems to be a boat on the sea in front of us. Mishita opened her eyes and carefully observed the boat in front of her. Is it a pirate? Or a marine? Xia Luo could sit casually on the chair without any movement, but observation Haki had already stretched out. It doesn't even look like it. It feels like it's the ship of a certain country's king. Xia Luo opened her eyes, took off her sunglasses, walked to the bow of the ship and looked over. A huge and luxurious ship is sailing on the sea. The king's fleet? The only country nearby that has a king is Drum Island, right? Is it that guy from Wapole? Don't worry about them, just keep sailing towards your goal. Xia Luo lost interest and returned to the deck. In his perception, these people did not seem to be too powerful and did not pose a threat. Well, I think our sailing route should be along the same route as them. Mishita looked at the route of this huge sailing ship, and after comparing it, she found that it was the same as the navigation route of herself and others. Don't worry, nothing will happen. If they dare to take action, just kill them all. Xia Luo waved her hand and said not to worry. Soon, the distance between the two ships became closer and closer. Since Xia Luo was using a small boat, the sailing speed was faster. Hey, who are you? King Wapole stopped his boat to bow to me when he saw me, and offered your treasures. Before Wapole finished speaking, Xia Luo impatiently drew out his sword and destroyed the entire sailboat with a slash wave. It's really this guy, but he's still as annoying as the original. Xia Luo picked her ears, completely unaware that Makita above was already frightened. Fortunately, I didn't resist him yesterday, otherwise this would probably be my fate. Seeing the ship that had been chopped into pieces slowly sinking, Mishita swallowed. On this sea, if you don't have a ship, you can only wait to die, especially demon fruit power. Wapole was destined to die the moment he fell into the water. The journey for the next 2 days went very smoothly. With Nami, the humanoid climate sensor, any storm that was about to come would be bypassed. As for other small pirates, it only takes one sword from Xia Luo to destroy their ships and their lives. He had no mercy on the pirates who dared to come up and rob him. Finally arrived at Seago Island. Xia Luo couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the ice-covered island. Due to the special geographical problem of the Great Route, Seago Island has heavy snowfall all year round, and the entire island is covered with snow, turning it into a white island. Kaya, you come with me, the others will wait for me here. After saying that, Xia Luo picked up Kaya and headed towards the highest mountain on the island. On a snowy island, Xia Luo floated in the sky, looking at the snow-covered town below and the rabbits in the suburbs. Soon we came to the highest mountain, and a castle was standing on the top of the mountain. Dr. Kulha frowned as she watched the two people descending from the sky from the window. Oh, trouble is coming. Then Dr. Kulha slowly stood up and walked out of the study. Where are you going, Dr. Kulha? Chopper stopped making medicine and asked in confusion. Nothing, Chopper, just keep making medicine and come out. Dr. Kulha did not explain to Chopper, closed the door behind her back and walked to the front door. Xia Luo's sensory perception person has arrived at the door, and the door has been opened without knocking. Dr. Kulha glanced at the two swords on Xia Luo's waist, and then looked at Xia Luo's golden hair. Are you the son of Golden Lion? The words were so shocking that Xia Luo's head was completely covered with black hair. No, I am Master Shiki's disciple. This blonde hair looks like that guy's son. For it. Xia Luogan was silenced in just a few words. What do you want to see me for? It was Dr. Kulha who was the first to ask the topic. She was a little curious whether this Golden Lion's apprentice came here because of some incurable terminal disease. And Xia Luo is not surprised that this old woman who has lived for 139 years knows Golden Lion. On the contrary, it would be strange to live for such a long time without hearing the reputation of Golden Lion. Ahem, that's it? The doctor on my ship is very talented in medicine. Good, but ordinary medical books have made it difficult for her to make progress. I want to buy Dr. Kulha's medical experience. If possible, please give me some advice. Xia Luo bowed his hand. He still respected the doctor, not to mention that he was an old acquaintance with Mr. Shiki from the previous words. This is probably the famous doctor that Mr. Shiki once sought because of the rudder on his head. Dr. Kulha looked at the petite and cute Kaya next to her, who also bowed slightly to her with a gentle smile on her face. Well, you're a very polite little girl. 100 million belly, if you give it now, you can come in with me. He opened his mouth with a small goal. Xia Luo glanced at Kaya beside her, and without hesitation took out 100 million berry from the space and handed it over. Oh, boy, you are quite rich. Why did you decisively take out 100 million berry? It seems that you care about this little girl. Dion held a small dozen worth 10,000 belly in his hand. Little girl, you have to take good care of it, otherwise you will be snatched away. Dr. Kulha said teasingly, putting Bailey in her pocket without hesitation. Kaya's cheeks turned red at the words. Come in with me. He easily carried a box containing 100 million belly, and he didn't look like a 139-year-old person at all. It seems that this old woman is also a strong person. After being let in, Xia Luo saw Chopper at the end of the corridor. Chopper was exposing his body and most of his face, thinking he was hiding it well. Unexpectedly, Xia Luo saw it the first time she came in. It was so frightened that it ran back to the study. Dr. Kulha covered her face in response. What the hell is this kid doing? Haha, Mr. Tanuki looks quite cute. Kaya covered her mouth and smiled. If Chopper had been there, she would have screamed angrily. We. Dr. Kulha did not correct Kaya's name, but took Xia Luo and Xia Luo to the study. The moment he heard the door open, Chopper was already hiding behind the cabinet, watching Xia Luo and the two without saying a word. But Chopper's hiding skills are really poor. Chopper, bring me all the medical books and virtues that I have recorded. It's Dr. Kulha. After receiving the order, Chopper changed his cowardly attitude and immediately stood up and saluted. Then he rummaged up and down in a hurry, and soon there were more than 20 books piled on the floor. Kurha's medical books are all here. Chopper said with a happy look on his face. How about it? Chopper looks good. He is the disciple who has inherited my medical skills. Do you want to take him on board with you? Dr. Kulha looked at the happy Chopper and suddenly thought of it and said to Xia Luo. Mother Kulha, what are you talking about? I will not get on the ship with other humans. Chopper, who was originally happy, suddenly became disgusted with Xia Luo. Xia Luo shrugged. At this time, Chopper still hated humans. He didn't have the charm of Luffy, and he didn't need Chopper to get on the ship. Look, I already have the lovely Kaya-chan on my boat. If she really wants to go to sea, there will definitely be friends who really want to invite her on the boat in the future. That's right. It seems that the plan to get rid of this troublesome Tanuki has failed again. Mother Kulha, what you say is too much. Chopper shouted with a sad face. Okay, now that my goal has been achieved, it's time for me to say goodbye. Xia Luo and Kaya took the medical books and bowed, then walked to the main door. Chapter 20. 2 days later. Xia Luo finally arrived at Shengting Island, the island where Alabasta is located. After a wave of supplies were carried out in the port city. The weather in Alabasta is really hot. Does anyone want to join us in this project for crocodile? Looking at Alabasta in the hot weather, Xia Luo sighed with emotion, and then asked the girls. I'm going. Vivi was the first to stand up. This was a matter of life and death for her country, so she had to go there in person. I also need to go. Nami and Karina spoke one after another. They would not miss the opportunity to search for 7 warlords of the sea treasure. I also want to witness Captain Xia Luo's fighting style with Shishibukai. Reija smiled and raised his hand, indicating that he also wanted to go. No one else. Among the remaining people, Nakajayo and Kaya were not interested in fighting. So I had no idea of going. Mishita was pretending to be a turtle, shrinking her head and saying nothing. Mikita, don't you want to say goodbye to your former boss? Xia Luo took out Mishita, who was pretending to be dead, and asked. These days, he spent a lot of time training Mishita's fruit abilities. In his opinion, the light and heavy fruits have a lot of room for development. If they can cultivate to awakening and expand the light and heavy fields that can freely control gravity, it will greatly improve the combat aspect. Just imagine, being able to control a person's weight at will in space has a huge impact on a person. Increasing or decreasing the weight of his body at the moment of movement will have a great impact on his movement or strength. Gravity is power, but can the concept of light weaken part of a person's power? And the light and heavy fruit can be said to have a lot of room for use in paper arts in Marine 6 styles. Originally, paper arts was about sensing airflow and imagining the body as light as tissue paper to dodge attacks. Now, the weight of those with light and heavy fruit abilities can be as light as tissue paper. It has a natural blessing for the skill of dodging attacks. Generally, devil fruit has some flaws. For example, Xia Luo's fruit can only act on dead objects, Mishita's fruit can only act on itself, and Karina and Robin's fruits must be posed before they can be used. In or like the original work, Luo's op fruit can only act on its own room area. Therefore, unless it is developed to awakening, these fruits have an upper limit. Returning to Mishita's side, when Mishita was brought out, she looked hopeless. No need, my strength can't help you. Mishita's body trembled slightly and she stammered Kaido. She doesn't want to go to the rainy land with Xia Luo. If Xia Luo loses to Crocodile, then she has only one way to face the betrayer, and that is death. Although she was sailing for the past few days, she also liked the atmosphere of Xia Luo Adventure Group. But for a while, it was impossible to reach the point where he would risk his life to protect this adventure group. After all, unlike Luffy's pirate group, It only took less than 2 months for the friendship of the pirate group to reach an indestructible level. Not counting the 2 years of training, Luffy's sailing time did not even exceed 1 year. It's a bit unbelievable to think that it only took 2 months to achieve the friendship between the crew in the original book. No, after all, he's your former boss, but why don't you come and see me? I have to ask you over openly. Xia Luo said so confidently that he directly carried Makita up without giving her a chance to refute. Poor Mishita felt like cargo. Haha, then Sister Kaya and I will wait on the boat for you to come back. Nakajayo waved his hand and left slowly under Mishita's tearful gaze. Xia Luo is not worried about the safety of Nakajayo and Kaya. They have now learned how to shave and moonwalk, their strength has also increased a lot, and they have recently started to practice hacking. There are less than 50 million pirates in the paradise who are no match for them. There are really more than 50 million, and Xia Luo also left a phone bug for the 2 of them, so he can come back at any time to deal with the intruders. Let's go to the Rain Land. Vivi, do you know the direction of the Rain Land? I roughly know the direction. I remember it seemed like the city was heading south. Vivi pointed in one direction and said, looking at the yellow sand all over the sky, it would probably take half a day to get to the rainy ground. But if Xia Luo uses lion fruit to fly, the distance is estimated to only take an hour or 2. Xia Luo took a look at the sky and saw that the sun was already high in the sky. It was already night in the rainy land. Adhering to the concept of completing the project quickly, Xia Luo directly bought a sand boat from the local area. It was not large in size, but it was enough for several people to ride on it. Then I built an awning, and just like that, a small airship was completed. Xia Luo was lying among the beauties, drinking juice leisurely, and even had Rage's knee pillow. It was so comfortable. More than an hour passed, and we finally arrived at the rainy land after starting all the way from the port city. Is this the Rain Land known as the Dream City? It looks very prosperous. Nami couldn't help but said happily while looking at the bustling streets. Captain Xia Luo, I have always been curious, what are you doing in Yudi? Aren't we going to find Crocodile? Is he hiding in Yudi? Vivi is a little curious. She is a little impatient now. She doesn't know how far Crocodile's plan has progressed. But she just wanted it to end quickly. Well, that's right, this city is the headquarters of Crocodile, and Rain Feast was opened by Crocodile. It's troublesome to find the real owner, so why not just wait for him here and go in to have some fun? Xia Luo directly told Vivi without hiding the fact that Crocodile is located here. Casino? Isn't there a lot of money in there? Nami and Karina's eyes lit up. They had not forgotten the purpose of their visit. In addition to helping Xia Luo clean up some miscellaneous soldiers, he also came to search for the treasures here. The goal is clear. Xia Luo led a few people straight to the Rain Feast. Dense Intelligence Network Alabastus Baroque Studio. When Xia Luo and others landed at the port city of Shenting Island, Crocodile, who was at the Yuan base camp, received a report from his subordinates. Crocodile, who was sitting on the boss's chair with a gloomy expression, was thinking about Xia Luo. East Blue's rising super bounty hunter, what is the purpose of coming here? Is it for my head? And Princess Vivi of the Alabaster royal family, could it be that she has guessed about me? Is there any plan? Impossible. Baroque Studio has always been designed to be mysterious. No one knows my identity. Unless. Crocodile glanced sideways at Nico Robin beside him and then shook his head. Impossible, it is impossible for Robin to bet on a new person. At present, my big ship is more suitable for her to stay. There is no reason for her to betray. And once the bounty hunter really knew his purpose and died in the rain, it would not benefit her when he was liquidated later. Even the son of the devil, who is famous for his betrayal, would not do such a mindless thing. Tell me to go down and pay close attention to the situation of this bounty hunter. If necessary, send Mr. One to deal with him. Crocodile held his cigar in his mouth, took a puff of smoke, and said calmly. Boss, my opponent has defeated tens of millions of bounty hunters. I think Mr. may first not be the opponent of the Xia Luo. Robin's face was calm, with a half-smiling smile all the time, and he replied lightly with a seductive voice. Are you questioning my decision? Nico Robin. Crocodile glanced at her, his words showing an unquestionable attitude. No, since it is your decision, I will make arrangements now. Robin smiled mysteriously, turned and walked towards the door. Crocodile's face was gloomy, and now he had begun to wonder whether Nico Robin had revealed his information. If he were asked to verify it, he would definitely not be able to eat juice like her. Chapter 21. Inside the rain banquet. Big big big. Little little little. The lively atmosphere at the gaming table is endless. Xia Luo was wearing a suit and holding a cigarette. With his handsome face, his noble temperament exuded from his body. With Karina and Nami in their arms, these two beauties were followed by Vivi, Reiju, and Makita, who looked like noble sons from a certain country. He took out a few chips with relatively large denominations from the chips on the table, and Xia Luo casually placed his bet on the larger ones. Karina and Nami lay comfortably in Xia Luo's arms. They had experienced the joy of gambling. The money came faster than robbery. Just after entering the rain banquet, Xia Luo only used 10,000 baileys to exchange for a chip, and then began to speak incomprehensible words to Nami and the others. What do you mean, Chende is a 137 million with 20 yuan back then? Today, I, Xia Luo, will use 10,000 yuan to win his rain banquet. It's not too much. Although Nami and the others didn't understand what Xia Luo said before, they did understand what he wanted to express. Xia Luo planned to use these 10,000 baileys to win Yuan so that Crow Kedar couldn't sit still and jumped out. There are countless chips on the table now, even too many, and Xia Luo has piled them on the ground. Mainly because he didn't know much about the gambling method, so he chose the simplest bet size. This is also the best item for cheating. Observation Haki can see clearly the signs of the dice rolling with just a glance. The dealers on the table have changed several times, from the ordinary dealers at the beginning to the masters of thousands of skills. Whenever the dealer wants to cheat, Xia Luo will use Conqueror's Haki to accurately adjust the points back before the opening point. The croupier was sweating profusely and opened the dice cup with trembling hands. The points displayed above made him dizzy. Big. He spoke the result with a trembling voice. Some people are happy and some are sad. Most people at the gambling table follow Xia Luo's bets, and only a few people who don't believe in evil choose to bet in the opposite direction. At this time, the dealer turned pale, rolled his eyes, and finally couldn't bear the pressure and fainted. TCH, this is what a master of thousands of arts doesn't know how to do. Xia Luo curled her lips in disdain. In the face of absolute strength, it's better not to show off your hand speed. Da-da-da. Footsteps sounded, and a bald man walked not far behind Xia Luo and spoke in an emotionless tone. Our boss wants to see you. The person who opened it was none other than Baroque Studios' #1 killer, Mr. 1 Das Bonus. The gamblers who were watching nearby noticed the subtle atmosphere, felt something was wrong and ran out of the rain banquet quickly. They knew that the boss of Yuan was Crocodile, the hero of Alabasta. I'm afraid this young man used some unknown method to cheat, and now he has been caught by Crocodile. Before leaving, the punters speculated about Xia Luo's fate, but it was none of their business. Oh? What if I don't go? Xia Luo looked at Das Bonus in front of him with a half-smile. Das did not reply to Xia Luo's words. Instead, he turned to look at Makita and said, "Is this your choice?" Mishita shivered, but after thinking about it, she couldn't lose her aura and retorted forcefully. "You will not understand Captain Xia Luo's power. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible." "I see. Since you have chosen to betray, be prepared to be liquidated by Baroque Studio." Das closed his eyes, and his palms and elbows slowly began to turn into sharp blades. By this time, all the guests at Yuan had left, and now only the casino thugs, Das and Xia Luo were left. "Then let's start with you." With that said, Das rushed forward and pointed his knife at Mishita, about to cut it off. "Sir Xia Luo, help me." Makita squatted down with her head in her hands and shouted desperately. Choke. Just 5 centimeters before Das was about to touch Mishita, a transparent barrier blocked her face. Devil Fruit's ability user. Das could tell at a glance that this barrier was made by Karina. Just now, Xia Luo patted Karina on her body. The latter understood and stood up and made a gesture, and the barrier appeared in front of Makita. "You don't think you can stop us by following these people?" Das said calmly. "The murderers who have been wandering around the underground world all year round have already dealt with Devil Fruit's ability users countless times. He also has the confidence to defeat these people in front of him." Suddenly, a pair of hands suddenly grew on Karina's body, and then forcibly disrupted Karina's gestures, and the barrier dissipated. "Haha, the princess who wants to be the enemy of Baroque Studio and want to save the country. It's really stupid." A figure was sitting on the guardrail on the second floor, and it was Nico Robin. Robin held his chin with one hand and looked at the people below with interest. "It's really stupid for just a few people to dare to break into the headquarters of Baroque Studio." Mr. 3, who wore glasses and had his hair tied into a 3, also came down from upstairs. "You are so courageous, yo, it's amazing, yo." Mr. 2 Bentham, who is wearing a swan coat and looks like a ballet dancer, is walking strangely. Steps out. At this time, all the cotters and partners above Mr. 4 appeared in the rain banquet and surrounded Xia Luo and others. Vivi took a step back with an ugly expression, but still gritted her teeth and faced the executives of Baroque Studio. And Xia Luo's attention has been attracted by the system. Ding, crew members can be recruited if detected. Nico Robin Strength, E plus Speed, E Spirit, D. Skill, Text Grandmaster, can read text in historical text. Fruit ability, Flower Fruit, C. Talent, Archaeologist. Evaluation, a woman with the ability to subvert the world. It's really a good attribute. With the ability to develop Flower Fruit alone for so many years, it has reached a C rating. The outstanding spirit may be due to the experience of using the fruit over the years. The other attributes are barely adequate, but the skills and talents are unique. You are Xia Luo, the strongest bounty hunter in East Blue who has recently become famous, right? Robin looked at the calm Xia Luo with interest. She didn't understand what confidence this man had to sit there calmly. Although they have seen each other's strength in Whiskey Mountain before, those performances alone are not Crocodile's opponent. Yes, I didn't say hello to you last time at Whiskey Mountain. Now I want to formally tell you. Do you want to leave Baroque Studio and board my ship? Xia Luo looked up at Robin with a smile, but unfortunately the other person's legs were crossed, blocking everything he could see. Haha, if you can leave here alive, I'll consider it. Robin smiled slightly, showing a beautiful smile. Hee, it's settled then. Xia Luo touched Nami in her arms with a smile, and put her other hand on the other person's hand on her waist to indicate that she could let go. Snort. Nami shook her head and stood up from Xia Luo's arms. Alas, this little girl just loves to be jealous. Xia Luo sighed secretly, and then a vast number of Conqueror's Haki swarmed out. Everyone present except rank 123 and 2 fingers fell to the ground, and by the way, the arms made of petals on Karina's body were scattered. The former was also sweating profusely and kneeling on the ground, showing fear. Robin was naturally bypassed by Xia Luo and did not feel the momentum. Even the Cotters can't withstand your ability. It's really scary. Robin became more interested in Xia Luo's ability. She had already seen Xia Luo's ability when she was in Whiskey Mountain, and she defeated all the bounty hunters on the island in an instant. But this time it alarmed Crocodile, who was deep in the rain feast. This is the same Haki as that old man Whitebeard. Conqueror's Haki. Crocodile gritted his teeth. He now understands what Robin said. The people at Baroque Studio under his command are indeed no match for Xia Luo. Looks like I have to go see it myself. Crocodile stood up from the boss chair, turned into sand and flew towards the Yuan Casino. Are you interested in trying the strength of the remaining few? Xia Luo said to Karina and Nami, who were eager to try. Chapter 22. Currently, the only combat-effective crew members on Xia Luo's ship are Reiju and Karina, and Nami can only be counted as half of them. But it is still possible to deal with people from this novice village. They all look too weak. Only the bald one makes me interested. Reiju pointed at Daz, who was half kneeling on the ground. In fact, even if all the people present were up, they wouldn't be Reiju's opponent. But wanting to try out Observation Haki's dodge power, she chose an opponent who looked most interested in him. Then I'll choose which SE. He seems to be a guy who uses physical skills to fight. It's a good time to try out the results of his recent training. You all picked 2 guys who look very good, so I can only choose this guy. Karina looked at the 2 people who had already picked their opponents and had no choice but to choose Mr. 3 Gardeno, who looked very weak. However, the opponent's Wax Fruit's ability is really good. It has similar abilities to Logia, but also has plasticity, plus the characteristics of a candle. This fruit can be said to be better than Kair's Ñaño fruit. Whether it is the stickiness of melted candles or the hardness after solidification, you can play with it. Development that makes a fuss. In the original work, the characteristics of candles were used to block the ability of Magellan, the director of Impel Down, to poison the fruit. Unfortunately, the fruit was given to the wrong person. If it is developed in the hands of strong people, it will definitely lead to a higher realm. It is safest for the fruit of this tricky ability to be placed on the weak, and several strong ones appear in the provinces C. Damn it, I was underestimated and actually sent a few women. Gardeno said unwillingly. Stop talking nonsense, these women are not simple things. Daz's face was solemn, and his aura had changed since the time when the women entered the state seriously. Mikita, are you interested in the remaining woman? Xia Luo pointed to the remaining Miss Sarah with both hands. Mishita, who was originally relieved, stood up straight again and shook her head crazily. Hey, I've helped you train in the development of your fruit abilities these days. Why are you still so timid? Captain Xia Luo, don't say such things. I was only a middle-level cotter before, and the gap between me and high-level cotters cannot be made up in 2 days. Mishita had already given up on herself, and hid directly behind Xia Luo, closing her eyes and grabbing his clothes tightly. Oh, you are still so timid. This is not okay. I will teach you a lesson when I get back to the ship. Okay, let go first. If you don't let go, I will throw you up and compete with her. Xia Luo was speechless, obviously feeling helpless at Mishida's behavior, but these words also scared the latter into letting go. She didn't want to be thrown into a fight. The other three people have already started fighting with their opponents. Reija did not attack directly, but kept using observation Haki to dodge Daz's attacks. This is a good way to gain experience. Nami and Bentham were fighting fiercely, and Nami's physical skills were trained the most during this period. She didn't want to fall too far behind Karina, so she had been training hard, and with Xia Luo's careful guidance, her progress was rapid. Although Bentham's physical skills are good, his speed is slower than Nami's. He can only defend and fight back, but he basically can't touch the hem of Nami's skirt, so he takes the beating silently and passively. When it comes to Karina, it's a one-sided crushing. The ability of the barrier fruit is too incomprehensible, and Galdano's fruit development ability can't even hurt it at all. Even Karina used her obsolete ability to create a sealed space and was sealed inside. No matter how hard she beat, she couldn't break through the defense. In the end, it could only turn into a liquid candle in the searched space, but the less space, the less oxygen, and then passed out. Seeing that the remaining two people were basically under no pressure, Xia Luo stopped paying attention. In a flash, he came behind Sarah. Looking at Sarah's slender branches and fruitful fruits, Xia Luo unconsciously stretched out her hand to weigh it. At this moment, Sarah felt her eyes flash, and the man disappeared in front of her, followed by a strange movement on her chest. Looking down, he immediately screamed in panic and jumped away from where he was. "You guy!" Sarah looked at Xia Luo, who came behind her in panic. The speed was so fast. He was behind me in an instant, and it was completely different from the same level. Sarah smiled bitterly, with a look of fear in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Xia Luo opposite him gave him a thumbs up. "It's quite good, but unfortunately you don't quite meet my taste, and there's no place for you on the ship. I think what I did just now is a reward for sparing your life." After saying that, Conqueror's Haki went straight to Sarah's head. This time, the latter really couldn't hold on and fell down. "Haha, what an interesting man. Do you like SESE so much?" Robin watched this dramatic scene amusingly on the second floor, but the next second she became angry. Xia Luo suddenly appeared next to Robin and sat down without any scruples. "Hug the latter." "That's right, if a man is not sesame, what's the difference between that and a salted fish?" When Xia Luo said this, he was very confident and did not think there was any problem at all. What an interesting man, I hope you can really defeat Crocodile." Robin was not surprised that Xia Luo teleported to his side. He still looked calm with a mysterious smile and repeated the previous sentence again. Then he gently broke away from Xia Luo's palm, turned into petals in the air and dissipated, and then condensed into a human form in another place, and Xia Luo did not stop it. "Oh, is this the so-called blackening that is 10 times stronger and the whitening that is 3 times weaker?" Xia Luo looked at Robin's ability with some surprise. The level of development was already quite good, and he didn't even cross his arms. In the anime, Robin has to pose before he can use the flower fruit ability, and he can only use the flower fruit ability without gesturing when he first appears in order to maintain a sense of mystery. Could it be that the power can be increased after making that gesture? In other words, it is possible that the ability can be used without using gestures in the future? Xia Luo looked at Karina with meaning. The latter had the same conditions as Robin to activate the fruit ability. Even if Bartolomeo eats this common's fingers gesture, he can only use it with one hand, and then create a barrier to wrap his fist. If it could be developed into an awakened state, perhaps there would be no need for troublesome gestures. Just when Xia Luo was thinking about Karina's future fruit development direction, observation Haki sensed a life form moving rapidly. "Reiju, Nami, the principal here has appeared." Xia Luo immediately reminded the two people below. "Don't say such sarcastic words, can't you see that I'm working hard? This SE is not weak at all." Nami immediately turned around angrily and yelled. He, do you need my help, Nami?" Karina covered her mouth and smiled not far away. "No." Nami refused without thinking. Reiju on the other side opened her eyes after hearing Xia Luo's words. She had always closed her eyes during the battle. Daz felt that the more he attacked, the more frightened he became. The woman in front of him was actually fighting him with her eyes closed, and dodged all the attacks accurately. At this time, he was sweating profusely and breathing heavily. It was really too much pressure from Reiju. But after Reiju opened his eyes, nothing happened to him. Shave. Poison palm. Reiju used his shaver to dodge directly in front of Daz, and slapped his heart with purple poison in his palm. At the same time, a burst of quicksand opened the door to the second floor of Yuyan and rushed towards Reiju quickly. The quicksand also condensed its body during the charge. Crescent-shaped dunes. But this blow was already felt by Reiju. He jumped back and then some backflips to dodge the attack, and then jumped into Xia Luo's arms on the second floor with a powerful leap, and wrapped his arms around his neck. Captain Xia Luo, I was almost hit just now, but you can still sit still. Reiju tapped his lips with his hand and said in a very seductive voice. Nami and Karina stopped fighting Bentham when they saw Crocodile appearing, and immediately retreated and jumped back to Wai. Crocodile. Vivi looked at Crocodile, who appeared in the hall with a solemn expression and couldn't help clenching her fists. Hey, is Mr. One still alive? Crocodile looked at Xia Luo on the second floor opposite with a solemn expression, and asked directly without looking back. Ahem, I'm still alive, but I seem to have been poisoned. Daz covered his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood and said with difficulty. TCH, useless guy, Mr. 2, you take this guy down, and I will take care of the rest. Crocodile loosened his collar and said with a look on his face. At this time, Bentham was full of energy but still full of energy. Okay, boss. Datsuchan Nijaludeo. Bentham walked with strange ballet steps, picked up Daz and ran away immediately, but he didn't forget to take Sarah with him before leaving. As for Mr. 3 Gardeno, he didn't care at all because he was in conflict with him. You are the one who just released Conqueror's Haki. East Blue's dual sword swordsman. Crocodile looked solemn, but his tone was extremely arrogant. Haha, Crocodile, I'm very optimistic about you. Do you want to work under me? Xia Luo said to Crocodile with an appreciative tone. Are you kidding? He's just a newcomer to the Grand Line. Do you think you will be invincible if you learn to release Conqueror's Haki? Veins popped up on Crocodile's head. Xia Luo's words undoubtedly angered him. He has been famous for a long time, but the other party is just a bounty hunter who just went to sea, and he dares to talk nonsense here. Desert Sword. The arm turned into a sharp sand blade and flew straight towards Xia Luo. This time it was just a test attack. Chapter 23. Protective Barrier. Karina immediately raised a huge barrier in front of her. The sand blade directly turned into sand again when it hit the barrier, causing no damage to the barrier at all. There were a few moments, but with this little ability, you want to kill Laozi. It's too early for you. Shaolin. After Crocodile regrouped his arms, a small sand tornado appeared in his hand, and then he threw the tornado towards Karina. Hey, are you planning to destroy your casino? There are still so many of your men on the ground. Xia Luo let go of Reiju in her arms, and the latter dodged and jumped away. Then he drew out his sword and slashed at it with two sword energy, tearing the yellow sand in the sky into pieces. It's okay not to want these useless guys. Facing the two sword auras slashed by Xia Luo, he keenly noticed the difference in the sword auras. He did not choose to transform his body into elemental form, but used a golden hook to block them. Are you showing off armament hacking? It seems I underestimated you. Not only have you mastered Conqueror's Haki, but you also know how to use armament Haki's advanced applications. Guys like you don't look like a newcomer who just went to sea. Crocodile frowned as he looked at the scratches on the golden hook. Haha, no one stipulates that newcomers who are new to the sea cannot be angry, right? In my opinion, those guys who go to sea before they have learned Kung Fu are undoubtedly seeking death. Xia Luo smiled happily, and the version 1.0 Lao Sha in front of him was also one of the troops who couldn't hacking. When Xiao Yukai evolves into version 2.0, can we really have a good fight with him? Huh, just talk about the power. Don't think that knowing armament Haki will guarantee victory. Crocodile sneered and said that he had his own way of dealing with armament Haki users, otherwise he would not have been able to tie with bullet before. However, he, who had become neglected in fighting, now lacked the keenness of his former fighting genius. Change the place. You don't want your plan to be exposed to the public. Xia Luo gestured outside. Crocodile really didn't want to reveal his identity too early, and the wide sandy field outside was obviously his home field. Since Xia Luo proposed it first, why not do it? His body turned into quicksand and flew outward, and he was not afraid that Xia Luo and the others would just run away. After all, these people were here for me in the first place. Karina, I'll ask you to protect Vivi and the others later. Xia Luo gave instructions, and her figure disappeared instantly, and then Reiju and Nami quickly caught up with Vivi and Makita. Desert areas outside the city. Crocodile regrouped his body, and Xia Luo's figure instantly appeared opposite him. Humph, just choose this place as your graveyard. Crocodile looked at Xia Luo, who was following him, and said with a sneer. Haha, it's hard to say whose cemetery it is. But you are depraved enough. After being defeated by Whitebeard, you didn't want to improve your strength. Instead, you wanted to rely on foreign objects. Do you really think you can become the Pirate King just by relying on Pluton? Xia Luo chuckled and started to talk. Crocodile looked gloomy. This guy really knows what he wants and his purpose in this country. This makes it even more impossible to let him leave. Ha, although I don't know where you know my plan, but now I can't let you leave here alive. Crocodile blew out a smoke ring and his face became more and more sinister. A larger sand tornado began to condense in his hand. Take the move. Heavy Shaolin. Throwing out the tornado in his hand, the sky was immediately filled with yellow sand, and even the sun in the sky was blocked. This scene is like the end of the world. Desert Diamond Sword. Crocodile has an absolute advantage in the sandstorm, which gives him confidence. Not many capable people can compete here, let alone a newcomer who has just left the sea. Xia Luo's observation Haki immediately sensed the direction of the attack, randomly drew his sword and slashed away. Slash wave. The direct collision between the sword energy and the sand turned into a hurricane and blew away the sandstorm. Following the direction perceived by observation Haki, he teleported over with Xiao. Crocodile gritted his teeth as he looked at Xia Luo, who was suddenly in front of him, and chopped off the golden hook from top to bottom. Clang. Clang. Almost in an instant, the two exchanged more than a dozen moves. Xia Luo used the sword skills taught by Golden Lion to skillfully slash at every vital part of Crocodile. Crocodile, on the other hand, relied on his rich combat experience to transform into the sand in advance and dodge some of Xia Luo's attacks. If he couldn't dodge in time, he would directly use his golden hook to block it. But the continuous attack of slashes made him unable to do anything but keep turning into sand and resisting. If it were Crocodile in the original novel, he would have lost long ago. That is because Xia Luo's Haki made him wary, not as underestimating the enemy as in the original work, and he continued to retrieve his previous memories during the battle. He is also becoming more and more comfortable in dealing with sword energy attacks. At this time, he has evolved to version 1.5 Lisha. B0OM. As the battle between the two became more intense, the aftermath of the battle became larger and larger. After an explosion, the sand and dust were flying, and the situation was suddenly unclear. The center of the battle also dented a large area. At this time, the women on the border were looking at the center of the battle. They are really two monsters. Is this kind of natural disaster-like power really achievable by humans? Nico Robin, who arrived here, said with a dark expression on his face. Haha, there are so many monsters in the Grand Line, but these two people are the ones standing at the top. Captain Xia Luo has not yet shown his full strength. He is enjoying the battle. Raja saw Robin on the side and said with a smile. In her opinion, it was a certainty that Robin would be on board. Now that Xia Luo has asked her to join his team, he will never let her go. Especially for such a beauty with her own personality, Xia Luo is even more unlikely to let her go. She knows exactly how she got on the ship. Still, not using all your strength. Robin's eyes widened in disbelief. In her opinion, a battle of this level is not all out. Recalling his various provocative behaviors and what Xia Luo said to him, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't choose to actually attack his crew at that time, otherwise it would be impossible for him to escape from this man's hands due to his strength. But Robin didn't know that even if he did it, he wouldn't be able to cause any harm to Karina. Karina's physical fitness has surpassed the strength of her flower fruit-made arms, which will definitely break the joints. Why, are you now worried about whether you will be killed after your president loses? Don't worry, since Xia Luo said he would let you on the ship, he won't take action against you. Nami comforted her with a smile on her face, obviously because she was scared of Robin's reaction. Haha, if Mr. Xia Luo really defeats President Crocodile, then joining your ship will undoubtedly be a better choice. I can also tell you where Crocodile's treasures are. Robin responded with a smile. If it is true as Nami said, Xia Luo has not used his full strength, then Crocodile's current state, which can only barely cope, cannot be his opponent. Then it's not impossible to get on Xia Luo's boat when the time comes, as long as you can fulfill your dream. Crocodile's treasure? Very good. I approve of you. Nami was also happy when she heard Kabeo, and then began to formally examine Robin. Chapter 24. In the center of the battle, a clang sounded again. The smoke and dust were instantly blown away by the air wave. Crocodile used his golden hook to block the incoming sword. Then the two of them retreated to open a certain space. The fight between the two has been going on for some time. Crocodile was breathing heavily, with a bright red color on his arms. He looked more embarrassed than at the beginning, and his physical strength had been exhausted a lot. On the other hand, Xia Luo's aura is stable and her expression is normal, and her clothes are not stained by a speck of dust. From this, we can judge the strength of the two people. You newbie monster, I didn't expect a monster like you to be born in the sea. Crocodile's face was solemn. The previous battle also made him realize how powerful the boy in front of him was. If the stalemate continued like this, there was no way he could win. However, The opponent's combat experience and Haki's strength were both strong. Observation: Haki was also well trained and all his attacks were dodged. Now, apart from the wide range of moves, he really couldn't think of anything else that could defeat the boy in front of him. Thank you very much for your evaluation. Do you want to consider what I said before? Xia Luo is a calm Kaido with a smile on her face. His current state is in stark contrast to Crocodile. You want Lao Zi to work for a newcomer like you? Impossible. Who do you think Lao Zi is? Ha ha ha, this C never pays attention to who comes first, only strength. If I am strong enough, then why not join me? Ha ha, you arrogant brat, let's wait until you gain a firm foothold in the second half of the Grand Line. Although your strength is not bad, dragging those women with you is still a long way to go in the sea full of monsters. Not nearly enough. With that said, Crocodile turned his arm into a sand blade again and slashed it. Desert Diamond Sword. Facing the attack of the sand blade, Xia Luo grinned slightly and slowly lifted into the air. Lion Majesty, govern place earth coiling. Several lion heads turned from sand gathered together and rushed towards Crocodile one after another. The sand blades were also scattered under the impact of the lion's head, and the crocodile lion's head was swallowed up, causing the ground to shake. Haha, don't hide, Crocodile. The sand's attack won't have any effect on you. Xia Luo in the sky changed her previous attitude and became arrogant. He had already tested Crocodile's strength at this time and had no interest in playing anymore. Crocodile's figure regrouped on the sand. Lion fruit. Damn it, it's actually the fruit of some old guy. News of his death was reported some time ago, and now his abilities have appeared so quickly. Are you kidding me? What is your relationship with that guy? Crocodile roared with a gloomy expression. Haha, if you can take my trick, I will tell you. Xia Luo did not choose to answer his question. The two swords began to condense Haki, and the aura on her body began to gradually increase. Crocodile below felt the power of this aura and gritted his teeth without flinching. The arm turned into a huge sand sword. Go to hell. Desert Great Sword. A huge sand sword rose from the ground, its tip pointed straight at Xia Luo's body. Haha, you came just in time. Slash Wave Purgatory. The ultimate move used to deal with Nagli was used again by Xia Luo. Two huge sword energy flew out, and the black and blue sword energy was attached with thunder and lightning. Your president is going to lose. Nami looked at Crocodile, who was about to fight Xia Luo, with a playful expression. He had seen this trick before. Even Nagli said this was a move that could destroy an island. Although it was a bit exaggerated, this power was undeniable. It may not be a devastating blow to Alabasta, but the area will certainly not be able to withstand his power. Whether Crocodile can survive this attack is a question. After all, not everyone has a Haki as powerful as Nagli. It does seem that Mr. Xia Luo is stronger. Robin watched the desert sword in front of him being dissipated bit by bit under the pressure of Xia Luo's sword energy, and couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Crocodile was already using all his strength to repair the damage to the desert sword. Try your best to block Xia Luo's sword energy. What a joke. How could I be killed by such a brat in this place? Crocodile's whole body rose with momentum, he raised his arms to the sky and kept using sand. The children condense and fly away. But this was only his last struggle. The sword energy continued to move downwards, bit by bit, tearing apart the big sword made of sand, and finally it fell straight to the ground. Boom. With a deafening sound, the ground seemed to be cut into 4 pieces, and 2 huge slash marks appeared. The air waves kept roaring. Karina had to activate a defensive barrier to prevent herself from being blown away by this wave of air. It's over. Nami said calmly, looking at the scene in front of him. Xia Luo breathed a long sigh of relief, and after the smoke and dust dispersed, he slowly fell to the center of the sword energy. There were 2 huge stab wounds on Crocodile's body, and the blood stained the sand and gravel beneath him red. It took a lot of effort to even breathe. The former great pirate is obsessed with his past glory and neglects to train himself. It's really ugly. Looking at Crocodile, who fell to the ground, Xia Luo couldn't help but sigh. Ahem, stop talking nonsense, kid. Since you win, this head will be given to you. While speaking, blood was still pouring out of his mouth, but his look of someone who would rather die than surrender made Xia Luo look at him. Huh, not interested. Xia Luo put away her sword. What do you mean? Didn't you come here to kill me? Crocodile said with difficulty. Yes and no, the main thing is to test your strength, but it seems that Shichibukai is not a big deal. Xia Luo waved her hand and responded in a casual tone. You are so arrogant, kid. A guy like you is not a pirate. Haha, it's just not for the time being. When it conflicts with Marine's interests, they probably won't tolerate it. By the way, I'm leaving Robin and Mishita. Besides, Alabasta doesn't have what you're looking for. Pluton is actually in Wanakuni. If you have the courage to challenge Kaido, you can try it. After saying that, Xia Luo turned around and walked towards Nami and the others. He is not afraid of what problems may arise if he tells the other party about Pluton. Wait until he really capable of getting Pluton. Xia Luo's strength can already rule the world. Xia Luo, if you don't kill me now, I will definitely make you regret it later. I will defeat you one day. Crocodile turned his head with all his strength and spoke with difficulty. Haha, let's wait until you evolve to version 3.0. You are too weak now. Xia Luo threw his hand back without looking back. Damn it. This little devil. Although he wanted to stand up and fight for 300 rounds, his body told him that he had reached his limit. Returning to Nami and the others, Xia Luo said casually to Robin. Your president was defeated by me. I also asked him for his job. He said that I should take good care of Robin-chan in the future. Robin smiled slightly and did not say anything. Crocodile would not say such things. Then please give me some advice, Captain Xia Luo. Chapter 25. Ding, recruit Nico Robin as a crew member, reward skill, hairspray hand. Huh. Hairspray hand, what kind of skill is this? Xia Luo directly became Daoduyan. This was the first time he received such a reward. It was neither a combat skill nor a talent, nor was it even a useful item. Do you want me to fight to the end and use a hairspray hand to instantly transform into the second stage villain form? He shook his head to get rid of those thoughts, and then stretched. It was such an enjoyable battle just now. Since Xia Luo debuted, she has tried her best except for the battle with Nagli. Almost all the remaining enemies encountered were killed by Xia Luo. Although Crocodile's strength did not push Xia Luo to her limit, she still had a good fight despite suppressing the use of Conqueror's Haki. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. How far is Vivi from your capital? If we fly there, it will probably take a few hours. Vivi pondered for a moment and roughly calculated the distance. It seems that we can only go back to the ship tonight and wait for the first trip to Alabasta tomorrow. Alright. Xia Luo looked at the sky. Nyokijo and Keiyo were still on the boat. If they returned to the boat, it might be night before they reached the capital. So everyone returned the same way, and Nami took Robin to find Crocodile's treasure in the rain feast. After finishing all the crocodiles, we left with satisfaction. It was almost night when we returned to the dock. Gawyo. There was a rhythmic sound, which sounded like the sounds of students practicing in the dojo. Following the sound, I didn't know when a large group of kung fu manatees gathered on the coast. Nakajayo was on the boat watching the kung fu manatees training below with a smile. As Xia Luo and others approached, the kung fu manatees also noticed the arrival of several people. A human wall instantly formed. Grrrrrrrr. The leader, a kung fu manatee, was making unknown gestures with a serious expression. After finishing the gesture, he looked at Xia Luo and others with his arms folded. What's going on? Xia Luo asked Xiang Nakajayo a little confused. I don't know. Not long after you left, these little guys suddenly appeared on the shore and were talking about something. I thought they were hungry, so I made some food for them to eat. Unexpectedly, they have been training here. Nakajayo didn't know what these kung fu manatees were talking about. After all, there was no one on the ship who could speak animal language and Chopper couldn't translate it. After hearing Nakajayo's explanation, Xia Luo suddenly realized. These little guys won't stay here to protect you because you gave them food, right? He thinks we are bad guys. Xia Luo looked at these cute little guys and chuckled. I don't know, but I can't communicate with them, what should I do? Nokijao covered his forehead helplessly. Ha 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 ha, it's okay, just knock them all down. Xia Luo rolled up his sleeves and looked like he was about to fight. Seeing him like this, Kung Fu Manatee also became angry, and they all rolled up their sleeves and wanted to fight. He casually knocked away several Kung Fu Manatees that rushed towards him, and then carried out a one-sided beating. It took all the effort to beat the manatee to the ground by Xia Luo, but since Xia Luo didn't use much force, there was still no problem with his life. But just as Xia Luo was about to walk back to the boat, the Kung Fu Manatee who was the leader at the beginning reached out tremblingly and grabbed Xia Luo's trousers. Xia Luo looked down in surprise. Unexpectedly, there was one person who hadn't fainted. It seemed that he had good physical fitness and willpower. Kung Fu Manatee stood up with difficulty, and then solemnly saluted Xia Luo. Is this? This Kung Fu Manatee wants to worship you as its teacher. Vivi looked at Xia Luo with slightly surprised eyes. She had heard a little bit about the habits of this creature. Xia Luo also remembered that in the original work, Luffy accepted a bunch of Kung Fu Manatees as disciples. Could it be this group? Then I remembered that these sea beasts can actually learn armament haki and observation haki, and they will even have good combat power in the future. Xia Luo asked as he knelt down and looked at the Kung Fu Manatee in front of him. Are you going to take me as your teacher? Ga ga ga. Kung Fu Manatee looked at him with firm eyes and nodded. Haha, it's interesting, but I have no plans to accept a disciple. Gao Kung Fu Manatee looked at Xia Luo with its cute big eyes, like this. No matter who you look at, you will feel pity for me. The first person who couldn't stand it was Nami. She walked up to Xia Luo, hugged his arm and said in a deity tone. Just promise him, he seems to really want to become your disciple. Ga ga ga. Kung Fu Manatee nodded. Captain Xia Luo, I think you can accept them. After all, the Kung Fu Manatees are pretty good, right? They can also be sailors on the ship and fight in the sea. Robin suggested with a smile. She liked this cute animal very much, but she just joined it not long ago. So I can only suggest it after Nami speaks out. Well, since you have said so, Nami-chan and Robin-chan, then I will accept you. Gao Kung Fu Manatee jumped up happily, feeling that its physical strength had recovered a lot. In that case, I will teach you a move, and you can practice it slowly in the future. Xia Luo's expression suddenly became serious, which was his usual teaching style. Seeing this, Kung Fu Manatee also became serious, putting his fists on his waist and making a Zama stance. Xia Luo's fist attached to armament Haki, bowed slightly, and then moved towards the sea area ahead, blasted out in a circle. The fist wind directly blasted a path out of the sea. Gawo Kung Fu Manatee jumped up to Xia Luo and hugged his feet in admiration. Haha, this is armament Haki. By accelerating the flow of blood, it accelerates muscle movement and achieves hardening. The more advanced usage is to wrap it around attacks and swords, and then further it can be released externally. As long as you have mastered the realm of entangling and releasing, you can achieve the effect I just had. Xia Luo smiled and explained to Kung Fu Manatee, who nodded quickly and started to practice boxing on the spot. Isn't that what you said, the training method of Marine 6 Style's Iron Body? Reja vaguely remembered that this principle was the 6 Style Iron Body training method that Xia Luo told him and others. At that time, the evaluation of the skill was that whoever used it would die, and was dismissed as useless. Yes, the Iron Body is the most rudimentary form of armament Haki. If you can use the Iron Body to perform any action while moving, adding chi to it will actually have reached the stage of hardening. Xia Luo still remembers this. As for the evaluation of Iron Body, it is known that all those who use Iron Body will not end well. After all, no matter whether in the feature film or the theatrical version, everyone who uses Iron Body in the end, everyone was beaten badly. So this is the basic training of armament Haki. Reja thought thoughtfully. At this stage, Xia Luo has not taught her armament Haki yet. But this energy is probably the most critical thing. After all, hardening alone cannot capture the physical form of Logia demon fruit power. Chapter 26. What happened to Mr. Manatee? Are they all drunk? At this time Kaya walked out of the cabin and was very happy to see everyone back. After walking out, he looked at the Kung Fu Manatee lying on the ground and screamed in surprise. Immediately, he took the medical kit and went down to check it with the Kung Fu Manatees. After some inspection, he found that nothing was wrong and he just fainted, so he breathed a sigh of relief. I learned from others that Xia Luo was beaten like this because of the challenge. The latter scratched his head in embarrassment. Haha, Kaya, I'm hungry, have you made dinner? Xia Luo changed the subject with a haha, jumped on the boat first, and then gave instructions to the Kung Fu Manatee below. I'm asking you to look after the ship today. Remember to practice well. After saying that, he walked back to the cabin without looking back. This guy is really good at summoning people. Seeing Xia Luo like this, Nami shook her head helplessly and followed her back to the boat. In the end, only the Kung Fu Manatee's excited cry was left. In the pirate world, although there are many entertainment projects, they are suitable for those on the ship. Very few. After having a delicious dinner, Xia Luo lay bored on the sofa in the lobby and watched various programs on video phone bug. But there are no good programs in this world, but Nokia, Kaya, and the others watched it with gusto. Helpless, Xia Luo could only invite Karina and Nami to fight the landlord together. This kind of poker gameplay was brought by Xia Luo from another world, which no one has ever played before. After killing for a while, Xia Luo took Karina and Nami back to the room to continue fighting the landlord. In the card game just now, Karina lost some small bets to Xia Luo under Nami's instigation, and now it's time for her to repay it by fighting the landlord. Completely ignoring the other party's seemingly violent struggle and a bit of a desire to welcome and refuse. Nami couldn't stand some of Karina's usual oral pleasures, so she wanted to embarrass Karina, so she encouraged her. The night passed. The early morning hours were the same as always. It's just that there are 2 people missing in the hall this time. However, the other girls were not surprised. Only the girls who were new to the ship, Robin, were thoughtful. After breakfast, while everyone is still in the hall, I want to return to the palace to gather the common people to expose Crocodile's conspiracy. Vivi slapped the table and said with a serious expression. Xia Luo took a look and saw that there were still more than 10 days before the opening time of signing into Alabasta. It seems that there is no other place to go but to stay here. After all, there is not enough time to go back and forth. We estimate that we will stay in Alabasta for more than 10 days. You can spend these days in the palace with your father. Xia Luo said with an indifferent expression. Really? That's great. Vivi also looked happy when she heard that Xia Luo said she would stay in Alabasta for a while. Well, after all, there is something I want to know in Alabasta. Xia Luo glanced flatly at Robin, who smiled back. Immediately afterwards, Xia Luo got up and walked outside the boat. Gao! The Kung Fu manatees are practicing their punches on the shore. Seeing Xia Luo come out, they all rushed over and looked at Xia Luo with admiring eyes. Oh, you have been practicing hard early in the morning. You are really diligent. Xia Luo jumped off the boat and was immediately surrounded. The Kung Fu manatees looked at him with their big shining eyes, each of them only as high as Xia Luo's thigh. It still looks very cute. Gah! A serious cry that was different from other manatees brought Kung Fu manatee back to his senses. They immediately stepped back and lined up in an orderly manner before saluting Xia Luo. They also changed from being cute at first to being very orderly. Xia Luo counted almost 35 Kung Fu manatees in total. At this time, the manatee that was accepted as a disciple last night also walked out of them. He stood at the front and bowed deeply. Xia Luo walked up and knelt down and touched his head. Yes, you will need to strengthen your training in the future. Today I will teach you a move that can help you move quickly in battle. Under the adoring eyes of everyone, Xia Luo began to teach how to shave. The physical fitness of these manatees is very good, and it is very simple to practice. Even if the body structure is different, it does not hinder their use. Soon after Xia Luo taught them how to practice, the women also came out of the cabin. Looking at Xia Luo, who was seriously teaching the Kung Fu manatees below, they also looked at each other and smiled. Xia Luo, do you want to stay for a day? Nami smiled and asked Xia Luo, who was teaching seriously below. Oh? Are you all ready? There is no need to stay here. It is better to go to the capital early to finish all the follow-up matters and take a few days off. Xia Luo wiped the sweat from her forehead. The sun had already risen high in the sky. The climate in Alabasta is too hot. If I have to stay here for so long, I'd better go to the palace to feel more comfortable. Gao! As soon as they heard that Xia Luo was leaving, the Kung Fu manatees looked reluctant to leave, and squeezed over with their cute big eyes shining. Well, there is no such thing as a banquet that lasts forever. If you really want to see me again, then practice hard as soon as possible. Let's meet again somewhere in the sea in the future. Xia Luo smiled and touched their heads. In the end, the Kung Fu manatees could only wave their little handkerchiefs and watch Xia Luo and the others leave with tears in their eyes. Since the location of the voyage was uncertain, the sailboat was put into storage by Xia Luo. After packing up everything, we headed towards the royal capital of Alabasta. The capital of Alabasta is Aruba. The time has come to noon. With Vivi's status as a princess, she still had smooth access in the palace, and soon arrived at the hall of the palace. Father! Vivi showed joy when she saw Cobra, the king of this country. Vivi. Cobra stepped forward and touched her head distressedly. It's hard to endure hardships outside. No, this is what we should do for Alabasta. Vivi shook her head and hugged her father. She finally waited for this moment, to overthrow Crocodile's conspiracy and let the country. The home regains its former peace. Father, go gather the people across the country and let us announce Crocodile's conspiracy so that the rebels will not continue to cause chaos. Cobra nodded in agreement. He also heard from the Kingdom Guard Captain Akaram that Vivi was looking for a group of powerful companions. He is going to challenge Crocodile. If he can be defeated, the conspiracy will be self-defeating. Now Vivi is standing in front of him intact, which means that the powerful swordsman really defeated Crocodile. He turned to look at Xia Luo, a young and handsome young man. You must be Xia Luo, the strongest bounty hunter in East Blue who became famous all over the world some time ago. I have heard about you. Thank you very much for your help this time, otherwise this country may really fall into the hands of Crocodile. Cobra bowed and saluted. Father. Vivi looked at him worriedly. King Cobra doesn't have to be like this. This is a deal between me and Vivi. Now that the deal is reached, I should also exercise my agreement to defeat Crocodile. Xia Luo reached out to help Cobra, shook his head and said with a normal expression. Chapter 27. Hearing Xia Luo's words, Cobra's face flashed with embarrassment, and then he said hesitantly. Your Excellency Xia Luo, I know this is a transaction and cooperation between you and Vivi, but can you change it to another request? Father, please stop saying that. Captain Xia Luo has helped our country. Since I promised him back then, I will fulfill my promise. After hearing what Cobra said, Vivi immediately stood in front of Xia Luo with a serious face and said solemnly. But, Vivi. Stop talking, father. Seeing Vivi's resolute attitude, Cobra had no choice but to agree to Vivi's decision. Vivi also smiled again. Xia Luo stepped forward and touched her head, then asked Cobra. King Cobra, I have a request that may require your help. Haha, Your Excellency Xia Luo, you are Alabasta's benefactor and hero. As long as you need Alabasta's help, we will be there for you. Cobra laughed and agreed generously. It's like this. One of my companions really wants to see some historical texts. Can you let us see the historical texts buried in this country? I know that Alabasta has been guarding a secret about the Queen Nefertari de Lily who asked you to guard it 800 years ago. Cobra's expression changed greatly. He didn't know how this man knew this. Your Excellency Xia Luo, how do you know this? Cobra didn't understand why the secrets his family had always guarded were known to this outsider. Robin's eyes lit up. Her purpose of joining Baroque Studio was also based on this piece of historical text. She had always betrayed to save her life, and it was the same this time. She chose to take refuge in Xia Luo only because he was strong enough. Although Xia Luo also said that she was interested in historical texts and that her boat suited her well, in her eyes it was just a bargaining chip to attract her. If it comes to threatening her life, she will still choose betrayal without hesitation. Now, Xia Luo actually chose to negotiate with Cobra for her, which made her a little moved. What surprised Robin the most was that Xia Luo actually knew so much about this country. Even the history related to the historical text is known. What exactly did Lily, the queen of this country 800 years ago, ask her descendants to protect? It's really exciting. Unknowingly, Robin's mouth turned up and Kakozu curled up. About this, I actually know a lot about this world, including part of the historical text and the red historical text. As for how I know this, I have to start with my master. Xia Luo said with a calm expression, putting the blame on Golden Lion's head. Anyway, no one knows how much the Golden Lion knows, but as a great pirate, he must know a lot of secrets. Your Excellency Xia Luo's master. Cobra was a little confused, and then Vivi explained to him about the Golden Lion. Captain Xia Luo, what's going on with the red historical text you mentioned? Robin stepped forward and asked softly. Although she also doubted the authenticity of these things, the red historical text mentioned by Xia Luo still made her curious. The red historical text, that is the road sign about Raftel, the legendary final island of One Piece. Xia Luo looked at Robin's beautiful eyes and casually said the red text of history. What? Raftel's road sign. The girls once again learned this important secret from Xia Luo. Then if we get the red historical text, we can get the One Piece and the biggest treasure in the world. Nami and Karina are back to their old money-grubbing ways. It's not that treasures don't interest them anymore, it's that the small amount of treasures has made them no longer interested. Unless it's a character of Crocodile's level, the treasure of a minor character is just attack. Then do you know where the red historical text is? Nami and Karina looked at Xia Luo expectantly. I know, One Piece is in the hands of each of the 4 emperors. Whitebeard's piece seems to be placed on top of his former 2nd Division Captain Kojiki Oden's National Zoo. Xia Luo smiled and said something very scary. What? 4 emperors? The 2 women's excited expressions suddenly dropped. They also knew about the 4 emperors. Even Xia Luo admitted that he is currently no match for 4 emperors. It is simply impossible to snatch the red text of history from their hands. Ha ha ha, I said we were going to travel around the world, and I will definitely go to Raftel, the final island. So the red historical text of 4 emperors is also my goal. Although I can't beat it now, 4 emperors may not be my opponent when I grow up. Xia Luo Haki said. Nami, Karina and Robin's dark eyes all lit up at the same time. Robin originally had no hope when he heard about 4 emperors, but Xia Luo said that he would become so strong sooner or later, based on the information she learned on board the ship. Xia Luo's own physique is very strong. If he can continue to grow like this, he might be able to achieve his goal. But let me say it first. One Piece may not have the treasure you think. The treasure Roger mentioned before his death is actually something else. Xia Luo still gave the 2 women a dose of vaccination first. Did you also learn this from Golden Lion? Nami asked curiously. That's right. Xia Luo is confident that Kaido, in short, now has to push the blame on Golden Lion, otherwise it will not be rounded. The Roger pirates I knew from my previous life didn't really keep any treasures there. The final island. The most widely discussed treasure is the huge treasure that Joy Boy left behind in this world. It may be related to the liberation of the world. But in Xia Luo's eyes, what is liberating the world? As long as you are strong enough, you can do it whether it is liberating the world or changing the world. There is no need to rely on Joey Boy's treasure. Xia Luo turned to look at Robin again and said sincerely. Robin, I know you don't really want to join this adventure group now, but I can guarantee that this will definitely be the best group you have ever been in. I will help you realize your dream. Haha, then I'm looking forward to your performance, Captain Xia Luo. I trust you very much, Captain. Hearing his sincere words, Robin smiled and said with pretense of expectation. In her eyes, Xia Luo's body was always shrouded in a mysterious fog. If Golden Lion really knew so much, he would have realized his ambition long ago. So she concluded that this must be the secret that Xia Luo knew from somewhere. And Xia Luo rolled her eyes secretly. This woman really knows how to act, she is like a movie star. Even now I don't forget to perform. But it doesn't matter, one day you will truly join my fleet. Xia Luo thought confidently. Chapter 28. Your Excellency Xia Luo, you are the savior of this country. If this is your request, I can grant it to you. After listening to Vivi's explanation of the causes and consequences, Cobra thought for a while and then responded solemnly. Xia Luo's strength is very strong. If he really wants to force his way into the search place, there is no force on his side that can withstand it. The army? Those things are just tools to suppress civilians. When it comes to high-end battlefields, things like the army are of no use. One Conqueror's Haki from the enemy is enough to stun the soldiers with low strength in the army. Not to mention that this was a strong man who defeated Crocodile. Just one Shishibukai could bring their country into such trouble. Now I can't stand a person stronger than Shishibukai making a scene. After thinking about it, it is better to be a favor and agree to Xia Luo's request. Mainly because he learned about Xia Luo from Vivi, and he felt a little relieved after knowing that he was not a bad person. That's great, King Cobra. Xia Luo smiled slightly. If the other party agreed, it would really save him a lot of trouble. If he doesn't agree, he won't force it, but he will secretly explore it at night. Then he accidentally broke into a forbidden area and copied the historical text. Even if it was such a small thing, he probably wouldn't be punished even if he was discovered. What did Xia Luo think? But if Cobra knew his inner thoughts, he would definitely pick up a stick and give him a few blows. You tell me that a secret that a royal family has guarded for 800 years is a trivial matter? Father, then I will tell the soldiers to gather the civilians, and you can take Xia Luo and the others to see the historical text. Vivi raised her hand and suggested, she really couldn't wait any longer. I just want to announce Crocodile's conspiracy to the people immediately so that this misunderstanding can be resolved and the rebel army can be disbanded as soon as possible. Well, go ahead Vivi, I'm sure you can do it. Cobra nodded. He had seen Vivi's growth. She had become more confident and sensible than before. It's a pity that if he didn't go with Xia Luo, then Vivi would definitely be his perfect successor, a wise queen. Cobra watched Vivi walk out of the palace and told the soldiers outside about the task of gathering the citizens. Oh, if Vivi can stay in Alabasta, she will definitely be a wise person. Queen, I would like to pass on the king's position to her. Cobra sighed and said softly, as if he was speaking to himself and to Xia Luo. Ha ha ha, it's okay. I just need to find someone wiser. Xia Luo smiled and patted his shoulder, not showing any signs of indifference. Well, Sir Xia Luo, you don't know. My wife disappeared mysteriously and unexpectedly a long time ago and has never been found. So I have no plans to have any more children. Cobra smiled bitterly. Wouldn't it be nice to have another wife? Why are you worried? Xia Luo felt a little strange. Isn't it normal for the king of a country to have several wives? The women behind Xia Luo couldn't help but roll their eyes at Xia Luo. This guy is a typical playboy, someone who falls in love with someone he meets. There are no other males on this ship except this guy. I really don't understand what environment created this LSP. But what they don't know is that Xia Luo is originally from another world. After being suppressed for so long in the previous world, how could I not want to live freely in this animated world? Of course, conquering the beauties appearing in the original work is one of his hobbies. I am different from you. I only love my princess deeply and have no intention of marrying again. Cobra shook his head, unwilling to mention this matter again. Xia Luo couldn't say anything more, so he could only comfort him. It's okay, just wait until we finish sailing this world and bring Vivi back to inherit the throne. Maybe I can bring you a successor. Xia Luo said the last sentence to herself in her heart. However, Nami and Karina, who are closest to him, have already understood his thoughts. But now they have no idea of stopping him, because Xia Luo's body is too strong and cannot be resisted by the two of them. In this regard, Xia Luo can only say that the steel balloon talent is YYDS. The ant can give birth to so many children because of this talent and physique. Cobra nodded when he heard that Xia Luo would come back with Vivi to inherit the throne. Since Vivi will come back to inherit the throne in the future, it would not be a bad idea to go to sea with Xia Luo now and gain experience. No matter how I think about it, I feel much better. Everyone, come with me. The text of history is in the tombs of the royal families of Alabasta. You can't get inside without my guidance. Cobra took the lead and walked out of the palace, followed closely by the others. After passing through twists and turns, they arrived at the door of a palace, and then Cobra gently pushed a cat-shaped statue next to the door. In an instant, a hole appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Oh, it's so secretly hidden. If you really come looking for it, you may not be able to find it. Looking at the hidden entrance of the cave, Xia Luo couldn't help but sigh. But this sentence happened to be heard by Cobra, and a drop of sweat could not help but leave on his forehead. This cave is a real royal tomb. The space inside is very large, a bit like an ancient Egyptian tomb. Wow, what a big tomb. Even Nami and others were not amazed by the magnificence of this tomb. Walking to the end of the tomb, a huge stone was placed there. There are many incomprehensible words engraved on it. Robin walked forward excitedly and touched the boulder, then opened Shikai to read the contents inside. Everyone watched her interpretation silently. I didn't expect that there are still people in this world who can interpret this kind of writing. Exist. Cobra sighed, thinking that they were just here to read the historical text. Unexpectedly, there are still people in the team who can interpret the text of history. Haha, after all, she is a woman who was offered a bounty of 80 million belly when she was only 8 years old. There will always be some special skills that Marine will be afraid of. O'Hara? I have heard of that rumor, the Buster Call many years ago. The Buster Call started by the world government in the name of O'Hara's scholars trying to subvert the world. Cobra fell into memories. It turns out that she is the survivor of O'Hara who shocked the world back then, the son of the devil Nico Robin. While Cobra was still shocked about Robin's identity, Robin came over after reading the historical text. Captain Xia Luo, please stop making fun of my identity. Compared to me, the son of the devil, if your identity as the successor of the Golden Lion is exposed, it will probably cause a sensation all over the world. Robin said with a calm expression. After walking back to Xia Luo, he began to record the text of the historical text with notes. Chapter 29. The successor of the legendary pirate Golden Lion. Cobra looked at Xia Luo with a shocked expression. He didn't expect that this handsome young man actually had this identity. No wonder he was so powerful. Vivi didn't tell him this, but then she smiled bitterly. Now that Vivi has accepted it, what does she have to say? Well, it's not an easy identity to talk about. If it can be hidden, I really don't want to expose it prematurely. Otherwise, my enjoyable adventure would be disrupted by those marine guys. Xia Luo touched the back of his head and laughed dryly before changing the topic. How about it? Let's finish the analysis. Well, Captain Xia Luo, do you want me to tell you what's inside? Robin closed the notebook and looked at him with an intriguing smile. No need, actually I also roughly know the content of this historical text. Oh? Captain Xia Luo actually knows what is recorded here. Robin was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Xia Luo would actually know what was recorded inside. Well, it probably has something to do with the location of Pluton. Behind the Grand Line. Halfway up an island, we will also go there in the future. Xia Luo rubbed her chin and spoke calmly. He had directly told Crocodile the location of Pluton before, but he didn't know where it was in Wonokuni or the specific location. But if Crocodile really has the guts to go to Kaido's territory to find the whereabouts of Pluton, he will still give him a high look. Xia Luo is not afraid that Crocodile will cooperate with Kaido. Kaido is the four emperors after all, and Shichibukai is a joke in his eyes. Even if they cooperate, they are just as their subordinate units. A man like Crocodile who dared to face Whitebeard would certainly not submit to others, so he concluded that Crocodile would not cooperate with Kaido. Yes, I didn't expect Captain Xia Luo to actually know the contents. It's really incredible. Robin was really shocked this time. He didn't expect that Xia Luo didn't brag, but actually knew the content. Ha ha ha, actually I know the hiding places of many historical texts and some of their contents. The island we are going to next will also have a piece of historical text. If I remember correctly, it should be about Poseidon's hideout. Hearing this, Xia Luo put her hands on her hips and laughed, with a hint of pride in her expression. Robin's eyes lit up, it was such an exciting journey. Oh, by the way, actually I have another question for King Cobra. As if thinking of something, Xia Luo suddenly turned back to look at Cobra. I almost forgot what I really wanted to ask. Your Majesty Xia Luo, it doesn't matter. Actually, I want to know how the Alabasta royal family transferred the abilities of the previous devil fruit to the fruit. It is rumored that Alabasta has always had two patron saints, namely the bird fruit and falcon form and the canine fruit and jackal form. I want to know how on earth these two devil fruits have been allowed to appear here for so many years in Alabasta's long history. Xia Luo asked the question that had always puzzled him the most. Blackbeard uses Dark Fruit's ability to transfer other Devil Fruit's abilities, so how does Alabasta without Dark Fruit allow Devil Fruit to always appear here? This. Cobra looked a little embarrassed, and his words began to falter. If it troubles you, the king, forget about this topic. Thank you very much for allowing us to read the historical text. This question. Just my personal question. Seeing Cobra's embarrassed look, Xia Luo was secretly disappointed, but she didn't force it. After all, this is just the doubt he has always had about One Piece, but if it embarrasses his future father-in-law, then forget it. No, as someone who saved Alabasta, if you want to know, I can tell you the secret here. Cobra seemed to have figured it out, his eyes became firm, and he no longer hid it. Actually, the location of demon fruit power's rebirth after death is controllable. Cobra said in surprise, and everyone present looked at him in shock. Controllable. This is everyone's inner reaction. It is currently known that after demon fruit power dies, its fruit power will regenerate devil fruit on a fruit somewhere in the sea. This stage does not require the fruit to grow, but rather the devil fruit attaches directly to the fruit to give the devil its power. Devil fruit is actually the possibility of human evolution that people are pursuing, a power born from people's inner obsessions. Cobra told something that even Xia Luo didn't know. Everyone present. This is also the first time I heard about the origin of devil fruit. Human obsession has led to the birth of such unnatural power one after another, but this has been rejected by the mother of nature, the sea. Every demon fruit power will be restricted by the sea stone factor in the ocean. This is also the reason why even the best sailors cannot swim after eating devil fruit. But how does this relate to the reason why Alabasta inherited devil fruit? Although he was surprised by the secret behind the birth of devil fruit, Xia Luo was still curious about the method of inheriting the fruit. As I said, devil fruit is born from human obsessions. When the Esper dies, his devil fruit ability will carry the soul of the Esper and return to the place where his obsession is deepest. Each devil fruit inherits some of the obsessions and souls of the previous owner. This is why someone will be able to use some special moves after eating the devil fruit. This may be the power developed by the previous generation demon fruit power. If the ability user has no obsession, then the devil fruit will be truly randomly generated somewhere in this ocean. For the patron saints of Alabasta throughout the ages, when they are about to die, we will place their favorite fruits next to them. After death, their devil fruit will be reborn on the land they are most obsessed with, and it is very likely that it will be reborn nearby. Cobra raised his eyes and glanced at Xia Luo, revealing the secret that had been buried in Alabasta for a long time. It's incredible. I didn't expect devil fruit's abilities to come from this way. Robin, the most knowledgeable member of the team, couldn't help but sigh. Although this method of inheriting fruit abilities is controllable, for most of the ability users in the sea, are there really deep obsessions? Only a royal family like the patron saint of Alabasta who has always lived in this land and is loyal to it will allow every fruit-powered person to be born here. Xia Luo expressed the key to inheritance in one sentence. Chapter 30. After getting the answer she wanted to know, Xia Luo also took the lead in leaving the royal tomb. This trip was not in vain. I fulfilled my promise to Robin and learned the secret of devil fruit. However, this method is somewhat difficult to use. We arrived at the plaza hall in the capital Arapena. A lot of soldiers from the kingdom have been gathered here to maintain order. The residents in the royal capital are talking below about why the king has summoned everyone here. Father, Xia Luo, you are here. Vivi, who was being guarded by soldiers, screamed happily when she saw Xia Luo and the others coming back. Well, I've finished reading everything I wanted to see. How about it? Are you ready? You look a little nervous. Xia Luo walked over slowly, looked at Vivi who was a little nervous and smiled. Well, this is also my first time to speak in front of so many people, but I will try my best. People from all over the capital have gathered now. With this evidence, all we need to do is reveal Crocodile's conspiracy. Coming out should restore peace to Alabasta. Vivi was feeling a little excited and a little nervous, holding in her hand the incriminating evidence that Crocodile had found in Yu Yan's office. There is evidence that Crocodile established a criminal group Baroque Studio and purchased dance powder on the black market with the intention of usurping Alabasta's power. Vivi, go. You have grown up, I believe you can do it. Cobra came to her side and stroked her hair. With Cobra's encouragement, Vivi's eyes became firm and she resolutely stepped onto the podium in the square hall. Fellow citizens, I have summoned you here to reveal a conspiracy surrounding Alabasta that has been going on for 4 years. When Vivi said this, the civilians below were talking louder, but Vivi was not affected and continued to speak. Crocodile, who was praised as a hero by the people, was actually a usurper. He established the criminal group Baroque Studio, and then used dancing powder in the capital Aruba for a year, leaving cities other than the capital dry for a whole year. The large number of dancing fans that appeared in Nahana some time ago was also caused by him pretending to be a palace soldier to provoke the people to rebel. The real purpose of Crocodile is to provoke the people to rebel, and then usurp the power of this country to realize his dark plan. Vivi's impassioned speech made the civilians constantly suspicious. On one side was the hero Crocodile who protected Alabasta, and on the other side was the royal family that had ruled for many years. Soon someone from the people below asked, "Princess Vivi, do you have any evidence that this is what Lord Crocodile did?" The speaker was a young man who had personally experienced being almost killed by pirates. It was Crocodile who strangled all the invading pirates at the critical moment. Now Princess Vivi's speech has plunged him into confusion. A hero who saved his life, and a princess who loves the people, he really doesn't know which side to believe. The evidence of Crocodile's crime is in my hands. Vivi held up the criminal documents searched by Baroque Studio and spoke loudly to the people. This is all the evidence of Crocodile's crime. I started undercover at Baroque Studio a year ago and have been searching for their criminal evidence and information about their boss, but to no avail. Until a few days ago, I met Xia Luo, an upright captain of the adventure group. He helped us defeat Crocodile and search his base for incriminating evidence. It contains all the evidence of Crocodile's crimes, which is enough to prove the fact that he is a usurper. Vivi's words were like splashes caused by a pebble dropped into water, and the crowd's discussion became even louder. I knew the king wouldn't do such a thing as using dancing powder. It turns out it was this damn pirate who did it. He actually deceived our trust. Bah, what kind of hero? He's just a thief. My damn son actually didn't want to think about His Majesty the King, and even joined the rebel army. I will capture him tomorrow to await the punishment of His Majesty the King. Some people are happy that their benevolent king has always been the king and His Royal Highness has not changed. Some people regret why they believed the rumors outside. Citizens, the most critical person to expose Crocodile's conspiracy is Captain Xia Luo who defeated him. Compared to Crocodile, Captain Xia Luo should be called Alabasta's hero. Vivi raised her hand and pointed to Xia Luo on the side, and the crowd became excited for a moment. Hero! Hero! The cheers from the crowd made Xia Luo feel a little embarrassed and could only touch her nose in embarrassment. I came to Alabasta with a purpose, and now I'm still being hailed as a hero. I'm really embarrassed. However, it was also the first time for him to experience the sound of the crowd cheering for him, and he felt a little ecstatic for a while. While learning the truth, I also request the rebels outside to stop your meaningless actions. This will only make the country more and more chaotic. I know that Crocodile's conspiracy inspired your resistance, so I promise again that you will not be punished. Vivi patted her chest and said again, she knew there must be a rebel spy inside. As long as this can resolve the conflict between the two, Kosa should also understand. Vivi thought of her childhood friend, Kosa, now the leader of the resistance. Bang bang bang. As Vivi's last words came out, I don't know who took the lead in applauding. In the end, all the people clapped and cheered vigorously. I believe in you, Princess Vivi. Mercy, Princess Vivi, thank you for your forgiveness. Countless people cheered, and some knelt down to repent. At this moment, the conspiracy that had disrupted Alabasta for 4 years finally collapsed. Vivi walked down the stage slowly and immediately threw herself into Xia Luo's arms. I did it, I finally did it, thank you very much, Captain Xia Luo. Tears of happiness flashed in Vivi's eyes. It was all because of the man in front of her who helped her get to this point. Okay, everything has passed. The important thing is the present. The rebels have been put down and Alabasta can regain its vitality again. Xia Luo touched the head of the beauty in her arms and comforted her softly. With this speech, Alabasta's internal troubles came to an end. The rebel leader Kosa personally came to the capital with all his men to pray for Cobra's punishment. And Vivi also lived up to her promise of forgiving everyone who was provoked to rebel. Chapter 31. The second half of the Grand Line, a deserted island in the New World, which is recognized as the strongest sea area. No one expected that the headquarters of the most mysterious newspaper, World Economic News, was hidden on this desert island. Big news. Big news. The 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile, one of the 3 major forces that counterbalance the Grand Line, were actually defeated by the Rising Star bounty hunter from East Blue. Morgan Gans held the speech material from Princess Vivi of Alabasta in his hand. It was learned above that Crocodile was defeated, which was undoubtedly the biggest slap in the face to the prestige of Marie Joyce and 7 warlords of the sea. Shisabukai, known as one of the 3 major forces, was defeated by a newcomer so easily. Notify all branches. Release this big news immediately. Morgan Guns's bird-like face, which remained in the form of an orc, was full of fanatical expressions. But President, if this news gets reported, I'm afraid we will be threatened by the world government. A member of the newspaper office wearing glasses said tremblingly. Compared with the threats and oppression from the world government, it would be a shame for me if this big news is not announced. Work overtime. I will write the headline of the news and notify all branches below to work overtime today. Morgan Gans knocked out the bespectacled member with one punch. This kind of subordinate who dare not challenge the authority of the world government is really not a good newspaper member. So with the help of Morgan Gans, soon, countless newsbirds around the world began their own hard overtime life again. The four seas, the paradise, the new world, except for the windless zone with few people and the harsh climate island. Everyone has received big news personally written by Morgan Gans, one of the kings of the dark underground and the president of the economic newspaper. 7 warlords of the sea attempted to usurp the kingship of Alabasta. They were defeated by East Blue Supernova bounty hunter dual sword style Xia Luo. The whole sea suddenly burst into uproar. The legendary 7 warlords of the sea were actually defeated by the weakest bounty hunter from East Blue. Really? Ha ha ha, Marines lackey. What kind of legal pirate 7 warlords of the sea? No. They are just a bunch of clowns, and it seems that their reputation is in vain. I must let these guys have a taste of my power next time I meet them. East Blue Supernova dual swordsman Xia Luo, wasn't it revealed some time ago that most of the pirates who hunted most of the tens of millions of bounties in East Blue were able to reach the Grand Line so quickly, and they made such big news? How will world government end now? It is trying to usurp Alabasta, one of the participating countries. Ha ha ha, its own men are attacking the country it protects. World government is really a clown. Ha ha ha, what qualifications does Xia Luo, who was defeated by the newcomer, have to join the other 2 major forces to check and balance the sea? And what qualifications does it have to enjoy the legal right to plunder? Aboard the Moby DK far away in the second half of New World. Dad, there is some interesting news just now, about a newcomer from East Blue some time ago. Marco walked up to Whitebeard leisurely, holding the newspaper he just bought from Newsbird in his hand and handed it to Whitebeard. After Whitebeard took it, he laughed out loud at the title and content. Kulalala, was that little crocodile actually defeated by a man from East Blue? That guy from East Blue seems to be a good strong player. Don't you want to invite him to join us? Marco has always had a lazy smile on his face, and he is also very interested in Xia Luo. Kulalala, no need, he's just a kid who just went to sea. Let's wait and see when he can come to the second half of the Grand Line and stand in front of me. Whitebeard looked at Xia Luo's portrait in the newspaper and laughed and said. This scene also emerged among the major forces in the Grand Route. Doflamingo, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Shanks all became interested in this man from East Blue. Shanks, there is an interesting new person in the sea. Would you like to come and see him? Ben Beckman shook the newspaper in his hand and said. What? Are there any interesting newcomers? Let me see. As soon as Ben Beckman finished speaking, Shanks immediately put his head over and squeezed next to him. Idiot, don't get too close. Ben Beckman threw the newspaper to him with a look of disgust. Ha 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 ha, it's really interesting. Xia Luo was defeated by a newcomer. What a super powerful newcomer. Shanks picked up the newspaper on the ground and laughed heartily after reading the contents. Is the turmoil of the sea about to start again? East Blue, it's so nostalgic. I really hope that Luffy can go to sea soon and stand out in this violent era and come to the new world. Shanks suddenly thought of Luffy far away in East Blue, the man who inherited the will of Pirate King Gold Roger and on whom he had bet everything. Some time ago, Luffy's brother Ace came here to look for him, saying that he wanted to meet the man that his brother had been talking about. Then there was a party, and Ace learned that Luffy would not go to sea for another 2 years. This day, the whole world is talking about Xia Luo who defeated Crocodile. From ordinary people to nobles, up to the 4 emperors, marines, and even Marie Joyce. It can be said that Xia Luo became completely famous in this battle. But what the people on the sea didn't know was that Xia Luo defeated Crocodile without even using her full strength. If they knew about this, they would probably rate Xia Luo even higher. In this way, Xia Luo stepped on Xia Luo's head and completely stepped onto the world stage, gaining a reputation that was not inferior to Xia Luo's. This also made a group of lawless people on the sea start to have wild thoughts about Xia Luo. Countless idiots have planned to defeat one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and then fight to fame and soar to the top of the world's big stage. But these weak guys don't know that this kind of behavior is just pushing themselves into the abyss. The Xia Luo have also been harassed by these little pirates because of this incident. Chapter 32. Marineford. A conference table at Naval Headquarters. There are once again a large number of Marine senior executives gathered here, including Sengoku, Vice Admiral Crane, Kuzan, Garp, and a number of veteran Vice Admirals. Bang. Damn Crocodile, he actually tried to usurp the membership of the world government, and also damaged Marine's prestige. He is simply impatient to live. Sengoku was furious at the conference table, and the veins on his forehead popped out. He did not expect that this group of Shishibukai would be so bold. Although they had legal rights to plunder, they dared to target Alabasta, one of the participating countries. Sengoku couldn't imagine how Alabasta would treat the people of this country if he really fell into Crocodile's hands. Pirates were basically evil, and he didn't dare expect pirates to be so kind to civilians. The world government has requested that Crocodile's Shishibukai title be revoked, orders for his capture have been issued, and Crocodile's bounty has been redefined to 350 million belly. After being furious, Sengoku quickly calmed down. After all, as the resourceful general, he couldn't stay in this furious state. This affects the way he thinks about things. Crocodile's strength and threat are enough to reach a bounty of 350 million belly. However, Marine currently does not have many manpower to capture Crocodile. Since the conspiracy was exposed, his whereabouts have disappeared, and no one knows where he is now. Where? Crane Vice Admiral's face was calm, and he held his chin with both hands, making Commander Akari's signature move. However, with Crocodile's strength, she has nothing to worry about. What makes her more noteworthy is actually Xia Luo, who defeated Crocodile. Let's not mention Crocodile for the moment. The most important thing now is the Xia Luo, the information obtained from Marine Colonel Smoker stationed in Logue Town. This person not only possesses armament Haki and observation Haki, but the strange power displayed by his physique is also very terrifying. There is no doubt that this is a young man with a special physique. If it is not stopped, there will be endless troubles. Sengoku felt a headache. He took off his glasses and pinched his eyebrows. The two of them were not easy to worry about, causing big troubles there every day. Then he told Xia Luo's current situation. If it was the original Xia Luo and Marine who had no conflict, they could still be considered half-partners. But according to Marine's informant in Alabasta, son of the devil Nico Robin is walking with Xia Luo and others, and he may have joined forces. Joined Xia Luo's gang. After hearing what Sengoku said, Kuzan's deep eyes also flashed brightly. Nico Robin was the target of his attention all along. Back then, he followed the will of his friend Saul and chose to let Robin go. He just wanted to see with his own eyes how her life would go in the future, and also wanted to know whether Saul's idea was correct. The most important thing now is to know what the other party is thinking. What is Xia Luo's purpose in taking in O'Hara's survivors? If he wants to ascend the throne of the Pirate King with the help of Nico Robin, then it is undoubtedly useless to send Vice Admiral's combat power to negotiate. If he wants to stop the opponent, only Admiral-level combat power can suppress him. Crane Vice Admiral stated in one sentence the potential threat that Xia Luo poses to Marine. The only person in the world who can read the text of history is Robin. Only Robin's help can ascend the throne of the Pirate King. This is why the world government regarded Robin, who was only 8 years old, as a bounty of 79 million baileys. It's not because of this guy Garp that I haven't been able to find a Xia Luo for so long, otherwise East Blue would have invited him to Marine. Sengoku kept looking at Garp, who was eating donuts in the meeting, and he was so angry that he yelled. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, you can't blame me for this. I don't know how to do it in roads. After the town was over, where did Xia Luo go and hide? It wasn't until news of Alabasta came that he knew his whereabouts. Garp didn't pay any attention to Sengoku's angry expression, but instead he ate the donuts and smiled. In that case, let me go. Kuzan, who had been silent during the meeting, stood up and took the initiative to go find Xia Luo. That's fine, Kuzan. The main purpose this time is to find out Xia Luo's purpose. If the other party really wants to be the Pirate King, then he will capture them all without hesitation. If the other party is willing to hand over Nico Robin and join the Marine, if so, giving him the title of Rear Admiral does not limit his freedom. Sengoku thought for a while and finally agreed to Kuzan's request. Since Xia Luo wanted to sail freely, he would give him this privilege after joining Marine. Xia Luo's combat power is likely to grow to the level of Admiral. He has already defeated Shishibukai at such a young age. He can imagine the terrifying strength of this combat power in the future. Now 2 of the 3 admirals have gone out, Kizaru and Akainu are both on missions, and Aokiji is the only admiral left in the headquarters. Although Garp is qualified for this task, with Garp's character, he is afraid that he will fail again. From this, only Aokiji is most suitable for this task. According to his sailing route, it is estimated that the next island is Gaia Island. I send a fleet of warships with you. No need. If there really is a fight, ordinary soldiers will have no effect on this guy with Conqueror's Haki. I alone will be enough. After saying that, Aokiji turned and walked towards the door. I hope everything will go smoothly. In this damn great pirate era, more and more new pirate stars have appeared recently. Sengoku looked sad. During this time, the pirates became active again. The 3 admirals frequently went on business missions, and Akainu and Kizaru were sent out not long after they returned. Sengoku also works day and night to deal with things, but Garp, who is heartless, lives quite comfortably. Ha 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 ha, don't worry Sengoku. After all, that brat is a newcomer who has just gone to sea. Don't you know Aokiji's strength? He can handle this by himself. Garp said with a big smile, the donut in his hand never stopped since the beginning of the meeting. Oh, I hope so. A look of worry flashed across Sengoku's face, but it wasn't for Aokiji's safety. He always felt that something was not right about Xia Luo, as if something had been overlooked, but he didn't know where it was. Xia Luo on the other side had no idea that the road ahead of her was blocked by an admiral. Now I am still enjoying a happy life with the crew for more than 10 days every day. Of course, cultivation has not been left behind. Chapter 33. Ding, the sign-in system has detected the target Alabasta. Do you want to check in the target? Sign in. Ding, get the forcible medicine X10. Ding, get the armament Haki experience pack. Ding, get the skill, Fire of Sin. Ding, the next check-in location is Sky Island. Check-in will be open in 15 days. Host, please go to the check-in location to sign in. Seeing this reward, Xia Luo was satisfied. Sure enough, the wait was not in vain. The system's sign-in rewards will never disappoint him. Armament Haki's experience pack directly increased the capacity of his armed color as before. Coupled with the training during this period, this time he was directly upgraded from C+ to B level, crossing a small stage. It has to be said that the improvement of the experience package is relatively large. Xia Luo took out the medicine to check its effectiveness. He still vividly remembered the effect of the Wuji Beifeng pill last time. It directly cured Kaya disease and greatly improved his physical condition. Strong walking medicine, a medicine that can prevent fatigue for a certain period of time and allow you to sprint continuously. Xia Luo's eyes lit up, what a good thing, never tired. Keep sprinting. Good medicine. It's a good medicine. It is indeed something produced by the system. But it's a pity that there are only 10 bottles. It would be better if there were more. System, why don't you have a malfunction? Other systems can use points to redeem rewards and so on, but you only have a sign-in function. Xia Luo said regretfully in her heart, but then her eyes turned to another reward. The Fire of Sin? Doesn't sound like a serious flame. The Fire of Sin, the flame polluted by the abyss, burning all sinful souls, an eternal fire. The flames are polluted by the abyss. What is the abyss? System, are you sure there will be no problems using this thing? I won't be contaminated, right? There was a drop of cold sweat on Xia Luo's forehead. Judging from the description, this thing is not something you would want to touch. It seems to be a product from a relatively chaotic world. Ding, the system check-in items are all products without side effects, so host can use them with confidence. It was rare that the system came out in person to answer Xia Luo's doubts. Call. Xia Luo breathed a sigh of relief. When he first obtained this skill, he felt that there was something more. I was happy with this skill, but my heart dropped half as much when I saw the description of the skill. But it's pretty cool to have a flame pretending to be cool. Black and white flames suddenly attached to Xia Luo's hands. The flames burned like wailing and screaming humans, constantly twisting in the flames. No matter how you look at it, it looks like an ominous thing. It can only be said that it is the product of the birth of the abyss. But for some reason, this flame could only wrap around his body. When Xia Luo wanted to condense the fireball and launch it, he couldn't use it. He took out the long sword from his waist and tried to attach the black flame to the sword. Suddenly, black flames swarmed up like vines, and the sword was instantly covered with a layer of burning black and white flames. Xia Luo swung his sword casually a few times, and the heat of the flame seemed to be left in the air, which was slightly distorted. Top enchantment buff, hey, no one will eat the Maramara fruit. Who doesn't know how to use fire in this day and age? After swinging it for a few times and testing the skills, he retracted the long sword, and the black flames on his body gradually dissipated. Hey! Xia Luo, why are you still standing there? Are you going to sail after all? At this time, Nami's voice came from behind, looking at him with doubtful eyes. Smirking Xia Luo. Xia Luo has been looking very excited since this morning. She was originally expected to sail today, but Xia Luo kept shouting that she was waiting. So the girls had no choice but to get on the boat and get ready for sailing. It was not until just now that they were ready to come over and call Xia Luo. Okay Nami, has the magnetic energy for the next island been stored? It was stored 10 days ago. Nami shook the record pointer in his hand and said. Then follow the route of the record pointer. The next island should be Gaia Island. No, it should be Sky Island. Xia Luo picked up Nami and jumped onto the sailboat together, then gave everyone a thumbs up. Robin also knows how to use the flower fruit ability to raise the sail, and Reiju is at the helm to control the direction of sailing. Does Sky Island really exist? I always feel that an island floating in the sky is a bit incredible. Nami also heard Xia Luo say in the past few days that she wanted to go to Sky Island as her next island. When I learned about the existence of Sky Island for the first time, I was a little surprised and disbelieving, but think about all the incredible things I encountered along the way. Nami also had to believe what Xia Luo said. Well, the soaring sea currents washed the other half of the land in Magic Valley Town into the sky, forming the only Sky Island with land. What do you think? There's more to Sky Island than this. Yes, there are many Sky Islands in this world, and the devil fruit I prepared for you is also on the Sky Island. Enel's fruit ability is undoubtedly the most suitable for Nami, the most violent fruit in Logia, Thunder Fruit. Not only does it have super attack power, but it is also as fast as Sparkling Fruit. This Logia Devil Fruit can be said to be the most perfect Logia Devil Fruit, with power, speed, two-way strengthening. The historical text Captain Xia Luo mentioned is also on Sky Island, right? Robin also heard what Xia Luo said about Sky Island, and for a moment he remembered the whereabouts of the historical text he told him. Yes, the historical text on Sky Island records the location of Poseidon. Haha, there are islands floating in the sky and historical texts. I am becoming more and more interested in the next journey. Ha ha ha, this is just the beginning, the future journey will make you feel more interesting. I have been getting along with Robin for so long these days, and our relationship is gradually getting better and better, and our conversations are no longer unfamiliar. Robin seems to like this very much too. The atmosphere on board. Captain Xia Luo, you know so much information about the historical text and the red historical text. Are you planning to become the Pirate King? Robin was a little curious about Xia Luo's thoughts. As the successor of the Golden Lion, she thought that Xia Luo must have inherited the great pirate's ambition. Yes, Captain Xia Luo is now famous. The whole sea knows your existence. You are now famous in the sea. Do you plan to debut as the Pirate King? Mishita on the observation deck also echoed that he was no longer afraid of Xia Luo after living for so many days. However, Xia Luo taught her not to make weird laughter anymore, and now she speaks much more normally. Humph, isn't it normal for me to be famous all over the world with my strength? As for the Pirate King? I'm not interested. If I really want to be the king, then I want to be the king of the world. The mere Pirate King is not enough to catch my eye. Xia Luo said with a hazy expression. Chapter 34. Huh? King of the world? There's nothing wrong with your mind, right? Nami touched Xia Luo's forehead, and then touched her own. I don't have a fever, why are you saying such nonsense? It made Xia Luo dumbfounded. Captain Xia Luo actually wants to challenge the authority of the world government. What he said is really shocking. Robin also covered her mouth and looked frightened, but given this woman's character, it felt like she was just faking it. Humph, what an ambitious captain. Reijo also walked over after fixing the direction of the rudder and smiled. Well, forget it if you don't believe it, I will let you see it one day. Seeing that everyone looked like they didn't quite believe that they could become the king of the world, Xia Luo could only mutter to himself. The aftermath of Xia Luo's shock to the world is still spreading. Marine announced the disposal of Crocodile again, not only depriving it of the 7 warlords of the sea title. The bounty, which has been silent for a long time, has also been raised to 350 million belly. It was Crocodile's defeat that damaged the deterrent power of Shichibukai and Marine. The distance between Gaia Island and Alabasta is not that far, and it only took 2 days of sailing to reach the destination. Having just arrived at Gaia Island, Xia Luo was not in a hurry to fly directly to Sky Island, but wanted to go to Magic Valley Town to inquire about any interesting information recently. There is indeed an abnormality in the magnetism of this island. The direction the record pointer points to is actually the sky. It seems that there is indeed a Sky Island on the top of this land. Nami said with emotion as he looked at the record pointer that kept shaking. Haha, have you ever heard of the story of Rolando? The Golden Land Sandora in his story actually exists, and it is right above our heads on Sky Island. Xia Luo pointed to the top of her head and said. What did you say? Sandora, the land of gold. Nami and Karina immediately cheered up and said that they were not sleepy anymore. What's more, it is the rumored land of gold. It is said that there is countless gold in it, and it is a place that many pirates in the sea dream of. You're just telling us now? Why didn't you tell us earlier so we could come here earlier? Are you hiding anything else? At this time, the two people suddenly realized why Xia Luo only mentioned Sky Island before. But he never mentioned anything about the land of gold. I always do this riddler trick, tricking people into telling you what's going on here. Ha ha ha, no more. Don't you want to stay in Alabasta for a few more days? Anyway, come early or late, the gold won't escape, so why not enjoy 2 days in Alabasta? Snored. In response to Xia Luo's rhetoric, the two women simply shook their heads and ignored him. In response, Xia Luo could only shrug and said that you didn't ask me again. If he had told Nami earlier that he still needed to sign in, they would have been dragged directly to Sky Island to pick up gold before they even had time to sign in. Speaking of which, have you ever felt that this town is a little deserted? Robin looked at the deserted village with some weirdness. There was a hint of weirdness everywhere. Xia Luo also noticed something was wrong. Logically speaking, Magic Valley Town should be a gathering place for pirates and should be considered a very lively place. However, the current deserted area is indeed a bit abnormal. Xia Luo opened observation Haki to cover the island and began to feel the breath of life here. Since the island is small, Xia Luo's current level of observation can still cover everything. This is what exactly happened here. Xia Luo sensed the life forms of this town and found that only a few people were active here. And this part of the living life is on the other side of the island. It should be Mont Blanc Coolie Guide who helped Luffy in the original work. Other than that, the closest place is a tavern not far away where only one person is. What's wrong, Xia Luo? Reijo first noticed Xia Luo's abnormality and asked. As Reijo asked, everyone also discovered that something was wrong with Xia Luo's situation, and they saw him frowning tightly and looking serious. Someone special must have come here. All the pirates on the island have been cleaned up. Now there is only one person left in this town. Who did this? Nami immediately asked anxiously. I don't know, but it's probably this guy in the town. Who will clean up all the pirates on this island? Karina, be ready to open the barrier later to protect everyone's safety. Let's go meet this guy. No problem. Karina made an okay gesture, and then Xia Luo took the lead and walked towards the tavern in the town. Squeak. Xia Luo opened the door of the tavern. Inside, a man nearly 3 meters tall was sleeping on the table at the bar. The sound of the door opening just now did not wake him up, but he was still sleeping soundly. Xia Luo looked at this unfamiliar figure, but she felt familiar. Boom boom. Walking into the tavern, the sound of the wooden floor suddenly seemed to wake up the sleeping man. Obviously there was no reaction at all when he opened the door, but now he immediately became alert from his sleep just 2 steps closer to him. Oh, I slept so comfortably. Huh? Are you here for a drink? Sorry, the owner of this store probably won't be able to open the store for a while. Aokiji yawned heavily, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth while sleeping, and waved his hand after noticing the person behind him. When Aokiji turned around, Robin at the door saw his face clearly, his expression suddenly changed, and cold sweat broke out on his head. How is it possible? Why is he here? Robin couldn't help but step back as he spoke. His feet were shaking uncontrollably, and he stumbled and collapsed on the ground. Robin, what's wrong with you? Nami and the other girls asked with concern. Marine Admiral Aokiji, what are you doing here? Are you here for me? Xia Luo noticed something strange about Robin, and combined with the familiar feeling of the man in front of her, she instantly thought of Marine Admiral Aokiji. What? Marine Admiral Aokiji. Several women were surprised and looked at this lazy man, who was wiping his saliva just now. His appearance was incompatible with Marine Admiral. Ah, I really came to see you, but the most important thing is to see the newcomer who defeated Crocodile, East Blue's rising star bounty hunter Xia Luo. Aokiji looked lazy, but his attention was entirely focused on Xia Luo. Was this the man who defeated that crocodile? He looked so young, just like the rumors said. Chapter 35. Oh? Meet me? Are you coming to invite me to join Marine again? Originally, Xia Luo thought that Aokiji came to see Robin, but unexpectedly, he came to see herself. I really want to invite you to join Marine again. Another question is, as a bounty hunter, why are you looking for a pirate to be a crew member now? Aokiji really wants to know what Xia Luo is thinking, and also wants to test for Robin whether Xia Luo is her destination. Mom. As if she was lost in thought because of Aokiji's words, Xia Luo rubbed her chin and lost in thought. Of course, because Robin-chan is very cute. Xia Luo gave his answer after a while. Huh? Aokiji opened his mouth slightly, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. He thought Xia Luo could give some interesting answer, but what he didn't expect was that the answer was too interesting, and it was completely unexpected. But soon he returned to his original lazy state from that gaffe. Look carefully, brother Xia Luo, your crew members seem to be all beautiful women. Are you ladies interested in having a drink together? Aokiji glanced at the girls behind Xia Luo, raised his hand to greet the girls behind him, and thought about what he just said, and it seemed that it was indeed reasonable. Who wants to go drinking with an uncle like you? Nami replied unceremoniously. Hey, miss, this is really heartbreaking. I'm just a 45-year-old boy. Aokiji looked shocked. I don't know how much of it was emotion, but Xia Luo probably was all acting. Don't be pretentious, Marine Admiral. I still have the same attitude as before about inviting me to join Marine. I have no interest in Marine. Don't be anxious yet, little brother Xia Luo, I came here with conditions this time. As long as you join Marine, we will give you the rank of Rear Admiral, and Nico Robin can also join with you. I will cancel her bounty. As Marine Admiral, I can guarantee Nico Robin for you. You can rest assured. And it won't restrict your freedom. You just need to help if there is an emergency on your route. This condition is not bad. Aokiji said in a seductive tone, but his expression was still lazy. To be honest, this condition can be said to have set a precedent. He did not believe that Sengoku could offer such a condition. It was most likely that the Marine Admiral in front of him had guaranteed it afterwards. But Xia Luo glanced at Robin, who was slumped on the ground. Having said that, you Marines destroyed Robin's hometown, and now you want her to join you. Isn't it a bit overwhelming? Robin's delicate body trembled slightly, as if recalling O'Hara's past. Looking up at the man in front of her who didn't have any stage fright when facing the Marine Admiral and stood firmly in front of them, Robin was also slightly moved. But when Xia Luo said these words, the atmosphere at the scene began to feel a little wrong. Aokiji also changed from a lazy look at the beginning to a bit serious. What do you mean, brother Xia Luo, are you going to refuse my invitation? That's right. The atmosphere began to cool down gradually. Aokiji slowly stood up, and Xia Luo's hand was also placed on the handle of the knife. Karina also sensed that something was not right, and was ready to use the fruit's power at any time. If that's the case, can you please leave here, brother Xia Luo? I'm here with a mission this time. Since you don't join Marine, I can only arrest Nico Robin, who is a wanted criminal. Back to jail. Sorry, Robin-chan is my crew now, and I will not leave my crew to you. Xia Luo's sword was slightly unsheathed, ready for battle. Hey, brother Xia Luo, do you know the consequences of attacking Marine Admiral like this? He will become a wanted criminal with a bounty on his head. Looking at the prepared posture on the other side, Aokiji was also slightly helpless. He didn't expect the progress to be so unsatisfactory. As long as Xia Luo just agreed honestly, it would have no impact on his voyage afterwards. He can also legitimately keep Nico Robin. It's nothing more than becoming a pirate. Rather than handing over Robin-chan to Marine, I might as well become a pirate. That's right, it's impossible for us to give Robin to you. Nami, Karina, and others also agreed. Everyone. Robin's eyes were filled with tears. Ever since the O'Hara incident ended, no one had ever cared about her. And now these people in front of him are standing in front of him to protect him, which makes Robin, who has lived in the dark world for so long, feel a little trembling in his heart. It's a bit troublesome. You thought it was just a simple mission, but now you have to fight. But I came here with a mission this time. As a Marine Admiral, I can't turn a blind eye to this even though I'm already here. Aokiji said with a headache expression. In that case, please Xia Luo, please lie down first and then take Nico Robin away. After saying that, Aokiji launched an attack, and the cold air quickly spread and froze the entire room. Karina also activates the fruit power instantly when Aokiji takes action. A circular barrier enveloped the women behind them, blocking Aokiji's cold air from freezing. Outside the barrier, Xia Luo was slowly freezing from her feet up, and the situation looked very bad. But Karina is not worried that Xia Luo will be killed by Aokiji so easily. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and a black and white flame began to burn on the surface, and the high temperature melted the ice on his feet instantly. The black and white sinful fire emitted evil thoughts from the abyss and enveloped his whole body, making Xia Luo look a little evil at this time. It's a fire I've never seen before. It looks pretty bad. Aokiji sighed as he looked at the burning black and white flames in surprise. Haha, it's quite interesting. Since my debut, I have rarely fought with all my strength. I wonder if you, as a Marine Admiral, can force out all my fighting power. Xia Luo stretched out her hand to smooth the bangs on her forehead and activated her hairspray hand. The messy broken hair instantly turned into a slicked back, coupled with the evil smile on Xia Luo's expression and the ominous burning inflammation in her body. It's like a big villain. Karina, take the others back to the ship and wait for me. Let me meet the Marine Admiral, the most powerful person in the sea. Looking at Xia Luo standing in front of everyone, Karina nodded, lifted the paralyzed Robin to stand up, and began to slowly retreat with a few people. This kind of battle is no longer something they can intervene in. Staying here will only cause trouble for Xia Luo. It is better to go back to the ship and wait. Chapter 36. Although Karina is a little reluctant, she has been practicing for so long these days, and she has also gained abilities from the devil fruit she has eaten, and she obviously feels much stronger. But facing a person of this strength, there is still nothing to do. The only thing that can be done is to put up a barrier to protect everyone. Although she also wants to face and fight with Xia Luo. However, The current situation is not the time for her to be willful. Karina's talent is wisdom, so she can clearly see the situation and immediately judge that protecting everyone and retreating is the best option. After Karina and the other girls had left, Aokiji slowly spoke. If I hadn't come here with a mission, I really wouldn't want to fight you. That flame looks troublesome, and I've never seen you use it before. Aokiji condensed an ice knife with cold air in his hand. Seeing this, Xia Luo also drew out the two swords at his waist. Haha, he is not afraid of this Marine Admiral when it comes to swordplay. Although each Marine Admiral's swordsmanship and physical skills are quite good, what they rely on most is the ability of the fruit. Among the three admirals, Kizaru, whom Zephyr has always talked about, is the one who really plays with swords. Whenever he encounters a master, he will take out his Tiankongyun sword. In comparison, Chi, Inu and Aokiji are basically the ones who rely on fruits to fight. Haha, if I don't keep some trump cards, wouldn't I be exposed in front of you all? Xia Luo said with a smile. It's really scary. Even when I faced Crocodile, I didn't try my best. Then I have to be more serious. His initially lazy tone also became serious. After saying that, the two figures disappeared at the same time. Clang clang clang. Aokiji's ice blade and Xia Luo's double swords had already made several cuts at that moment. When the two appeared, the ice knife and the double sword were facing each other, and they were in a stalemate for a while. Alas, is this the strange physical strength that Smoker said? He was able to fight hard just now without losing. Aokiji sighed secretly. Suddenly Xia Luo smiled, and Aokiji immediately became wary. An astonishing force suddenly came from his hand, and Aokiji immediately dodged and retreated. Xia Luo just stood there quietly and looked at him with a smile, and did not continue to pursue. Aokiji silently glanced at the ice blade in his hand, and he didn't know when part of it had melted. You must know that the hardness of Aokiji ice skates can collide with famous knives without losing a trace of ice. The hardness of the slag. Now it actually melted a little bit while fighting with Xia Luo. Is it some weird flame? Thinking of this, Frozen Fruit's ability was activated again, and the ice blade recondensed. This time the power of the elements was more intense than before. Such a tricky fire ability. This mission is really troublesome. Aokiji muttered silently before colliding with Xia Luo again. Both of them used high-speed slashes to fight, but after more than a dozen moves, Aokiji's hand broke into two pieces with a click. Aokiji backed away again, this time with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Why did the ice blade with enhanced elemental power break again this time? Brother Xia Luo, is this flame your devil fruit ability? I'm curious as to what fruit can cut off my ice blade twice. Aokiji scratched his head a little irritably. It seemed that he couldn't fight with swordsmanship. Fire was too strong against ice. Even if he strengthened the elemental power, he still couldn't last long in front of this strange flame. Who knows, maybe it is, maybe it's not. Xia Luo shrugged as if he wouldn't tell you. Are you kidding? He's in battle right now. As an enemy, you actually want your opponent to tell you information? Era Allah, if that's the case, then I can only find out by myself. I saw that half of Aokiji's body was covered in frost, and it seemed that he had turned into a frozen element. Frozen moment. Bing Hua's right hand waved lightly, releasing cold air towards the front. In an instant, an icy breath hit his face. This unparalleled freezing force froze the water in the air and extended from that direction to the sea. Half of the town and the sea tens of kilometers ahead turned into a white ice field in an instant. Aokiji's super wide-range skill freeze moment, in addition to freezing everything in front of him, can also accurately select targets and automatically avoid his own people. He has mastered the control of frozen fruit so well that practice makes perfect. Even the women on the boat saw such wonders on the sea. In their eyes, the ice in front of them started from the tavern and extended outward, and the sea was frozen. Is this the strength of Marine Admiral? Karina showed a hint of worry and was deeply afraid of Aokiji. On Xia Luo's side, he was facing this large-scale instant freezing skill, and no matter how fast he was, he couldn't dodge it. The sinful inflammation covered the surface of the body and burned, and the power of freezing caused a layer of frost to form on the clothes. The heavy cold air made Xia Luo feel a little cold. Is this the ability of Marine Admirals? They can develop the Logia fruit to this extent. Sure enough, every admiral is a monster. Xia Luo shook the ice beads on her clothes that had not been melted by the sin fire and sighed. Aokiji on the other side frowned and hit the target head-on. The expected effect did not appear. It would have been enough to use cover armament Haki to lift his ice. But this way, it was obvious that the special flame and the strength of the body were able to withstand his freezing move. After Xia Luo reattached armament Haki to his body, he used high-speed movement to rush towards Aokiji. You can't let this guy play long range. Otherwise, if the opponent can fight Akainu for 10 days and 10 nights, I may not be able to beat him. Aokiji raised his hand, wanting to use the skill again. Don't even think about using such a large-scale skill again. The slash-carrying armament Haki flew out and slashed towards Aokiji's waist. I thought it could interrupt Aokiji's slashing attack, but I didn't expect it to be cut from. He passed through it. The sword energy was elementalized in advance before it came into contact with Aokiji's body, and it quickly condensed after the sword energy was cut off. Marine 3 Admiral is not only a fruit player, observation Haki is also a first-rate player. High-end rounds rely on knowledge, color perception, and elementalization of attack positions in advance to avoid them. During the Summit War, Aokiji used elementalization of half of his body in advance to avoid the power of Whitebeard's shock. Ice Cube 2 Thorn Spear. 4 frozen spears galloped away. It's not a wide area skill. Looking at the flying frozen spear, Xia Luo raised his hand and used Flying Slash to chop out the 6-path sword energy. Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. The 4 sword energy shattered the spears respectively, and the remaining 2 knives penetrated Aokiji, but they were still dodged by observation Haki's elementalization in advance. Ice Cube Storm and Ice Rain. Aokiji read out the name of the move in a deep voice. Chapter 37. When Aokiji called out the name of the move, Xia Luo immediately noticed something abnormal above his head. Looking up, there are dense icicles hanging in the air above my head. Xia Luo's pupils dilated slightly. In just the moment when the sword energy was released, Aokiji had already generated such a large-scale skill above his head. Boom! Ice cones emitting biting cold air fell like raindrops, hitting the area where Xia Luo was. The sound of cracking ice picks continued to sound, and the cold air and broken ice slowly enveloped the attacked area. This bombing lasted for half a minute. Aokiji looked at the fog that filled the sky and couldn't see clearly what was going on inside, so he chose to sweep it directly with his sense of sight. The strong breath of life emerged in his perception, and without any hesitation, he immediately raised his hand and planned to use an ice pick to bomb. Weiguo. Suddenly, Aokiji felt a sense of crisis coming, stopped releasing his ultimate move, and moved as far away from where he was standing as possible. Bang! A huge ball of energy bursts out of the mist towards Aokiji. The high-temperature energy shattered and melted all the houses and soil along the way, and the strong wind swept through the entire town. It was not until the energy flew out of sight that it calmed down. At the last moment, Aokiji burst out as fast as he could before getting out of the attack range. At this time, he was sweating profusely. He looked at the ground that had just been affected by the energy, and felt a chill in his heart. If he had been hit by the move just now, even he would not have felt better. He clearly sensed the armament Haki and Conqueror's entanglement contained in this energy. Xia Luo had just walked out of the center of the ice pick bombing. The clothes on her upper body had disappeared, revealing her strong muscles. The trousers have also changed from trousers to shorts. If it were not for the fear of leakage and the deliberate protection, I am afraid that the half pair of shorts would have disappeared. I really don't know how the quality of Luffy's clothes is made. No matter how hard they are bombarded, they will not be damaged at all. Hey, you don't have martial ethics. You wanted to attack me just now, right? There must be a turn-based fight at least. I can't just stand and get beaten. Xia Luo said through gritted teeth. Of course, it's just talk. Who will give you a chance to breathe during the battle? Those who can last a last hit will definitely hit a last hit. Brother Xia Luo, you are the one. Did you want to kill me just now? It was so dangerous. You almost killed me. Aokiji glanced at the scratches on the charred earth, and said with a slight twitch in the corner of his mouth. If Aokiji froze half of Mogu Town to give it a middle part, then Xia Luo's attack was to plow the center line of Mogu Town to plow a ravine through the entire island to the sea. Sea water slowly flows into it and fills it up. The fog blown away by the strong wind also allowed Aokiji to see Xia Luo's situation at this time. The clothes have disappeared, and apart from some scratches on the body, there are no scars of even broken skin. This time he was really shocked. His attack didn't cause any damage. What a powerful defense. According to Aokiji's impression, there are only 3 monsters in the sea with this kind of physique, namely the 4 emperors and Kaido, who is also a 4 emperors. The remaining monster is Bullet, who is imprisoned in Impel Down. The key is that these are all famous pirates, that is to say, if Xia Luo continues to grow. There might be another big pirate on the same level as the 4 emperors in the future. Now Xia Luo's position is extremely unclear, and Aokiji cannot guarantee whether he will turn into a pirate after letting him sail on the sea for a period of time. Great strength, with a crew that reads the text of history. Aokiji's expression darkened. He could not let Xia Luo continue to sail like this on the sea. It was really too great a threat to Marine. Ha ha ha, Marine Admiral's strength is more than that. I've been holding back for so many days, and I haven't had such a fun battle for a long time. Let me see Marine Admiral's true strength. After the fight just now, Xia Luo's desire to fight was also aroused. At this time, he really wanted to use this battle to relieve his long-standing desire to fight. He signed in to get the forced drug, opened the bottle cap and drank it. While taking the medicine, Aokiji felt that this was a good opportunity to attack. The elemental power in his hands continued to condense, and he jumped into the air. Looking at Xia Luo, who was drinking medicine below, he directly used his freezing technique. Puck. Aokiji released 5 icicles from his palm and shot towards Xia Luo. This move was very fast, and Xia Luo was wrapped in 5 icicles. The cold wind blew by, and the icy cold air froze Xia Luo into a ball of ice crystals at a speed visible to the naked eye. Aokiji did not stop after landing. His right arm began to be covered with frost, and half of his body became elemental. Aokiji gathered all the cold air in his body on his right arm. Ice cube storm pheasant mouth. With a loud roar, his right arm turned into an ice bird and flew out, targeting Xia Luo, who had turned into ice. Ice bird's whole body exuded a biting cold air, bringing up bursts of white mist wherever it passed, and the moisture in the air condensed into frost. Xia Luo, who was in the ice cube, grinned at the corner of her mouth and was covered in armament haki. He crushed the finished bottle of forced medicine, and with it the ice cubes that froze his body, and violent momentum surged out. Facing the speeding ice bird, Haki drew his sword and gathered his armament, and unleashed his strongest sword energy. Slash wave purgatory. Now Xia Luo no longer cares about whether armament haki is enough. He has already drank the force-taking medicine and his physical strength is unlimited now. Click. The 2 dark sword energies collided with the ice bird and exploded, and the ice bird began to shatter like glass. The shattering of the ice bird also offset the impact of the sword energy. Ice fragments fell from the sky, and the mist generated by the ice explosion blocked the 2 people. However, both sides' observation haki locked onto each other. Xia Luo chose to take the lead, with a pair of black swords crossed with golden dragon heads appearing, and they shot forward. Raptor splitting void. This move was learned by Xia Luo from the games he played in his previous life when he was learning swordsmanship. Although it is superficial, it is his fastest move so far. The figure galloped, and the roaring dragon head broke through the fog and rushed straight away. Facing the menacing Xia Luo, Aokiji didn't want to take a hard hit. Just when he was about to turn around and jump away from this position, he found that his ankle was wrapped by a layer of boulders. The force coming from the feet seemed as if these boulders were fused with the earth, and they did not break free at this time. Looking at the confused Aokiji across from him, Xia Luo's lips couldn't help but grin even wider. Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling. As early as the moment of charging, he was already ready to activate the fruit ability. Of course, Aokiji, who was concentrating on sensing Xia Luo's situation, didn't notice at that moment that his feet were actually wrapped in rocks. Chapter 38. Click. Just when the figures crossed each other, Aokiji, who could not avoid it with his whole body, could only choose to turn sideways. The golden dragon head bit off his arm and turned into a piece of ice scattered on the ground. The sword that had just slashed at the neck turned into chopping off the arm due to the twist of the body. Observation haki, and due to the advanced elementalization, Xia Luo's slash did not cause any harm to him. Xia Luo, who had overshot her head, twisted her body and slashed at Aokiji again with a combination of brute force and haki. Armstrong spin slash. Since there was no time to accumulate power, Xia Luo could only perform a relatively weak roundhouse slash. Facing the roaring shockwave, Aokiji did not dodge, but faced the shockwave head-on. Ice gloves. Aokiji's right hand turned into a huge ice fist, and the armed haki also covered the fist, hitting the shockwave with one punch. The size of the shockwave this time was not as big as the previous Voyage, and the power was also small. A lot. The point of contact between the shockwave and the fist flashed with black lightning, and the gloves made bursts of harsh shattering sounds. But the quick release of the blow was always a bit unsatisfactory for Aokiji, and his fist became stronger under the conveyance of cold air. In the end, the shockwave was shattered by a punch and turned into a strong wind and dissipated. What kind of ability was that just now? It can actually control stones to restrain, coupled with the swordsmanship of this pair of swords. No matter how I look at it, I feel that brother Xia Luo has the shadow of someone. Did you learn your swordsmanship from a certain pirate? Aokiji gently exhaled a cold breath, his eyes were full of seriousness, and he began to look at Xia Luo with scrutiny. With blonde hair, a double-sword swordsman, and the ability to manipulate objects, Xia Luo's figure gradually overlapped with the impression of the golden lion in her intelligence. In the end, he came to a fact that he really didn't want to think about. It was mentioned in Smoker's information before that Xia Luo's double swords came from golden lion. But at present, there may be an error in the intelligence, not just the 2 swords. The swordsmanship he used was most likely the swordsmanship used by the great swordsman Golden Lion. Even devil fruit looks so similar. Haha, who knows, maybe I studied it slowly by myself. Hearing Xia Luo's ambiguous reply, Aokiji showed a true expression. The previous information was all false, right? The corpse that drifted to the island and the 2 swords that were removed from his body. You are the successor of the Golden Lion, right? Whether it's swordsmanship, double swords, or the fruit ability that just bound me. You have deceived everyone in the world in Logue Town. What is your purpose of hiding all this? Faced with Aokiji's questioning, Xia Luo just shrugged, neither admitting nor denying. Regarding his question about what his purpose is, Xia Luo just wants to say that he has no purpose at all, he just wants to be happy. Haha, as expected, the next generation of evil. In this case, I can't let you go. After seeing that Xia Luo didn't answer, as if he had acquiesced to his identity, Aokiji's attitude changed drastically. Not only his attitude, but also his expression became cold. Lion Majesty Thousand Slice Valley. Now that it has been exposed, Xia Luo no longer hides and directly uses Thousand Slice Valley to slash out several sword energy. Cold air kept coming out of Aokiji's mouth, and frost spread from his feet. Ice Age. Frost covered the entire city, the ground was frozen, and a wall of ice appeared in front of Aokiji. Immediately afterwards, countless ice spikes rose up from the side of Xia Luo, but the ice spikes failed to penetrate his defense. The sharp tip was shattered when it hit Xia Luo's body. But that's not Aokiji's main purpose. The broken ice spikes did not stop, but instead grew larger and larger. Finally, Xia Luo was firmly restrained, and the ice wall in front of Aokiji was slowly approaching. In just a short while, an iceberg appeared in front of Aokiji, and Xia Luo was motionless inside the iceberg. However, the sin inflammation covering his body has not disappeared, and is constantly melting the ice. But Aokiji, who is completely serious and merciless, continuously inputs cold air into the ice Yamanaka in his hands, and the melting ice blocks switch back and forth between melting and condensation. Even the heat of sinful inflammation made Xia Luo feel cold. Is this the true strength of Marine Admiral? This level of freezing is too much beyond what it was before. We can't continue to play. Once the effect of the forceful drug has passed, we can't use Haki unscrupulously. Xia Luo in the ice cubes was estimating the time it would take to take the medicine. Although the effect was not written, Xia Luo could still feel the effects passing by. While it is still effective during this period, Xia Luo plans to run away. He has almost clearly seen his own strength. He can compete with Admiral, but if he really wants to keep fighting, he may not be able to withstand it. Lion Majesty, govern place earth coiling. The ice blocks that had frozen Xia Luo turned into lion heads and flew towards Aokiji with roars. The iceberg had disappeared, and Xia Luo immediately took off after escaping. Since the fruit's ability was exposed, there was no need to hide it. When Aokiji faced the lion's head made of ice cubes he made, when he raised his hand, a larger iceberg froze. Xia Luo in the air was not idle, and used several govern place earth coilings one after another, and dozens of ice sculptures bombarded Aokiji. But Aokiji, who was all elementalized, dodged it. The ice cube didn't have armament Haki attached, and it was still impossible to wrap the armed color Xia Luo through the air. TCH, it's useless. Looking down at Aokiji who had regrouped his body and was intact, his face started to look ugly. The effect of the forced drug was almost gone, and he felt that his Haki losses were about to bottom out. I haven't really hurt Aokiji yet. The opponent has top-notch observation Haki, and this attribute is at least A+. I'm afraid that armament Haki is also above A+, and I am currently only B level in terms of Haki capacity, which is simply not as good as the opponent's. No more fighting would wear him out, and the wind was blowing hard. Aokiji below saw that Xia Luo had already decided to retreat, and icicles rose from his feet into the sky. The icicle extended very quickly and would reach Xia Luo in just a moment. The ice fist of his right arm hit Xia Luo, intending to knock him down and hit the ground. Air combat is not what he is good at. Clang. Facing Aokiji's menacing punch, Xia Luo could only block it with his sword. Xia Luo vaguely felt that her strength was not as good as Aokiji's, and that her physique had not yet been fully utilized. If he could still persist in Aokiji's state before, now he has. Some lose. Aokiji's left hand also began to be covered with ice, and the other hand also transformed into a giant fist. Xia Luo's pupils widened, and he changed from using two swords to resist with one hand. The other sword directly slashed out the sword energy and cut off the icicles at Aokiji's feet. With the gravity lost, Aokiji leaned back, and the power in his hands also weakened a bit. Xia Luo pulled away and used the fruit power to fly higher. Aokiji reacted and immediately used moonwalk to catch up, but his speed could no longer keep up with Xia Luo Lion Fruit's flying speed. Chapter 39. I didn't expect Marine Admiral to be so powerful. Xia Luo wiped the sweat from her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at the smaller and smaller Gaia island below. I thought that the sinful flames could easily melt away Aokiji's frozen elements, but I didn't expect that with the help of the opponent's constant flow of cold air, The sinful flames showed signs of being frozen. Aokiji's fruit ability has definitely reached S level. I think of the original work and the battle with Akainu for 10 days and 10 nights, which changed the environment of the island. This level of fruit development must have reached the point of awakening. Are you S level awakened? It seems that my current strength is not enough. Xia Luo used her sense of sight to sense the sailboat not far away. As early as when he wanted to escape again, he had already activated the fruit ability to let the sailboat take off. The women on the boat also noticed the movement of the boat and thought of Xia Luo's idea. They all raised the anchor and lowered the sail to let Xia Luo control the sailboat and fly into the air. Just like that, Xia Luo floated towards the sailboat, and then opened the character panel of the system. Host Xia Luo. Strength, A. Agility, B+. Spirit, B. Skills, Kendo B, Armament Haki B, Observation Haki B, Conqueror's Haki B-, Marine 6 Styles Shave, Moonwalk, Hairspray Hand, Fire of Sin. Fruit Ability, Lion Fruit B. Talent, Steel Balloon. Equipment, Deadwood, Sakura 10. Comprehensive evaluation, I will not comment, you can understand it yourself. In the final confrontation with Aokiji, he had noticed that his strength was somewhat inferior to the opponent's, so he speculated that Aokiji had at least an S strength value. Others are at the A+ level, and the fruit ability has reached S level. If it hadn't restricted the opponent's movement in an unexpected way, the previous raptor splitting void might not have hit the opponent so easily. But even if it hits, it is still elementalized in advance as perceived by observation Haki. Coupled with the physical skills he had practiced fighting against Garp for many years, he felt that if he dragged on, he would be the one to suffer greater losses. That air conditioning control ability is really outrageous, and it can cover the spread of an entire city in just a moment. And the cold air sprayed from the soles of the feet when they just caught up formed icicles. This vine. The increased speed scared Xia Luo in the air. If Aokiji hadn't had an idea and cut off the icicles, causing Aokiji to lose balance in the air and use moonwalk, it would have been really difficult to escape the opponent's pursuit. Aokiji's frozen fruit ability is really tricky. Speed, attack power, maneuverability, and shaping are all highly developed. Now it is difficult for Aokiji alone to deal with it. If he is surrounded by 2 admirals in the future and Kizaru is the one chasing him, he may not be able to escape now. Tisk, it seems I can't just wander around during this period. Xia Luo clicked her tongue. She had never been so eager to improve her strength. It seemed that he had been too smooth sailing before, which was why he remained in such a confident state, and he was in trouble when he met a real monster. Unknowingly, Xia Luo was almost rising to the clouds. After breaking through the clouds, he saw several women standing on the sailboat looking at him worriedly. Xia Luo, are you okay? Why are all your clothes in ruins? As soon as they landed on the boat, Nami and Karina touched around. Seeing Xia Luo's miserable appearance, they thought she was injured. The other people's eyes also revealed worried looks. Robin stepped forward with some lust. He hesitated, but in the end he didn't speak. It's okay. Admiral is nothing. If he can't beat me, he can't outrun him. Xia Luo said the most cowardly words with the most courageous attitude. This made Nami and Karina roll their eyes, and the other girls with gentler personalities also laughed lightly. On the other hand, Mishita looked frightened and said tremblingly. Captain Xia Luo, that's the Marine Admiral. What should we do if he brings the Marines with him next time? Ha, then you have to work hard for me to become stronger. I won't be merciful in training later. You have to quickly develop my fruit abilities and my physical skills to become stronger. Xia Luo laughed, and the words that came out of her mouth made Mishita feel suffocated. Captain Xia Luo, I. At this time, Robin stepped forward, but suddenly swallowed his words as he spoke, looking a little lonely. Seeing Robin like this, Xia Luo couldn't help but reach out and touch her head. Although Robin was older than her, she now felt like a helpless child. Robin, you are our crew member. As the captain, I protect you. Should be responsible. But in this case, Marine will also put a bounty on you, and you will become a bounty criminal. This will affect your future voyages. Like a stimulated kitten, Robin spoke with deep remorse. I have been living with Xia Luo for more than 20 days. On weekdays, Xia Luo does not show any dignity as a captain and always gets along casually. The atmosphere is also relatively relaxed and cheerful. This is the first time Robin has felt this atmosphere after being homeless for so many years. Just now, Karina and the others stood up to protect themselves immediately, which moved her very much. Even when facing the Marine Admiral, they still didn't flinch. In the end, Xia Luo actually asked them to retreat first, while she resisted the Admiral alone. Originally, when Aokiji said that he was here to catch her, he had already given up on his fate, but he didn't expect that Xia Luo would be so strong in carrying Admiral. So now Xia Luo will become a bounty criminal and be hunted by Marine forever, which also makes her fall into self-blame. It doesn't matter, you are one of us, and we will face it with you no matter what the situation is. Since Xia Luo invited you on board, I also believe that you are worthy of being entrusted to the crew behind you. Nami smiled and patted Robin's shoulder to encourage him. After spending so many days together, she also understood Robin's character. Although he was a bit sinister at times, he was not a bad person. Especially learning about Robin's past from Xia Luo made this young girl feel sympathetic to each other. They both had miserable childhoods, but at least they still had a sister named Nakajao, while Robin had nothing and had been running away. This also allowed Nami and others to quickly accept Robin's joining. Ha ha ha, actually it's useless even if you want to leave now, Aokiji seems to have discovered that I lied before. Now that my identity is exposed, I will definitely be wanted by Marine. I have been prepared for it for a long time, so you can stay here with peace of mind. As long as I am here, no one can hurt you. Xia Luo comforted Robin with a wide grin and an indifferent tone. Captain Xia Luo, thank you. Robin was filled with tears and threw herself into Xia Luo's arms, crying like a child. Phew, it's a good thing you didn't add you are a good person at the end. Xia Luo took a breath and patted Robin's back gently to calm her down. Umbrella plus light and heavy fruit, I really want to develop Mishita into Ruby. Such an elegant fighting mode as the Umbrella Girl. Chapter 40. Okay, don't take advantage of Robin, you guy. Go back and change your clothes quickly. Nami pulled Xia Luo away and pushed him to the cabin door. As Xia Luo's comfort lasted longer and longer, Robin in her arms couldn't help but blush. She had known before that Xia Luo liked oral **x and hands and feet. But she cleverly avoided it every time, but this time she really didn't want to leave the other party's warm embrace. Nami also saw Robin's blushing look, and immediately guessed Xia Luo's actions, and immediately pulled him away to prevent Robin from being bullied. Oh, really, Nami-chan is so jealous. She's so stingy. Xia Luo shook her head regretfully, muttering complaints, and then looked at Karina again. Karina, please open the barrier to wrap the hull. We are going to take off and break through the White Sea. Before entering the cabin, Xia Luo also gave instructions to Karina. Okay, no problem. Barrier ball. Karina made an okay gesture, and then immediately opened the barrier to wrap it up. Hull. This was the first time she had opened such a large barrier, so it was still a bit difficult to use. However, the speed of liftoff was very fast. In a short while, it broke through the jet clouds and reached the White Sea located at an altitude of 7,000 meters above the sea. Then Karina also lifted the barrier. This is where Xia Luo usually hides Longju Island, but Nami and the others. It is also the first time to come to such a high altitude. In the past, even if I went to the island, I would lower the altitude. I would not go to the island at such a high altitude. This was the first time. At this time, Xia Luo changed her clothes and walked out of the cabin again. The air is so thin. Is this Sky Island? Why is there nothing? Looking at the vast expanse of white in front of her, Karina had no time to marvel, but her expression turned ugly. We haven't reached Sky Island yet. Sky Island is 10,000 meters higher than here. You should adapt to this environment as soon as possible. Xia Luo said. How many kilometers more? Is that really a place where humans can live? Several people exclaimed, beginning to wonder if the humans on Sky Island were really human beings. Ha ha ha, I guess after such a long time, the people of Sky Island have already evolved. It has become a state that we don't know about, such as growing small wings or something. Isn't that an angel? Humans won't grow such things, right? Regarding the little information revealed by Xia Luo, several people were speechless and complained. Who knows, maybe he will have a green face and fangs. As soon as Xia Luo said these words, several timid girls immediately imagined green-faced and fanged humans, and their faces turned pale with fright. You, don't scare me, you shouldn't look like that. Nami tremblingly grabbed the corner of Xia Luo's clothes. Ha ha ha, no matter what you look like, I will protect you. What are you afraid of? Not to mention your current strength, those Sky Island people will probably not be your opponents. Seeing Nami's childish look, Xia Luo also felt funny. In the original work, Nami and Chopper, Usopp is known as the timid trio and is extremely afraid of ghosts and the like. Let's go, I'll take you through the channels through which ordinary people can enter Sky Island. Xia Luo's observation Haki was released, and soon the breath of life of a living person came from a certain direction. How do ordinary people enter Sky Island? Is there any other place on this White Sea where they can come up? Yes, somewhere in this world, there should be a road to the White Sea. Above, but I don't know where it is yet. I think only the world government and a few people know about it. In this way, the sailboat sailed all the way towards the gate of heaven. Xia Luo was also talking about the soaring currents that usually come to the White Sea and the secret road that can sail to the White Sea. The Sandia people from Cloud Shinobi village in the original book, who were the original residents of Gaia Island 400 years ago, did not appear along the way. Everything went very smoothly. On the way, we encountered some creatures that looked like sea beasts. They were like the sea beasts in Qinghai that were upgraded by the soaring currents. It was the first time for several people to see these creatures in the sky, and they couldn't help but marvel. Time passed, and soon everyone came to the end of Yun Road. The Gate of Heaven? What is this? Does it mean that you will reach the Kingdom of Heaven once you step on it? Is this a bad taste of Sky Island people? The corner of Karina's mouth twitched slightly, not knowing how to comment on this ridiculous name. Soon the ship sailed into the Gate of Heaven and met the caretaker here. It was because the other person's life breath was sensed by Xia Luo that he came here. Wait a minute, if people from Qinghai want to go to the Kingdom of God, they must pay 1 billion ace ancient coins. The caretaker was an old woman. When she saw Xia Luo and others coming over, she immediately stopped them. The other party's behavior of moving forward. What? A billion? What a joke. 1 billion. You are here to steal money. Nami and Karina both exclaimed when they heard the numbers mentioned by the caretaker. Haha, of course, you can choose to go through without paying the money. The old lady said with a weird smile. Really? That's great. When the caretaker said there was no need to pay, the two women immediately smiled happily. There is nothing happier than free service. Xia Luo didn't say anything when he saw this scene, nor did he stop it. This time I came to Sky Island and I was going to have a conflict with Enel, so why should I pay the ticket fee to him? Looking at the ship going away, the guard showed a strange smile and held an image shell like a camera in his hand. Soon the sailboat rushed to the end, and a road of clouds appeared in front of us. Before Nami and the others could say anything, a express shrimp lifted the boat up and then rushed into a cloud of clouds and mist. When the sailboat broke through the clouds and fog, it had arrived at Sky Island, a white sea 10,000 meters above the sea. Wow, so beautiful. Everyone who came to Sky Island for the first time couldn't help but express their inner voices. Even Xia Luo couldn't help but marvel when looking at this scene. The Angel Island in front of us is like a fairyland. The huge vines seem to have locked a cloud. It is green, and you can see some buildings inside. Everyone's eyes are deeply attracted. I'm going to go out to investigate the situation. You guys go to the island for a walk first. I'll leave this to you, Reiju. Xia Luo pulled Reiju out of her state of indulging in the scenery of Angel Island. Well, please be safe. Reiju's eyes met Xia Luo's, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes, but then he returned to his usual smile and nodded. The ship sailed towards Angel Island, and Xia Luo enlarged the range of perception of seeing, hearing and color. He was not worried about anything happening to the girls on the island. Except for Vivi, Makita, and Robin who joined later, everyone else's strength has grown a lot. The most important thing is that with Karina's barrier effect, nothing can hurt them on Sky Island. The priest can't do it, and neither can Enel. Chapter 41. After expanding his search, Xia Luo quickly sensed the existence of the Island of Gods, Apaidu. And also sensed Enel, the god of thunder in Apaidora. He knew that Enel must also sense him. After all, the combination of Thunder Fruit and Heart Network can cover the entire Sky Island area. Moreover, Enel's Heart Network can also hear sounds anywhere in Sky Island. If you dare to say anything that disobeys him, you will be punished by the god's judgment. So after arriving here, he never mentioned Enel's name once, and now he is just exploring the location. Haha, are you interesting from Qinghai? Paramecia's demon fruit power? It's really a strange ability to fly. There is also a strange ability that can actually block my god's judgment, ha 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 ha, what an interesting guy. In the palace of Apaidu on the Island of Gods, Enel lowered the hand he had just raised. Just now he was thinking of using God's judgment on Xia Luo who was flying in the sky. But when he saw the other party turning back, he took back his hand. It wasn't because he was cherishing his talent asterisk. But he was very interested in the abilities of Xia Luo and others. How could he be a god? There are not many strong subordinates. Those who can resist his divine judgment are already quite strong, so he decided to give these Qinghai people a chance. An opportunity to challenge the god's trial. If they pass the god's trial, he will personally grant them the gift of becoming god's subordinates. Yeah, ha 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 ha, I hope you can pass god's trial and come before me, Qinghai people. Enel reached out and picked up a bright red apple and took a bite, while letting out his unique laugh. On the other side, Xia Luo, who had already found Apaidu's location, was about to turn back and join the other women. Suddenly I sensed that the judgment of God from Enel had landed on Angel Island. No need to guess, it must have been directed at Nami and the others. But he wasn't too panicked. Reiju had already mastered observation Haki. Now, Karina can be reminded to open the barrier immediately. God's judgment requires a short charging time, which is enough for Reija to sense the coming attack. The other girls who boarded the ship first also started Haki's training. Although I haven't mastered observation Haki yet, my perception has become very sensitive. This attack can't defeat them, but it's better to rush back as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Xia Luo also accelerated her flying speed and flew towards Angel Island. But what Xia Luo didn't know was that Enel actually wanted to accept them as his subordinates. If he knew, he would definitely laugh at Enel's idea. There was a reason why Xia Luo chose to go back first instead of directly confronting Enel. The main reason was that Enel's fruit ability was too difficult to deal with. Logia Thunder Fruit's ability is one of the best in the world of pirates, and its attributes in all aspects can be called invincible. Among many fruits, it is a pretty perfect devil fruit. Unparalleled destructive power, the speed of teleportation within the Island of Gods, coupled with an extremely wide range of mental network perception. It is even more difficult than Aokiji. In terms of current attack power alone, Aokiji is higher than Enel, but there is still a slight gap in speed between the two. After all, he is a man who can teleport across the entire island. Aokiji does not have such speed. But it would be different if the person fighting before was replaced by Kizaru. Kizaru's sparkling fruit also has a super high movement speed. However, Kizaru can only teleport in a straight line and cannot turn. If you want to turn, you need to use the Yata mirror. The Yata mirror also needs to be reflected by the target object. Enel's short moment is not as troublesome as Kizaru's. In terms of abilities, Sparkling Fruit and Thunder Fruit are very similar. One has one with the speed and power of light, one with the power and speed of thunder. Both are the most unsolvable and fastest Logia Devil Fruit in active elementalization. Even if it is entangled in Armament Haki's attack, if the opponent uses active elementalization while incorporating the superb observation Haki. If it weren't for a completely crushing level of strength, Enel could interrupt almost any enemy's attack, making it difficult for others to harm his body. This is much stronger than Logia Demon Fruit power like 55 Sand and Smoker. There is no doubt that this will be the strongest enemy Xia Luo encounters besides Aokiji. In his estimation, Enel's fruit ability development is definitely A+. Although it is not as high as Aokiji's Admiral level development, it is almost reaching the awakening state. He also developed a terrifying move called Lei Ying, which can destroy an island. The strength of the body is even more so after the heart was damaged by the shellfish, and after using electrotherapy to stimulate the recovery of the heart, he just wiped a trace of blood from his mouth and acted as if nothing happened. You must know that Lu Chi's 6-King Spear is only several times as powerful as the Impact Shell, and the Volley Shell is 10 times more powerful than the Impact Shell. This shows that Enel's physical body should not be underestimated. The Heart Network, which is Observation Haki, should also have A-level water. Flat. The Heart Network, blessed by Thunder Fruit's ability, can read the radio waves of everyone in the entire Sky Island and hear the sounds of the entire Sky Island. And use the Fruit's ability to carry out fixed point strikes against any enemies outside the field of vision. This kind of full picture perspective, in which God's judgment and justice come from God's perspective, is also what Xia Luo finds most difficult. You have to be careful of Enel's Thunderball before anyone sees it. If he really uses this shameless style of play, it will be a hairy ball. The biggest advantage at present is that Enel does not know the existence of Armament Haki. He has a passive element and is too arrogant to dodge any attacks. This is also the advantage that Xia Luo has. Faced with such a tricky role, even Xia Luo, who usually likes to be wild, had to be steady. Otherwise, even if Xia Luo has an ultimate movement speed move like Dragon Splitting Void, he can't guarantee that he can teleport faster than Enel. If you fail to kill the opponent with one blow and are escaped, then you will be in real trouble. Constant remote attack hell. Xia Luo doesn't want to be treated like this. Therefore, he had thought of the most stable way before he came. That was to detect Enel's location first, and after the real war, let the card. Lena created a barrier space to seal Enel and herself inside. This way Enel has no possibility of escaping. Aokiji's area of effect moves have not yet allowed him to break through his defense, and he is confident that he can withstand Enel's lightning strike. Now it's a matter of either not fighting. If we want to fight, we must never let any future troubles arise and we must not leave any opportunity to the other side. The ability of Thunder Fruit is so powerful that even Oda had to arrange for the character Enel to leave the pirate world and go to the moon to live happily on his own. But even such a powerful Enel was killed by Luffy in the plot. To this day, Xia Luo can't forget what Enel said after facing Luffy's golden spin attack, "It's so fast." If this big brother hadn't been forced to lose his mind by Oda and forget that he was Thunder, Luffy's speed would not be able to touch him at all. It can be said that if the Thunder Fruit was eaten by a strong man from Qinghai instead of Enel, the lucky one, the Thunder Fruit might be more terrifying than the Marine Admiral. He still lost because he appeared too early and didn't come into contact with the existence of Armament Haki. If he appeared later, he would be a proper 4 emperors level figure. Chapter 42. Following the scent of the women, Xia Luo flew quickly and arrived at the lovely street of Angel Island in a short while. Xia Luo. Nami also waved her hands happily and shouted when she saw Xia Luo descending slowly. Are you okay? I thought I saw lightning landing just now. Although none of the women showed any signs of injury from the outside, we still had to ask symbolic questions. Well, no one was hurt. Nami Kaido. What's going on with these guys? Xia Luo looked at a group of guys wearing berets on lovely street, but they had all fallen to the ground. The people around Sky Island looked at them in disbelief. Although they probably already knew what was going on, they were still acting out the whole show. He knew that Enel could hear what he was saying now. We don't know either. This guy asked us to pay for some illegal intrusion, but we refused, and then he wanted to arrest us, and then he attacked us, and you saw it? But what's a little strange is that there was a thunder in the sky just now. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise it might have hit us. Karina said with an indifferent expression, obviously not taking what just happened to her heart. On the other hand, a blonde girl on the side covered her mouth and said with a look of disbelief. Karina-chan, did you just come here without paying the fee at the entrance? What's wrong? Conies? Karina asked strangely. As for the admission fee, I seem to remember that it was 1 billion ace coins per person. Robin said with a calm face, his arms crossed. But I remember that the old lady guarding the place said she could come in without paying anything. Vivi was also a little strange. She recalled that the old lady who was the guard looked at them with a strange expression. Could this be a trap? 1 billion Aegis coins is almost equivalent to 100,000 Baileys in Shanghai. If it is delivered normally, you can go sightseeing normally, but it is no longer possible. Attacking the direct subordinates of the priests is equivalent to a death penalty. The thunder and lightning just now was a punishment from God. Coney said with a gloomy expression. Hey? Are there gods like this on Sky Island? Several people said in disbelief. They didn't expect that there was a legendary god in Sky Island, and they would be in big trouble now. It should be Devil Fruit's ability value. The one just now is probably Thunder Fruit's ability user. I see. Hearing what Xia Luo said, the others felt relieved. It was not like they had never encountered anyone from Logia, except those at the Marine Admiral level. Logia like Shishibukai Sand Crocodile were defeated by Xia Luo. In addition, even Karina had resisted the lightning strike just now, so they were not too afraid of Logia. Speaking of which, the Sky Island people here really have wings as you said, just like angels, haha. Nyakigao seemed to remember the appearance of the Sky Island people that Xia Luo guessed before, and said with a smile. Yes, Captain Xia Luo, have you been to Sky Island before? Otherwise, how would you know? Mishita also echoed. Xia Luo just smiled and said nothing, while Koni's expression on the side was still a little gloomy. Okay, Conies, you don't have to worry. You also saw that the thunder and lightning just now had no effect on us. Seeing Conies like this, Karina also smiled and comforted. Nami took advantage of this time to come to Xia Luo with a mysterious look on her face. Said with a wicked smile. This is really like what was said in Rolando. There really is a golden land. You must have gone out to explore it just now for the golden land. Xia Luo grinned and said. Indeed, there is a great possibility that the Golden Township really exists, and the Golden Township should be part of Gaia Island. It was brought to the Sky Island by the soaring sea currents 400 years ago. I just explored the place, it's probably in that direction. Xia Luo turned around and pointed in Apayatu's direction. Gaia Island, the Golden Land. An island standing 10,000 meters above the ground is really incredible. Although he had heard Xia Luo mention the existence of Sky Island, Robin still sighed in surprise. Xia Luo, let's go find Golden Township now. Nami looked at Xia Luo with expectant eyes. She couldn't wait to find the gold in the Golden Land. Haha, you can go now, but first let's meet Logia's demon fruit power. Xia Luo touched Nami's head and said. Nami's miserly look is one of her cute features, as is Karina. The relationship between the three of them has long been broken. The flaws in their characters made Xia Luo feel like the spice of life. Great, let's set off right away. I want to find all the gold in the Golden Land. Nami cheered excitedly, looking extremely happy. Karina, who had calmed down Conies, also looked at the happy Nami here with some confusion. After knowing that the Golden Land is real, I fully support the departure now. These two girls really have similar personalities. These guys actually came here for gold, and they actually know the history of Apayatu. No wonder they searched for Apayatu's location as soon as they arrived at Bibihe. Enel, who had been paying attention to Xia Luo and others, said in surprise. He lay lazily on the sofa, eating apples and giving instructions to the maids of God beside him. Let the 4 priests come to my place. Yes, Lord God. God's maid said respectfully after receiving the order. Haha, since you chose to bypass the God's trial and come to me directly, let's make the God's trial more difficult. This is against the rules. Punish. Enel said with a cold smile. The original trial of God only required facing one priest, but now it required facing all the priests. Chapter 43. Enel has been coming to the island of gods for 4 years. 4 years ago, he destroyed his hometown of Birka. After coming to Sky Island, he defeated the original god of Sky Island, Ganfor, and ruled the entire Sky Island, occupying the land of Apaidu. Apart from training the 4 priests to enhance their strength, there is nothing else to do. Enel, who has completely closed off diplomacy, has never gone down to Qinghai to see it, so that he does not even know about armament hacking. In his eyes, the ability to elementalize is invincible. Coupled with the inner network covering Sky Island, he can look at everyone at will like looking at ants. Because he is so invincible that he has not practiced for a long time. But over time, Enel also felt bored. He felt how boring this life was. Until he heard a rumor. A rumor from the infinite land. Then he began to build the Arc Proverbs to prepare to go to the infinite land, that is, the moon, to continue his dominance. Before the Arc of Proverbs was built, all his fun came from the Apaidu indigenous people and Sandia people he had let go before. And he also had the dream to board the of Sky Island, outsiders coveting all his gold. That's why Enel has always been very tolerant of those Sandians who dare to challenge him. Because all these people are just monkeys trying to please God. It is precisely because of this character that he tolerated Karina, who violated the rules, and Xia Luo, who discovered that Apaidu coveted his gold. He even tolerated Xia Luo's behavior of wanting to take people to fly directly to him without conducting the God's trial. Because Karina's first-hand barrier could withstand Enel's divine judgment against the guy who was going to bring him pleasure, which made him want to conquer him. With their strength, it was not a problem to pass the God's trial and come before him, but they never thought that the other party actually wanted to break the rules, so they could only change the one person in the God's trial to 4. Now he just wanted to see if Xia Luo and others had the strength to defeat the 4 priests and let them accompany him to conquer the infinite land. The other side calmed Konis, who was a little nervous, and sent her home. Then the girls followed Xia Luo back to the sailboat on the shore. It seems that in a short period of time, the girls and Konis got along very well. The main reason is that this girl who looks a bit innocent and cute is very similar to Kaya in terms of personality. They are both gentle and kind-hearted girls. At the same time, he was also the first Sky Islander to receive him after coming to Sky Island, so he still cares about Konis. On the sailboat on the shore, Xia Luo signaled several people to come to the lobby of the cabin. Everyone was a little confused, but they didn't say anything and watched quietly as Xia Luo took out the paper and wrote something on it. After Xia Luo gave the paper to several people to read and watch, everyone couldn't help but look shocked. What? Ow! After Makita saw what Xia Luo wrote, she was so shocked that she couldn't help but screamed out. Fortunately, Vivi next to her had quick eyesight and quick hands and covered her immediately. After coming back to her senses, Mishita also smiled awkwardly, and immediately changed the topic. What? Captain Xia Luo, are you hungry? Do you want some chocolate cake? I'm going to make a delicious chocolate cake right now. She also knew now that every word she said would be monitored at an extremely long distance, so she immediately followed up on what she had just said. The other girls also looked serious. They did not expect to encounter such a powerful enemy on this trip to Sky Island. Even Xia Luo was so cautious, which forced them to take it seriously. Xia Luo turned to look at Karina, who gave him a thumbs up, indicating that she was completely okay. In the note, Xia Luo also talked about ways to deal with Enel, among which Karina's barrier fruit is the key. Open a barrier to lock up Xia Luo and Enel, and then open a relatively small barrier to protect others. In this way, even if Enel can trigger possible thunder and lightning in the sky, it will not be able to harm them. I'm hungry, let's eat. Seeing Makita going to make chocolate cake for herself, Xia Luo also said with a relaxed attitude. Enel's matter is just for him to treat with caution. It does not mean that he will pay a heavy price for failure. With the strength of Karina's barrier fruit, he is not afraid of his god's judgment at all, and even Xia Luo can cut off Enel's god's judgment at will. Although his dirty tactics are troublesome, if Enel is really ignorant, Xia Luo will use the last resort and directly float the entire Apaidu and move it away. He didn't believe that Enel would give up the gold and ships on this island before he finished building the Ark of Proverbs. This was his base camp. As long as he is forced to show up and fight, Xia Luo still has a chance to catch him. If the other party is really afraid that Xia Luo will not show up, then he can only take this golden town back to Qinghai with tears in his eyes to find other fruit targets. Hey, Xia Luo, once you find the gold in Golden Land, what are you going to do with it? When Nami saw others, she would either cook or be busy with her own business. When she was bored, She also talked to Xia Luo. Enel probably already knew about it when we discussed the Golden Land before, so now she doesn't worry about revealing anything when bringing up this topic. Gold, I have no desire to buy anything at all. It's just that you and Karina want it, so I will help you get it. After hearing Nami's question, Xia Luo really thought about it carefully, but she didn't seem to have any wishes that needed money to realize. Wow, oh, Xia Luo, you are so kind. As your thoughtful gift, I decided to give you a surprise. Hearing this, Nami was so moved that she almost cried. She didn't expect that Xia Luo cared about her so much, and that just her own hobby would have to resist such a powerful enemy. What surprise? Tell me. Xia Luo was a little confused. He knew everything about Nami. Is there anything he didn't know that could surprise him? Hey, you'll know when the time comes, so don't be surprised. Nami smiled mysteriously, but did not reveal the surprise he had prepared. Xia Luo shrugged. Since Nami didn't choose to say this, he should look forward to it. Then I look forward to your surprise, and in return I will give you a gift. Hee, then I'm also looking forward to your gift. Nami smiled mischievously, then took Xia Luo's arm and stood up together to the dining table. Lunch was finished quickly despite all the chefs. The kitchen space is relatively large, enough for several people to cook at the same time. This was also renovated to facilitate Xia Luo to recruit enough chefs to cook for herself. Chapter 44. Over Apaidu. Xia Luo did not avoid her whereabouts at all and drifted straight in the direction of Enel. Enel, who had been lazy before, also sat up from the sofa, his face a little gloomy. These Qinghai people actually have mastery of the heart network. He originally thought that Xia Luo would land on Sky Island to search for them, so he arranged for people to keep an eye on them and guide them properly. Unexpectedly, they actually flew directly towards him. He seems to be a master at being able to cover this island's inner network. At least his subordinates don't have this level of inner network. It's really interesting. I'm looking forward more and more to the fun these Qinghai people can bring to me. After calming down, Enel lay back down again with a wicked smile on his face. You can find the existence of this god by relying on the heart network. This is the first time that this god has met a Qinghai person of this level. Ha 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 ha, that's good. This will save me from teaching you the inner network in the future. I'm looking forward more and more to the fun you can bring to me. You four, please behave well for me later. You don't have to hold anything back to defeat these Qinghai people with all your strength. Enel, who returned to his lazy state, picked up an apple and gnawed it. He looked at the waiting four priests and gave instructions. Yes, Lord Kami. The four priests looked respectful and quickly knelt down on one knee to respond. Then the four priests exited Enel's palace and came to the door, standing like sculptures in front of the door waiting for the arrival of Xia Luo and his party. They were also curious about what was so magical about a person who could be treated so seriously by God, and what was so miraculous about it that allowed all four of their god-tier officials to appear at the same time. Coming. Enel, who was resting lazily on the sofa, opened his eyes and showed a playful smile. Xia Luo, look at the palace below. The god of Sky Island should be there, right? Nami said, pointing to the palace below. Well, this is it. Xia Luo Kaido. It's strange, why are there four strange people standing at the entrance of the palace? As they got closer, everyone also saw the four gods at the entrance of the palace below. Official. Who knows, but they are pretty good. Are you interested in giving them a try? Looking at the four priests, Xia Luo also had the idea of letting the girls test their strength. It looks interesting. I also want to try what you taught me. Count me in. Nakajao said with an interested expression. Me, I want it too. Nami also raised his hands. Since practicing, Nami has been working hard to improve his strength. In Alabasta, he fought against Mr. Tu Bentham, but Crocodile finally appeared and interrupted the battle between the two. Since boarding the ship, she has never had any results. Karina, who boarded the ship with her, not only easily defeated Mr. 3. Even the ability of the barrier fruit helped Xia Luo a lot and kept protecting everyone, which made Nami regret not eating the fruit before. She is now eager to prove herself in a battle. She is not only a navigator, she can also fight. Okay. Xia Luo touched Nami's little head lovingly. Of course, he was aware of Nami's thoughts. Whenever there was a need to fight, Nami would want to rush to the first place. Who else wants to play? Xia Luo turned to look at the remaining girls. Vivi and Mishita immediately shook their heads to express that they had no intention of going. I don't have any thoughts about fighting. Can I leave it to Sister Reiju and Sister Robin? Kaya, who has a gentle personality, really has no interest in fighting, so she said with some distress. Haha, since Sister Kaya has said so, how can I refuse your request? Robin put his chin in one hand and said with a smile on his face. Really? Reijo and Robin have similar personalities, they are both kind of gentle big sister characters, and they both dote on little Kaya. Since Karina has to be wary of Enel's appearance, she needs to be ready to use her abilities at any time. Therefore, she stayed with Xia Luo and did not choose to fight. As the last person to board the ship, Robin cannot actually compare with Karina in terms of combat power, but her devil fruit ability is very good. In the 20 days since boarding the ship, Xia Luo certainly did not miss the special strength training for this royal sister. He needs to train all crew members to be able to deal with various special situations. The situation's combat power. Xia Luo provided many development directions for flower fruit to Robin, which also gave Robin a lot of insights. In the past, Robin had always used flower fruit to restrain the enemy, and also used methods such as breaking to attack. Now she has many new ideas for using flower fruit, and of course the power aspect has not been left out. The strength training in the crew training room has always been very prominent, and now Robin is even more powerful when using skills such as breaking. Soon, Xia Luo's boat arrived in front of the palace, and several people jumped from the boat. Outsiders, stop your steps. If you want to meet God, you must first pass our trial. When Xia Luo approached, the 4 priests immediately spoke out to stop their approach. Since the real owner hadn't appeared yet, Xia Luo and others also stopped and stood there watching them. Omuo, the strongest among the 4 priests, saw Xia Luo and others knowingly stopped, and his serious face softened a little. But seeing that most of the people opposite were women, I couldn't help but frown, and after thinking about it, I spoke. Very well, outsiders. You can form a group of 3 challengers and choose one of our priests to challenge at will. Until all 9 of you fail, or you defeat 4 of us priests, you can pass here. In the end, Om gave a challenge condition. He didn't believe that these women had any fighting power. This was either a trial or a massacre. If the trial was originally conducted in the trial place, everyone should deal with one of them, but Enel's attitude made him have to be more cautious. There may be 1 or 2 strong women among them, plus the casual-looking man, who seems to have his own confidence, and has set conditions in order not to fall over. Don't go to all this trouble, just have a 1v1 duel. Xia Luo interrupted the other party who wanted to talk about the rules. What? Are you looking down on us? Several other priests couldn't sit still. They also felt that these women were not powerful. And Xia Luo actually wanted to wear 4 of them, and he didn't take their reputation as God-tier official seriously at all. Okay, since you want to fight alone, then we will give you this opportunity. Om was also a little angry. They had defeated countless intruders in the trial field. I never thought that I would be underestimated one day. But Xia Luo just wanted to laugh out loud. These few clowns dared to dance here. If he hadn't been afraid of scaring Enel, he would have killed these little karami with 1 sword. Chapter 45. I'll go first. I choose this fat guy. He looks pretty durable. Nami took 2 steps forward and looked at the 4 priests on the opposite side, and finally chose Shidli from the trial of the ball. What? You little girl actually underestimated me. Hey, guy over there, are you sure you want this woman to challenge me? I am the guardian of the trial of the ball with a survival rate of only 10%. After hearing what Nami said, Shadley became angry and dared to say that he could withstand beatings. Obviously, this woman regarded herself as a punching bag. In his opinion, the man who should be the leader of this group would challenge first. Unexpectedly, it was a woman, so he also asked Xia Luo. Stop talking nonsense and let me see your strength. Nami directly interrupted his inquiry and took the lead. Using shade, he ducked in front of Shadley, and then punched his round belly without reservation. What? So fast. As soon as Shadley reacted, Nami was already in front of him, and her fist was about to hit his stomach. Zake Xinwang had sensed the trajectory of the attack, but he couldn't avoid it. Because Nami's speed was too fast, beyond his expectation, he could only got a solid punch. Boom. The spherical body was like a deflated balloon, heading straight towards the palace wall. When the other 3 priests turned around, they only saw the collapsed walls, and Shadley, who did not know whether he was alive or dead, was motionless in the ruins. What? They all looked at Nami with shocked expressions as she defeated Shadley with 1 blow. As priests, they knew each other's strength very well. Even those among them who thought they could defeat Shadley would not defeat him with such a simple move. At this time, they also understood why their Lord God paid so much attention to the arrival of this group of people. But in fact, they thought wrongly. Even Enel himself didn't know that Xia Luo and his team were so strong. Damn little girl, let me be your opponent next. The rope trial Shura flew up on his 3-foot-long bird, then swooped towards Nami, and the spear in his hand also burned with flames. Call out. Nami dodged the attack with her razor, and then spoke. Your opponent is not me. Nami walked back to Xia Luo with a graceful step and said without looking back. Reija saw that the two sisters around him didn't want to take action, so he walked out immediately. Then let me be your opponent. Reija touched her lips with one hand, her expression a little charming, but judging from the only eye she showed, her eyes were not looking at Shura, but instead scanning the three priests. Should he not go to such trouble and knock down all three of them with one blow? This was a question Reija was thinking about. It doesn't matter who comes, just go to hell. Even so, Shura had put away his initial contempt. Since Nami is strong enough to kill Shadley in an instant, the strength of the person she trusts must not be underestimated. The 3-foot bird at its feet rose into the air again, holding the spear in its hand tightly as if preparing to charge up a blow. Reija below him had his arms crossed and a casual smile on his face, completely ignoring him. This casual gesture aroused the Shura's anger even more, and his charging speed this time was a little faster than last time. Rebase Spear of Fire. Shura yelled out the name of the move, and the spear burned with a scorching temperature, threatening to penetrate Reija's body with this blow. But just before the spear was about to penetrate Reiju, the figure disappeared. The spear missed again and hit the ground directly, causing a small crater in the floor. Where have you gone? Shura's pupils dilated, obviously surprised by Reija's speed, just about to release the life breath around the heart net. A heart-stirring voice sounded from above him, and at the same time, a strong sense of crisis came from the heart network, constantly warning him of danger. Danger. Now he was sweating profusely. Gritting his teeth, he drew out his spear and wanted to stab it upward. But a slender palm had already touched his helmet, followed by a cooing sound. Toxic impact. Bump. Shura's eyes turned white and he lost consciousness. Together with the 3-foot-long bird under him, the man and the bird were knocked directly to the ground, and a huge hole was sunk into the ground. The remaining two priests, Gidaz and Om, were speechless. Another priest was killed instantly with one blow. Moreover, Shura's strength can be said to be only lower than that of Om, the strongest priest. Their second most powerful person. He actually couldn't withstand a single move in that woman's hands, and ended up like Shadley. We have all been deceived by them. These guys are much stronger than us. They are playing tricks on us. Gidaz saw the situation clearly, and now he also knew that each of these seemingly weak women might have considerable strength. The strength shown by Nami and Reiju alone is not something they can handle. The 1v1 duel is a joke. It should be the 4 of them fighting together so that one of them can fight back. At this point, there is no other way. Master Enel has ordered us to do our best to defeat them, but now it seems that we can no longer stop them. Om's face was gloomy, a 180-degree change from the contemptuous look he had at the beginning. But the rules have been made. If they go back on their word now, then the 2 of them will not be able to stop so many other people, and they can only continue to fight according to the rules. Damn it. Then I will fight next. If I fail, you must protect the dignity of the priest. Gidaz also had a gloomy look on his face. He knew that his strength was not as good as Om's, so he could only attack first and create a trap. Whoever it is, please come here. When he walked to the open space in front and stood ready, Robin came out and made a gesture to protect his chest with his hands. At the same time, Gidaz's body suddenly grew 6 arms. 6 wheel flower anchor flower. 2 hands grabbed Gidaz's arms, 2 grabbed his feet, and 2 grabbed his neck. Gidaz was now put in the posture of a strong man locking down a man, with a horrified expression on his face. What is this? Arm. Is it devil fruit's esper? He screamed in panic, a little overwhelmed by the current situation, and tried hard to break free from the arms that restricted him. But the strength in his body seemed to have been drained by someone. No matter how hard he exerted force, the strength dissipated inexplicably. And Robin didn't grab it casually, but he grabbed it at the point where he exerted force. Whenever Gidaz wanted to exert force, Robin only needed to exert a slight force. The other party immediately felt as if he was discouraged. His strength was moderate and he could not concentrate, which also prevented him from getting rid of control. What's more, Robin practiced strength training on the ship for 20 days. Even in his normal form, Gidaz's strength cannot compare to the current Robin. As his arms exerted force, Gidaz's face turned red and his hands squeezed his neck tightly, making it impossible for him to breathe. Gidaz's eyes widened, his pupils were bloodshot, and his eyeballs almost bulged out of their sockets. The body kept exerting force to break free, but all efforts were in vain. Click, click, click. A dull sound came from Gidaz's body, and the sound of broken bones sounded. Gidaz's eyes turned white and he foamed at the mouth. His body was like a boneless fish and he fell to the ground in a strange posture. Chapter 46. Gidaz. Damn it, you woman actually attacked by surprise. Om shouted anxiously. He was already numb at this time. Before Gidaz could take action, he fell to the ground without even Robin on the other side moving. Haha, during a battle, you don't want others to tell you, I'm attacking and then fight over, right? Xia Luo chuckled. He felt like he was watching a drama, but he didn't expect that several priests had already left the stage before they even started. Gritted his teeth, but couldn't say anything to refute Xia Luo. Indeed. He is not as strong as others and still wants to be reminded by others. This is a sign of weakness. He just subconsciously shouted out. Humph, then you will be next, so hurry up and take action. Sword hilt spurted out an iron cloud, and a cloud sword suddenly formed, with the tip of the sword pointed at Nakajao. Now Nakajao is also holding a famous sword from Colonel Mouse's treasure house. Although she didn't know what it was called, the blue scabbard was printed with patterns and the sword was bright and sharp, which suited Nakajao's temperament, so she fell in love with this knife at a glance. Nakajao was not angry in the face of Ohm's provocation. He chuckled and pulled out. The knife was at a ready stance. Iron whip. As Ohm shouted and waved the cloud sword in his hand, the originally slender sword lengthened like a loach. It seems soft, but it destroys the stone bricks along the way. Nakajao stood on the spot, without any fancy, just slashed with the sword, and the Yunjian was severed from it. It can even cut through iron clouds as hard as steel. Ohm never imagined that the seemingly inconspicuous girl in front of him could actually be a swordsman who could cut through steel. As the fourth person to board the ship, Nakajao can be said to be among the group of people who entered the crew training room for training at the same time as Nami and others. What she fell in love with was Xia Luo's swordsmanship. Whether she was practicing or cooking, she practiced swordsmanship all the time. Maybe it's his talent, or maybe it's the crew training room, but it took him 2 months to reach a level that can cut through steel. Slash wave. Nakajao directly swung a sword energy and flew towards Ohm. After learning Shao and Moonwalk, Tempest Kick also naturally learned that kicking out airflow and slashing out airflow with a sword have similar principles. So Nakajao also quickly learned Xia Luo's slash wave, but the power was too different. Xia Luo can cut hundreds of miles, but she can only cut 10 miles. But even so, it is not something Ohm can resist. The moment the sword energy came into contact with the iron cloud sword, it was cut off, just as it was about to cut off Ohm as well. A figure made of thunder and lightning appeared beside him at some point. Just by stretching out a finger, countless thunders spewed out. The sword energy was penetrated by lightning and turned into nothingness. Bang bang bang. It really surprises me. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Enel clapped his hands and applauded, with a lazy smile on his face. Sorry Lord Kami, my subordinates failed to stop them and lost the trial. Ohm, who was rescued by Enel, knelt on one knee, with beads of sweat on his forehead, and said respectfully. Go down, I'll forgive you this time. After all, they are indeed much stronger than you, but have you neglected your training recently? You can't even sustain a single move. Enel glanced at him, and then said in a slightly cold tone. After hearing this, Ohm was relieved at first, but the words that followed also made him feel even more stressed. They accompanied Enel on his expedition from Birka to the Island of Gods. They had never been so embarrassed. This was the first time. Qinghai people, your strength is very good. Enel paused and looked at Xia Luo and said, especially you, as their leader, you should be stronger than these women. As a reward for defeating the priests, this god will give you the title of Divine Envoy, and you will go to conquer the infinite land as my subordinates. As soon as Enel said this, the whole place was silent, and everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Ha 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 ha. After a long time, Xia Luo couldn't help laughing. With Xia Luo taking the lead, the other girls also laughed. Enel frowned when he saw this scene. Qinghai people, your attitude towards God is too ungrateful. It seems that you still need some punishment. The originally lazy look had been replaced by gloominess, and he felt very unhappy with the attitude of Xia Luo and others. 20 million volt discharge. Enel stretched out his hand and pointed forward again, and blue electric light accumulated at his fingertips and spurted out. When he made his move, Xia Luo had already flashed in front of him with her shaver, and the 20 million volts of electric discharge hit his body without any reservation. Lightning flashed all over the place, and Xia Luo was hit with only some smoke coming from his clothes. He was not seriously injured. Huh, this electrotherapy is quite comfortable. Xia Luo took a breath, then shouted, Karina. Okay. The latter immediately understood what he meant, and gestured to show the ability to use the barrier fruit. The green barrier directly enveloped Xia Luo and Enel. Huh? Is this the devil fruit's ability that blocks my god's judgment? Enel was a little surprised that Xia Luo could eat his own 20 million volt discharge and survive unharmed, but then he became interested in the surrounding barriers. He walked to the edge of the barrier and tapped it with his fingers, making a crisp sound. Then he fired a discharge at the barrier, but it was still unscathed. Qinghai people, Are you provoking God? Enel raised his eyebrows, somewhat confused as to what Xia Luo's purpose was, and then said, I imprison my companion here because I want him to die. Here. Haha, someone will die here, but that person is you. Xia Luo chuckled and then stretched his muscles. Enel's arrogant look just now really didn't deserve a beating, so he decided to beat this guy up before using the devil fruit stripper. Chapter 47. Qinghai people, you are very confident. Haha, I will give you divine punishment later, and then capture all the little girls over there to be my maids. Enel's half-open eyes showed no emotion, but judging from his cold words, he was very angry at this time. Xia Luo said no more, drew out her swords and dodged in front of Enel, slashing without any reservation. Enel looked at Xia Luo, who was overestimating his own strength, and smiled slightly, but when the sword was about to fall, his heart network kept warning him that Xia Luo's slash was dangerous for no reason. Faced with this strong sense of crisis, he followed his heart without hesitation and used lightning to dodge the attack in an instant. What was that just now? Why did my heart network give such a strong warning? Enel thought this in his mind, but before he could figure it out, Xia Luo's attack had arrived again. But this time he didn't dodge. Instead, all the gold jewelry on his body melted in an instant, and a golden stick appeared in his hand. Then he placed the golden stick in front of him, intending to block Xia Luo's attack. Clang! There was a sound of collision of solid metal, and the strong force forced Enel to kneel down on one knee. At this moment, his expression was ferocious, and Xia Luo's smile seemed to be pure ridicule in his eyes. He was so arrogant just now, claiming to be a superior god, but now he fell to his knees in embarrassment. Enel felt endless humiliation. Weren't you very brave just now? Why are you kneeling in front of me now? Come on, let me see what punishment you can give me and what you can do to my crew. Xia Luo's words were like igniting a powder keg, which instantly angered Enel, and this was his purpose. By irritating Enel and then making him lose his mind, his attacks will be more effective. Even Akainu uses this move with great success. Qinghai people, don't be too arrogant, who do you think I am? I am the god of Sky Island. Sure enough, Enel also showed an extremely angry attitude. Powerful electric current emerged from his body and hit Xia Luo's body. Xia Luo seemed to be affected by thunder and lightning, and the strength of the two swords in his hands couldn't help but weaken a bit. Enel showed a successful expression, stepped back 2 positions, and then sprayed a huge blue beam of light towards Xia Luo with his palm forward. Boom boom boom. Reality. The beam of light drowned Xia Luo's figure, and then hit the inside of the barrier. Only shrill shouts came from inside. Ha ha ha. Hearing Xia Luo's screams, Enel finally couldn't help laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha, this is the price of provoking God, I will turn into ashes. Just as Enel was laughing wildly, a hand covered in black aura broke through the lightning and grabbed his wrist. Enel's expression was stunned for an instant, and the lightning in his hand dissipated, revealing Xia Luo, whose expression was a bit artificial, as if she was acting. Ah, it feels so comfortable. Hey, I caught you. Xia Luo's hair now can be said to be soaring to the sky, and she can cosplay as Nikaido Benimaru in The King of Fighters. However, what Xia Luo said about comfort was not a lie. Enel's thunder and lightning seemed to stimulate Xia Luo's undeveloped steel balloon talent. The activity of the body was greatly stimulated. At this time, he was eager to replenish energy. If it were the ant, she would probably be suffering from pyrexia. How is it possible? Enel was so frightened by the scene that emoticons appeared, and then he shook it off. Reality. The head tells me this is an illusion, it must be an illusion. After regaining his composure, his expression became much fiercer. Max 200 million volts discharge. Electricity gathered all over his body, and Enel's palms flashed with lightning again. This time the power of the elements was stronger than any previous attack. But before he could release the move, a fist magnified infinitely in front of his eyes. You must be tired after using so much electricity. Give me a rest. Armed. Friendship-breaking fist. Boom. The fist hit Enel's face firmly, and the latter's expression was distorted, as if his eyes were about to be punched out. But before he could fly out, a huge force pulled him back, and Xia Luo still grabbed his wrist. Another punch hit him in the face and he fell to the ground. Then Xia Luo sat directly on Enel, fired her bow from left to right, and punched Enel in the face one after another. Xia Luo is so cruel. A trace of cold sweat broke out on Karina's forehead. She was worried for a while when Enel released a thunder and lightning shock to drown Xia Luo, but then Xia Luo's intact figure appeared. Reality. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, this guy has violated Captain Xia Luo's taboo, that's why he is so angry. Reija held her face with one hand and had an indescribable gentle smile on her face. It was obvious that she also enjoyed Xia Luo's attitude of cherishing the crew. Since leaving the Vinsmoke family, Xia Luo's performance has always satisfied her. The girls thought about it for a while. Xia Luo's usual personality and attitude towards the girls could be described as doting, and they couldn't help but blush. After a while, when Enel was already bruised and swollen, Xia Luo stopped beating him. Why, you can touch me as a god. Enel moved his hands tremblingly. Now he had no strength to use the ability of thunder. The pain stimulated his nerves and he was still unconscious. He couldn't understand why, as the incarnation of thunder, Logia Thunder Fruit's ability user could be touched by others, and he couldn't even use active elementalization. That black fist seemed to be able to capture his figure. Oh. You haven't fainted yet. Your physical fitness is quite good. Then just take a punch from me. Armed colors and conquerors wrapped around his fist, black lightning crackled, and he punched Enel in the chest without reservation. Reality. The ground sunk, and Enel's chest also sunk, but Xia Luo deliberately did not damage his heart, and Enel was not dead yet. Your abilities are good, but now they are mine. Xia Luo took out a square box full of mechanical fuel from the storage space. Then he pressed the box against Enel's heart. Immediately, 4 mechanical claws shot out from the surface of the box and stabbed hard into Enel's chest to fix it. Then several thin tubes like tentacles stretched out and inserted into Enel's heart. The thin tube seemed to be extracting something, and energy mixed with a trace of thunder and lightning was continuously transmitted into the box. Ah! Enel, who had just been knocked unconscious, was awakened by the pain, and then let out a cry that echoed through the sky. That voice? It's Enel. What the hell happened? The former Sky Island god Ganfor, wearing knight armor and riding a strange bird, looked at the palace deep in Apaidu with a serious expression. He knew before that a group of Qinghai people went to Enel's palace. As the once benevolent god of Sky Island, he did not want these Qinghai people to die silently, but still wanted to help them and ask Enel for forgiveness. But the current situation made him very confused. Instead, Enel let out a miserable scream. Without thinking too much, Ganfor drove the strange bird quickly towards the temple. Chapter 48. Wappa. It's Enel's voice. A group of Zandian warriors were also galloping in the forest of Apaidu at this time, and apparently they also heard Enel's cry. They also detected a group of outsiders entering the territory of Apaidu, and when they were fighting the 4 priests, the movement also alerted them. So they wanted to try an attack on Enel. They had done it countless times in the past, but in the end they were stopped by the 4 priests and had no choice but to retreat. Now is a great opportunity. The 4 priests of the trial land are gone, and even Enel has not shown up. Wappa feels that this time will be their biggest chance to regain their hometown. Go at full speed. We must defeat that Enel guy this time and take back our hometown. Wappa shouted an inspiring word, and then took the lead and quickly moved towards the temple. The Sandia warriors behind him also followed him with excited smiles. On the other side, Enel's screams were endless, and his life force was constantly being stripped away. After the device was extracted, the originally strong body shriveled up visibly to the naked eye. After half a minute, the shouting stopped, and in Xia Luo's perception, Enel had lost his voice. The god of Sky Island who created a world on Sky Island died of his arrogance and his narrow vision. Just like CP9 always believed in Iron Body, Enel also died believing in his strength and neglecting his own training. The metal box that had absorbed enough energy suddenly emitted some gas, and then began to disperse and open. A golden devil fruit with strange patterns and lightning barbs on its skin appeared in front of everyone. As Xia Luo picked up the devil fruit, the stripper also shattered to the ground. Finally here, thunder fruit. Xia Luo shook the devil fruit in her hand and grinned. Karina also opened the barrier after seeing that Enel was silent. Then everyone walked up to Xia Luo and looked at the devil fruit with some curiosity. Xia Luo, is this thunder fruit? What was that device just now? Karina asked first. She was really curious about the device Xia Luo just mentioned. What on earth can actually absorb Enel's thunder fruit? Well, it is indeed thunder fruit. As for that device, it is the devil fruit stripper that Mr. Shiki gave me. The lion fruit on my body was stripped out before Mr. Shiki died. Xia Luo already had a way to deal with the women's doubts. That's right, just leave it all to Golden Lion Shiki. No one knows whether it's true or not anyway. Devil fruit stripper. There is such a magical thing in this world. Is this really something that technology can do? Reiju is more knowledgeable, but she has never heard of a devil fruit stripper. Especially since her father is a scientist who studies blood factors, she is even more curious about this thing. Ha ha ha, technology is omnipotent. Vegapunk can even create artificial devil fruit. Kaido is also collaborating with others on artificial devil fruit. After Xia Luo laughed, she also explained to others about the artificial devil fruit. Anyway, there are even artificial devil fruits, and it is not impossible to use technology to make a devil fruit peeler. Artificial devil fruit. Then Marine and 4 Emperors Kaido have countless devil fruit armies. Mishita exclaimed in surprise, with beads of sweat on her forehead. She had seen very little of the entrance to the first half of the Grand Route all year round. What Xia Luo said was even more unheard of. An army of artificial devil fruit was so terrifying that she couldn't imagine anything that could rival it. That's not the case. Kaido's artificial devil fruit is defective, and Vegapunk doesn't bother to make devil fruit. I don't know the specific situation. How many more of Captain Xia Luo's devil fruit strippers are there? This is the last one. This thing is not easy to build. This is such a pity. Reija showed a regretful expression. Presumably, this kind of powerful technological device can peel off devil fruit at will, so Xia Luo can also create an army of devil fruit. Now that she has turned against the world government, Xia Luo will definitely be wanted as a bounty criminal. Her priority is to increase the strength of the fleet so that there will be less danger on the sea. Come on Nami, this fruit is for you. Xia Luo threw the fruit over, and Nami hurriedly caught the fruit with an expression of disbelief. Xia Luo? This devil fruit is for me. Yes, this is the devil fruit that I specially selected for you. If you eat it, you will have powerful thunder power. No one is more suitable for this fruit than you. The power of Enel fruit is obvious to all. Unexpectedly, Xia Luo actually used the only devil fruit stripper just for herself. Nami was so moved that she didn't even eat the fruit, jumped directly to Xia Luo, hugged him like a sloth and kissed him a few times. Okay, eat quickly. Regarding Nami's behavior, Xia Luo also touched her head lovingly, and then urged her to eat the devil fruit. Nami nodded, picked up the devil fruit and took a bite. Like Karina, an unspeakable strange taste spread in her mouth, and she took a bite while resisting the taste. But Karina didn't know when she came behind Nami, grabbed the fruit and stuffed it directly into Nami's mouth with a proud smile on her face. Ha ha ha, I asked you to laugh at me, but I said that when you eat devil fruit, I will put it in your mouth so that you can try the taste. Along with Nami's whimpers, the devil fruit was swallowed directly, and the person collapsed to the ground as if he had lost his soul, but he quickly stood up again. Are you trying to kill me? Nami angrily grabbed Karina's collar and asked, but this was just a daily joke. What's the point? I didn't come here like this at the beginning. Karina spread her hands and looked indifferent, saying that I had eaten like this before. Nami looked at Karina with a hint of pride in front of her and was furious, but then her eyes flashed with a bright light and a strange smile appeared on her lips. A trace of electricity passed through Karina's body. There was a cry, and Karina grabbed the hem of her skirt, with a blushing expression on her face. Nami smiled evilly and turned around to pretend nothing happened. Karina blushed and gritted her teeth. She swore that Nami would make a fool of herself in front of Xia Luo tonight, even though they both made fools of themselves every day. Seeing the farce in front of him, Xia Luo pinched his eyebrows speechlessly. These two enemies were no longer over. Chapter 49. Chirp. While Nami was still getting familiar with her newly acquired abilities, a bird song sounded in the sky. Then several people saw Ganfuel, the former god of Sky Island, wearing armor and riding a strange bird, flying above them, and then slowly landed. At the same time, there was a whistling sound in the forest, and the Sandians also arrived at the palace on the Island of Gods, where 3 parties of people gathered here. Of course, Reija and Xia Luo sensed someone approaching from observation Haki, but the latter didn't say anything, and Reija didn't take it seriously. When the other 2 parties approached, they also saw Enel lying on the ground not knowing whether he was alive or dead, and the other 3 priests who had been knocked to the ground. The last priest was missing. This is Enel. Enel is dead. The soldiers in the Sandian team exclaimed, with indescribable excitement and joy in their tone. Surprises always come unexpectedly. The god Enel, who ruled Sky Island with absolute force and was easily defeated by them no matter how much resistance they put up, is actually dead. Enel, he's dead. Ganfor's pupils were wide open, looking in disbelief. No one understands Enel's strength better than him. Back then, he was easily defeated by Enel and then pulled down from the altar. At this moment, Enel's shriveled body told him that he was dead. Qinghai people, did you do this? Ganfuer looked at Xia Luo and others with shocked eyes. Xia Luo just shrugged and said, is there anyone else here besides us? Although he already knew the answer, Xia Luo's admission also shocked him. Ganfuer got off his horse, saluted Xia Luo solemnly, and said, Dear strong man, I am Ganfuel, the original god of Sky Island. Thank you very much for removing the Enel disaster from Sky Island. The people of Sky Island have suffered a lot in the past 4 years. It was your strong action that saved them. Ganfor sincerely thanked Xia Luo for what he had done. Even though the other person looked very young, he still treated him with the highest courtesy. Well, don't be so polite. I'm not here to defeat Enel for the people of Sky Island. It's just that this is my purpose. But we don't do these things for nothing. Now that I have defeated Enel, I am the new god of the Sky Island. Everything here belongs to me, including all the gold. Xia Luo looked calm and said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Even Nami and the others did not expect that Xia Luo would become the god of Sky Island. Qinghai people, I don't care what your purpose is, but the bath here belongs to us Sandians, and this is our hometown. No matter how you want to be the god of Sky Island, please leave this land of Bath. Wappa was the first to react, and with a gloomy expression he raised the barrel of his gun and pointed it at Xia Luo. The soldiers behind him also became nervous instantly and used their weapons to attack Xia Luo. Don't be so nervous. If your hands shake and a bullet is accidentally fired, all of you will die. Xia Luo had a smile on her face, but she said extremely terrifying words. The Sandia people were also frightened by Xia Luo's temperament and were sweating profusely, but they still did not put down their weapons, just because their leader Wappa had not yet put down his weapons. Dear strong men, please forgive them for their rudeness. They all have their own reasons for being like this. Ganfor, who was on the side, hurriedly ran to the middle and bowed respectfully again. Boom boom boom. In this tense atmosphere, suddenly the floor began to shake, and then a giant snake as big as a mountain poked its head out and stared at everyone present. That is the Lord of Space, Nolan. The people of Sandia exclaimed. Obviously they did not expect that the Lord of Space, Nolan, would appear at this time. Nolan stared at the tiny human below, not knowing what he was thinking, and suddenly let out a roar. Noisy. Xia Luo frowned and looked at Nolan who was roaring, feeling a little irritated. With a sharp look in his eyes, Conqueror's Haki walked straight towards Nolan. Nolan instantly felt the impact of Xia Luo's Haki, his pupils shrank to the size of needle tips, his body trembled uncontrollably, and then he fell down with a bang. This. Ganfor and the Sandians all looked at the scene in shock. Nolan, the majestic lord of the sky, fell down just under the look of this young man. This weird ability is even more incredible than Enel's lightning power. Woo! Suddenly a Sandian man felt that his body was suddenly very weak. The firearm in his hand also fell to the ground due to weakness, and then the man collapsed to the ground unable to support himself. This situation seemed to be a chain reaction, and all Sandians, including Vappa, collapsed to the ground. Thanks Reiju. Xia Luo thanked Reiju, who spread his hands and said that they couldn't hurt Xia Luo even without him. Even before the Sandians took up arms, Reiju had already unleashed a colorless, odorless poisonous gas upon them. Although it is not fatal, if you are poisoned by this kind of poison, you will collapse to the ground exhausted. Dear strong men, please don't hurt them. Ganfor was already kneeling on the ground in panic, begging Xia Luo to let the Sandians go. The former god of Sky Island was also really kind, even at this time he had to intercede for these Sandians. Don't worry, I don't want their lives either, otherwise they will be dead the moment they see me. It's just that it's easier to talk in this state. Xia Luo waved her hand to indicate that she had no intention of harming them, and then asked Ganfor to stand up. Xia Luo was still a little uncomfortable having such an old man kneel down for her. I have heard about you Sandians, and the story of Nolandu and Calgara 400 years ago. As soon as Xia Luo said this, the people of Sandia were immediately shocked. They did not expect that the people of Qinghai would actually know about their ancestors and Nolandu. Although everything on Sky Island belongs to me, I can let you come back to live in the land here, but I need you Sandians to be loyal to me. Xia Luo stated his purpose. These Sandians are brave and good at fighting and powerful, although not as good as some pirates in Qinghai. But they are all tough guys who will stand up for their heart's desires no matter how injured they are. Even Xia Luo looks at this kind of person differently. Although he says he wants to be the god of Sky Island, he will not stay here forever. So it would be perfect to have such a group of tough guys loyal to themselves and maintain their rule on Sky Island. Ganfor used to be a wise god, and it was Xia Luo's plan to ask him to help take care of Sky Island after she left. Chapter 50. What? Are you actually willing to give us the precious bath, Earth? When Wappa heard that Xia Luo was willing to let them return to his hometown, he immediately shouted excitedly. Returning to their homeland has always been their wish, and now the new god of Sky Island is actually willing to let them return to their homeland, which makes the Sandian warriors excited. Ha 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 ha. Is it precious? To me, land is just something that can be obtained everywhere. Hearing Wappa's words, Xia Luo burst into laughter, and then raised his hand to activate the fruit ability. Lanju Island, which had been hidden under the Bibai Sea, slowly rose into the sky, and then the island flew over Apaidu. Buzz, is flying. Except for Xia Luo and others, everyone present was stunned to see the earth flying in the sky. Miracle, is this the power of God? Wappa couldn't help but murmured, and even he was unconsciously impressed by Xia Luo's power. I can fly Qinghai land to Sky Island at will, and Sky Island will not. Lack of land. Seeing Wapa's reaction, Xia Luo immediately left, and then dropped another bombshell. And I will not only let you live in Apaidu, but I will also let you light the lamp of Sandala again. As expected, this statement caused an explosion among the Sandians, and they all started discussing it. This scene also looked very weird. A group of powerless Sandians were lying on the ground discussing things. Shut up! Wapa suddenly shouted, and the Sandians stopped their discussions. Reiju! Xia Luo breathed softly, and the latter nodded to express understanding, and then blew out a breath from his mouth, which instantly filled the Sandian people. Not long after, Wapa felt that his body had regained some strength. I saw him kneeling heavily on the ground, his forehead pressed to the ground, and shouted loudly. If you are willing to let us return to our hometown and relight the lamp of Sandora, I, Wapa, will do my best to protect everything on Sky Island for you. What Xia Luo promised was very tempting to these Sandians. It was too big, they were too eager to return to their homeland and relight the lamp of Sandora. You guys wait for me here. Hearing Wapa's reply, Xia Luo smiled, then said something to the women behind him and flew towards the sky. Where is Captain Xia Luo going? Who knows? The girls were also a little confused. Only Robin and Reiju, who were older, could guess what Xia Luo was thinking. It should be around here. When Xia Luo flew high into the sky, he scanned the sea of clouds here, but still couldn't find the target, so he flew higher into the sky. Found it! A huge golden clock is standing 10,000 meters above Sky Island. Sandora's lamp, it is said that its rich and beautiful bells, just like the lights in the dark night, can guide the direction of the fleet sailing in the storm. Xia Luo looked at the big clock in front of her and couldn't help but recall the scene in the original animation, and her hands started to itch. So he used all his strength and punched the golden bell. Boom, boom, boom. The loud bell resounded throughout the world, and even Shanghai under the White Sea heard the sound. This is... Coolie Guy on the other coast of Gaia Island stopped what he was doing and looked at the sky in astonishment, with the beautiful bells echoing in his ears. Shandora is real. My ancestors did not lie. Coolie Guy was so excited that he shed tears. Although he didn't know what happened, the bell ringing in the sky was his lifelong goal. The Sandia warriors in Apaidan had also burst into tears. As Xia Luo floated the golden bell back to the ground, all the Sandians knelt on the ground. Lord Xia Luo, we Sandian warriors swear to be loyal to you to the death. Seeing the surrender of the Sandians, Xia Luo nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the stunned Ganfor and said. I would like to ask you to inform the residents of Sky Island. In the future, those messy rules can be abolished. From now on, you will not need to be bound by many rules to live on Sky Island. Hearing Xia Luo's words, Ganfor came back to his senses and responded quickly, yes, respected strong man. No, Lord God. You all go down and inform your tribe to migrate here. After that, Apaidu will no longer be a forbidden land, and both Sky Islanders and Sandians can live here. Live. As Xia Luo finished speaking, the Sandians kowtowed heavily, and then Wapa led the soldiers back to Cloud Shinobi village to tell the tribe the good news. No Jijo, I'm hungry again. After finishing everything, Xia Luo came to Nyokijo with a downcast face. Although he didn't consume much energy just now. But after receiving Enel's electrotherapy, he felt that his body was evolving again, and now he was eager to eat to replenish energy. Seeing Xia Luo like this, the women looked at each other and suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing so hard. Nami and Karina couldn't help laughing. Where is that incomparably majestic god just now? The two of them were laughing to the point of tears, and even Reiju and Robin couldn't help but chuckle. Xia Luo's face darkened, but luckily she was thick-skinned enough and glared at Nami, hoping to make this woman look good tonight. The latter returned his charming look, and then continued to laugh. After Xia Luo returned to Lanzhou Island with a few people, all the girls began to prepare the food Xia Luo needed. This time he didn't feel like before, he needed more food ability from noon to evening, even the whole group of chefs could not withstand Xia Luo's consumption speed. What's wrong with Captain Xia Luo? The battle just now didn't consume much energy, but this time it took so long. After serving several plates of well-made chocolate cake, Mishita returned to the kitchen and couldn't help but sigh. Who knows, but I feel like if you keep dragging it on like this, Xia Luo will probably eat you tonight. Nami replied to her, not stopping what she was doing and making the food non-stop, while Mishita was so excited that she immediately started making the food again. Another 2 hours later. Vivi was already a little weak from exhaustion. Okay, Vivi, you go and rest first. Nami helped Vivi up and signaled her to go back to her room to rest first. Then she watched Xia Luo go out to get some air to digest food and then walked back to the room. Night. Xia Luo returned to the room and saw a figure already lying on the bed. He walked over with a smirk. Xia Luo rushed forward but discovered something was wrong halfway through. Nami's hair was yellow, but the hair on the back was blue. No Jijeo. Xia Luo looked at Nyokijeo, who was blushing, and the latter closed his eyes tightly. Continue with the no freeload attitude that comes right to your doorstep. Chapter 51. Early morning. Xia Luo got up and put on her clothes, then helped Nyokijeo cover herself with quilt. As soon as I arrived in the lobby, I saw Nami with a smirk on her face. Good guy, this is the surprise you were talking about, right? Selling his sister may also mean that Nakajeo was voluntary. I just don't know when these two little girls secretly discussed it. He walked over and tugged on Nami's little face, indicating with his eyes that there would be surprises like this in the future, must be done more often. After breakfast, everyone gathered in the lobby after a long absence and chatted. Xia Luo said that he would stay here for a while and was free without having to sail. However, the daily strength training has not fallen behind. Captain Xia Luo, you said before that Sky Island should have a historical text, right? When can we explore this area? Robin walked over to him and sat down. She was now eager to decipher the historical text. It's just that Xia Luo was delayed yesterday because she had to eat, otherwise she would have wanted to explore the ruins of Apiadone as early as yesterday. The historical text, I seem to remember it being at the bottom of the golden clock. After Robin mentioned it, Xia Luo remembered it. She seemed to have told Robin before that there was a historical text on Sky Island that recorded the address of Poseidon. After so many things happened, he almost forgot about it, but now that Robin reminded him, he simply answered. Although the others were not particularly interested in the historical text, they followed him as soon as they had nothing to do. When they arrived at the place where the golden clock was placed, several people also saw the historical text inlaid at the bottom of the clock. Looking at the huge stone tablet in front of him, Robin was very excited. He stepped forward and touched the surface of the stone tablet, and then carefully interpreted the content. Suddenly she discovered that there was actually a line of words marked on the gold next to it. I came here to take this article to the end of the world. D. Roger. One Piece. Did he also come to Sky Island? Why did he leave such a text? When Robin saw the signature of the text, she was so shocked that she sweated and took 2 steps back. She didn't expect that the historical text was actually related to the Pirate King. What's wrong, Robin? Are you okay? Robin's situation was seen by the other girls, and they couldn't think of anything that could scare each other. Log in to earn coins. Is the content on the stone tablet so exciting? Their curiosity was aroused for a while. When several people came up, they also saw the words engraved on the gold next to the stone tablet, but some of them didn't understand what it meant, because the one piece also had ancient words engraved on it. What does this mean? It seems to be the words engraved on the back. It is not together with the historical text. The women asked curiously. That one was left by Pirate King Gold Roger, right? At this time, Xia Luo said. What? The Pirate King? Several women exclaimed in shock, and everyone knew the name of the Pirate King. Captain Xia Luo. Can you also understand ancient texts? Robin asked in surprise. According to Xia Luo's previous description, he had never been to Sky Island. So how did he learn about this passage? It couldn't have been said by Golden Lion, right? I don't understand, but the text is obviously newly engraved, but the historical text is related to the secret of Rafdrua, and only one person has been to Rafdrua since ancient times, so I guess it should be left by the Pirate King when he was looking for the historical text. Come down. Xia Luo said with a smile, as for saying that she learned about it by watching animation. Even if you say it, even a few women can't understand it. It's something that is beyond the concept of this world. After Xia Luo said this, others reacted and understood in an instant. Historical text? Now I can understand why Sister Robin had a very high reward at a young age. Xia Luo, maybe you can really become the new generation of Pirate King. Nami said with some emotion, Robin plays an important role in it. I'm not interested in One Piece or anything like that, I told you. If I want to be, then I want to be the king of the world. Xia Luo said disdainfully, as a time traveler with a system, his vision is much wider than this. He felt that if he was really bored in the future, he would overthrow the world and re-establish order and become the king of the world. Nami and the others did not refute. They had seen Xia Luo's growth. When they entered the Grand Route, they found Xia Luo's words unbelievable. Now it seems that this is likely to come true. The man in front of him has really grown too fast. Robin then made a rubbing of the historical text of Sky Island. Nami and Karina took Xia Luo to accompany them on the treasure hunt. Most of the gold is in Enel's palace, but there is still a lot of gold in the ruins. The Lord of the Sky, Nolan, could only be regarded as a handful in his stomach, but Xia Luo still refused to let go. After a violent beating, he picked up the Lord of the Sky, and then shook it a few times like taking out garbage. Countless relic stones mixed with gold poured out of Nolan's mouth. Apaitu is worthy of being known as the land of gold. Xia Luo no longer knows how much gold he has obtained here. I am afraid that he is now richer than the Golden Emperor. Nami and Karina are always smiling in their dreams. Just spent a few days on Sky Island again. Drink. Mishita used the umbrella like a sword and hit Nami hard. However, Nami faced this menacing blow with a smile on her face. She flashed behind her with a thunderbolt, and then hit Mishita with a powerful electric current. Uh-huh. After being hit, Mishita screamed and then made a heart-shaking sound that made people blush. Ha 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 ha, you lost again. Nami laughed triumphantly. Mishita looked unwilling to be knocked down, but there was nothing she could do about it. The quantity is too different from Nami. Now that Nami has obtained the Thunder Fruit, she is even more powerful. Just by acquainting Nami with the power of the fruit, she has been defeated countless times. Now Nami can be said to be the strongest fighter in the pirate group except Xia Luo. Although the fight with Karina is evenly matched, they can't hurt each other, but if it is an enemy, Nami's destructive power is stronger. Chapter 52. I really don't know why Captain Xia Luo gave you this fruit to eat. The speed of teleportation just now is about the same as Captain Xia Luo. If Captain Xia Luo eats the fruit, wouldn't he become the fastest in the world? A man now. Makita stood up with a red face and patted her butt. Nami always used this embarrassing move during battles, which made her a little afraid of sparring with Nami. Xia Luo has said before that the fruit has no side effects. He himself also said that he can eat another fruit, but he is not sure whether to eat it yet. After all, Lion Fruit's ability is already very strong, but the restrictions of sea water and sea stone made him hesitate when eating a fruit. The fastest man? Mishita, you really dare to say that? If Xia Luo knows this, you will be the one to eat tonight. Nami spurted out with a puff, looking like she wanted to laugh but couldn't. Probably not, right? Hearing this, Makita was suddenly startled and broke into a cold sweat, and then looked guiltily at Xia Luo, who was sparring with Reiju. Judging from the focused look on the other side, he probably didn't hear him, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. No, I think this guy Xia Luo must have heard it. After all, he has observation haki. He is now a god, is there anything else he doesn't know? Seeing Makita's relieved look, Nami smiled evilly, stepped forward and put his arm around her shoulders. I welcome you to become sisters together, so that you can know how powerful Xia Luo is. Nami raised his eyebrows and said to Makita, who was already on the verge of crying and looked like she had resigned. But it seems that he is not very resistant to Xia Luo. He must have been impressed by Xia Luo during this period of time. The more Mishita thought about it, the redder her face turned. Finally, she transformed into Steam Princess and ran out of the training room. Nami stood there and laughed. These two ladies are really cool. After repelling Reiju's attack, Xia Luo shook her head helplessly. Of course he heard what the two women over there said. He now keeps observation haki on at all times, not passively sensing attacks, but actively listening and sensing the dynamics in Sky Island. Haha, isn't this great? Another crew member has been succeeded by Captain Xia Luo, so will I be the next one? Reiju stopped attacking and chuckled. She was the first crew member on the ship to learn how to see things. Of course, she heard what Nami and others said. However, she had a seductive look on her face when she said the next words, and her movements were also very seductive to show off her figure. Seeing Reiju's feminine and charming look, Xia Luo couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Chance. Suddenly, Reiju accelerated his charge and came to Xia Luo, his palm about to press on his chest. However, Xia Luo grabbed her deep palm, and then a huge force pulled her. Reiju was hugged into his arms with her back against Xia Luo's chest. The arms that were caught were also in a hugging position, holding her tightly and unable to move. Huh? Is Captain Xia Luo so impatient? Do you want to possess me now? Reiju didn't panic at all. He revealed half of his face, raised his lips and continued to speak to Xia Luo in a seductive tone. This little goblin really knows how to seduce people. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you still don't know who is in charge of the ship. Xia Luo thought fiercely in her heart, and then moved towards Reiju. Ugh. Reiju's pupils shrank instantly, and a trace of panic flashed across her expression. She didn't expect that Xia Luo would really come up to her. Even if Xia Luo had the habit of touching her, she would not force the crew. This was also the key to her confidence in seducing Xia Luo, but she didn't expect that Xia Luo seemed to be serious this time, so she forgot to resist for a while. As time passed, Reiju's eyes became blurred and he seemed to have forgotten that he was here for training. Wow, I didn't expect Sister Reiju to be so bold. Nami on the side couldn't help but exclaimed. She had been watching here for a while, including several other women. Hearing Nami's exclamation, Reiju's eyes suddenly became clear, and then he burst out with such force that even Xia Luo could not react. He immediately broke away from Xia Luo's arms and covered his mouth with a crimson expression. I'm sorry. I'll be here for today's training. You continue. Although he was equally shy, Reija did not run away like Makita. Instead, he nodded towards Nami and the others, and then walked out of the training room with elegant steps. I really envy Sister Reiju. Kaya stared at Reija's back with envy, then looked down at her chest. Wow, when will you grow up? He said in a somewhat low tone that Kaya is only 15 years old now, and Xia Luo said that he is still too young. Kaya-chan, do you really want Captain Xia Luo to pamper you so much? Vivi also said with a blush on her face. Although she is more precocious, Vivi is actually 1 year younger than Kaya and is only 14 now. Vivi-chan, you are so awesome. Kaya's face also turned crimson. Since the two were the youngest crew members on the ship, they quickly became good friends and talked about everything. Vivi also noticed Kaya's admiration for Xia Luo. Xia Luo glanced at everyone present, and it seemed that everyone had lost the training atmosphere. He shrugged and walked out of the training room. He happened to be a little hungry and went out to have a meal. But while Xia Luo was having lunch leisurely at Sky Island, what he didn't know was that the Qinghai world below had exploded. Headlines from world economic newspapers. Shocking. The true identity of Xia Luo, the strongest bounty hunter in the East Blue, is actually a disciple of the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Xia Luo actually tricked all the marine executives into pretending to be her identity. Is the strongest bounty hunter in East Blue who once hunted pirates finally going to become a pirate? Shocking. Nico Robin, the son of the devil, actually met Golden Lion to Xia Luo. Is that kind of relationship? Nico Robin officially joined Xia Luo. The former crew of the Flying Pirates announced that they are looking for the location of Xia Luo. We welcome the return of the young master. The first half of the Great Line. On an unknown island in the paradise. Crocodile, who was holding a cigar and still wrapped in bandages, looked at the newspaper in his hand with a gloomy expression. Nico Robin, what a cunning woman. Is this man your next host? Humph, sooner or later I will defeat him and become the Pirate King. Huh. Crocodile threw away the newspaper and turned around to leave in a certain direction. The news did not affect him. It can be said that he has been awakened and regained his original intention. He wants to regain his strength, and then climb to the top of the sea to become the king. New World. Dressrosa, in the royal palace on King's Heights. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Doflamingo had a strange evil smile on his face. Phew phew phew. Golden Lion too? It's really interesting. You have been hiding your identity before, and now it is exposed. What is your purpose? Ha ha ha, this sea is getting more and more interesting. He had been paying attention to this person since Xia Luo defeated Crocodile, and then ordered his subordinates to find information about Xia Luo, but he did not expect that the other party seemed to appear out of thin air. Apart from his own exposure of living on a desert island for 5 years, there are only things he experienced after his debut. It was as if any information from the past did not exist, which also attracted the attention of the king of the underground world. Chapter 53. In the Marshal's office at Naval Headquarters. Marshal Sengoku was sitting at his desk with his two old friends. Bump. Damn Morgans, where did he put Marine's face? Sengoku was BG on his desk. The reason was because the World News Agency reported the incident of Xia Luo teasing marine executives. Ha 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 ha, everyone was tricked by this brat. Garp laughed unbridled, not forgetting to stuff the senbei in his mouth. Garp, don't talk nonsense here. What you need to do now is to stop these evil signs. He was able to compete with Admiral just after his debut, and successfully escaped from Aokiji. This kid will definitely be Marine's enemy in the future. Garp always managed to irritate Sengoku at the right time. What we need to consider now is how to capture this kid. From Aokiji's description, we can know that he has a special physique like Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. The ordinary Vice Admiral no longer poses a threat to him. Only Admiral has the strength to capture him, but this kid inherited Golden Lion's lion fruit by some means. Marine has no power against the Air Force. If Golden Lion's old troops really find Xia Luo, they will definitely constitute a powerful threat. Crane Vice Admiral calmly analyzed the situation. Indeed, as she said, Golden Lion's old department not only had many powerful pirates, but also had its own scientific research team. This is a force that cannot be ignored. If Xia Luo really gets the support of these people and allows him a certain period of time to grow, a new emperor may appear on the sea again, and the balance of the sea will also be affected. Break-in. Originally, if Xia Luo could enter the New World, he would definitely experience a battle between dragons and tigers. New World's territory is already saturated. If Xia Luo wants to gain a foothold, she will inevitably clash with big pirates from all sides. In this way, Marine can also profit from the dog-eat-dog approach and eliminate more pirates. But the problem is that Xia Luo does not need to acquire territory in the new world at all. He is a mobile fortress. All the territories do not need to be fixed in the air and no one can figure out his whereabouts. Alas, now we can only issue a reward order. Sengoku sighed, and it was currently impossible to send a Marine Admiral to capture Xia Luo. The Marine Admiral had its own mission, and capturing Xia Luo could not be completed in a day or two. With this kid's strength and what he did in East Blue, there should be at least 600 million in bounty. Crane Vice Admiral thought about Kaido. Is the initial bounty of 600 million belly too high? Sengoku surprised Kaido. No, it's just right. If he and the old members of the original Flying Pirates in New World. The rendezvous is the most troublesome. The first time the bounty is 600 million, it is estimated that even the big shots in the second half will not be able to sit still, and they will definitely invite this kid to join. With this kid's character, it is absolutely impossible for him to join those guys. By then, our goal will be achieved. Crane Vice Admiral explained the reason in one breath, and Sengoku also understood her purpose. To kill. With the high bounty on his head, all the forces will pay attention to Xia Luo. The little pirates will definitely be dissatisfied and continue to harass Xia Luo. The big pirates will not give up recruiting such a newcomer. If the recruitment fails, Xia Luo will also offend those forces. Okay. Let's do it. The criminal Xia Luo destroyed the 16th branch of the East Blue Marine and killed Colonel Rat and 2,000 Marines. They protected the criminal Nico Robin. A reward of 600 million belly is now offered. In the end, Sengoku decided to offer a reward of 600 million to Xia Luo. Xia Luo, on the other hand, was having fun on Sky Island at the moment, completely unaware that Marine had issued a bounty on her. I saw Xia Luo lying in his palace, his head resting on Lucky's thigh, and Konis was serving him next to him. A few days ago, Wappa and Ganfor came to Xia Luo's palace and brought a group of Sky Island girls with them, saying that they wanted to be Xia Luo's maids to the gods. Of course, the upright Xia Luo refused their kindness. However, they still refused to give up. As gods, how could they not have their own maids of gods? They insisted on forcing these girls over. Helpless, Xia Luo could only choose Konis and Sandia's Lucky as her maids, and let them take the other girls back. Seeing Xia Luo choose two girls, Wappa and Ganfor were relieved, and then the girls left the palace with somewhat disappointed eyes. And Xia Luo was not used to being served by others at first, but after a few days, she became more accustomed to being served by others. I have to say, it smells really good. Lord God, ah. Lucky held a peeled grape and handed it to Xia Luo's mouth. The latter opened his mouth and ate it. Well, mixed with the aroma of a girl and the sweetness of grapes, it's delicious. It's so delicious. Ding, the sign-in system has detected the target Sky Island. Do you want to check in the target? Wow. Xia Luo suddenly sat up and finally came. This move also shocked Konis and Lucky next to her. Lord Kami? What happened? Is Konis too strong? Konis said with some panic. Just now he was beating Xia Luo's calf, and the latter suddenly sat up. She thought it was her problem. No, it's okay. Nothing to do today, I want to listen to some songs. Xia Luo waved her hand to signal Konis not to be nervous, and then lay back down again. After receiving the order, Konis also took out his harp and started playing, while Lucky massaged Xia Luo's brain to relax her. Sign in. At this time, Xia Luo restored the system. Ding, get martial arts Wing Chun. Ding, get observation Haki experience pack. Ding, get 20% death resistance. Death resistance. Xia Luo's pupils shrank instantly. Is death resistance the death resistance he understood? He quickly opened the system panel to check the description of its death resistance. When the death resistance reaches 100%, the host will not die, and no means in this world can kill the host. The current resistance is 20%. The host will have a death resistance halo once every year. When the host dies, a layer of resistance halo will be consumed to resist it. And the host's physical strength will return to its peak state. What a magical skill. As long as he reaches 100% resistance, what kind of undead creature Kaido? He is just a younger brother in front of him. He is pretending to be immortal, but I am really immortal. Coupled with the defensive power of the steel balloon, no one in the sea will be his opponent, not even the mysterious I'm. The surprise came so suddenly that even his face showed an ecstatic smile unconsciously. Chapter 54. This death resistance can be said to be the best reward after steel balloon and lion fruit. Compared with the rewards obtained by the other two, they are not worth mentioning. Observation Haki, as usual, was promoted to a small stage, and then another reward. At this time, a black question mark appeared on Xia Luo's head. I do Wing Chun in one piece? With my physique in the world of One Piece, I can use this kind of boxing, and the effect should be pretty good, right? Suddenly an idea popped into Xia Luo's mind. What would be the result if Robin learned martial arts? Ultimate's weapon color plus flower fruit plus martial arts. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Robin has more than just 4 hands. He can even manifest arms as big as giants. He even imagined Robin saying something before the fight started. Wing Chun, Nico Robin. It's a bit exciting just thinking about it, but this just makes up for Xia Luo's lack of physical skills. This technique can also be learned by other girls, and overall it's pretty good. It was a fruitful day, and Xia Luo rested her head on Lucky's thigh happily. Hey, Xia Luo. Look at this. At this time, Nami hurried over, holding a newspaper in his hand. What's wrong, Nami? Do you have any new information? Xia Luo's lazy and enjoyable face with a bit of a lewd smile came into Nami's eyes, which made her furious. But she didn't know that Xia Luo was smiling at the reward she had just received. You will enjoy it? Something big is happening in Shanghai down there. You can see for yourself. Nami threw a newspaper to Xia Luo. Due to the breakthrough in Mishida's fruit ability, it not only affects itself, but also the people next to it can eliminate gravity. Not even Xia Luo has this ability. As expected, the development direction of each fruit is different. Mishida can act on other people's bodies to eliminate gravity. This made Nami want to find out what happened after the battle between Xia Luo and Aokiji a few days ago. She didn't expect that such a big thing would happen after arriving in Shanghai. What? Let me see. Xia Luo picked up the newspaper and scanned it carefully. New Sky Pirates, Captain, Xia Luo, no matter life or death, bounty, 600 million Baileys. The largest page image in the newspaper is Xia Luo's instant kill at the Arlong base. That photo of the other person. In the photo, he holds his palms in vain, showing an arrogant look, looking at him like an ant, and a sense of dominance arises spontaneously. Not bad, quite handsome. Xia Luo looked at his handsome face carefully and kept praising him. What? You have a reward of 600 million. Do you know how crazy the situation below is? Countless pirates are scrambling to find you. A little-known guy suddenly received such a high reward. Countless people are trying to step on you to get the upper hand. Instead, Nami explained to Xia Luo anxiously. Haha, they are just clowns. Come as they come. They will not be my opponents anyway. Xia Luo smiled disdainfully and didn't pay attention to the small characters who came to challenge her. This time is different. I heard that even the 4 emperors intend to invite you and have sent people to look for you. 4 emperors? It's a bit interesting, but as long as the 4 emperors don't come forward, no one else is my opponent, so there's no need to worry. Xia Luo signaled Nami to be calm, and he would be in the way if something happened. Nami was helpless when she saw his confident look, and then she covered her head and walked away. Nami, wait a minute. Xia Luo stopped her. What's wrong? I still have to practice. Nami looked at him with some confusion, wondering what else he had going on. We estimate that we will have to stop sailing for a while. I have an important place to visit. Xia Luo said with a serious expression. Is it an important place? Is it dangerous? Seeing Xia Luo being so serious, Nami became serious unconsciously. She knew that Xia Luo wouldn't make any jokes, there must be something big going on. It's not dangerous, but this time I may be away for a long time. Xia Luo thought about Kaido for a while. Then when will you leave? Tomorrow. Then Xia Luo stood up, picked up Nami, and walked back to the hall, notifying others that she would be leaving for a while. During this period of time, they will stop sailing and let the girls improve their strength on Sky Island. Several women began to ask Xia Luo where she was going. Only then did Xia Luo take care of your own problems. As early as Alabasta, Xia Luo would feel extremely hungry and her body was in urgent need of energy replenishment. Even if he eats a lot of food every day, he can't be satisfied. He feels that he is getting closer and closer to the situation like his aunt. If he is not satisfied, I'm afraid he will suffer from cyradia similar to Auntie's. His body kept telling him urgently that he needed energy and that he needed to evolve. Ever since, Xia Luo thought of the islands where Usopp had practiced for 2 years, the Bow Islands. The archipelago looks like a flower, but is actually several carnivorous plants floating on the sea, called the Baron of the Stomach. But there are countless attractive plants growing deep in the island, and the fragrance also attracts sea beasts and sea kings. It can be said that it is a captive replica of the world of delicious food. Xia Luo wants to go to that archipelago to complete her evolution and break through the currently undeveloped steel balloon physique. After hearing Xia Luo's explanation, the women were shocked. It turned out that this was the reason for Xia Luo's increasing appetite. No wonder Nyokijo and the others worked hard to make food. They were so tired that they couldn't keep up with Xia Luo's consumption speed. Then he understood the meaning of Xia Luo's stop sailing, but he was a little worried. Don't worry, don't you know my strength yet? There is nothing on the island that can threaten me. I can easily destroy a few small islands. Xia Luo used a relaxed and comfortable attitude to calm the emotions of the girls, saying that there was no problem. However, the women were more worried about Xia Luo's physical condition. Great strength always comes with risks, and Xia Luo's risk is that she needs to constantly eat to replenish energy and break through the body's limitations. We understand, you must be careful, we are waiting for you here. Nami said in a gentle tone with a tender face. This man has been giving to them and helping them. Now all she can do is what a good wife and mother should do, which is to wait for his return. After all, they can't help at all now. While it was still early, Xia Luo began to teach several girls Wing Chun, armament haki and other related knowledge so that they could practice when she was not here. Night. Xia Luo comforted Nami, Karina, and Nyochi who were in high spirits. Mikita, who was in high spirits before, was also taken down by Xia Luo. Regarding this matter, Nami is still very happy. She can share the firepower, and she also gets great satisfaction. Chapter 55. Night. Xia Luo did not go to the Boeing Islands in the First World, but went to the world-famous shipbuilding Holy Land, the capital of Seven Waters. The city of Seven Waters is a city that has existed for more than 1,000 years. Even if it is inundated by tsunamis called water gods every year, it has not destroyed the island's economy and people. It is still a very prosperous island to this day. 800 years ago, the shipbuilders here joined forces to build the most evil battleship Pluton Preto in history. Tom, who once built Oro Jackson for Roger the Pirate King, invented a sea train that can travel on the sea. Finally, the people here finally no longer feared the water gods. The current mayor of the Seven Waters city is a disciple of Master Tom and the president of the most famous shipbuilding company here, Carrera, Acebago, also known as Iceberg. That night, Bingshan was still dealing with affairs in the Seven Waters capital. As the mayor, he had countless busy affairs every day. Most of the matters of the shipbuilding company were left to his subordinates to manage. That is Rob Lucci, the undercover agent of CP9 and now one of the top 5 foremen of Carrera Company. Hua hua hua. Bingshan, who was doing office work in the study room at home, suddenly discovered that the window was opened somehow, and there was a roaring sound from the wind. Bingshan stopped writing in his hand, stood up and walked towards the window. The city outside was still brightly lit, and it was a very beautiful night scene. After taking a deep breath of the fresh air outside the window, he closed the window again and sat back at his desk. Your Excellency, why did you come to see me? Bingshan, who had lowered his head to write the information again, did not raise his head, but suddenly said to the empty study room. Bang bang bang. As expected of Master Tom's disciple, his perception is really sensitive. He actually discovered my existence. Xia Luo clapped her hands and walked out of the shadows of the room. After Bingshan saw Xia Luo's face, his pupils shrank suddenly, and then returned to their usual more natural state. You are joking. With your strength, it would be easy for me to not notice it, right? Golden Lion to Xia Luo. Bingshan revealed Xia Luo's identity. But it's not surprising, after all, Xia Luo is now in the limelight, and people big and small in the world are paying attention to him, so it's hard for anyone not to recognize him. Hee hee. Xia Luo chuckled without refuting, then walked to the sofa and sat down naturally, as if she was at home. I wonder what Mr. Xia Luo wants from me. Bingshan was a little confused about his thoughts, so he asked tentatively. Your Excellency, Bingshan is a disciple of Tom, the world's master shipbuilder. Of course I am here to build ships. Shipbuilding? Wouldn't it be better to contact my shipbuilding company? Your Excellency, Xia Luo went there in person, maybe because he has other matters, right? Bingshan was a little confused. Since it was shipbuilding, he should contact the shipbuilding company, and why did Xia Luo come to see him? Although he is a disciple of Master Tom, he has not built a ship for a long time, and the shipbuilding skills of his men are not bad, they are all first class. No, I want Mayor Iceberg to secretly help me build a ship, but I don't trust your men. Xia Luo didn't pay attention to Bingshan's doubts. Instead, she went to the side and poured herself a cup of hot tea. Mayor Bingshan, I'd better take a look at the shipbuilding drawings of the ships I need first. Then Xia Luo threw away the super battleship design drawing he obtained from Nami. Bingshan picked up the super battleship design drawing on the table and looked at it carefully. This is. Bingshan's hands were trembling slightly, and there was no concealed expression of surprise on his face. How did you get this blueprint? Bingshan shouted in an almost hoarse voice. You don't have to worry about it. Mayor Bingshan just needs to tell you whether it can be built. Xia Luo took a sip of the hot tea in her hand and said leisurely. Your Excellency Xia Luo, I am sorry that I cannot build this battleship for you. It is because I am not capable enough and the structure of this ship is too complicated. Bingshan glanced at the leisurely Xia Luo, then looked at the super battleship design drawing in his hand, gritted his teeth and rejected Xia Luo's request. Don't be too busy refusing. I know the secret you are guarding, Mayor Iceberg, the secret about Pluton Preto. Xia Luo's expression remained unchanged, and she spoke words that made Bingshan's expression change. Pluton? Your Excellency, you are joking. How can I have secrets related to Pluton? I am really not capable enough to build this battleship. At this time, Bingshan was breaking out in a cold sweat, but he still rejected Xia Luo with his original attitude. Haha, Pluton's design drawing is also in the hands of another disciple of Master Tom. It's your junior brother, the reformer Frankie, right? And I know Frankie's location. You don't want anything to happen to your junior brother, right? Mayor Bingshan. As soon as Xia Luo said this, Bingshan slumped down on the chair, his expression stunned and his mouth opened wide. No one should know about his relationship and secrets with Frankie. Why did Xia Luo know this matter so well? Bingshan couldn't figure it out. And I can tell you that in fact, your foreman Keku and foreman Rob Lucci, including your secretary Khalifa, are actually agents from World Government CP9. World Government has already noticed you and sent agents to explore Pluton. It's a secret. The things I said are enough to express my sincerity, Mayor Bingshan. Then Xia Luo once again dropped a bombshell that shocked Bingshan, who was also shocked and speechless. Not only does he know about Pluton, but he also knows the identity of the undercover agent placed by CP9 here. What made him unbelievable the most was that the person he had trusted for 5 years was actually an undercover agent of CP9. He was a little suspicious at first, but Xia Luo's expression and words did not seem to be fake, and he thought about the weird things about the three of them. Move. In the end, Bingshan also came to a fact that he had not dared to think about before, that is, he had been targeted and placed undercover. What now? Can Mayor Bingshan agree to my request for shipbuilding? Xia Luo's seemingly questioning tone actually made it a certainty. Bingshan would definitely not dare to expose the secret that he had always guarded to the death. After Bingshan thought about it for a while, he suddenly looked up at Xia Luo. Your Excellency Xia Luo, I can agree to help you build this battleship, but I also have a condition. Tell me about it. Xia Luo looked at him with a playful look. I hope to get your help. If people from the world government really attack Frankie in the future, I want your chance to take action. And I hope that your Excellency Xia Luo can help secretly deal with CP9's undercover agents. Bingshan said solemnly. Xia Luo glanced at him in surprise, is that all? But what Xia Luo didn't know was that with his current weight, he could escape from Marine Admiral without any injuries, and he also had the strength to compete with Marine Admiral for a period of time. For a big pirate with a bounty of 600 million, the opportunity to attack a person of this level is extremely rare. For a person of Bingshan's level, this is true. Chapter 56. No problem, I can promise you anything, but let's not rush the CP9 undercover matter for now. Dealing with it so hastily will also attract the attention of the world government. I will help you deal with these things in the future. Now you can use them safely and boldly. They will not expose their identities prematurely in order to obtain Pluton's secrets. Xia Luo agreed to Bingshan's request immediately. These were all trivial matters to him. There is one more thing I want to ask your Excellency. After seeing Xia Luo agree, Bingshan breathed a sigh of relief and then asked another question. You say? Xia Luo was also a little confused. She couldn't think of anything else Bingshan could ask about herself. It is said that shipbuilders in ancient times built the super battleship Pluton. Because Pluton's destructive power is too powerful, shipbuilders in later generations tried to resist the possibility of harming the world after bad guys obtained Pluton. So countless shipwrights gathered together to build a super battleship that could rival Pluton. This design drawing by Mr. Xia Luo should be the design drawing produced by countless shipwrights, right? Bingshan's expression is very serious. Xia Luo's design drawing can be said to be no less than the Pluton design drawing, and it is easier to understand the structure above. Frankie said that Robin might be the one who could awaken Pluton. Although he didn't quite understand what it meant, Xia Luo guessed that using Pluton might be related to ancient writing. The design drawings given by Xia Luo do not need to be so troublesome. If the materials are enough, it can even reach the point of mass production. Who knows, maybe it is, maybe it's not. Xia Luo's answer is more intriguing. After all, this is something given by the system, and I don't know where it comes from. Whether it is or not is entirely up to Bingshan to guess. Is that so? I understand. Bingshan closed his eyes, as if he understood something, but Xia Luo was confused. What did he understand? He didn't understand anything. Does your Excellency Xia Luo have any other requirements for this battleship? Then Bingshan asks Xia Luo's other requirements. When building a ship, you still need to ask the needs of the ship owner first, otherwise it will not work if you just build a ship that is not to your liking. In addition to the large sailing ship, I also need you to build entertainment facilities on it, and replace the energy requirements for energy acceleration with electrical energy, and all the artillery with electrical energy requirements. It shouldn't be difficult for Mayor Bingshan to modify the energy device in the blueprint to store electrical energy, right? Xia Luo thought about it carefully, and it seems that apart from the fact that the boat is big enough and has enough entertainment facilities, there are no other requirements. But Nami's electricity can be put to good use. Not only can it float in space and jet to accelerate, but it can also gather all the electric energy and fire out electromagnetic cannons. It's quite powerful when you think about it. The electromagnetic gun fired by a battleship that can compete with Pluton is rated as Bingshan. How can it be said to be capable of destroying an island? By the way, I want you and your junior brother to build this ship yourself, and it must be very secretive so that no outside world can know about it. Xia Luo suddenly made another request as if she suddenly remembered something. Bingshan frowned. There was no problem in secretly building, but his junior brother. Although they trusted each other in their hearts, Bingshan still couldn't bear to invite that junior brother who he usually didn't deal with very well. But since it was Xia Luo's request, he had no choice but to agree. I understand, let's talk about the deposit, how to build a big ship. Bingshan nodded and agreed, and then started talking about the money needed to build the ship, but before he could finish, the scene in front of him shocked him so much that his jaw dropped. Xia Luo suddenly took out a large gold nugget from nowhere. The gold nugget was even taller than him. It was only a complete large piece of gold. Even the iceberg was the first time he had seen it. This. Bingshan was so shocked that he was a little incoherent and could only stammer to express his shock. Ha ha ha, my ship must use the best materials. You should have base Hu Atoms channels. The money should be enough to buy the materials for building the ship, right? The rest will be your reward. Xia Luo laughed heartily. He likes to give others a little shock. It's really interesting to see other people's jaw-dropping facial expressions. This kind of gold nugget can only be said to be a drop in the bucket in Sky Island's Apaya. Enough, you gave too much. Bingshan has not yet recovered from the shock, and he still stutters a bit when speaking. Ha ha ha, I said, the rest is your reward, you're welcome. It may take some time for me to come back to get this ship. I'm not sure about the specific time yet. Anyway, after it's built, I'll ask Mayor Bingshan to help keep it. Xia Luo stood up, hugged Bingshan's shoulders and patted her, as if I was optimistic about you. Bingshan was even a little ashamed, thinking, has Xia Luo always had such a bold and unrestrained personality? But it doesn't look bad either. Then I'll leave first, and then I'll ask Mayor Bingshan. Goodbye. Seeing that the matter had been negotiated, Xia Luo no longer disturbed Bingshan to handle matters. He left a phone caller behind, waved his hand at him and left the study. Golden Lion too? What an incredible man. Looking at the empty room, Bingshan was stunned and murmured. He doesn't have the courage of a strong man, but looks very carefree and bold in his actions. But he also has a strong mind and is not the silly type. On the other side, Xia Luo, who left Bingshan's study room, headed towards the Boeing Islands at full speed. The previous small sailboat Xia Luo still felt too small. Now that I have the design drawings of a super battleship, I want to build a battleship that is truly my own. From now on, you can go out in a more stylish way instead of holding on to that little sailboat. Chapter 57. 2 days later. After crossing the sea for an unknown amount of time, Xia Luo finally arrived at the Bozhu Islands. Is this the Boeing Islands, known as the Lotus on the Sea? We're finally here. Xia Luo looked down at the 5 islands that looked like giant flowers and couldn't help but sigh. Flying in the sky, he saw a more comprehensive view. The island really looked like a blooming lotus, and there was a huge circle in the center, which was the mouth of the Baron of Stomach. This sea area was exuding an unparalleled aroma of delicious food, and at the same time, the wind also carried the aroma to the sky. Xia Luo sniffed it with her nose. Cuckoo. Xia Luo felt hungry again, and then plunged into one of the islands. Oh, it's such a nice island. It feels like you are really a prisoner of delicious food. Looking at the meaty fruits on the trees in front of me and the spaghetti flowers blooming on the roadside grass, I picked a large piece of meat and ate it. The aroma is overflowing, and it doesn't look like it grew naturally. Instead, it looks like it was cooked by a senior chef. High-end ingredients often require only the simplest cooking methods, but the ingredients on this island require no cooking at all. Xia Luo was immediately addicted to this food paradise, eating faster and faster, swallowing it without even chewing. Xia Luo was enjoying his meal when he felt a sudden itching on the top of his head. When he looked up, he saw that a man-eating plant was gnawing hard on his head. However, Even if he bit his teeth to pieces, he could not break the defense. Xia Luo, who was addicted to food, did not even notice the feeling of ants crawling on her body. After knocking down the man-eating plant with one punch, he stood up and glanced at the eyes faintly revealed in the surrounding grass. Xia Luo glared, exuding a powerful aura, and the carnivorous plants fled instantly. They did not understand how the originally harmless food suddenly turned into a higher creature standing at the top of the food chain. After frightening the lower creatures here, Xia Luo was not disturbed anymore, and after eating most of the food nearby, Xia Luo began to look for a food paradise on the island. After more than 10 minutes of fast movement, Xia Luo accidentally kicked a piece of fragrant meat and rolled it into the grass. After pushing aside the grass, I was stunned by the scenery in front of me. What appeared in his eyes was a ramen waterfall, with eggs and fish slabs bigger than him, countless rock-sized grapes and fruits, and huge chunks of bone and meat growing on trees. Then I'll start. Xia Luo showed a bright smile, then rushed directly to the ramen waterfall and ate to her heart's content. After finding the legendary gourmet paradise, Xia Luo can finally open up her stomach and satisfy this bottomless pit here. 2 years later, Xia Luo walked out of a deep pit. At this time, his size had increased to 10 meters. Judging from some of the sauce left in the pit, we can tell that some delicacies were once grown here. Has the body finally evolved? Xia Luo looked at his soaring body size and his stomach that no longer felt hungry. Huge power filled his entire body. Boom, boom. Xia Luo's figure disappeared, leaving a big hole where she originally stood. The body seemed to feel no resistance, and the force pushed Xia Luo hundreds of meters into the air. After the power disappeared, it was pulled back to the ground by gravity again. There was another earth-shattering roar, and the birds and beasts were frightened and fled quickly. Although it was only 10 meters in size, it made another big hole in the ground. Xia Luo stood up and whipped up a gust of wind with a wave of his hand, hitting the tree and knocking it around. This power is really good. Xia Luo looked at the movement caused by waving her hand, and then withdrew her hand, extremely satisfied with the evolution of her body. Then he opened his own panel to view the properties after a long absence. Host Xia Luo. Strength, S+. Agility, S. Spirit, S. Skills, Kendo A+, Armament Haki S, Observation Haki S, Conquerors. Haki A, Marine 6 Styles Shaving, Moonwalk, Tempest Kick, Hairspray Hands, Fire of Sin, Wing Chun, Death Resistance 20%. Fruit Ability, Lion Fruita Plus. Talent, Steel Balloon. Equipment, Deadwood, Sakura 10. The attributes of the body have grown to S level, the 2-color Haki has also reached S, and the fruit development ability is also good. Xia Luo feels that she is on the verge of awakening. Now, he feels that if he fights Aokiji again, he will not run away in embarrassment like before. If he meets Aokiji again, Xia Luo will beat him into pieces. Then he closed his eyes and felt the condition of his body. His body shape continued to shrink, and he didn't open his eyes again until he returned to his original height of 2 meters. This archipelago is so wonderful. It's a pity that we can't move it. Xia Luo said regretfully while looking at the forest of this food paradise. There was nothing here at this time, and all the food was turned into energy for Xia Luo's body. The botanic islands are carnivorous plants, which attract sea beasts to come to the islands to eat, and then eat them all to replenish nutrients on the plants on the islands. This has also created many strange plants. If the islands are forcibly taken away, the stomach baron will not be able to eat a large number of sea beasts in the sea to replenish nutrients, and the islands will die as a result. However, in the future, he can come to this archipelago frequently to purchase goods, and Xia Luo also plans to transplant some special plants back. For example, there are some very large grapevine species and large trees that can grow ham. Even if you can't farm, you can still give a few girls a taste. After leaving this island, Xia Luo flew to a food paradise that had grown again on another island. Then he filled the storage space with ingredients, and then removed some plants from their roots. Obito removed them. A huge continuous pipe was found at the base of the tree. This pipe that looks like a vine is probably a special channel for the Baron of Stomach to regurgitate nutrients. Since the space cannot hold the creatures, Xia Luo can only use lion fruit to carry it with her. Flying over the White Sea, I was not afraid of lack of supplementary water and sunshine, so I rushed back to Sky Island at full speed. Sky Island. Today's God's Island is Lonju Island. At this time, Nami and Nakajeo, who had long hair reaching their waists, were sitting on beach chairs by the swimming pool. Oh, that guy has been gone like this for 2 years without any news. Is he coming back? Nami said with a hint of sadness and longing on her face. Well, Xia Luo also said that this time he will completely solve his body's problems. Question, with his strength there won't be any danger, just wait. Although Nakajeo also missed Xia Luo, he still responded to Nami with a gentle tone. Huh, I don't care. If this guy doesn't come back, then I'm going to go down and find him. We also have the record pointer of the Boeing Islands. I'm going to see how long it will take for this guy to evolve. Suddenly Nami seemed to have made up her mind, with a determined expression on her face. She has been waiting for too long, and her strong longing made her eager to see Xia Luo, tell him her longing, and then squeeze him dry. Chapter 58. I also agree with this proposal. Now that we are strong enough to sail the sea, it is no longer a problem. Even if we encounter Admiral, we will not be afraid at all. It is time to find our captain. At this time, Karina walked up to Nami and the others with a glass of iced drink, then sat on a beach chair and began to bask in the sun. In the swimming pool, Kaya, Vivi, and Makita were playing and playing. Reiju was sitting by the swimming pool looking at them with a smile, and Robin was quietly reading a book under the umbrella. Everything looked so harmonious. Today was a rare day for a few people to relax together. Everyone wore bikinis and went to the pool to relax. In the past 2 years, they have not given up on exercising their strength. But we also relax and play together every once in a while, and everyone gets together to have fun. He, since he won't come back, let's go over and give him a surprise. Karina covered her mouth and let out a unique laugh. A malicious look flashed in her eyes, as if she was planning something. Xia Luo really took too long this time, and even she missed him very much. At this moment, several people suddenly felt a breath of life energy coming from the sky. In the past 2 years, they had become proficient in observation Haki and were very familiar with each other's scents. The sudden appearance of a strange yet familiar scent made them stunned. Then the women looked up one after another, and what they saw was indeed Xia Luo's smile that was a little bit embarrassing. Hi, beauties, do you mind adding one more person? Xia Luo smiled and waved hello to them before landing slowly. Lanzhou Island is still the same as it was before. The orange trees transplanted from Nami's hometown have matured and bear fruit again. The road here is also spotless. It can be seen that there are often people cleaning the environment here. Luo, UBD captain, why are you back here? The moment she first saw Xia Luo, Nami's eyes filled with excitement, but she held it back. Thinking about the 2 years of waiting, she shook her head and snorted. But judging from Nami's full of longing, it was just pretending. Xia Luo smiled and walked to Nami, stretched out her hand and pulled the girl into her arms. Nami finally couldn't help but hug Xia Luo tightly. You idiot, you really made us wait for a while. If you don't come back, we will go and capture you. Our strength is very strong now. After Nami slapped the other person's chest and complained, she showed him a very strong posture. Haha, I know. I miss you so much after not seeing you for so long, Nami-chan. Now that my physical problem has been taken care of, I will never leave you again. Xia Luo touched Nami, who had long hair reaching her waist. Nami now was completely different from 2 years ago, not only in terms of strength, but also her hair had grown longer. Just 2 years ago, Xia Luo made a joke, saying that Nami would be very beautiful if she had long hair. This sentence made girls think that Xia Luo likes long hair, and then several girls started to grow their hair. First, Nami, Nakajao and Karina all grew their hair long to their waists. Kaya was also influenced and started to grow her hair long. Now only Reiju and Mishita have short hair. At a glance, Xia Luo saw that the original youthfulness of girls had faded away, but now the fruits have matured. Seeing the longing and excitement in the eyes of the girls, Xia Luo patted Nami's waist. The latter also understood. After all, he couldn't occupy it by himself for too long. When Nami left Xia Luo's arms, the first one to pounce on her was Kaya. Brother Xia Luo, I miss you so much. Kaya kept rubbing Xia Luo's chest. As the first crew member to board the ship, her feelings for Xia Luo were no worse than any of Nami's. It's just that Xia Luo always said that the girl was still relatively young, so she never took action. Otherwise, with her obedient character, Xia Luo would have won her long ago. Carefully feeling the fruit of Kaya, Xia Luo felt that she could already pick the fruit. I miss Kaya-chan too. It's been so long. Kaya has grown up too. Xia Luo smiled and touched Kaya, who was only as tall as her chest. The latter blushed and then made a move that shocked even Xia Luo. Kaya jumped up and hugged Xia Luo's neck, and her face came close to hers. Kaya-chan is so bold. Seeing this scene, Robin covered her mouth and her eyes turned into crescents when she smiled. But just after this moment, Kaya let go of her hand and lowered her crimson and steaming head to pretend to be an ostrich. This bold move in front of everyone made her very shy, but she couldn't hold back her strong longing, so she did it anyway when her head was hot. Later, Karina, Nakajao, and Mishita also followed Kaya's actions and hugged Xia Luo before joining in. These three already knew the basics, so they didn't feel ashamed at all. When Vivi arrived, the latter blushed and nodded coyly at the corner of Xia Luo's mouth before running back to Kaya, and the two of them pretended to be ostriches together. Reiju was more straightforward and direct. He pulled Xia Luo's collar to make him lower his head, and then approached him directly. And it wasn't just a simple click, but a very enthusiastic response. "Wow, Sister Reiju!" Kaya and Vivi both covered their faces and exclaimed, but they still watched the scene secretly between their fingers. "Captain Xia Luo, long time no see." Satisfied, Reiju let go of Xia Luo's collar, then licked his lips before saying a greeting. Long time no see, Reiju." Seeing Reiju licking her lips, Xia Luo secretly swallowed her saliva, thinking, "Sooner or later, I will capture this monster." Then Xia Luo looked at Robin. She was the last to join her fleet, so Xia Luo didn't think about how she could defeat this mature woman so early. She was so good. Does Captain Xia Luo also want me to treat you like Miss Reiju?" Seeing Xia Luo's eyes glance over, Robin covered her mouth and laughed. "Ha ha ha, no, it's just that I haven't seen Robin-chan for a long time and I want to hug her." Xia Luo scratched his head in embarrassment. In fact, he had thought about it, but he didn't think about it now. Reality. But Robin had already come up to her at this time, tapped her gently and then retreated. "Just think of this as a reward for Captain Xia Luo's return. Don't think too much about it." Robin smiled playfully, not caring about what he had just done. A smile also appeared on Xia Luo's face, and then she told the girls about the past 2 years by the swimming pool. There are also various exotic plants in the Bolan Islands, and the dishes from the gourmet paradise are also given to the girls to enjoy, and the transplanted plants are arranged at the same time. Night. Xia Luo began to test the strength that Nami, Karina, Nakajao, and Makita had developed over the past few years, but in the end the girls were defeated. Xia Luo's current combat power was no longer at their level. But what surprised Xia Luo was that Reiju also got involved. As a modified person, Reiju's physical strength is much stronger than other girls, but it is still far behind compared to the steel balloon, and she will be easily defeated by Xia Luo in the end. Xia Luo could only light a cigarette and sigh, "How lonely it is to be invincible." Chapter 59. Drink. Makita hit Xia Luo with the umbrella in her hand. The umbrella was still entangled with the aura of armament Haki, and had the added weight of light and heavy fruits. But facing this menacing blow, Xia Luo only used his arms to block, not even armament Haki. Clang. The contact between the umbrella and the arm actually made the sound of gold and iron. The strength is good. It seems that he has been well trained. Xia Luo praised. Then he made a fist with his right hand and struck at Mishita, but his intention was obvious, and he was easily noticed by Mishita's observation Haki, and he immediately took back the umbrella. When Xia Luo's fist was about to hit, Makita suddenly opened the umbrella, and the wind caused by the fist directly blew Makita back a little distance. It was precisely this distance that caused Xia Luo's fist to miss her. This is a combination of light and heavy fruits and paper arts. Xia Luo felt the feeling that she was about to hit, but when she got closer, she was like a loach, missing by just a hair. "Hey hey." Mishita did not answer Xia Luo's doubts, but smiled. A moonwalk, the airflow drove the parasol, allowing the almost weightless Mishita to float quickly towards Xia Luo, and then did a backflip and sat on Xia Luo's neck. This weird posture now is like a father taking care of his daughter. Makita clamped her legs around Xia Luo's neck and smiled evilly. 10,000 kilograms guillotine strangulation. The weight of Mishita, who was originally light and light, doubled to 10 tons in an instant, and her legs tightened to clamp Xia Luo's neck, and gravity continued to exert pressure. This sudden increase in weight also caused Xia Luo to stumble suddenly, and cracks appeared on the ground under her feet. "Ah ha 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 ha, Captain Xia Luo, you are careless." Mishita sat on Xia Luo's neck and laughed triumphantly, obviously very confident in her moves. She also practiced for a long time in order to increase the upper limit of the fruit, just to reach the awakening state mentioned by Xia Luo. "Haha, this level is not enough." Suddenly Xia Luo laughed out loud and directly grabbed Mishita's smooth thigh. Then, when the other party screamed in terror, he pulled him down and whipped him around a few times, and then pushed him to the ground. After all, she was still a crew member and her own woman, so Xia Luo couldn't bear to throw her hands on the ground. It's not enough to only weigh 10 tons. Your advantage is not in weight, but in the way of fighting by switching weight at will. Xia Luo patted her butt, which made the other party remember it for a long time. Facing someone who can bear her weight, this attack method is a pure flaw, so it is better to use it sparingly in the future. It hurts, admit defeat, Captain Xia Luo, you are so BT, this kind of strength is unique even in the world. Mishita touched her spanked butt and shouted. After testing the strength of several girls last night, now it is time to test the actual combat abilities of the girls. It has to be said that with the existence of the crew training room and 2 years of diligent training, The development of the girls is very balanced, including fruit abilities, physical skills, strength, and Haki's training. He even learned the 6-style training method dictated by Xia Luo before, and after practicing it, he learned a set of fighting methods that suit him. Mishita also changed the attack method that originally relied only on the weight of the fruit into a gravity/attack using a closed umbrella. For this reason, she also learned some swordsmanship from Nakajao. Ha ha ha, then you underestimate the monsters in the sea. There are at least 2 guys who can match my strength now, and there are also many who are slightly weaker than me. Looking at the girl's mournful face, Xia Luo laughed loudly, then put the girl on his shoulders and let her sit on it. Then Xia Luo walked to the other girls watching the battle and nodded. Your strength is very good now. If you cooperate well, you will be able to fight even against Admiral. Especially Nami and Karina, both of you have very high lower and upper limits of fruit abilities and can play a huge role in actual combat. Nami and Karina also laughed when their names were specifically mentioned, with a hint of pride in their expressions. Now in the adventure group, they are the 2 most powerful. Even Reiju, who was stronger than them before, is now left behind. In this case, it's time for us to start our journey again. Looking at the expectant eyes of the girls, Xia Luo also announced that she would set sail again. After all, it has been left on Sky Island for too long, and it's time to start taking risks. Okay. The more lively girls jumped excitedly. The next target is the capital of 7 waters. Xia Luo said the target island for the next voyage. The super battleship that Bingshan was asked to build for him 2 years ago is probably completed and is waiting for him to sign for it. Xia Luo is still looking forward to the super luxurious battleship. The sign-in location has also been refreshed, and it happens to be the capital of 7 waters. This time I just got the reward that I haven't signed in for a long time. Sky Island's previous sailing with 9 people turned out to be 11 people this time. Xia Luo's original maids of the gods, Konis and Laki, expressed their intention to sail with Xia Luo. As Lord God's maid, how could she not serve him by his side? Konis and Laki's attitudes were extremely determined, and they also complained about Xia Luo's abandonment of them for 2 years. Xia Luo was also a little helpless about this. Although he could order them as a god, he still agreed after recalling the leisurely time of serving girls 2 years ago. In the end, he was still greedy. Today's Sky Island is more prosperous than before under the management of Ganfor and several women. Coupled with the utilization of land, the food obtained has become more diverse. The peaceful era gave Sky Island's god guards more time to practice, and Wappa, the original warrior of Sandia, has become stronger and can definitely take on the role of guardian. Xia Luo was also very relieved to let Ganfor and the others guard Sky Island. Some interesting things happened during these 2 years. The descendant of Nolan Du, Coolie Guide, actually landed on Sky Island through the Sky Current, and met Wappa, the descendant of Kalgara. This seemed to be the end of fate. The 2 legendary descendants met again. The bell that Xia Luo rang 2 years ago rekindled the passion of this man. Wappa fulfilled his ancestors' long-cherished wish, rang the lamp of Shantora, and once again guided Nolando to the island. Chapter 60. Xia Luo, look, the capital of 7 waters is in front of you. It's so beautiful. Nami pointed forward and smiled happily. The long-lost sailing made her interest high. Everything she saw now felt very fresh. It's indeed beautiful. Xia Luo couldn't help but sigh when she looked at the huge sea fountain in front of her. It was already evening when he came here last time, and he hadn't fully appreciated the customs of the capital of 7 waters. This time, he wanted to have a good time. Soon, the sailboat arrived at an uninhabited shore in the capital of 7 waters and landed on the island. Ding, the sign-in system has detected the target 7 waters capital. Do you want to sign in to the target? Sign in. Ding, get fairy beans x10 ding, get special cooking book ding, get agility enhancement pack. Ding, the next check-in location is Sabayati Archipelago. Sign-in will be open in 40 days. Host, please go to the check-in location to sign in. Fairy beans. Another product of Otherworld. Xia Luo's mouth couldn't suppress the madness. Laugh. Fairy beans are a good thing, but they are a bug-like product in the Dragon Ball world. This thing is an effect that was thought up by Feet in the animation world. It was so heaven-defying that a plot was directly arranged in the later stage of the Dragon Ball world to make it a rare item. Another life-saving artifact. After signing into so many islands, I have obtained several life-saving props and skills. Now there is a battery life artifact. With this thing, Xia Luo feels that it is more than enough for him to fight Marine for a month. Here we go again, Xia Luo, you are as happy as a child every time you go to an island. Are you so excited? Nami looked at Xia Luo, who was immersed in joy, and covered her head and said. This is not the first time that Xia Luo has behaved like this. He often shows the smile every time he visits a new island. The main reason is that the rewards for signing in are very good, and there are one or two unexpected things every time. Nami, you guys go shopping by yourself first. I have something to do and want to see the mayor here. Xia Luo did not tell Nami about the joy of drawing cards to withdraw money. Instead, she said something to herself and flew to the mayor's office at the top. He did not forget his other purpose of coming here, of course, to see his super battleship first. Thump thump thump. In the silent office, there was only the sound of pen rubbing against paper. Bingshan was processing documents in the office when a sudden knock on the door alerted him and the secretary beside him. Come in. Bingshan did not raise his head, but shouted naturally, and the people outside also pushed the door and entered. Long time no see, Mayor Bingshan. I'm here to fulfill my promise and I'm here to get something. A strange yet familiar voice sounded in Bingshan's ears. Bingshan suddenly raised his head in shock, and then a happy smile appeared on his face. Long time no see, Xia Luo. Bingshan smiled. Khalifa beside him frowned and looked at Xia Luo's somewhat familiar face but couldn't remember who he was. Then he turned back to a serious expression and said to Bingshan. Mayor Bingshan, now is not the time for small talk. You still have many matters that have not been taken care of today. Well, Khalifa-chan, when a friend you haven't seen for a long time comes to visit, you always have to chat for a while. I'll take care of the official business later. Bingshan stood up and retorted to Khalifa. Mayor Bingshan has been very happy these past 2 years. It must be great to have such a beautiful woman as your secretary. Without waiting for Khalifa to speak, Xia Luo walked straight to the sofa and sat down, just like when he first saw the iceberg 2 years ago. Sir, you are sexually harassing me. Khalifa pushed up her glasses, and the reflection in the lenses made it difficult to see her eyes. Ha ha ha, Xia Luo, you came here because of what happened 2 years ago. The things have been built. I didn't expect that when you said it was a period of time, it actually took 2 years. Well, that's right. In addition to coming to get things this time, I also fulfilled my original promise and helped you solve your trouble. Hearing Xia Luo's reply, Bingshan's eyes lit up. I see, now is the right time. Bingshan said with a smile. Khalifa couldn't help but frown again as she watched the two Riddler-like conversations. Who is this Xia Luo and why does it sound so familiar? Moreover, Bingshan has always been under his supervision, so no one should be able to contact him without his knowledge. You must have been pretending to be very hard under the surveillance of CP9 in the past 2 years. It's also made things difficult for you. Originally, Bingshan was very natural when he didn't know the identity of CP9, but after knowing the identity, it was more difficult to pretend in front of CP9. CP9. Khalifa was stunned. Her first thought was that someone on the island had been exposed, and that this person named Xia Luo was here to help Bingshan deal with CP9. 2 years ago. Xia Luo? Xia Luo. Khalifa's pupils shrank. She recalled, Golden Lion 2 Xia Luo, who became famous 2 years ago. Since he disappeared for 2 years, many people thought that Xia Luo was dead. Unexpectedly, he appeared here 2 years later. This is a big shot. He certainly cannot defeat the opponent with his own strength, so he must quickly notify his companions to evacuate. Just as Khalifa was flooded with thoughts, she didn't notice what Bingshan and Xia Luo were talking about at the side. Hey, CP9 girl over there, stop standing around and come sit here for a while. Suddenly Xia Luo shouted at Khalifa, who came to his senses, and then he also walked towards them. But when he was halfway there, he suddenly noticed what Xia Luo had just shouted, and his expression became shocked. What? Am I the one exposed? She thought it was her companion on the island who was exposed, but she didn't expect that person to be herself. Escape. This is the only thought Khalifa has left. She cannot defeat Xia Luo, who fought against Kuzan 2 years ago, so she can only escape. Call out. But when she turned around and tried to jump out of the window to escape, she was faced with Xia Luo's face so close that she almost got into a fight. Khalifa broke into a cold sweat and took 2 steps back. Then he put his hand to his mouth and whistled loudly. This was a notification method that their CP9 occasionally used. She wanted to let Lu Qi and Keiku know that she had been exposed in this way. Stop bragging, your companions outside are gone long ago, and they have probably been dealt with now. Xia Luo smiled and took off her hand that was on her mouth. The latter did not dare to resist at all and could only let Xia Luo do what she did. Xia Luo's observation Haki at this time has long been able to cover the entire island. Lu Qi and Keiku's has long been included in key perceptions. Now these two people, including Bluno, who is disguised as a tavern owner, are in contact with these women. With their strength, there is no way they can be the opponents of these women. It is estimated that they were able to find out so quickly because the women did not hide themselves at all, and then the informants informed them after being noticed. Chapter 61. I'm sorry, Miss Agent, it would be better for you to get some sleep first. Xia Luo just dodged and came up behind Khalifa, and then with a gentle knock, the latter rolled his eyes and fainted in Xia Luo's arms. Mr. Xia Luo, you plan to knock him unconscious first and then pull him out. Bingshan wiped his neck. He thought that Xia Luo didn't want to make this office too bloody, so he deliberately knocked him unconscious and dragged him out to deal with it. Huh, we are all civilized people, how could I do such a bloody and cruel thing? Xia Luo said seriously, then put Khalifa on her shoulders. Mayor Bingshan, please come with me to meet my companions first, and then take us to see the ship. After sensing the position of Nami and the others, Xia Luo turned back and said to Bingshan. Oh, okay. At this time, Bingshan came to his senses and followed him, but he still had doubts in his heart. When did pirates become civilized people? Aren't they always so bloody and brutal? However, he didn't know Xia Luo well, and they had no previous interactions with Xia Luo except agreeing to build ships 2 years ago, so there was no abrupt question. Cities like the Water City are relatively large, but because most of them are by water, transportation is relatively convenient. However, Xia Luo's behavior of directly carrying a person on his shoulders also aroused the curiosity of passers-by. As soon as someone wanted to ask, he saw Mayor Bingshan behind Xia Luo, so he suppressed his curiosity and didn't ask. As the mayor of the Water City, Bingshan is relatively authoritative in the eyes of the people. Following his perception, Xia Luo came to a relatively remote part of the city and saw a few women in a certain open space. Hey, Xia Luo, you're finally here. Nami sensed your aura coming this way, and said you had prepared a surprise for us. What makes you so mysterious? Karina said hello to Xia Luo, and then looked at Khalifa on his shoulder in surprise. Wouldn't the surprise be that he brought another beautiful woman back? Xia Luo looked at Nami, who smiled naughtily and winked at him. Apparently observation Haki and Thunder Fruit's ability have already read the brainwaves of everyone in the city. Then Nami must have learned about the conversation between Xia Luo and the others, but Nami was able to keep it a secret and did not tell the other girls about it. I really have prepared a surprise for you, and I can take you to see it now. Xia Luo threw Khalifa on the ground and said. This woman is also with those people? Which CP9 organization do they belong to? Karina asked curiously, looking at the blonde woman on the ground. Huh? Do you already know that they are members of CP9? Haha, these guys announced themselves as members of CP9 as soon as they came up, and then they wanted to take Sister Robin away, and told us to stay out of our own business. I thought they were so strong, but they ended up at this level. Mishita laughed, and then despised the trio lying on the ground. Before the battle, she talked loudly and said that she wanted to be as arrogant as possible, which made everyone prepare for it. In actual combat, he couldn't even catch Nami's lightning strike. He really underestimated these people. They don't know their own strength level yet, so they are more cautious when dealing with their enemies. Xia Luo glanced at Robin, who looked calm and smiled at him. Obviously not as panicked as 2 years ago, her strength has brought her some confidence. As long as he didn't face Aokiji, the nightmare in his heart, Robin wouldn't. Just like 2 years ago. But one day, Xia Luo will let her break her nightmare herself. Mayor Bingshan, please lead the way. Then Xia Luo also said to Bingshan. No problem. Iceberg Kaido. After randomly finding a wooden board and using his power to levitate it, Lucci and the others were thrown onto the board and taken away. As for Khalifa, of course Xia Luo carried her away. Xia Luo has her own ideas about these members of CP9. Instead of just killing them all like before, he also planned to conquer these people. Lucci and Keiku have very good talents, and Keiku even developed the Zoan fruit ability from 0 to awakening in just 2 years. Blue's door fruit also plays a big role. As for Khalifa, it is long and white and is a good secretary. Soon the iceberg took Xia Luo and the others to a remote port. A huge wooden house was built on the sea, and there were some weirdly dressed gangsters chatting and laughing at the door. Who? Suddenly, one of them shouted at Xia Luo and others, which also attracted the attention of others, who all looked over with fierce expressions. However, when he saw the person clearly, his expression softened and there was no longer that ferocious energy, but his attitude was not too good either. What, it turns out to be you, Bingshan, what? Are you coming here to get the boat? That's right, please take care of Frankie's family these 2 years. Bingshan nodded in response to the other party's words. Humph, if you hadn't given us enough money and our boss's instructions, we wouldn't have helped you look after this place. The leading little boss snorted and left with his little brother. Now that someone has come to get the boat, their mission has been completed, so there is no need to stay here. Mr. Xia Luo, come with me. Bingshan disapproved of the attitude of several gangsters and was obviously used to it. Then he opened the door and said to Xia Luo with a smile. So big. As soon as they entered the door, the women were so surprised that they shouted out. Even Robin, who was usually relatively calm and composed, slightly opened his mouth. Only the Rage of family, which owns an entire island as a ship, was not too surprised. On the bow of the boat is a woman with her eyes tightly closed and her arms folded across her chest. A golden dragon and a roaring lion are carved on both sides. This is the statue of the goddess of water. I hope it can help you withstand strong winds, bring good luck, and guide you in the direction. Seeing that Xia Luo was very curious about the appearance of the bow of the ship, Bingshan also smiled and explained. It doesn't make much sense to me. Let's introduce the ship to me. Xia Luo shook her head and smiled. Bingshan was slightly stunned. Indeed, for Xia Luo with lion fruit, ordinary wind and waves could not stop the opponent's progress. This is a large 3-mast sailing ship with 1 main mast and 2 auxiliary masts, with a total length of 120 meters. It has a 3-gate main gun and 20 auxiliary guns. There are 3 charging stations inside. According to after your request, the electric energy can be replenished to accelerate the sailing speed of the ship. The main gun on the bow can also be replenished with electric energy to fire the electromagnetic gun, and the ship can accommodate thousands of people. Then Bingshan introduced some information about the battleship to everyone. Captain Xia Luo, where are your other crew members? Why didn't you see them? Bingshan suddenly asked in confusion. Up to now, he had only seen Xia Luo's female family members, but he still hadn't seen any of the other crew members. The crew? Aren't they all in front of you? Xia Luo was even more confused than him. How could he have any other crew members? Does Captain Xia Luo want to operate this large sailing ship with 12 people? This is a bit difficult. I suggest that Captain Xia Luo would be better off recruiting dozens of sailors. Bingshan was shocked when he heard Xia Luo's reply. I thought that Xia Luo asked him to build this giant battleship because he had many crew members, but he didn't expect that there were only a dozen or so crew members. Chapter 62. Haha, I won't bother Mayor Bingshan with this. With Robin here, I can operate everything on the ship at the same time. Xia Luo responded with a smile. Robin also showed off his abilities at the right time, and rows of arms immediately appeared on the ground. This scene made Bingshan look like a messenger from hell summoning souls, and some cold sweat immediately broke out on his head. Devil Fruit's ability users, Mr. Xia Luo's ship is full of talents. Bingshan sighed with emotion but didn't say anything else. Everyone has such convenient demon fruit power, so why do they need those ordinary sailors? You can go up and watch at will. Over there is the door to the sea. Mr. Xia Luo can take the battleship by himself. I will go back to handle official business first. The matter of C-700P9 will trouble Mr. Xia Luo. Bingshan pointed to the door on the other side, then said goodbye to Xia Luo and returned to his office. After the iceberg left, the more lively girls were like wild horses running wild, and they no longer had any worries when no outsiders were around. They immediately jumped on the boat and started spinning around. Judging from their happy smiles, it seemed that all very satisfied with this boat. Xia Luo, look, the hall and kitchen are so large and the facilities are complete. After entering the cabin, the first thing Nyokijo looked for was the kitchen, which was spacious and could accommodate dozens of people working at the same time. This was also Xia Luo's requirement. The lobby has a large decorative fish tank, a bar, and a small kitchen, as well as several sets of sofa seats surrounding it. The comfort level is indeed full. It's really good. It's worth the money. Xia Luo hugged Nyokijo and felt the softness of the sofa. The place is kept very clean and it is still spotless even after 2 years. Then he walked to the lower level of the cabin. There were 3 levels in the cabin, almost all of which were crew lounges. The captain's lounge was the largest and could accommodate at least 20 or 30 people. As he walked further down, Xia Luo actually found several prison-like places on the 3rd floor. It is estimated that this was specially built to detain criminal crew members, or to detain prisoners. It just so happened that there were several prisoners to be imprisoned now, so Xia Luo thought, and several fainted people outside floated into the boat. After these CP9 agents were tied up and handcuffed, they were all held in a cell. The handcuffs are made of sea stone and are placed inside the cell. Since Xia Luo gave him more money, everything was arranged by Bingshan. Even sea stone was obtained from the black market and used to make cells and handcuffs. That's great. This way we don't have to leave anyone to guard them. I'll come over and take a look later. After settling in CP9's residence, Xia Luo also walked up to the hall. The girls had already visited the entire ship and were chattering without knowing what they were discussing. When they saw Xia Luo coming over, they also greeted Xia Luo warmly. Xia Luo, we plan to go to the island to purchase some things. The ship is still relatively empty right now. I think we need some other things to decorate it. I just happened to see an area on the deck that can be planted with trees. Let's transplant some orange trees and grapevines. Nami said with a smile, and then pulled Xia Luo to the planting area on the deck and told her plan. It just so happens that we need to stay here for a while. You can take a good stroll around the city and buy whatever you want. You won't be short of money. Xia Luo waved her hand, indicating that she had no shortage of money and could buy whatever she wanted. This time he appeared, he brought some gold nuggets from Sky Island and exchanged them for Bailey. At least it's tens of billions, which is enough for daily use. Wow, you are so kind. Nami cheered, then hugged Xia Luo and gave her a mouthful, and then went shopping with her little sisters. Nyokijao was busy in the kitchen, and Xia Luo walked over and gave him the special recipe book. This is. What a special menu. There are packages to speed up recovery and relieve fatigue, as well as enhanced packages for exercise. How did you get this particular recipe? Nakajao also exclaimed after getting Xia Luo's cooking book. It is really that Xia Luo's cooking book is too special. I got this in the Boer Islands. There is a high-end cuisine set menu developed by an old man who has lived there all year round. It is just right for you to learn from. Xia Luo explained with a smile and passed the blame to Heracles on the Bosnian Islands. He is never short of blame shifters and can always easily resolve the questions of several women. This old gentleman must be a master of cooking. It's so amazing. I can't help but want to try it myself. Nyakigao held the cooking book and said happily, as the first chef on the ship. She was very satisfied with Xia Luo's gift and gave Xia Luo a small reward for it. An hour later, Xia Luo left the kitchen with a full meal. Mr. Captain, are you full? Do you want another meal? When they came to the deck, Rachel looked at him with a playful expression, while Robin sat aside and read quietly, but the corners of his mouth were also raised. Ahahaha, I'm full for the time being. You know, my physique has evolved and I can now control my food intake. Speaking of which, how is the research on Judge's suit for 5.2? It should have been completed, right? Xia Luo scratched her head awkwardly and walked over, then changed the subject. Rachel looked at him with a strange look on his face and said, Father called me more than a year ago, but you kept putting it on hold since you were away. Now you can make a phone call and find out. It seems that it has been developed. I will use the phone to ask Judge's current location. Let's go back to North Blue in 2 days. Hearing this, Xia Luo showed a hint of excitement. The suit could still arouse some interest in him. Is there any man who can resist the temptation of transformation? Looking at the excited childlike smile of the man in front of him, Raja chuckled. After the sound, he took out a phone bug. Chapter 63. Wei? Is it Mr. Vinsmoke Judge? As soon as the phone number was dialed, Xia Luo said in a carefree tone. All he got was a moment of silence from the other party. Moses. Xia Luo glanced at the phone bug in his hand doubtfully. It seemed to be the one Judge gave him before. Kid, what's going on? Tell me quickly. Judge's impatient voice came over. Ahaha, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you suddenly. By the way, have I finished making my suit? At first, I was really urging Judge to hurry up and make the armor. Unexpectedly, after it was finished, I would outclass him for a year and a half. Xia Luo was still a little embarrassed to say that Judge was now one of her father-in-laws. It was produced a year and a half ago, and now the third generation has been produced. If Raja hadn't told me that you were evolving, I would have thought you had died in the Grand Line. A hash mark visibly popped up on the phone bug's forehead, which shows how Judge is feeling now. The Kingdom of Germa is still near North Blue X3. If you want the suit, come to North Blue on the 24th and get it. Judge hung up the phone immediately after giving the address, without giving Xia Luo any chance to reply. In his opinion, Xia Luo was just here to get the suit, so instead of wasting time chatting, he should continue researching technology. The beeping sound coming from the phone bug made Xia Luo laugh twice and then handed the phone bug to Reiju. Reiju just smiled and was already familiar with his father's character. In the evening, Nami and the others returned to the boat after visiting the water city, and then told Xia Luo about the interesting places and delicious food on the island. Evenings with Nami and the others are not boring at all. They can chat for a while or go to practice and practice. The next day, Xia Luo went down to the prison on the third floor of the ship and looked at the 4 people in CP9 with interest. The CP9s had already woken up last night, and Nakajao thoughtfully helped them make dinner. But they did not say a word until Xia Luo appeared now. Golden Lion 2 Xia Luo, it is indeed you. It was rumored that you died 2 years ago. I didn't expect that you are still alive. I didn't expect that you would meet a big shot this time. Lucci's serious expression showed no emotion, even though he was in prison now. Haha. You are CP9, right? You are so brave, you actually kidnapped me. Xia Luo smiled and looked very approachable. But in CP9's eyes, the other party is like a demon, cutting everything into black and white. I wonder what the purpose of your Excellency Golden Lion 2 is in capturing us? With your strength, you can easily kill us. What do you want to do by specifically capturing us? Luqi's question was also the question of others. They really couldn't think of any value they could have for the other party to catch and imprison. The secrets of the world government? They don't have access to that level. As for the secrets within their CP9, if they tell them, they will definitely be hunted down by the world government. No matter which one is a dead end for them, their moods are heavy now. Haha, it's very simple. You have good strength. I just lack a few thugs. I want you to join me. Xia Luo didn't hide it at all and stated his plan straightforwardly. What? Did I hear it wrong or were you kidding me? Do you want world government agents to join your pirate group? Aren't you afraid that we are undercover agents? Everyone in CP9 shrank their pupils, but they didn't expect that Xia Luo's purpose was to win over them. Undercover? For me, I have only useful people and useless people. Any conspiracy and conspiracy are useless to me. I will use absolute strength to defeat all visitors. Xia Luo didn't care, and there was only a hint of confidence in her eyes. With their current strength, even if they sent 2 admirals to pursue them, his fleet would still be able to withstand it. Even if 3 admirals attack together, he can escape unscathed, so why should he be afraid of the world government? Xia Luo's arrogant demeanor was a bit incredible in the eyes of the 4 people. A pirate in the first half of the Grand Line is not afraid of the threat of the world government. He is also someone who has faced the Marine Admiral directly. Now he can say something like this. Has he reached the level of general strength? Are you at the Admiral level now? Luqi looked at him with shocked eyes and asked directly. Haha, you have seen the strength of my other crew members, right? They were not as strong as you 2 years ago, but now they have reached the point where they can crush you. Do you want to join? Xia Luo did not tell them her current level of strength, but she told them about the changes in the strength of the girls. What will you do to us if we say no? Luqi did not directly respond to Xia Luo's question. Instead, he asked about the consequences of rejection. Although Xia Luo didn't mention her own strength just now, it was equivalent to acquiescing to her own level. By telling the girls' strength, she meant to tell them that she could easily raise their strength to a higher level. The temptation of power to CP9 is still great, especially for Luqi, who originally joined the world government for the purpose of legal killing, but it is not worth mentioning in the face of real power. Death. In response to Luqi's inquiry, Xia Luo only said one word with a smile. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on the backs of the 4 people. The words of the seemingly harmless young man in front of them with a smile on his face made them feel very frightened. The other 3 people instantly looked at Luqi. The actual leader of CP9 was Rob Luqi. As for their boss fandom, they didn't take it seriously. After Luqi lowered his head and thought for a while, he calmly replied, "Let's join. But I have a question and I want to ask Captain Xia Luo, do you want Nico Robin to join you because you want to become the Pirate King?" Luqi soon changed his name to Captain Xia Luo, and the identity change was very smooth. But he still has a question about Robin, that is whether Xia Luo really has the ambition to become the Pirate King. Haha. One Piece? Well, I've already told you twice, but it doesn't hurt to tell you. Now that the world government makes us unhappy, what I want to do is to overthrow the world government and establish a new order and become the king of the world. I don't even pay attention to the mere Pirate King. Xia Luo smiled and told something that he thought was very ordinary, but in the eyes of others, his body exploded with a vigor that shocked ordinary people. Even if Xia Luo didn't use Conqueror's Haki, his aura still shocked them, and several of them looked at him blankly. Chapter 64. Although you have agreed to join me, you still need a small joining ceremony. You must continue to stay here before completing the ceremony. Xia Luo's sudden voice woke up several stunned CP9s. What ceremony? Even though he was still in shock, Luqi still asked. The commander of your CP9 should be fandom. I happen to see that guy unhappy. As long as you personally kill this guy, the ceremony will be completed. For those who have watched One Piece, fandom is definitely a must-kill person. When watching the animation, he was disgusted by this guy, especially how he treated Robin-chan. Although they haven't met yet, he has already fallen in love with Xia Luo death list. The other one is, of course, Momonosuke. This guy is also a heinous person. When he arrives in the new world, Jose will find this guy as soon as possible and kill him in front of Wanakoni Renyo. Spandine? That's fine. Luqi understood what Xia Luo meant. As long as Spangdin was executed, they would also be wanted by the world government and carry a bounty. It would be impossible for them to return to the world government. It just so happened that they were all very dissatisfied with fandom, who always pointed fingers at them as their boss. He is obviously just a guy with no power, but he got into this position because of his relationship with the world government and his father. Xia Luo was very satisfied with Luqi's reply. Without further ado, under the leadership of Luqi, Xia Luo operated the giant battleship and sailed towards an ice lobby. Nami and the others have already played the Seven Waters capital and obtained the sign-in rewards. He has no reason to stay any longer. Before leaving, Xia Luo also asked Bingshan to help him purchase a lot of sea salt, the specialty of the gods of the sea, which is very unique as a condiment for cooking. An ice lobby. The island is known as the island that never sleeps. There is no night here, and the plaque was white in the past. Behind the ice lobby is a gate called the Gate of Justice. Going out from here will only lead to two places, one is the naval headquarters Marineford, and the other is the deep sea prison Impelton. This is an ice lobby. It has its own uniqueness. Xia Luo looked at this land of daylight, and the light of angels seemed to descend from the sky. Even though the surroundings were cloudy, the sun was shining brightly here in an ice lobby. Xia Luo also had a little guess about this unique sight. The ice lobby in front of us, the Isle of Thunder in the second half of New World, and even Drum Island and Alabasta are actually the products of the awakening of Logia fruit users in the past. It is very likely that an ice lobby was the place where people with sparkling fruit abilities awakened hundreds of years ago and changed the environment here, or it was after sparkling fruit awakeners fell here that this wonder occurred. The weird Boeing Islands, Cake Island, and Hot Spring Island can also rain candy, just like the environment changed by Paramecia's awakening. In Xia Luo's eyes, only those who have awakened a Logia ability can permanently change the island's environment. Although he did not see the ending of One Piece before traveling through time, he also made some guesses about the 800 years of blank history. Could it be that this great route was once a battlefield? What happened 800 years ago to change the climate of this great route and create so many strange islands? A sudden exclamation interrupted Xia Luo's thoughts. Who are you guys? Get out of this area quickly, otherwise I will arrest you all for breaking into an ice lobby. As the ship got closer and closer, the agents and marine left behind at an ice lobby also noticed this behemoth. One agent shouted to Xia Luo on the bow of the ship. There was no pirate flag on the ship, so these workers just thought it was a merchant ship that accidentally entered the sea area and didn't think much about it. Haha. Breaking into an ice lobby privately? Sorry, this is my purpose. Under the stunned eyes of the agents, the battleship gradually left the sea and flew into the sky, then floated towards an ice lobby with a commanding attitude. This, what the hell is going on? The agents opened their mouths wide and roared. Some agents thought they were hallucinating and were wiping their eyes violently, trying to wipe the battleship out of their eyes. Facing the chattering and noisy agents below, Xia Luo without saying a word directly used the powerful Conqueror's Haki to cover the entire island. In an instant, all the agents and sailors rolled their eyes and fainted on the ground. Even the other agents of CP9 could not hold on and fell to their knees under the pressure. Xia Luo's Conqueror's Haki has reached a level, even if it's not to the point where Shanks can suppress the elite Vice Admiral, it's still very good. Following the perceived position, Xia Luo's battleship flew to the highest point of an ice lobby. The remaining three CP9 agents, Fakura, Kumadori, and Jabra, are already standing on the platform below. They looked at the behemoth in the sky with horrified eyes. Get rid of the three guys below, then bring Spondam up and kill them in front of them. Xia Luo's eyes were cold and he said to Lucci behind him. He has no interest in the following three Iron Body Masters. Even in the animation, they no longer have any role. They are just passers-by. Yes, Captain Xia Luo. The four people who received the order also showed cold eyes. The four of them used shave and moonwalk at the same time to quickly come to the platform to confront them. Lucci. What do you want to do? Do you want to betray the world government? Jabra was the first to question Lucci in front of him. He hated Lucci very much, and his relationship with Keiko was not very good, but he had to admit that they were both very powerful. If he really wanted to fight, 3 versus 4 would be an absolute disadvantage. He could only use verbal attacks to put pressure on the opponent first. Lucci didn't say anything, and directly transformed into the form of catfruit, leopard, and human beast. His attitude was already obvious. Nyos, Jabra also shed a drop of cold sweat and transformed into a werewolf form. The war was about to break out, and the four Lucky defeated the three Jabra in a crushing manner. They were already stronger and had more people than their opponents, so it was completely expected that they could crush them. They didn't show any kindness to their former colleagues, and if their current stance is incorrect, they would not be able to bear the blame from Xia Luo. Lucci then found Spondam in the top office of an ice lobby, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Conqueror's Haki's impact on him was like suffocating him in the sea, and he almost suffocated to death. After bringing the man to the platform, in the horrified eyes of the three Jabras, 4 of them and 1 Tempest kick chopped him into pieces. At this point, the incident in an ice lobby has come to an end. After taking down the 4 people from CP9, we have a secretary and there is no shortage of boatmen. Xia Luo can also go to North Blue with peace of mind to get her own jersey. Chapter 65. Captain Xia Luo, this was found in Spondam's office. After returning to the battleship, Lucci immediately handed 2 boxes to Xia Luo. When I opened it, I found 2 devil fruits, one in the shape of a banana and the other in the shape of a cantaloupe. From the looks of it, Xia Luo knew that it must be a cow fruit, a giraffe form, and a bubble fruit. I didn't expect such a coincidence. This should be because fandom just applied for 2 devil fruits and planned to let Keku and Khalifa eat them. Is this fate? Fandom also didn't expect that these 4 people from CP9 had been recruited by Xia Luo, and they died in their hands in the end. Based on this calculation, the time period has reached the stage when Luffy is about to go to sea, or has just gone to sea. Keku, let me give you the Zoan Niu fruit, giraffe-shaped fruit. As for the bubble fruit, let Khalifa eat it. Xia Luo threw the fruit to the 2 of them respectively. This was the power of the fruit they originally ate. Is it appropriate to give us devil fruit when we just joined? Keku asked in surprise. Although it was captured by others, the decision actually rested with the captain. Unexpectedly, Xiaoling actually gave them the devil fruit they had just obtained. Devil fruit means nothing to me. If I want to be able to get some devil fruit at any time, just treat these 2 as boarding rewards for you. Xia Luo said in an indifferent tone. If you really want devil fruit, just go to Mr. Doflamingo, one of the giants of our underground world. I don't think the other party will refuse, right? If he refuses, just beat him up first and then collect it. And he has so many family members, so it's not too much to threaten him by 2 or 3, right? Thinking of this, Xia Luo was already looking forward to the slap in the face after meeting Doflamingo, and was still a little excited. After hearing Xia Luo's words, the 2 took a bite without hesitation. Then their faces darkened. The fruit was really too unpalatable, but the quality of the agents allowed them to swallow this mouthful of fruit without losing their composure. By the way, remember to finish the fruit, otherwise the ability may not be complete and you may not be able to awaken in the future. Xia Luo's words made the 2 of them feel cold and cold. Have you finished eating? Although they have never heard of this statement, since they didn't dare to resist Xia Luo's order, so they could only stuff it all into their mouths while enduring nausea. Said, feels like I'm going to die. After eating the fruit, Keku and Khalifa fell to their knees in frustration as if they were possessed by negative ghosts. Okay, we have to retreat next. I guess Marine has received the news and rushed here by now. With the goal accomplished, Xia Luo controlled the battleship to fly high into the sky. He didn't want to stay here and wait for Marine support to arrive. After determining the direction, Xia Luo planned to cross the comm belt directly to North Blue. Traveling from comm belt saved a lot of time. In just 10 days, Xia Luo flew to North Blue to find the Vinsmoke family's mobile battleship. Long time no see, Judge. Xia Luo got off the ship and said hello to Judge at the port. When the latter learned that a giant warship was flying towards the side, they already knew that Xia Luo had arrived and had been waiting at the port early. This is what you want. Judge didn't say much and just threw a watch-like object over. Just press the button, and the suit will automatically cover you. Judge didn't forget to add how to use it. Tisk tisk, it's so convenient. It only requires such a small thing. Is it a technological breakthrough? I remember you still needed a belt before, right? Xia Luo felt a little novel looking at this watch, and after a while, she also put it on her hand. Then he pressed the button above, and a burst of light shone, and a set of uniforms that looked like military uniforms appeared on Xia Luo. However, the appearance has a sense of future technology, and it still looks very good. The battle suit has the function of invisibility. The thin layer of vibranium metal covering the surface can isolate low-level observation Haki detection and absorb a certain amount of damage. The shoes are equipped with a jet device for rapid movement and flight. And it is equipped with the technology of the arc reactor. Its hands can convert energy to eject thunder, lightning, and flames. Solar energy and electrical energy can slowly replenish energy. The most important thing is that it can exert its full power. Judge continued to explain the functions of the combat suit. However, Xia Luo couldn't help but experiment. He ducked out of the way, followed by several more moonwalks, and the figure kept disappearing and reappearing. After turning on the invisibility function, there was only a little sound left, as if something was constantly moving in the air, but no one could be seen. It's very good. I feel that the consumption of movement has become less. I can perfectly control the exertion of power. The most important thing is, this material allows the body to expand and become bigger. It will not break, but will grow bigger along with the body. Xia Luo nodded with satisfaction. This function is very good. In the future, when Xia Luo's firepower is fully activated, his size may increase dramatically. It will be embarrassing if his clothes are torn. He doesn't want to fight others with his VA exposed. You don't know the power of technology. As I study the reactor more deeply, I have also made breakthroughs in technology. Even flowing metal can be stored in the device and turned into armor the moment it is started. The corners of Judge's mouth curled up, as if he was showing off to Xia Luo, regardless of whether the other party understood it or not. But Xia Luo is still a little surprised. Flowing metal? Is that Iron Man's armor? Has Judge already made a breakthrough in nanotechnology? I have to admire the technology tree of Pirate World. Even if it is wrong, as long as it is the same technology, he can research it and give you a complete life. It's pretty good. Are you interested in working with me? Join me. I'll manage enough funds. You can choose your own scientific researchers. This saves you from starting a war to steal funds. And you can still get my blessing. If you want to enter the new world in the future, I can also help you with my strength. Looking at the somewhat smug Judge, Xia Luo suddenly spoke. Are there enough funds? Do you know how much money is needed to support a scientific research team? This is not a problem that can be solved by more than 1 billion. Judge was a little surprised by Xia Luo's sudden invitation, and then looked at him suspiciously. This kid actually wants to support an entire scientific research team, but with his current size, he doesn't have that much money. Ha ha ha, money issues are trivial. Whether it's a billion, billions, or even tens of billions, it's nothing to me. Hearing what Judge said, Xia Luo couldn't help laughing. It seemed that Reiju hadn't told him that he owned a whole land of gold, and even Xia Luo himself hadn't calculated the countless gold in it. Tens of billions. Just dig out a big gold nugget from the ruins and you can get it. Chapter 66. Xia Luo's confident words don't seem to be fake, although I don't know where he got so much money. But he still thought about joining Xia Luo for a while. First of all, Xia Luo's potential is huge, and he has reached a level that can withstand Marine Admiral 2 years ago. He learned from Reiju that he has evolved again, which means he has become stronger. If you think boldly, you may have reached the level of Admiral. Although you don't have a territory in the New World yet, once you take over the old department of Golden Lion, you will immediately form a force that cannot be underestimated. The other party can provide technological things like the arc reactor, and there may be better technologies, plus Reiju's relationship with him. No matter what, Xia Luo was a first choice, which also made his heart flutter. If he can go to the New World and make a name for the Vinsmoke family, why should he dominate the North Blue? After all, it is just a paradise within a paradise. Thinking of this, Judge couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and he said randomly, if you can provide funds, it is not impossible to let the Vinsmoke family join you, and the capital chain cannot be broken, and I have one more condition. What are the conditions? Tell me. Xia Luo asked curiously. Judge's answer also showed that he was moved. Sufficient funds are still important to him. Very attractive. You need to marry Reiju and give birth to an heir. Of course, you don't get married immediately. Song just wants you to agree to this condition. Judge said calmly. Marry Reiju. Xia Luo was dumbfounded and didn't expect that his condition was actually this. Xia Luo and Reiju looked at each other, both of them were a little confused, but Nami on the side had a mouthful of silver teeth that were almost broken. She was obviously the one who came first, and she should be the first to get married. How could it be Reiju's turn? No. If you want to get married, I have to come first. Nami shouted immediately. Judge and Xia Luo were both speechless. They didn't expect Nami to be so serious. Judge only used Reiju as a final bargaining chip. After all, Reiju was also his daughter. After the two gave birth to an heir, he also had a family relationship with Xia Luo. In this way, in the future, we will not lose favor due to the addition of other scientific research teams and have our funds reduced. Ahem, I don't mind which rank you want, but if you don't agree to marry Reiju, I won't join you easily. Judge coughed a few times and then said to Xia Luo. He really doesn't understand why Xia Luo is looking for so many women, and they are not just for fun. This man has no ambitions to achieve. All his good strength is wasted on women. Well, I agreed. By the way, please give me the other combat uniforms. In addition, I need to make a few more sets. Xia Luo first verbally agreed to fool them, and then pointed at the Kekuluchi duo who were looking at the sky and the earth and said, meaning that they need a few men's combat uniforms to increase the strength of these two guys. Everything is here, including some battle suits with second-generation technology. As if he had expected it, Judge took out 2 bags. One side contained special combat uniforms for Nami and the others, and the other side contained some second-generation military combat uniforms. Oh. It's all ready. It's quite thoughtful. Xia Luo took out a bracelet with a lightning logo from the bag. It turned out to be Nami's special suit. After putting it on Nami and activating it, a futuristic battle suit and a cape appeared on Nami, which looked like future island-style clothes. Xia Luo didn't know whether the cloak was Judge's personal hobby. After Xia Luo gave bracelets to several girls, almost all of them turned into futuristic combat uniforms with capes. However, judges' aesthetics are quite good. The combat uniforms fit well and bring out the beauty of the women. Xia Luo, do you think I look good? Nami happily ran to Xia Luo and circled around, obviously very satisfied with the appearance of this battlesuit. Although the other women didn't say anything clearly, they all looked at Xia Luo with straight eyes. In this regard, Xia Luo could only give them a thumbs up, and the smiles on their faces became a little brighter after receiving Xia Luo's praise. Let me see how much power the suit can give me. Suddenly Nami stretched out her hand towards the sea, and thunder and lightning continued to condense from her palm. Call out. Boom boom boom. With a crackling sound, a 3-meter-sized thunder pillar ejected from Nami's hand and sped away into the distance. The violent thunder and lightning electrified all the fish in the water and some small sea kings to the point where they floated to the surface motionless. It wasn't until Nami took back the thunder element that the thunder turned into 10 rays of light and dissipated. So strong. Nami looked at the movement he made in surprise. The sea surface along the lightning path was completely. Most are fish creatures. Moreover, she felt that the concentration of her thunder and lightning elements was stronger, the damage of the electric current was also higher, and the suit was storing her electricity, which could amplify her skills when she used them. Hearing Nami's muttering, Xia Luo smiled and said, "It seems that Nami is our ship. It is the second most powerful force in the team. When armament Haki becomes more mature and gains more combat experience, it is estimated that he will be able to reach the level of Admiral. Admiral level combat power? Can I also achieve that kind of monster-like combat power?" Nami said in surprise. Xia Luo's evaluation was really beyond her expectation. Can she really achieve that kind of monster-level combat power? That's great, Sister Nami. Kaya looked at Nami longingly, feeling envious in her heart. Although Kaya is not good at fighting and doesn't really want to fight, it doesn't stop her from envying others for having the ability to help Xia Luo. Hey, don't worry, Sister Kaya, I will protect your safety. Nami patted her chest and said confidently. TCH, what's there to be proud of? My barrier fruit can do it too. Karina muttered with a sour tone, but she was still happy for Nami. In this case, we will leave first. You can get these funds first. After development, if the suit breaks through, please call us. Seeing that everyone was eager to test their current strength, Xia Luo no longer lingered. Under Judge's surprised gaze, he took out a large piece of gold from space and threw it on the ground as funds for his technological development. Then he took the spacecraft into the air and returned to the Grand Line. But what Xia Luo didn't know was that Naval Headquarters and New World had already exploded. The incident in Nice Lobby announced the return of Xia Luo, and suppressed Nice Lobby with powerful force, making the world government lose face. Now the forces at sea are making fun of Marine's incompetence. Someone knocked on the door and killed the top leader of Nice Lobby. In the end, Marine can't even see the spoon. Chapter 67. Naval Headquarters. Another meeting started with Xia Luo as the center of discussion. After we went to Nice Lobby, there was only a mess. Except for the 3 CP9 agents who were still awake, all other personnel were stunned by Conqueror's Haki. Even the 2 giants were not surprised. I'm afraid Golden Lion 2 Xia Luo is already stronger than 2 years ago. At the conference table, Aokiji slowly talked about what he saw at Nice Lobby. Conqueror's Haki can cover an entire Nice Lobby. There is no doubt that the opponent's strength is likely to reach the level of his Marine Admiral. Now even he dare not say that he can take down Xia Luo. I thought the Xia Luo was timid and chose to hide herself from Marine's pursuit, but I didn't expect that her strength would rise to this level in just 2 years. Damn it, these pirates have been causing such world-shaking troubles one after another, especially what Xia Luo did like 363, all of which are unheard of. Not only was the Marine branch robbed, but the Nice Lobby, which was said to have never been breached, was breached. All of these things were embarrassing for Marine. Sengoku said through gritted teeth. In the past, Golden Lion broke through the Impelton, a large underwater prison that is said to have iron walls and no one can escape. Now, Xia Luo, the Golden Lion 2, has broken through it again. An Nice Lobby that has never been breached since its establishment. The 2 masters and apprentices did exactly the same thing, breaking the prestige that Marine had established over the years and making world government Marine a laughing stock. Ha 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 ha, has this kid become stronger again? Garp on the side was still eating senbei as usual, and then laughed out loud when Sengoku was the most angry. What's so funny? Garp. You should think of something other than just sitting there eating senbei. Sengoku's head was throbbing with veins and he cursed loudly. Well, wasn't the newly appointed Shichibukai recently defeated by someone in the New World? The world government should also be very dissatisfied with that guy and wants to remove him and replace him with someone else. Let this kid be the Shichibukai. Garp spoke in a casual manner, stuffing the senbei in his hand constantly, and his beard was already full of biscuit crumbs. Sengoku suddenly froze as if he was awakened. He had never thought of this. 2 years ago, after Xia Luo defeated Crocodile, Shishibukai had been missing a seed. Later, under the instructions of the world government, Marine found a pirate who had grown the fastest in the past 2 years to be Shishibukai. But I didn't expect that the other party actually provoked the 4 emperors after entering the New World. The result was a disastrous defeat. In addition, this guy was very arrogant. Many big pirates in the New World were unhappy with this guy. As a result, he was beaten in turn. Now he has returned to Paradise. Shisibukai's intimidating power was completely defeated by this guy. Now think about it, what Garp said makes sense. Xia Luo's strength is worthy of the name Shishibukai, and he can control the positions of Xia Luo and Nico Robin in real time. Since Marine has not developed an airship for air combat, he really doesn't know what to do with Xia Luo. If he can trick Xia Luo into becoming a Shishibukai, it will save him a lot of trouble. And recruiting Xia Luo to Marine can also save some face lost before. I didn't expect you, Garp, to come up with such a way to deal with it. Lian He Vice Admiral looked at this unreliable guy with a different look. Ha ha ha, Xia He, what are you saying? Haven't I always been like this? Marshal Sengoku is too stupid to think of it. Garp laughed out loud, giving him some face and he could climb up the ladder, while also demoting Sengoku. Garp. You guy. Sengoku cursed angrily, then seemed to be discouraged and ignored him. Anyway, no matter how much he scolded him, this old guy still looked the same, not caring at all about the pressure of Marine Marshal. Although this Xia Luo has the ability of lion fruit, judging from his past behavior, it seems that he is sailing along the route of the Paradise. It is estimated that the opponent's next island will be the Sabayati Archipelago. Hey, Garp. It's up to you to stay and wait for the Xia Luo in Sabayati Archipelago, and then send him an invitation to Shishibukai. If he doesn't agree, you will change your plan and arrest him in prison. Sengoku thought for a while, and now Marine is short of manpower. The other 2 admirals are out, and the only people with the level of ability to invite Xia Luo are Garp and Aokiji. Snort snore snore. Garp didn't know when a big bubble had appeared on his nose, and he was making a snoring sound. You guy, don't pretend to be here, get up quickly. Sengoku immediately grabbed Garp's collar and shook it, but no matter how much he shook it, Garp remained motionless as if he was asleep. This guy has this attitude whenever trouble like this happens. Sengoku had a headache and put him down helplessly. He knew that Garp hated celestial dragons, and it was still a bit troublesome for him to go to Sabayati Archipelago. After all, celestial dragons would often go there, and Garp didn't want to face the stupid faces of celestial dragons. Sigh. Something big seems to have happened to Whitebeard's pirate group recently. Ace, the captain of the 2nd division of Whitebeard pirate group, left New World as if he was pursuing something and came to the Paradise. Aokiji, go to New World and monitor Whitebeard's movements. If there are any problems, report them immediately. Regarding the problem of the 4 Emperors pirate group, it is difficult for an ordinary elite vice admiral to be competent. If something goes wrong, Marine will lose an elite vice admiral and the loss outweighs the gain. In order to avoid accidents, the admiral is still sent to check. Yes. Aokiji responded lazily. Sengoku nodded, then scanned the people present, and then locked on the target. Lushu, please go to the Sabayati Archipelago and wait for now. If there is any trace of Xia Luo, report it in time and don't conflict with the other party. Kizaru will probably be back from completing the mission soon. I will ask him to support you and Golden Lion to G negotiations. As long as the other party doesn't impose too extreme conditions, it can be passed appropriately. Sengoku ordered the Durat. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. Compared to Aokiji, Lushu's attitude was much more respectful. Phew, I can finally write a report and hand it over to the superiors. After the meeting, Sengoku also wiped the sweat from his forehead. I don't know if it has reached its peak period recently. Various new pirate stars have appeared frequently, and several new pirates with amazing potential have emerged from all over the world. This also gave him a headache. The unknown turmoil within the New World Whitebeard pirates and the new star pirates emerging from all over the world were a big trouble. At this moment, Xia Luo, who was at the center of the incident, was still happily on the boat. Boom. The sudden loud noise scared Xia Luo, who was still eating secretly, and almost spat out his food. Then Nami broke into the kitchen, startling him and Nyochi. Xia Luo was still eating, but Nami broke in. Fortunately, he activated observation Haki's life perception in time to detect Nami's arrival. Xia Luo, come out and take a look. The combination of this ship's cannon and my thunder and lightning is really amazing. Nami ran to him and grabbed him and pulled him out. Fortunately, Xia Luo sorted things out quickly enough and nothing embarrassing happened. Then he dragged Xia Luo all the way to the control room of the main gun, which was the largest on the deck. Chapter 68. Wow. The giant battleship sailed forward for an unknown amount of time. Huh? Found it? On the deck, Xia Luo, who was chatting with Mishita, sensed something from observation Haki and stood up suddenly, grinning and murmuring. What's wrong? Captain Xia Luo. This move confused Mishita, who couldn't help but suddenly became so excited. Are you going to do something here? Thinking of this, Makita hit her head. Why is her head full of paste recently, and her thoughts are distorted? Makita, drive in that direction. At this time, Xia Luo suddenly pointed in the direction and said. Good. Nothing could be seen in the thick fog, and Mishita didn't know what was ahead that made Xia Luo so excited. But Mishita, who has great trust in Xia Luo, has no doubts. According to his instructions, go to the helm to change the direction of sailing. Xia Luo's observation Haki has covered a large area of the sea. Just now he sensed that a large number of life forms appeared in a sea area. If he guessed correctly, this direction should be the thriller bark. It was not that he had not sensed life forms during the previous chat, but they were relatively rare and relatively concentrated, so he guessed that they were some humans whose shadows had been cut off by Moria and were wandering in the sea area. But now the range of living things he could sense was relatively large, so he was sure that what he sensed this time was thriller bark. Sure enough, not long after, a black shadow as big as a mountain appeared in front of him. What is this? Sea kings? Or islands? At this time, Nami walked out of the cabin and looked at the huge black figure in front of him with a puzzled look. She had just returned to the cabin to catch up on her sleep. As soon as she woke up and turned on observation Haki to sense the situation, she received a large number of radio waves from life forms, and immediately walked from the room to the deck. She thought she had walked out of the Devil's Triangle and reached the next island after sleeping. She didn't expect that there were islands in this area. No, that is a big ship. It is also the culprit of the frequent disappearances of people in the Devil's Triangle over the years, and it descends into the Sea of War Gecko Moria. The corners of Xia Luo's mouth raised slightly, and she directly told the truth and Moria's name without any pretense. Another 7 warlords of the sea. Need a detour? No, just lean over. Is this your goal too? You're not doing it for the crew of 7 warlords of the sea, right? Just like Sister Robin and Mishita. Hearing this, Nami instantly understood what Xia Luo meant. He came to the sea area and was so familiar with it, so he probably came here for the 7 warlords of the sea. But she was not sure what the purpose was. After thinking about the fate of the last Shichibukai crocodile, she casually asked Xia Luo about her intentions. Not entirely. Xia Luo was embarrassed. Nami was really a roundworm in his stomach. Nami was probably one of the people who knew him best on the ship. It's true. Seeing Xia Luo's reaction, Nami slapped her forehead and said helplessly. She just subconsciously asked casually, but Xia Luo's reaction also confirmed her guess. Do you like this kind of plot of stealing crew members? I found that you stole most of the crew members. Nami was a little speechless, but it was a pity that she didn't have the awareness of NTR, otherwise she would have complained about this little yellow-haired Xia Luo. Hee. Xia Luo just smiled. Well, forget it, with your current strength anyway, even the 7 warlords of the sea shouldn't be a threat, it's up to you. Nami ignored him and shook him casually to show that he was too lazy to care. As the distance got closer, the full picture of this huge black shadow was truly revealed in the eyes of Xia Luo and the others. Other crew members in the cabin also felt some movement and walked out of the cabin one after another. What is this place? It's such a big castle in the sea. Everyone asked curiously. The huge black shadow is a giant island ship. It is full of dilapidated and gloomy feelings. It is more like a ghost castle than an island ship. Xia Luo's giant battleship and this island ship are like elephants and ants, cannot be compared at all. The island ship is surrounded by a huge city wall, and there are 4 chains on the city wall connected to the huge mast of the island in the middle. Opposite the front door of the castle is a huge mouth. Thriller Bark seemed to have discovered the existence of Xia Luo. The mouth slowly opened, and the sea currents continued to pour in. Under the trend of the sea currents, it seemed that it was going to destroy Xia Luo's giant battleship. Devour. Of course Xia Luo knew that this was Gecko Moria's method of catching passing ships, but he did not resist and slowly drove into the gate. What appeared in front of everyone's eyes was an island wrapped in a broken small wall, with a faint shadow of a large castle in the center. It looks like some kind of monster lives here. There are also some dilapidated pirate ships covered with spider webs on the shore. They should be pirates who were in trouble here, but in the end they failed to escape from here and were mercilessly devoured by the island ships. Xia Luo's warship stopped at the coast. After anchoring, the whole group landed on the island. As soon as he landed on the beach, Xia Luo sensed a life form approaching rapidly. Be careful, the owner here has noticed us, there are 10 guys approaching us quickly. Before Xia Luo could say anything, Nami was the first to speak out. Her radio perception was more sensitive than Xia Luo's, and she knew it from a long distance away. A few minutes later, everyone present showed strange expressions. Nami shook her body even more, and approached Xia Luo with some fear and hugged his arm. 103. Hey, Xia Luo, do you think there are such things as ghosts in this world? There won't be any ghosts. This gloomy environment and weird atmosphere, coupled with the empty air in front of me, but I sensed an object in front of me. As a member of the original timid trio, even though Nami has become stronger, her character has not changed in 2 years. She is still afraid of ghosts when she should be afraid, and she has not thought about the issue of demon fruit power at all. Well, there are ghosts and so on. No matter what there is in this world, it won't be strange. Xia Luo found it very interesting and couldn't help but speak. Absalom, who was in front of everyone, stared at the beautiful girls with different styles in front of him, and then saw Xia Luo surrounded by the girls. The fire of jealousy was burning in his heart, and he didn't pay attention to Keiko in the corner. Lucci and Bluno are also men. Especially Nami, who was holding Xia Luo's arm, always felt a little excited, so he ordered a doctor for Xia Luo. Oh, don't come here. When Xia Luo said this, Nami's face turned green with fright. After sensing Absalom's approach, he raised his hand and fired a railgun. The huge electric current overwhelmed the transparent fruit ability user, and then a huge firework exploded in the dark forest behind him. Poor Absalom sent it without leaving a single line. Chapter 69. The dazzling white lightning gradually dissipated, and Nami slowly withdrew her hand. There was a ravine on the ground, and then there were the scorched marks of being bombed. A body that exuded the aroma of meat fell down in front of everyone. Is this an orc? Is this the guy in front of us just now? When Nami saw the fallen body clearly, he made a sound of surprise, and a question mark popped up on his head. Absalom looks really weird. He has a mouth like a tiger, but his body is like a normal human being. It's probably Gecko Moria's masterpiece. Next, be careful with your own shadow. This Shisabukai's fruit ability is the shadow fruit. He can cut other people's shadows and put them on the corpse to turn into a zombie, and he can possess the Shadow Master's personality and combat ability are extremely tricky abilities. Xia Luo briefly introduced Gecko Moria's abilities, and then told Lucci, the 3 of you go to the front to explore the situation first, and report any problems in a timely manner. Yes, Captain Xia Luo. The 3 toolmen didn't have any complaints and disappeared instantly after responding. Let's go too. Gecko Moria will probably also suffer the death of his own crew. News, hurry up. Touched Nami's long orange hair, and then said to everyone. Then everyone headed towards the ghost castle in the center of the 3-mast ship. Captain Xia Luo, you seem to be very interested in this Gecko Moria. Do you want to recruit him on board? While walking on the road, Reijo asked a question. Xia Luo seemed to be very optimistic about the ability of Gecko Moria. Reminiscent of his previous attitude towards strong men, Reijo felt that Xia Luo wanted to recruit these strong men to his staff, which was the case with Crocodile before. However, the other party did not agree and was nowhere to be seen from behind. It could be seen that he did not value the strong ones more. She thought that if Enel's fruit hadn't been just right for Nami, Xia Luo would have recruited her as her crew. Well, I do have some ideas. The things Moria has been studying here over the years are very interesting. If used well, they can form a force that cannot be underestimated in the future. Xia Luo was a little surprised by Reijo's inquiry. She had indeed thought about recruiting Gecko Moria, but she didn't expect Reijo to notice it. Haha, it seems that Captain Xia Luo is not only interested in beauties, but also in recruiting strong men under his command. Reijo chuckled softly as if he had discovered Xia Luo's little secret. Eh? Why are the auras of Lucci and the 3 of them stuck in front of them? There is no other aura of life. What happened? Nami was a little confused and said that only Lucci and the other 2 people came back from his perception of the color wave, but they stopped moving. What exactly did they find? I didn't see Bluno open the door and come back to report. Xia Luo, who didn't even detect the person with Nami's radio wave perception, had already guessed who was in front, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Let's go up and have a look too. Everyone speeded up and rushed forward. The scene made Khalifa, a CP9, cover her eyes not to look at the 3 people and said that she did not recognize these people. Negative. Accompanied by a strange voice. Lucci and Keiko were seen kneeling on the ground in an OTZ posture. Bluno even curled up into a ball with his hands and feet together, and several ghosts were constantly passing through their bodies. I'm sorry, I actually permed my hair into fluffy curls. I will never have this weird beard again, Private Marseille. My nose became so long because of lying. It's really private. Ah, if there is an afterlife, I will make a shell. If there is a hole, I would really like to crawl into it. It looks like a newborn horse, a really private horse. A negative atmosphere was visible to the naked eye, and the three of them also spoke extremely negative words. No wonder Khalifa acted like he didn't recognize them. Wake? KK? KK. There was a sudden burst of weird laughter in the Black Forest, but judging from the sound, it sounded like a very cute girl. What's it this time? A ghost. At this time, Nami already knew that this must be due to the demon fruit power. The transparent fruit ability user just now also made her understand that most of the things that sat on the strange fruit were ability tickets. The owner of the laughter in the forest did not answer Nami's question, but kept making weird laughter. At this time, Xia Luo's face suddenly darkened, as if she was suddenly ill, and then she laughed even louder. Gggggggg. At this time, Xia Luo looked like a villain, and Perona seemed to be frightened, and she didn't even dare to make a sound. Only Xia Luo's laughter echoed in the forest. What's wrong with you? Nami looked at Xia Luo helplessly and asked. No, seeing her smiling so happily, I couldn't help but laugh with him. Xia Luo returned her a big smile. Humph, Captain Xia Luo is so interesting. Reija covered her mouth and smiled. Kaya, Vivi, and the Sky Island girls all had the same expression. At this time, Perona is still sleeping in the castle, but her soul has left her body and is observing Xia Luo in the forest. Are you the human who killed Absalom? Perona floated out of the forest and looked at Xia Luo, who was surrounded by several women, and asked. Is this guy? It looks like a very tricky devil fruit ability. Xia Luo, what should I do now? The real owner appeared, and Karina looked at Perona in the air very carefully. She could float in the air like Xia Luo, and she could also hit Lucci and others to such an extent. This had to make her pay attention to Perona herself, whose gestures were ready to activate her abilities at any time. However, Xia Luo beside her disappeared in a flash. Eh? Where is the man just now? Where did he go? Perona looked at Xia Luo, who was standing among the women just now, and disappeared in the blink of an eye, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Then a palm patted her shoulder. Wow, ghost. When Perona turned around and saw Xia Luo with a big smile on her face, she was immediately frightened by her unique protruding eyeballs. After screaming, he fainted and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, she is obviously Princess Mononoke, but she is so timid. This is not okay. After seeing Perona being frightened and fainting, a question mark popped up in Xia Luo's head, and then she laughed twice and hugged the fainted Perona. This kind of psychological quality is comparable to that of the timid trio in the original work, but she is still Princess Mononoke. Chapter 70. Is it this little girl who did this to the three of them? Nami looked at Perona who fainted in Xia Luo's arms with some curiosity. She didn't expect that the other person looked so small, but she was well developed. Well, don't look at her like a little girl. In fact, she is 1 year older than Reiju. Real or fake? Nami looked at Perona in disbelief. She really didn't expect that the seemingly young girl was actually 5 years older than her. Captain Xia Luo, what are you going to do with these little girls? Keiku asked with a black line on his head. The three of them recovered from their frustrated state, and Kakula lowered the brim of his peaked cap so that others could not see his face clearly. Perona? Carry her aboard the ship. She will be our crew member from now on. Xia Luo Kaido without thinking. Crew. Hearing Xia Luo's reply, Keiku's face lowered even further, while Lucci, like him, lowered his top hat and lowered his head. I really want to die. Bluno's originally calm face without a hat was now wrinkled. Superior. Balsam Pear, after hearing that it was a crew member, his face was full of black lines. 050 ha 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 ha. Xia Luo laughed out loud. The three people who recovered from their negative state somehow became more negative. Their heads were covered with black lines and their shoulders were pulled straight. Captain Xia Luo, I feel a little uncomfortable. Let's go back to the ship first. Lucci said despite his embarrassment. Me too. Keiku and Bluno agreed. Ha 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 ha, go ahead, go ahead. Xia Luo waved his hand to express his casualness, but the appearance of these three people was so funny and inconsistent with their usual personalities that Xia Luo couldn't help laughing again. Xia Luo's permission allowed the three of them to burst out and disappear in front of several people at a speed several times faster than usual. This situation did not look uncomfortable, laughing. Captain Xia Luo, how are you going to recruit this ghost girl this time? Judging from her appearance, she will inevitably make a scene when she wakes up. After Lucci and the others had gone away, Reiju asked Xia Luo. Well, first we have to defeat Gecko Moria. After Moria joins, won't his crew belong to me? What Xia Luo said is self-righteous. My crew members are mine, and the crew members of my subordinates are still mine. This is not too much. Adhering to this idea, he did not consider whether Gecko Moria would agree or not. By himself had just killed him 1,000 times. But he is familiar with kidnapping people, so in the worst case, he will tie them on the boat first, just like Nami and others, they will become familiar with it later. Haha, you are indeed Captain Xia Luo. Raja chuckled twice, not sure whether he was praising him or hurting him. After arriving at the castle, he was not in a hurry to see Moria first. Instead, he first found the body of the little ghost, then stuffed her soul into it and then picked up the body again and headed towards Moria's location. The feeling of having a physical body is just different, and it is much more comfortable to hold. With the help of some observation haki, we quickly arrived at the hall where Gecko Moria was. He, are you the pirates who broke into this place? You can actually pass the test of Absalom and Perona. You don't look like ordinary pirates. Gecko Moria soon discovered the arrival of Xia Luo and others. He was sitting on the sofa in the center of the room, with the candlelight elongating his shadow and a unique laugh coming from his mouth. As soon as Xia Luo came in, she saw the dim lights, Gecko Moria's huge body, and the scarlet fierce light that could only be seen in the dim eyes. I have to say that the first appearance of these characters is full of energy, but Moria. But it is a rare parallel import. When he was young, he had strength that was comparable to that of young Kaido. He was very good in swordsmanship, physical skills, and fruit abilities. Unfortunately, he fell after that big defeat. The unreliability of his subordinates made him lose in that battle. In the end, his will also weakened, and he became a useless person who only relied on the help of others. Even his catchphrase became "Leave it to you, CI," which shows how seriously he has fallen. However, his men were very loyal and respectful to him. Gecko Moria, once a famous pirate, has fallen like this due to the defeat in the battle with Kaido. Have you lost the will to be strong? Are you willing to fall like this? Xia Luo said in a calm tone. He planned to use his words to stimulate the bad guy first, and then wake him up from the front. Boy, who do you think Laozi is? You dare to act wild in front of Laozi? After hearing Xia Luo's words, Moria stood up, her tone also a little angry. His huge body added a lot of pressure to him, especially in the environment of this ghost castle. Your strength should be very good, so I will accept your shadow. Let's fight it first before that. Shadow Mage. The originally angry Moria suddenly calmed down. He sat back down again after being lazy and doing nothing for many years. As soon as he raised his hand, a shadow clone emerged from his shadow. Shadow clone has the same body shape as Gecko Moria, but is made of shadow, but it is immune to most damage. He has become accustomed to others handling things for him. Even if his subordinates are defeated, there is another self who will help him handle things. And he himself was lying leisurely on the sofa watching the show. If this continues, I'm afraid you won't even be able to stand up. Xia Luo frowned. Moria's body shape can be described as a ball. Except for the neck, it has a ball-shaped body. The long legs in the past have now become short legs. Kid, first defeat my clones. I will cut out all your shadows and make them into zombies. This way I will have more admirals. Moria laughed coldly, holding her long big head on her hands. The shadow mage waved his huge palm towards them. Just when he was about to take the shot, Xia Luo's figure disappeared, and then a green superior. A colored barrier stood in front of the shadow mage. Clang. The shadow claws and the barrier made the sound of gold and iron. And Xia Luo has already arrived in front of Moria. Moria looked at Xia Luo who flashed in front of her and made a surprised sound, her eyes widened, and Kakozu bent down even with her raised mouth. But his smile did not disappear, but moved to Xia Luo's face. I saw Xia Luo looking at him with a smile, her fist already covered with armament haki, and then she raised her fist and landed on Moria's belly, which was bigger than Xia Luo's whole body. This punch directly dented his stomach, and terrifying airflow was distributed from his back where he was hit. Moria shattered the sofa, and her entire body shot through the walls and flew out. All the candles and lights in the room were extinguished or shattered in the strong wind. Chapter 71. Vomit. Moria was punched through the wall from the room, and Luffy was smashed to the ground outside the castle, then vomited blood and knelt on the ground. He felt like this punch was about to knock him to the sky. The power of Xia Luo's punch is so terrifying. This only gave him a chance to breathe when Xia Luo withdrew his strength, otherwise Xia Luo would be as terrifying as Ant Kaido in Four Emperors. If he really hit Moria's defenseless stomach with all his strength, I'm afraid this punch could really knock him into the sky. Haki. That brat actually mastered Haki. Moria raised her head and stared in horror at the hole she had smashed into above. Smoke was filling the place and gravel was falling. But he could clearly see Xia Luo's somewhat disdainful smile in the smoke. Damn little devil. Gecko Moria grabbed a handful angrily, crushing the dirt and gravel into pieces. He admitted that he had indeed underestimated the kid in front of him, and he had blindly exposed his weaknesses in front of him without any intelligence. 1. The next second, Xia Luo jumped down from the tall building. Good chance. Moria looked at the unsuspecting Xia Luo in the air and used all her strength to activate the shadow fruit. Shadow horn gun. Countless shadow bats and shadow mages turned into a huge spear and thrust towards Xia Luo. The speed is good. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to dodge in the air, but Xia Luo has observation Haki's perception and can easily dodge the thrust. But he didn't expect the shadow horn gun to turn around and come back, continuing to rush towards Xia Luo's back. This is a good move. Xia Luo's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the shadow horn gun could be used so well by him. Not only could it turn corners, it was also very fast. Xia Luo used the lion fruit to stop in the air, and then kicked the shadow horn gun with an armament Haki kick. Clang. After only a moment of stalemate, the shadow horn gun was kicked away by Xia Luo. However, the shadow did not dissipate, but turned into countless little bats flying in the air. Within. Who the hell are you? I've never heard of a guy like you existing in the paradise. Gecko Moria looked at Xia Luo floating in the air with fear. Although anger rushed into his head, he did not rush forward rashly again. Me? My name is Xia Luo. Gecko Moria, your strength and fruits have been developed quite well. Do you want to be my subordinate? Floating in the air, Xia Luo's aura was fully activated, and she extended an invitation to Moria. Xia Luo? This name seems familiar. After carefully observing Xia Luo's face, and the way he floats in the air, Moria reminds Moria of a person. You guy. Golden Lion 2 Xia Luo. Moria's pupils suddenly opened wide, and the figure in front of her was constantly combined with the face in the newspaper that she saw in her memory, and then she gritted her teeth and said. It is rumored that you have disappeared for 2 years. Most people guess that you were 2 years ago. I didn't expect that you would appear here. What is your purpose? You defeated Crocodile before, and now it's me. Do you want to challenge the authority of the world government and plan to defeat all Shichibukai? Moria roared with a ferocious expression. In his opinion, Xia Luo's invitation to him was an insult to him. 1. He did not regard this as a sincere invitation from Xia Luo. Well? Challenging the world government is also one of my goals, right? Those guys are so high up in this world, and I have long been unhappy with them. For this I need some powerful subordinates, and you are one of my goals. Why? Do you want to join my army? Xia Luo smiled frankly and was outspoken about wanting to bring down the world government. This guy is serious, he really wants to defeat the world government. Gecko Moria thought to himself with a cold sweat breaking out. Unexpectedly, Xia Luo really tried to change the world structure and challenge the world government that has ruled the world for 800 years. He, who do you think Laozi is? I am the 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Moria, and a guy who only debuted for 2.5 years wants me to be your subordinate. There are many guys in the new world who are better than you. But that's fine, since I'm here, I must take down your shadow so that I can defeat that idiot Kaido. Suddenly, Moria laughed wildly and his eyes sparkled. In his mind, he was already thinking about getting Xia Luo's shadow and then growing his zombie army to challenge Kaido again. Oh? It looks like you are planning to fight me to the end. You will die. Xia Luo's eyes showed a cold light. Within. It's not like children quarreling. To a real pirate, death is not a threat. A man will leave everything behind in order to pursue his dream. Gecko Moria changed his previous attitude, and the strong will immersed in his body burst out at this time. The gathering place of shadows. Gecko Moria shouted the name of the move, and then countless zombies on the island poured out black shadows from their mouths, and then all floated towards Moria's mouth. Moria devoured these shadows, 100, 200, 300. Xia Luo did not stop him, but silently watched him devouring the shadows. You can regain your strong will. It seems that you are not willing to let your will sink like this. Come and show me the strength of the great pirate. Xia Luo grinned. 0. 1000. With the last shadow swallowed, Moria's size has grown to the size of a small giant. He, kid, let me show you my true strength. Moria clenched her huge palm into a fist and blasted towards Xia Luo with all her strength. Xia Luo did not dodge this menacing punch, and directly punched it with his right fist clenched, but he did not add any hacking. Within. Boom boom boom. A powerful flow of air burst out from the center of their fist fight. This was a pure competition of strength. Li, who gathered the shadows of 10,000 people, and the descendant who had completed the evolution of Zero Force. Very good power, but our strength is too disparate. You can't defeat me with external power alone. With Xia Luo's last roar, Moria felt that the thin human in front of her burst out with power comparable to that of the giants, and she immediately knocked him back a few steps. Shave. Xia Luo teleported in front of Gecko Moria again and punched at the previous location. Shadow Warrior. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Moria's forehead, and she used the displacement skill without hesitation. He has already seen the power of Xia Luo's fist, and he doesn't want to eat it again now. Boom. The airflow gathered by the fist formed a cannonball like an air cannon, directly blasting Moria's stomach to pieces. What was scattered on the ground was not flesh and blood, but pools of black shadows. Moria's lower body has completed the exchange with the shadow. After the whole body has been exchanged, the big hole blasted in the shadow mage's belly has returned to the same state as the third day of the new year. Chapter 72. Flying Bats. The shadow mage dissipated into a round shadow, and then turned into a bat and flew towards Xia Luo. Facing the overwhelming bat attack, Xia Luo just waved his hand. The strong wind swept these bats, and they were blown around before they reached Xia Luo. Damn you kid, try this trick again. Shadow attack. The scattered bats turned into shadows and moved quickly on the ground, then turned into several thick arms and grabbed Xia Luo's shadow to prevent him from moving. And a sharp shadow claw rushed straight into Xia Luo's stomach and was about to penetrate him. What about a move I haven't seen before? Is it a move developed after using the shadow gathering place? It can actually restrain the opponent through the shadow. Xia Luo looked at the shadow hand grabbing her shadow with some surprise. It's useless, I said before, there is too great a disparity in strength between us. Xiaoling told a fact that made Moria despair in a plain tone. The shadow claw hit his body, but it did not penetrate. Instead, the shadow claw was smashed to pieces. Then Xia Luo broke free from the shackles of the shadow with great force and floated in the sky. Above. Even if you reawaken the will of a strong person in the past, you have long lost your peak strength due to neglect of training. Look at your ship. It's full of dilapidated city walls. This huge mobile sailboat accompanied you on your expeditions. It must have been overcrowded back then, but now there are only 3 men left besides zombies. Have all your dreams been shattered in the new world? With the help of 3 subordinates and those foreign powers, I'm afraid even you yourself can't believe that you can return to your peak. Xia Luo glanced around the entire thriller bark and said plainly. Companies can only be lost if they are alive. Only zombies die at the beginning. Even if they are defeated, they can be continuously resurrected and used. Do you think you alone can fight against the monsters in the new world? Or can those few women help you fend off other enemies? Xia Luo's words brought back painful memories of Moria. He used to be so high-spirited. He once occupied a Nagashima in the second half of the Grand Line and planned to invade Wanakuni. Wanakuni commanded the entire Wanakuni to conquer the second half of the Grand Line, but in the end he clashed with Kaido, who was also targeting Wanakuni. Moria then challenged Kaido. Afterwards, the two had a big battle behind the bell in Wanakuni. Moria, who was called a demon by the people of Wanakuni, was defeated by Kaido, who was regarded as the king of Ming. A Nagashima also occupied by Kaido. So far, Gecko Moria has only obtained a Ryoma body and a handful of autumn water from Wanakuni. His huge group of subordinates were tricked by Kaido to instigate rebellion, which also caused Moria to suffer an irreversible defeat. In the end, his remaining subordinates fought tooth and nail to find a way out for him. To this day, Kaido's subordinates still have some crew members with numbers printed on them, while Moria only has zombies with numbers printed on them. How ironic this is. After experiencing this kind of despair, his view of his companions has been distorted. After this failure, he gave up on cultivation due to constant self-denial and placed all his hopes on the growing zombie army. Since you are afraid that your companions will die, then become stronger. Not only will you become stronger, but your companions will also become stronger with you. As long as they all become strong, they will neither fail nor die. Instead of playing house here and dreaming of letting zombies help you become the pirate king, you might as well join my command and conquer the new world again. Xia Luo tore his last fig leaf. Yes, in Xia Luo's eyes, Moria harvesting the shadows of these weaklings in thriller bark is like playing house. If such a powerful fruit continues to be conquered in the new world, maybe it will be real. Can regain its glory again. Shut up, it's just a new pirate group with little experience. What can you understand if you haven't seen the second half of the Grand Line? I'm going to cut you into pieces. Just collect the shadows and stuff later. Xia Luo's playing tricks ignited his anger. At this time, Moria seemed to have lost his mind, and then he took out a pair of big scissors from nowhere. The scissors split into 2 and turned into 2 machetes. The machetes were sharpened against each other several times, making the sound of gold and iron. I'm really stubborn. In this case, I can only let you see my true strength. Moria's irrational appearance made Xia Luo's eyes gradually become cold. It seemed that he had no talent for talking. If you don't convince him, then you can only beat him. Go to hell. You kid. Moria let out a sharp roar, and her huge body rushed forward, crushing the floor tiles with every step. Boom. The powerful Conqueror's Haki gushes out. Xia Luo pulled out his two swords at this time, and the strong armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki covered the sword body. Black lightning crackles, that is the high-level Conqueror's Haki entanglement. The physical lightning produced. Moria, who was facing him, felt this somewhat familiar aura, and her running steps couldn't help but slow down a bit, and her pupils widened. This is Conqueror's Haki, the exact same Conqueror's Haki as that BD Kaido. Is this kid also a pirate who has the qualifications to become a king? Then Moria shook his head again. So what if he has the qualifications of a king? After all, he is just a pirate who has not been at sea for a long time. When faced with the impact of the big pirates in the New World, he will end up like him. His companions will die and they will run away in confusion. The New World can no longer accommodate any more pirates. Now a situation of survival of the fittest has formed, and no one can break this deadlock. Way purgatory. Xia Luo didn't give Moria time to think about so many things. He swung out his swords and flew towards Gecko Moria with two huge black slashes. Moria felt that there was only endless darkness in front of her eyes, and Xia Luo's two sword auras were like beasts trying to devour her. Who do you think Lao Zi is? Lao Zi is Gecko Moria. After Moria roared, he put two machetes in front of him and blocked the sword. Lo! Tear it up for me. Mo Lai roared to increase his morale, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake the sword energy at all. On the contrary, he was pushed back by the sword energy. There were already two deep ditches under his feet, which proved that he had not flinched. Clang! Two machetes broke. The sword energy struck him firmly. Moria vomited blood and rolled her eyes, and her body slowly fell backwards. There was an X-shaped scar on his chest. After all, the disparity in strength was too great, and he was unable to block the blow. If you could be like today 20 years ago, you wouldn't be a loser. Xia Luo sheathed the knife and said calmly. It was not Kaido who defeated Moria, but himself. After experiencing that failure, he failed to meet his own Jinbei like Luffy, and eventually became a real loser. Chapter 73. Lord Moria. Perona had woken up at some point and was now running out of the castle. With some tears shining in the corners of Perona's eyes, she looked at the captain who was like a father, who was already lying in a pool of blood. She didn't understand how Lord Moria, who thought she was invincible, could fail. Ugh, Lord Moria, are you still alive? Perona finally couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes and cried, running towards the direction where Moria fell. When the distance was only 10 meters away, Xia Luo suddenly appeared and hugged Perona, carrying her on his shoulders. You bad guy, let me go. Lord Moria. Help me. Perona patted Xia Luo's back with tears streaming down her face. It looked really touching. Stop struggling. Now Moria has been defeated by me. You are also my trophy. You will be my crew member from now on. Xia Luo reached out and patted Perona's little butt. The girl had been struggling behind him, but it was really something. Xia Luo felt it. You pervert, Master Moria, please help me. Xia Luo's move made Perona struggle even more violently, constantly calling Moria's name. As if Perona's call had an effect, Moria's fingers moved, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Oh? Are you still alive? It seems that even if your strength has declined, your life is still strong. Xia Luo glanced at Moria in surprise. He also felt that Moria still had a little life breath before. He thought it would dissipate soon, but he didn't expect that the other party would survive. Great. Lord Moria is still alive. Perona stopped struggling, covered her mouth and shed tears of emotion. After waking up again, Moria calmed down and lay on the ground without saying a word. Am I a real loser? At this moment, Moria deeply reflects on what she has done over the years, collecting shadows, forming a zombie army, and then returning to the New World to challenge Kaido. But, is it really possible for my own zombie army to defeat Kaido? As Xia Luo said, maybe even I don't believe it. Keep numbing yourself, playing games like playing House, or Inn. It's really time for him to give up on his dream of becoming the Pirate King. Perona. Moria said calmly. Huh? Lord Moria. Perona looked at him with tearful eyes. I am just a loser in the second half of the Great Route. There is no need to shed tears for a loser like me. Since this man values you so much, then follow him. Moria also looked away at this time. Although she didn't understand why Xia Luo valued Perona, she had no reason to restrain her daughter. Instead of following this loser like you, it is better to follow this man to see the vast world. Master Moria, what are you talking about? I will not leave you. Perona said in a panic with a hint of anxiety. Moria's words seemed to abandon her. She has grown up in Thriller Bark since she was a child. She has a deep affection for this place and of course she doesn't want to leave it. Enough. Moria was breathing heavily and his mouth was bleeding. The roar just now seemed to have consumed a lot of his energy. Perona, I will take you away. After that, I will climb to the top of the world, overthrow the world government and become the king of the world. Just watch it. Whenever you step out of the shadow of a loser, if you still want to join me, then come to New World to find me, and join forces with me to overthrow this world. After saying that, Xia Luo hugged Perona and left without looking back. And Perona stopped struggling because of Moria's scolding just now, and followed Xia Luo away obediently, but the parting eyes still showed reluctance. And Moria's eyes widened after Xia Luo said the last sentence. Even at this point, this man did not kill him, and invited himself again. This made Moria feel that she was so valued by others for the first time. Damn you Xia Luo kid, one day I will go to the New World again, and then defeat you and recapture Perona. Just wait for me. Xia Luo listened to Moria's sharp roar behind her and showed a strange expression. Are all Shishibukai tsunderies? Crocodile is the same, and so is Moria. They will make such tsundere-like remarks in the reboot. However, my strength will not stay where it is. I will become stronger and stronger. When I see them next time, I will defeat them again. By then, these Shishibukai will probably be truly convinced. Xia Luo hugged Perona and walked back to the girls. Has everything been taken care of? What happened to this little girl? Seeing Xia Luo coming back, Reiju looked at Perona who looked very disappointed and asked in confusion. Well, Moria abandoned her, so she is my trophy. The lower body responded casually. Master Moria has not abandoned me. He will come to pick me up one day. Perona refuted Xia Luo's words, and now she still firmly believes that Moria will come back to pick her up in the future. Well, before that, you were already my 920 crew member. Xia Luo shrugged, got on his ship and wanted to get off. Impossible. Next time Moria comes, he will also pull Moria on board the ship and make him the captain of his division. Humph. Perona shook her head and puffed her face. Two twin ponytails also slapped Xiaoling's face. Is this the double ponytail face flick? This is the first time he has experienced it, but he wants to experience the feeling of pulling the double ponytail from behind. No matter how big or small, I haven't seen you, Lord Moria, has already given you to me. You will call me Captain Xia Luo from now on. You don't want me to repair your Lord Moria later, right? Looking at Perona's arrogant look, Xia Luo showed a playful expression. Then make a small threat. Woo Captain Xia Luo. Xia Luo's strategy was successful. Perona succumbed to his silver power and shouted reluctantly. Be good. Xia Luo smiled and touched her head. The latter lowered his head with a slightly red expression. This feeling was a bit like a real father. Lord Moria had never done such an action to her. Xia Luo doesn't know what's going on in Perona's head, otherwise she would be very happy to be Perona's father. Chapter 74. Xia Luo and the women returned to the deck of the giant battleship. This area shrouded in thick fog makes it difficult to tell time. Although it only took a few hours from landing on the island to solving Moria, it took a lot of time to find the thriller bark, and it was already approaching evening. I feel a little hungry. I'll leave it to you Nakajo for dinner. It's just a normal portion. You don't have to prepare as much as before. Xia Luo touched his belly and felt a little hungry, but with his physique, he still has enough energy even if he doesn't eat for a month. It's just psychology at work. Yes, Captain Xia Luo. Nyokijo said with a smile, and then returned to the kitchen. The women returned to the cabin and began to work on their own. What, the food doesn't suit your taste? Come and try this. Looking at the somewhat depressed Perona beside her, she thought she still couldn't get over Moria's abandonment, so she stuffed a chocolate bagel into her mouth. Woo. Perona, who was suddenly stuffed with food, struggled a bit in confusion, but her eyes lit up when she tasted the food. Tasty. Log in to earn coins. Then he slowly bit into the bagel and ate it happily. If it's delicious, eat more. Mishita is the pastry master on our ship and is best at making chocolate delicacies, as well as lemon tea drinks. Nami on the other side smiled and poured her a cup of lemon tea. Speaking of the best chef on the ship, it must be Najikao, but Mishita is not inferior to Najikao in the study of chocolate delicacies. After all, in the original book, she also opened a chocolate shop in the desert in the final ending, which shows Mikita's love for chocolate. Well, it's not as good as you said, Nami-chan. Mishita happily covered her smile after being praised in public. Thank you. Suddenly Perona whispered thank you to Xia Luo. If it weren't for Xia Luo's sharp hearing, he really wouldn't be able to hear what she said, but he still raised the corners of his mouth and said playfully, did you say something just now? I didn't say anything. Looking at Xia Luo's playful face, Perona puffed up her mouth and said. Then he ate the bagel with big mouthfuls, as if he had some deep hatred for the bagel. After his anger subsided, he started to blush again. The caring expression of the food she just gave her made most of her fear of Xia Luo dissipate. Moria was forcefully defeated by Xia Luo and was even asked to board the ship by herself. She still felt a little uneasy leaving her home. Especially the misfit who just got on the ship, he created a slight barrier for her. However, Nami took the initiative to serve Perona tea, which moved her very much. The other women on the boat were also very gentle, and Perona felt that she was gradually integrating into the team. Seeing that Perona was beginning to accept the fleet, Nami winked at Xia Luo, as if to say, I helped you get it done, and I want to give you a good reward tonight. And Xia Luo silently gave him a thumbs up. After the meal, Xia Luo summoned the Lucci trio. The three guys just blushed when they saw Perona. After hastily eating, they went back to practice. It seems that they still haven't gotten out of the shadow of Perona's negative ghost. Lucci, I have a task that the three of you need to handle. Captain Xia Luo, please tell me if you have any orders. Lucci said respectfully to Kaido. I need you to take a trip to the New World. New World? They were still a little surprised by Xia Luo's words. Sabayati Archipelago was only one step away. If Xia Luo wanted to go to New World and flew there easily, what on earth could have caused the three of them to set off in advance? Although they speculated on some questions, they did not ask them, but quietly waited for Xia Luo's next words. Well, Mr. Shiki's old department is now in the new century, and I need you to go over there first and get in touch with their Tongzi forces. Yes, Captain Xia Luo. Although he was a little puzzled that Xia Luo asked him and others to set off to find the old Golden Lion headquarters first, Lucci still accepted the task simply, and the captain's order was unquestionable. With Xia Luo's current reputation, he will definitely be known by people from the Golden Lion's old department when he enters the New World. Then he only needs to wait for them to send someone to invite him. However, Xia Luo plans to do some big things in Sabayati Archipelago. In order to prevent the world government from going crazy in the future, he still needs to make some backup preparations. By the way, take this. Xia Luo took out 3 second-generation military combat uniform bracelet transformers from his pocket and threw them over. These were products of the backward generation that Judge had given him before, and they did not contain vibranium metal or other substances. This is Germa's combat uniform. Lucci said with some surprise. He didn't expect Xia Luo to actually give them such combat uniforms that can enhance their strength. This feeling of trust immediately made them identify more with the captain. After putting on their bracelets, Lucci and the other three activated their battle suits through the control panel. Instantly, a black suit appeared on them, and of course the indispensable cloak. Lucci felt that his strength had increased, and he could control his abilities better, and the battle suit could also give his attacks a thunder and lightning effect. I have prepared the sailing ship. You will leave on the ship later. With the ability of detecting intelligence learned by UCP-9, this small task should not be difficult. Don't worry, Captain Xia Luo, we will definitely complete the mission. Go ahead, we will probably arrive in New World sometime later. Well, you will just have to watch the news to find out. Xia Luo waved his hand to signal a few people to leave, and then Lucci and others took off Shangzi's hood and walked out. Next to the giant battleship, Xia Luo has already prepared the small sailboat used for previous voyages. It does not take much time to coat such small ships, and the sailing speed will be faster. It's time to break up with the world government. I really don't know how they will respond then. Li Hao, since he has decided to become the king of the world, of course Xia Luo will also announce his will to the world. Arrival. He has said before that Momonosuke is one of the characters on his must-kill list. Celestial Dragons is also on his list. Especially the guy named Charles Saint, his stupid pig look made him want to kill this guy himself when he watched the animation before. But unexpectedly, the original Luffy's angry punch could not break the Celestial Dragon's armor, and even earned the opponent the title of Shield of Celestial Dragons. Since he is reborn into this world, he can do what he wants to do as he pleases. The regrets from the past will now be made up for by himself. Then Xia Luo also returned to the lobby to chat with the other women, and by the way, Perona gradually integrated into the atmosphere on the ship. Night. Nami got her reward as she wished and was paid special attention to by Xia Luo. The first to be defeated. Chapter 75. Early the next morning, the giant battleship successfully walked out of the Devil's Triangle. The sun was shining on the deck, and everyone on the ship was in a better mood. Ah, I'm just an LSP. What shame do I have to live in this world? I will only waste every rice I eat. In the crew training room, Xia Luo knelt on the ground passively, and there was a negative atmosphere around him. Ha 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 ha, Xia Luo, you have today too. Nami and Karina hugged their bellies and laughed loudly. Ever since Xia Luo debuted, she had never seen this man in such a mess as he is now. Well, it's indeed a paramecia fruit with regular abilities. If I don't use armament Haki to resist before I'm hit, I won't be able to resist at all after I'm hit. After recovering, Xia Luo wiped the sweat from her forehead. Since he had nothing to do today, he couldn't help but take Perona to the training room to practice. With Perona's fruit ability, melee ability is not the focus of her training. On the contrary, if the fruit ability is used well, she can develop more ghosts. Xia Luo, who was very curious about the ghost's negative power, also tried its power, and ended up with the same result as he just saw. Xia Luo did not use his armed color to resist before being attacked, and had no idea of using his armed color to resist after being attacked. This kind of unpredictable ability can be used even if Xia Luo is hit by a trick. If Marine Admiral is not careful and is hit by a trick, he may not be able to avoid being passive for a few seconds. These few seconds are the key to the outcome of the battle. Then Xia Luo turned to look at Nami and Karina, who were laughing loudly. The other women were more reserved even when they laughed. Even Khalifa, who looked more serious, couldn't help laughing. Originally, Makita had the same personality as Nami, but since she became so popular. After Xia Luo was taken down for the first time, she didn't dare to be too presumptuous for fear of retaliation. In the end, Xia Luo couldn't stand Nami anymore, so she glanced at Perona, who understood what he meant, but Nami and Karina were now her best friends on the ship, and she really couldn't bear to play tricks on them. A new friend. But under the force of Xia Luo's eyes, Perona trembled, and she couldn't bear to release the negative ghost through the two women's bodies. The two women who were laughing instantly became orts. I really want to return all the stolen goods. I will never be able to draw a complete map of the world. Ha 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 ha, that's really interesting. Nami's smiles did not disappear, but moved to Xia Luo's face. I didn't expect these two people to say such words after being negative, but it does fit their characters very well. Hey, Miss Ship Doctor, are the three of them really okay? A drop of sweat dropped from Perona's forehead, her expression turned into a sweaty bean, and she asked Kaya next to her with a speechless expression. Well, this is the way they usually get along. It's not a brain problem. Kaya explained to her with a smile. Perona leaned back and looked at her in disbelief. Not only did this woman guess what I meant, she actually said it seriously. Isn't she afraid of being overheard by some Xia Luo? Looking at this girl with a gentle smile, Perona couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Obviously her hair is pink, but she feels that this girl with yellow hair has black hair if she cuts it off. Perona-chan. A hand was placed on each shoulder, and the voices of Nami and Karina were heard in his ears. We are good sisters, right? What did you just do to your good sister? What? From Perona's perspective, Nami and Karina had black lines on their heads, and their two little faces seemed to have been magnified dozens of times, and they were directly in front of her to accuse them. Ugh, it's none of my business. Captain Xia Luo asked me to do it. Captain Xia Luo, please save me. Perona was startled and screamed strangely. She immediately ran behind Xia Luo crying and trembling. After seeing Perona being frightened, Nami and Karina nodded with satisfaction. They couldn't just let them get hurt. Well, the fruit of Perona is a good way to train your will. If you can rely on your will to eliminate negative thoughts, you can be fearless even in the face of the red-haired conqueror's Haki of the Four Emperors. Xia Luo pulled Perona out from behind, then hugged her and touched her head to comfort her. She secretly gave Nami and Karina a thumbs up and will continue to add chicken drumsticks to you tonight. After a long time, Perona blushed and pushed away. Your lingling fruit has a very powerful effect. If it is used well, even the Four Emperors Admiral will probably be affected by you. However, the current level of development is not enough. In the future, you will focus on developing the lingling fruit ability, and other let's help with training. But how can I make my fruit power stronger? I heard that Xia Luo asked herself to develop fruit abilities, but Perona was also confused about this and had no idea where the development direction was. The lingling fruit is mainly used to control ghosts in combat. You can try to imagine yourself as a ghost and make your body float as a ghost. In this way, ordinary physical attacks cannot hurt you. If others are fighting you in close combat, you can inject negative capabilities into weapons to catch the enemy off guard. Perona's eyes lit up, and the image of herself floating in the air as a ghost and fighting the enemy appeared in her mind. If the enemy hadn't used armament Haki and been hit by the negative energy injected by him, the scene would have been really interesting. The other girls also imagined the scene of Perona fighting with the negative power of the spirit fruit, and couldn't help but shudder at the same time. The ability of the lingling fruit is really pervert. It can even pass through my barrier. If Haki hadn't been able to resist it, it would be an invincible ability. Karina sighed with emotion. In the past 2 years of training, she had sparred with everyone on the ship, but the most difficult thing was Robin's flower fruit, which could directly interrupt her moves regardless of her barrier. Now that there is another Perona who can ignore her barrier, I always feel that my barrier fruit is not as effective as before. Indeed, the abilities of Paramecia fruits are weirder than the last, and they are mutually reinforcing. It's incredible how mutually exclusive they are. Nami nodded in agreement. As the second most powerful force on the ship, she was unable to break Karina's barrier, but Karina was easily restrained by Robin and Perona. After sighing, several people also returned to the state of cultivation. Perona also released negative ghosts to accompany several people in training, but at this time they had already activated armament Haki to resist. Even so, some negative thoughts can't help but arise, but they have been restrained very well. Xia Luo walked up to Kaya, looked at Kaya who acted harmless and pitiful, and pinched her little face lightly. I heard it just now. When did little Kaya become so evil? Did she learn from Robin-chan? Ugh, Sister Robin said, you can't be too obedient to a scumbag like brother Xia Luo. You need to learn how to protect yourself. Kaya said angrily with her little face puffed up, but she looked very cute. Obviously he came first. Kaya turned her head away from Xia Luo and murmured. She also wanted to stick with Xia Luo, but she didn't have Rage's courage to raid at night. As more and more crew members were on the ship, Xia Luo had less and less time to stick with her. Looking at Kaya's aggrieved face, Xia Luo felt that this girl had grown up. The apples that have been raised for 2 years are ripe and ready to eat. Chapter 76. The giant battleship wandered in the first half of the Great Route, and Xia Luo took this opportunity to visit the islands on other routes. I was stuck in signing in for the first 2 days before arriving at Sabayati Archipelago. Near noon, the red line, symbolizing the endpoint of the first half of the Great Route, finally caught the eye of Xia Luo and his party. This is a towering red clay wall. At the top of this wall is the Holy Land Marijois that has ruled the sea and the map for 800 years. 10,000 meters below the wall is the only way for pirates and irregular people to reach the New World. The Fishmen Island is known as the Undersea Paradise. Xia Luo's goal is the Sabayati Archipelago in the sea between them. This is the back garden of the Celestial Dragons. There are a large number of Marines stationed at all times. Not far from here is the Naval Headquarters Marineford, which maintains order in the sea. But there are also illegal areas here, where pirates, human traffickers, and bounty hunters gather, so countless famous trading and auction houses have been born. You can buy anything you want here, whether it's devil fruit, a beautiful dancing girl, or a famous sword. Xia Luo has never participated in an auction, but she is still very interested in it. The Sabayati Archipelago is almost here, head towards that direction at full speed. Since the Sabayati Archipelago itself has no magnetic force, Xia Luo can only release observation Haki to sense the location of the island. Because it is under the red line, it can quickly find its location. Okay. Full speed ahead. Nami shouted enthusiastically. I have long heard from Xia Luo how beautiful the Sabayati Archipelago is, and the girls who have never been there in person are also full of curiosity and yearning for it. They also wanted to see for themselves what this archipelago formed by the world's largest mangroves looked like. After seeing the full picture of the Sabayati Archipelago in person, Nami wants to add it to her world map. The Sabayati Archipelago has a total of 79 islands. The lower the number, the more chaotic the islands. Numbers 1 to 29 are the main activity areas for criminals, human traffickers, and bounty hunters. The higher the number, the more upscale the places inside, and the more people are stationed in Marine, especially No 60 to 69. This is the area where justice is located. Even the big figures in the dark world dare not approach easily. Only world government, only legal merchants from the franchised countries can enter. As expected of the island known as the Island of Failure and the Island of Starting Again, it is really prosperous. Xia Luo and others disembarked in Area 20. If no one is left to guard the huge warship, it will definitely be targeted by lawless elements on these islands. So in front of the eyes of many lawless people, the Lonja slowly lifted off and stayed at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Xia Luo not only gave the giant battleship a name, but also added a pirate flag. The appearance is Xia Luo's iconic golden hair with skulls, deadwood, and sakura ten. This is the ability of Lion Fruit. He is the legendary big pirate. Golden Lion 2 Xia Luo. In the dark alley, the lawless men stared at the warship taking off in stunned silence, shouting involuntarily. Just now, they were still plotting against Xia Luo and the others. If they really took action, the only outcome would be death. They are not little pirates with no experience. They have been in the Sabayati Archipelago all year round and have met countless big shots. They also have a good understanding of devil fruit. That's why they have the ability to judge at a glance which characters can be provoked and which characters cannot be provoked, otherwise they would have died here long ago. Let's go, they are just minor characters, don't pay attention to them. Of course, Xia Luo and his party also discovered countless criminals hiding in the dark. After all, the Lonja was too conspicuous. Few people could see such a huge luxury battleship. If you can build it, it is natural for you to be targeted. I want to go to the shopping street at number 30, does anyone want to go with me? Nami and Karina said immediately. I kind of want to go to the restaurant on number 24 to have a look at the special delicacies here, and also learn a lot about it. Nakajayo caressed her cheek and said with a confused look on her face. Mishita also expressed that she wanted to go to number 24 to see if Sabayati Archipelago has any special chocolates. After a series of discussions, Xia Luo finally decided. In that case, let's go to the restaurant on the 24th to have lunch first, pass the restaurant, and then go to the soap bubble park on the 30th to 39th to take a look. None of the girls had objections to Xia Luo's proposal. Okay. Then let's go. After making the decision, Xia Luo took the lead and headed towards island number 24. Each Yalkai mangrove tree has a conspicuous number, so it is not difficult for Xia Luo to find island number 24. Walking on the street, a strange elephant composed of 12 beauties and a man shocked passers-by. They have never seen such a scenery. 12 beautiful girls with different styles, plus a very handsome man. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women attracts the attention of passers-by. Especially the men on the roadside looked at Xia Luo with envy and hatred. This guy is so happy. He is accompanied by so many beauties. Is he a young master from somewhere? Passers-by shed sad tears, and some married men cried loudly when they thought of their tigress. After all, Xia Luo's young appearance and his unique overlord temperament in the eyes of outsiders do seem to be very suitable for the title of a noble son. The women looked at Xia Luo with love in their eyes and wanted to strike up a conversation, but when they saw Nami and others beside him, they fell into a position of shame and lost the courage to strike up a conversation. Xia Luo, you are such a sinful man, you are so greedy for others. Nami looked at the men in pain on the side of the road, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, and said silently. That's not why you are so beautiful. This is my luck. Xia Luo praised without hesitation. Of course, you are lucky to have us by your side. Nami flipped up her orange hair and said with a contented expression. The other girls also chuckled, obviously very impressed by young Xia Luo's praise. News of Xia Luo and the 12 beauties on board also began to spread throughout the illegal zone No. 1 to 29. In the eyes of people in the dark world, these handsome men and beauties are like a walking mobile treasure house. The nobles and some businessmen here like beauties and handsome guys like them the most. Their looks can definitely sell for a sky-high price. So as the information spread, many forces in the illegal zone and countless bounty hunters and human traffickers focused on them, and began to arrest them one after another. But what they don't know is that what awaits them is not gold and silver treasures, but a door to hell. With just a slight push, they will enter the abyss. In addition to these criminals, there is another person who is also eyeing Xia Luo. That is the super strong man who stands at the top of this world, the second in command of the pirate king who ushered in the era of great pirates, and the silver railee who calls himself the master. Chapter 77. Island 13, inside Shucky's Rip-Off Tavern. The kid you are waiting for has landed on the island. I heard that he is now on the island on the 24th. Why don't you go and have a look? Shucky asked casually, holding a cigarette in his mouth. At this time, she was holding a seemingly tall pirate in her hand, but the latter's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, his eyes had turned white, and he had obviously fainted. There were also a group of staggering pirates on the ground. Well, there are many people on the island who are eyeing him. Pirates, human traffickers, bounty hunters, and even marine are also paying attention to him. There is no rush now. Rayleigh shook the wine glass in her hand and said lightly. Although he is 70 years old and his face is full of wrinkles, his elegant temperament makes him look like a handsome man. How are you going to deal with Zioba's matter? After all, we are not responsible. Tisk, these guys are so poor. Xia 837 Chi skillfully plundered money from the pirates, and then packed them all up and threw them out of the tavern with a calm expression. Since you choose to become a pirate, you must be prepared to be killed. Haki and the others have been doing whatever they want in East Blue for so long. It is natural for them to be retaliated against. But after all, Haki is my savior, so I still have to go and meet him. Noodle. Rayleigh raised the glass and took a sip, then stood up. Well, don't go too far. After all, he is the successor of that old guy Shiki. Be careful, he pops out of the graveyard and drags you down. Shucky blew out a smoke ring and opened one eye, unable to breathe properly. Ha ha ha, are you worried about the successor of your old cakehead? If that guy Shiki still dares to come out, I will put him back in the cemetery, don't worry. Rayleigh teased with a playful tone, and then walked towards the door. When you come back from now on, you can sleep on the floor for me. However, Rayleigh's teasing words obviously angered her, and she immediately used a cold and stern tone to Kaido. Rayleigh suddenly staggered, but his superb strength allowed him to get back upright. He rubbed the back of his head helplessly and walked out of the tavern and closed the door. It seems that I have to change my bad habit of oral pleasure in the future, otherwise I won't be able to sleep in bed anymore, Rayleigh thought to herself. As the captain of the previous Generation 9 Snakes pirates, Shuki had great strength, and he also joined the Rocks pirate, which was at the height of its popularity at the time. At that time, the young Shuki was even more beautiful, which also attracted the admiration of Golden Lion Shiki, who was also a Rocks pirate. Powerful and beautiful, isn't this the perfect woman Shiki longs for? When I started to pursue Shuki, but was always rejected. It was not until the failure of Rocks pirate and the disbandment that Shuki also left. After the Roger pirates completed the feat of sailing the world and became known as the Pirate King and disbanded the pirates, Rayleigh came to the Sabayati archipelago and met Shuki, and then fell in love. But Rayleigh knew about Shuki's previous pursuit by Golden Lion, so he would occasionally be teased by Rayleigh, but in the end he would be thrown out to sleep on the floor. Mr. Shiki's unrequited love relationship also came to an end after he was imprisoned. After he was released from prison, he continued to fight to fulfill his ambitions without leaving any children. Finally, after an accident, he drifted to the island of East Blue and chose Xia Luo became his successor. Poor old man Shiki. Bang bang bang. In a remote corner of island number 27, which is a fairly empty area, a series of punches and kicks were heard. Just now, after tasting the special delicacies of Sabayati archipelago, they headed towards area number 30 and reached the edge of the island. Countless pirates and traffickers poured out and surrounded Xia Luo and others. The pirates burst into laughter all of a sudden, and a few of them didn't even say a word. With his bare hands, he planned to step forward to grab Nami and the girls, but was instantly knocked to the ground by the girls. Gee, there is a moment, but I advise you not to resist, lest you suffer the pain of flesh and blood, and I won't be able to sell you at a good price even if I hurt you. The man who seemed to be the leader of a certain force said with a smile. Of course Xia Luo and the others had discovered these hidden pirates a long time ago, but they were just so annoying to follow these little tales all the time, so they simply gathered them together and dealt with them 10 times. Nami, get rid of them all, leaving no one alive. Xia Luo said calmly. Understood. Nami nodded, and then several violent thunder and lightning emerged from his hand and converged into a thunder dragon. This is the power of the Logia fruit. Run quickly, you are a master. The pirate leader who had just clamored for Xia Luo not to resist now opened his eyes wide and shouted in disbelief, and ran backwards without hesitation. Are you kidding? This kind of natural disaster-like power is actually in a little girl, and he actually wants to take advantage of them. A gloom surged into the minds of pirates and human traffickers, and they had a premonition that this would be the biggest trouble they had ever encountered. Nami didn't want to give these hateful pirates a chance to escape. The Thunder Dragon passed over these desperate pirates at extremely fast speeds. Anyone who touched the thunder and lightning, all the people turned into charcoal and fell to the ground. After a while, all the pirates present were electrocuted to death. No one could escape Nami's ultra-wide-range observation Haki's radio wave. Nami waved his hand to dissipate the thunder and lightning, and then came to the person with a proud look on his face. Although Nami was speechless, Xia Luo also knew what she wanted, so he hugged Nami and touched her hair as a compliment. Although I can easily kill Conqueror's Haki, it will make a lot of noise, so it is more convenient to use Nami's thunder and lightning to kill more efficiently. Suddenly, both Nami and Xia Luo seemed to feel something, and Nami left Xia Luo's arms in a flash. Then a sharp sword flew straight towards Xia Luo. Phew clang. The sharp sword made a piercing sound and hit Xia Luo's body. It did not stop until the sword body collapsed. Looking at the broken sword on the ground, the corners of Xia Luo's mouth curled up slightly, and blood surged into her heart. There was only one person in the Sabayati archipelago who was a master of swordsmanship, and he recognized his identity. Rayleigh, who was hiding in the dark, was already looking at Xia Luo in stunned silence. He didn't use armament Haki in that attack just now, he was just testing Xia Luo. As for Nami in Xia Luo's arms, he had Nami that was elementalized by 2.8 motion. He wouldn't feel that this kind of attack that didn't cover armament Haki could do anything. Hurt the other person. He had imagined that Xia Luo would use her swordsmanship and physical skills to interrupt his flying sword, but he never thought that Xia Luo would actually block the attack with her physical body. The only people in the sea who can withstand his attack physically are the old woman Charlotte Linlin and the boy Kaido. He saw the shadows of these two monsters in Xia Luo's figure. Is it also a monster with special characteristics? And the look of this blonde hair? A strange thought appeared in Rayleigh's mind. This kid couldn't be the result of Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin's incest, right? This kind of monster physique coupled with this blonde hair, and his hobby of finding women. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a combination of Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin also likes to find men, so there is nothing wrong with him thinking this way.